The main character arrived at the square, and immediately there was a buzz around him. People whispered, not hiding their surprise and ridicule. Young people today really amaze the imagination. They said that this guy dared to come to the Shui family to ask for help, and some claimed that he was the secret disciple of a great master. However, most considered this absurd. In his place, many would have long since killed themselves out of shame. Other voices were heard in the crowd. It couldn't be that this trash was someone important. He was just a young master from the fallen Chu family, named Chu Xinyun, who had also shamelessly dared to propose marriage to the Shui family. Everything that was happening seemed like a bad joke to people. Despite all the rumors and ridicule, the young man continued on his way without slowing down. At the entrance, he was stopped by a guard, who told him that the patriarch had already given orders to let the guest in. Hearing this, the hero calmly confirmed his intention and allowed himself to be escorted inside. So he found himself in the main hall, where the patriarch of the Shui family, Chun Xian, was already waiting for him. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and restrained, as if the very setting reminded one of the weight of the decisions made here. First, Chu Xinyun apologized for the delay. The old man involuntarily recalled their last meeting. At that time, the young man hardly dared to breathe loudly. Now, however, he was standing before a completely different person, calm, collected, with a steady gaze. This discrepancy made the patriarch wary. Soon, the head of the family interrupted his own thoughts and noted that there were still a few days left before the appointed date. In his opinion, the visit seemed premature. However, the hero made it clear that the purpose of his appearance was different, namely, a request for marriage. These words took the old man by surprise. After that, Chu Xinyun recalled the events of 16 years ago, when the Shui family was under attack by a powerful enemy and was saved by his father. The memory was unpleasant for Chun Xiang, but he immediately understood what the young man was getting at. The patriarch acknowledged that such a promise did indeed exist. However, the young man's father had disappeared without a trace, and it was still unknown whether he was alive. Until reliable information appeared, the old man did not want to return to this agreement. Hearing this, the hero persistently asked whether such a position meant that without his father's return, all previous agreements were null and void. He felt that his interlocutor was not telling him everything, and therefore continued to insist, as if trying to extract the hidden truth. An awkward silence hung in the room, which was soon broken by the appearance of a girl. She immediately remarked coldly that this guy had a big mouth. The girl advised him to stop bringing up the subject and introduced herself as Shui Qianyue. She made it clear that she aspired to become one of the strongest experts and only recognized true geniuses. People like Chu Xinyun were nothing more than trash in her eyes. Chu Xinyun possessed a first-class fighting spirit, the transformation of the shadow sword, which was considered the lowest level. His cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer of body tempering, and his status was limited to the title of young master of the long-forgotten Chu family. Against this backdrop, Shui Qianyue seemed like the complete opposite, a fourth-class fighting spirit, the mystical face of water, the ninth heavenly layer of body tempering, and the reputation of an outstanding genius of Qifeng City. The difference between them seemed like an insurmountable chasm. The representatives of the Shui family openly mocked the young man. In their eyes, what was happening looked like a farce. Too loud words for such a pitiful situation. They believed that he was only disgracing his own family and the young lady by daring to even talk about such a thing. In their view, it all resembled a toad's attempt to reach swan meat, absurd and doomed. Shui Qianyue, not hiding her superiority, made it clear that he had better give up his illusions and stop dreaming of the impossible. Her gaze showed complete contempt. However, Xin Yun, showing neither embarrassment nor fear, noted that such confidence was more like arrogance. These words hurt the girl much more than she expected. She reacted sharply, not understanding how he dared to say such a thing. In response, the young man calmly made it clear that no one had claimed that his visit was specifically related to her. Then he turned to the patriarch, clearly stating that his intended bride was not Shui Qianyue, but the family's second daughter, Shui Liu Xiang. This realization came as a real shock to the girl. She found it hard to believe that all this time, they had been talking about the awkward and inconspicuous Liu Xiang. Shui Qianyue's indignation flared up with renewed vigor. In her eyes, Liu Xiang was not worth a penny compared to herself, and therefore, such a choice seemed like an insult. She believed that Liu Xiang had neither the dignity nor the right to even think about such a union. All these words were heard by Liu Xiang. For her, they were an unbearable blow. Tears rolled down her face, and her heart ached with familiar pain and humiliation. Watching this, Chu Xinyun realized one thing clearly. In this life, he would not allow her to continue living, suffering the suffering and contempt of those around her. Shui Qianyue was absolutely certain that such a union was predestined by heaven. On the one hand, the trash from the fallen Chu family, and on the other, a girl whom she did not even consider a full member of the clan, almost a servant. In her eyes, such a marriage seemed like a mockery of fate. She coldly advised her father not to interfere and to let this trash finally lose the opportunity to ever hide behind the old promise of the Shui family. The patriarch paused for a moment, then asked if Xinyun really intended to marry Liu Xiang. He reminded him that after that, the Shui family would have the right to officially renounce their previous obligations. Hearing this, the young man was finally convinced. This clan had long since rotted from within, and further ties with it made no sense. Xinyun calmly and firmly announced that from that day on, Shui Liu Xiang would come under the protection of the Chu family. All agreements, debts, and ties between the two families were considered null and void, as if they had never existed. Then he turned to Liu Xiang and asked if she agreed to tie her fate to his. The girl, holding back her excitement and tears, still found the strength to agree. For the patriarch, this was an unexpected but logical outcome. He just sighed and, observing the formalities, handed them a brush and paper to sign the marriage agreement. To outsiders, they really did look like a strange couple, but that was precisely why they were so surprisingly well suited to each other. Two outcasts who found support where they least expected it. A decision had already matured in Xin Yun's heart. In a year, at the selection of the 5 fighting clans of the dynasty, he would show the whole world what it meant to be a true genius, and not someone defined by their origins and ridicule. To Shui Qianyue, such thoughts sounded ridiculous and presumptuous. In her mind, it didn't matter if a year, 2 years, or even 100 years passed. This man would never be able to stand on the same level as her. Ignoring the stares and gossip, Xin Yun gently picked up Liu Xiang and suggested they leave. For him, everything had already been decided. After a while, they arrived at the Chu family home. On the way, the young man made it clear that from now on, she was no longer alone. Now she was part of his family, and no one else had the right to look down on her. Before her eyes appeared an abandoned clan, crooked walls, cracked slabs in the courtyard, and silence in which neither laughter nor footsteps could be heard. This place looked as if time had stopped here many years ago. Once upon a time, this house was a large and majestic family estate, filled with the happy cries of children, noisy conversations, and constant movement. Life was bustling here, and every corner breathed warmth. In those days, even the city lord himself would visit, showing his respect and emphasizing the high status of the Chu family. But one dark night, everything changed. Most of the clan's geniuses were brutally murdered, as if uprooted. Chu Xinyun's mother disappeared without a trace, and his father went looking for her and never returned. Without the protection of powerful experts, the Chu family quickly weakened. Soon, they were driven out by the forces of Qingfeng City, and the once glorious clan found itself on the verge of complete oblivion. Liu Xiang noticed that Xin Yun was lost in painful memories and tried to gently get his attention. The young man apologized, saying that he was in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to tidy up the house. But the girl just shook her head and replied that she had nothing to worry about, since Brother Yun had taken her as his wife. At that moment, Xiao Hu ran up to them, happily announcing that today was a great day and that he wanted to cook chicken to celebrate the event. Xin Yun asked doubtfully whether it was worth having a party in such a place. Xiao Hu immediately objected. If it weren't for the young master's efforts, he would have died on the streets of the city long ago. Hearing this, Xin Yun agreed. Such a day was indeed worth celebrating, even if modestly, with everyone gathered together. At dinner, Xiao Hu ate his fill, never ceasing to marvel. Who would have thought that the young master would turn out to be such a good cook? Xin Yun just laughed it off, saying that he wasn't really that good. Then, Xin Yun apologized to Liu Xiang, noting that his cooking was far from the cuisine she was used to in the Shui family. The girl smiled sincerely and said that the food was delicious, and most importantly, warm and homely. The young master and mistress were now considered husband and wife, which meant that according to custom, they had to share a room. However, Liu Xiang firmly stated that no one could enter her chambers, not even her brother Yun. Xiao Hu immediately remarked with a serious look that he had a spare key. It was clear from his expression that he had already imagined something completely unnecessary, something that the main character had not even thought of. That's exactly why he got hit on the head. Xin Yun gave him a cold look, making it clear that such thoughts were unacceptable. Xiao Hu quickly apologized, and the conversation was quickly ended. Xiao Hu, however, noticed that the young master seemed to have become a completely different person. Xin Yun only said that he was going to practice, and told him to look after Liu Xiang. Xiao Hu promised not to let him down. Few knew that he would one day play a decisive role in Xin Yun's fate. In a previous life, Xiao Xingtian had saved his life at the most critical moment, and from that day on, they became brothers bound by life and death. However, at that time, the main character had no idea that this very person would secretly become the reason for his rebirth. It all started with a mysterious stone that ended up in Xiao Xingtian's possession. After it was used against that very villain, Xin Yun relied on the power of the stone and went back in time to when he was only 16 years old. In his past life, it was the Shui family who inflicted fatal wounds on him. Then Liu Xiang saved him, nursed him back to health, and helped him recover. Together, they left Qingfeng City and wandered through the Li Yun dynasty until she died protecting him from a monster. That is why, in this life, Xin Yun will not allow such a tragedy to happen again under any circumstances. Shui Chun Sheng still believed that the young man did not know about the fate of his parents. However, the truth was that their disappearance was the result of a secret conspiracy between the Shui family and the Yunmeng military house. It was a blood debt that could not be forgotten, but the Yunmeng military house was still too powerful, so the first step would be to settle the score with the Shui family. The union of spirit, Qi, and body is the key to true power. Fortunately, Xin Yun still had the reincarnation stone with its vast internal space, capable of greatly enhancing the results of his cultivation. One day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days inside the reincarnation stone, which gave a huge advantage to those who knew how to use this space correctly. Now his body was at the 3rd heavenly layer of tempering, and he was only 7 steps away from the spirit realm. The day of the dynasty competition was approaching, and it was clear that this time he intended to rise above everyone else without exception. The next morning, the peace was disturbed by the sudden intrusion of Chu Yang, who rudely demanded that Chu Xingyun come out immediately, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The main character calmly inquired about the reason for such a sudden appearance, showing neither haste nor irritation. It turned out that the whole city was already discussing yesterday's events in the Shui family. In Chu Yang's eyes, Xingyun was an insignificant person who dared to marry Shui Liuxiang, and therefore he demanded that the family's golden seal of the patriarch be handed over to him. The next moment, a blow to the face followed. It was a slap for insulting Liu Xiang, and it was delivered without the slightest hesitation. Chu Yang was confused. He was at the 4th heavenly layer of body tempering, and could not understand how his opponent could attack him so suddenly. The second slap followed almost immediately, this time without explanation, as if to avoid wasting time on useless conversation. After that, Xingyun made it clear that Chu Yang could leave without testing his patience any further. However, Chu Yang, humiliated and enraged, decided that such behavior was tantamount to seeking death. He summoned his fighting spirit, a lone-horned mad cow, intending to crush his opponent and show him the difference in strength. Xingyun instantly picked up Liu Xiang in his arms and dodged the attack with her, moving with ease and confidence, which only reinforced Chu Yang's belief that he was facing the same man without fighting spirit. He continued to believe that the golden seal should be handed over immediately, but at that very moment, the main character himself went on the attack. The blow was so powerful that Chu Yang flew backward and crashed into his own servants, causing confusion among them. A sword appeared in Xingyun's hand, seemingly out of nowhere, cold and dangerous. Then he threw the weapon right at Chu Yang's feet, and at that moment, the thought flashed through Chu Yang's mind for the first time that the person in front of him might not be the Chu Xingyun he knew before. Chu Yang struggled to his feet, overcome with rage and humiliation. In his eyes, Xingyun was a despicable man who hid his true abilities and acted underhandedly. He was sure that at the family meeting in 3 days, this upstart would be crushed by the power of the entire clan. However, as soon as Xingyun made it clear that they had no business here, the whole group instantly lost their former confidence and rushed away without looking back. Liu Xiang, who had been standing nearby the whole time, felt guilty and decided that what had happened was a consequence of her existence. But Xingyun made it clear that the reason lay elsewhere. The Chu family had been watched for too long because of the patriarch's golden seal, and what was happening was inevitable. The meeting in 3 days' time only confirmed this. He gently embraced the girl, instilling calm and confidence in her, showing her that what was happening had long been taken into account and was developing according to a pre-planned plan. Nevertheless, one circumstance still turned out to be unexpected. Even Chu Yang managed to condense a second-class fighting spirit. This meant that further delay was unacceptable, and it was time to work on his own fighting spirit. Before Xingyun appeared his current spirit, a first-class fighting spirit, a broken iron sword. This image looked pitiful. Even the cheapest iron swords sold by blacksmiths seemed far more dignified than his current fighting spirit. Fortunately, he had the nameless volume, a rare inheritance that allowed him to absorb other people's fighting spirits. Fighting spirits were born in people's bodies when they came into contact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and every cultivator was able to rotate and develop them. Despite the existence of many varieties, all battle spirits obeyed a strict hierarchy of 9 classes. The first class was considered the weakest, while the 9th was the pinnacle. The higher the class, the faster the cultivation developed. At the same time, the class of a battle spirit was determined at birth and could not be increased through normal practice. It was for this reason that Shui Qianyue was considered the #1 genius in Qingfeng City. Her 4th class combat spirit gave her a significant advantage from the very beginning of her journey. At that moment, changes occurred in Xingyun's body. Spiritual energy began to circulate rapidly, marking a breakthrough. The nameless volume once again proved its uniqueness. Not only did it strengthen his fighting spirit, but it also helped Xingyun advance further in tempering his body, consolidating the level he had achieved. There were only 3 days left before the family meeting. Even taking into account the accelerated time inside the reincarnation stone, that meant only 15 days of training. With his current strength, it was impossible to oppose the 3 great elders of the Chu family. It became clear that it was necessary to move on to the next stage of the plan without wasting a moment. At the moment, he could barely use mid-level martial arts without risking exhaustion. Martial arts were divided into ranks: human, spirit, saint, heaven, and creation, each of which had lower, middle, and higher levels. The 9 waves of jade pulsation technique was only at the middle level of the spirit rank and was already beginning to limit his growth. The 9 waves of jade pulsation consisted of exactly 9 consecutive movements. With sufficient mastery, all 9 palms gradually merged into a single whole, essentially approaching the martial art of the highest spirit rank. The rebirth deprived him of the cultivation he had accumulated over thousands of years, and he did not expect that reworking such a low-level martial art would be so laborious. However, step by step, he still managed to bring the technique to completion. Xingyun knew that the main martial art practiced by the Shui family formerly belonged to the same class as the 9-wave jade ripples, but in terms of depth, structure, and potential, it was significantly inferior to his own technique. The plan was simple: sell the martial art at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, then purchase spiritual herbs and dramatically increase his strength. With these thoughts in mind, he headed for the huge pavilion, whose massive building towered over the surrounding area and radiated an atmosphere of wealth and power. At the entrance, he was greeted by a young female servant who politely welcomed the guest and inquired about the purpose of his visit, carefully assessing his appearance. The young man calmly informed her that he possessed first-class martial arts skills and intended to offer them for sale, so he required a personal meeting with the lord of the pavilion. Hearing this, the girl did not ask any unnecessary questions and invited him to the VIP lounge, asking him to wait a moment while she immediately notified the lord of the pavilion. While the attendant hurriedly delivered the message, one of the guests noted to himself that today had indeed been a lucky day. He had only just arrived at the pavilion and had already witnessed the appearance of a man wishing to sell martial arts, which immediately attracted the attention of those around him. The girl reported to the lord of the pavilion that there was a guest in the waiting room with an offer to sell martial arts. At that moment, Shin Yun clearly felt a hidden spiritual perception directed at him. His cultivation was being tested without warning. The check quickly revealed the level of his body's tempering to be at the third heavenly layer. From the outside, he looked too ordinary to take his words seriously, as if someone had decided to bring an unsuitable person here for a joke. However, whatever the doubts, this was still the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a place where they were not accustomed to judging by appearances alone. Despite the awkwardness of the moment, the lord of the pavilion soon asked the guest to wait a moment. Such a delay did not seem very polite, and the pavilion's host hastened to express his regret, counting on the visitor's generosity. The man was invited to sit down and enjoy some tea. At the same time, the aura emanating from him felt deep and restrained, without the slightest hint of falsehood, as if he were deliberately hiding his true level of perfection. The lord of the pavilion already knew that this guest had a martial art intended for auction, and therefore wanted first of all to understand what class it belonged to and whether something truly valuable could be expected. Shin Yun calmly handed over the martial art, indicating that it belonged to the middle level of the spirit rank, without adding unnecessary explanations or trying to embellish its value. The lord of the pavilion carefully studied the contents, and only then was he finally convinced that he was indeed looking at a mid-level spirit martial art. Based on his own assessment, he concluded that the starting price could not be less than 200,000 silver coins, after which he looked at Shin Yun with interest. The news spread through the pavilion with astonishing speed. No one expected the 100 Treasures Pavilion to hold an auction of mid-level martial arts, and many hurriedly left the hall to immediately notify their families and patriarchs. The representatives of the Ouyang family were particularly excited. They had long been looking for an opportunity to obtain such martial arts, and understood that they could not allow other clans to get ahead of them. Without wasting any time, they hurried to prepare a sufficient amount of silver and report to the young master. Shin Yun watched the proceedings from the sidelines and understood deep down that with his current strength, he was only capable of creating a middle-class martial art. Attempting to force himself to rise above that could lead to a serious backlash and severe internal injuries. Soon, silence fell over the hall. The auctioneer asked everyone to be quiet, announcing that the 100 Treasures Pavilion was officially starting the auction, and the first lot was ready to be presented. The auction welcomed all the guests. Despite Yun Er's absence, she was the one who had been given the right to conduct today's auction, which in itself spoke to her status and the pavilion's trust in her. With a slight smile, the girl asked those present to welcome her, then gestured that it was time to focus on the main event. She reminded everyone that mid-level martial arts techniques were extremely rare treasures, and everyone in the hall understood how difficult it was to obtain such techniques. This time, the auction featured a jade ripple of 9 overlapping waves. The starting bid was 200,000 silver coins, and only one person would be able to take this martial art home with them. One of the attendees was the first to raise the price to 230,000, soon followed by another who offered 250,000 silver coins. Then, a young master from the hall calmly raised the bid to 300,000, instantly attracting the attention of those around him. Many recognized him as the young master of the Yin Martial Arts House from Yunmeng. People preferred not to compete directly with such a person, because he had the backing of 5 major martial arts houses. At that moment, Shui Chenyue confidently entered the hall, and, without hesitation, offered 400,000 silver coins. Recognizing her, those present immediately realized that the #1 genius of Qingfeng City had appeared at the auction. Xinyun immediately noticed her appearance, and a cold clarity flashed in his eyes. He understood perfectly well that from this moment on, the auction had entered a completely different phase. She apologized modestly to her older brother Yin for her hastiness, explaining that this martial art was of paramount importance to the Shui family, and expressed her hope that he would not object to her participation in the auction. The young master just laughed and waved his hand. He said that since Chen Yue was personally interested in this martial art, no one in the hall would dare to continue competing, so as not to spoil relations. Thus, the jade ripple of 9 overlapping waves of the middle spiritual class was finally sold to the Shui family for 400,000 silver coins. Deep down, he was still dissatisfied. If it weren't for the existing alliance with the Shui family, he would have pushed the price down without hesitation and not given an inch. Observing their coordinated interaction, Xinyun was finally convinced that there was indeed a close connection between the Shui family and the Yunmeng house. The owner of the pavilion immediately invited Shui Chongxian to come closer and introduced him to the gentleman who owned the 9-wave jade ripple. He noted that the main martial art of the Shui family also belonged to the middle class of spirit, but in terms of depth and sophistication, it was noticeably inferior to the jade ripples. It was obvious that it was necessary to build good relations with such a person. Shui Chunxian politely introduced himself and expressed his desire to know the name of such an outstanding gentleman. Xinyun did not hesitate to call himself Wei Qian, at the same time reminding him that the jade ripples of 9 overlapping waves already belonged to the Shui family. He was given a bag with 40 spiritual stones, each worth 10,000 silver coins. He calmly declined the offer to count them. At that moment, Shui Qianyu approached him and gently asked him to stay for a moment. She introduced herself and admitted that when she saw him, she couldn't help but feel sincere admiration. The girl invited him to visit the Shui family as an honored guest and waited with interest for his answer. Xinyun knew perfectly well who Shui Qianyue was, and this was reflected in his calm gaze. The girl clearly did not expect the gentleman to be aware of her identity. It was difficult to find anyone in Qingfeng City who did not know her name. Her refusal of an arranged marriage, sharp temper, domineering nature, and unwillingness to compromise had made her widely known. However, no one could have imagined that the jade ripple of 9 overlapping waves would end up in the hands of a person of such low birth. For many, it seemed like a real disgrace. After these words, an oppressive silence hung in the hall, and the eyes of those present involuntarily turned to Wei Qian, waiting for his reaction. The people in the hall were even amused to watch what was happening. Finally, someone dared to speak openly about the Shui family without mincing words. For so many years, they had tried with all their might to rise above, but in the end, they achieved the opposite effect. Experts from ancient times were known for their strange personalities and their own rules. The owner of the pavilion expressed his hope that brother Chunxiang would not take what had happened too seriously. He still had to visit the master, so they decided to part ways. The old man calmly replied that it was just a difference of opinion, and he would not take what had happened to heart. Besides, it was already late, and there was no point in staying any longer. The Shui family left the pavilion amid whispers and open exclamations that they had truly disgraced themselves today. For many spectators, this was an unexpected but pleasant sight. Shui Chunxian himself did not derive the slightest pleasure from this outcome. On the contrary, what had happened left a heavy feeling. His thoughts kept returning to the mysterious master who had so easily stirred up the entire auction hall. Qianyu struggled to contain her irritation. She did not understand since when her family had to endure such humiliation. The girl insisted that this man should pay for the disgrace he had caused, but her father gestured for her to speak more quietly. Examining the martial art he had acquired, he suddenly noticed a detail that made him wary. The ink on the scroll had not yet dried completely. The thought immediately flashed through Qian Yue's mind that the middle-class martial art had been rewritten very recently. To create a copy of martial arts of this level, the master must be at least at the earthly level of cultivation. Even if this person was connected to the Yunmeng family, he was still a high-ranking master with whom the Shui family could not afford to have an open conflict. Meanwhile, the owner of the pavilion returned to the master and politely apologized for keeping him waiting. He asked if the elder had any other requests. At that moment, the main character removed his disguise, and the manager immediately recognized Chu Xingyun. The young man himself did not expect that Manager Qin would be able to recognize him so quickly. The Chu family was once one of the largest in Qingfen City, but even so, it was hard to believe that after the fall and decline of Chu Xingyun, he would be able to create a mid-level martial art. Their legacy was clearly not enough for that. The manager asked if the young master had any additional requests. Xin Yun indicated that he needed 30 pills to strengthen his body and 10 spiritual nourishment pills. For the 100 Treasures Pavilion, such a request was not difficult. The manager immediately ordered the necessary pills to be prepared. The total cost was 100,000 silver coins, but in gratitude for the martial arts auctioned off, the owner of the pavilion gave a 10% discount. Xin Yun expressed his gratitude. However, when he carefully examined the items handed to him, a flicker of doubt appeared in his eyes. Manager Qin immediately noticed his reaction and asked if the young master had any difficulties. He immediately noticed that the quality of these pills left much to be desired. The energy inside them was unstable, and the distribution of power was uneven, as if the composition had been prepared in a hurry. The man coldly warned the young master to be more careful with such statements. The main character, in turn, wondered if the reason why telling the truth was forbidden here was because the pills themselves were indeed of very poor quality. The manager reminded him again that words should be chosen carefully, but at that moment, a young lady's voice rang out, ordering Qin Shanyu to bring the insolent young man to her. Before leaving, the man once again advised this reckless guest to watch his words, because next time, no one might be able to protect him. The young man simply indicated that he understood. Soon, a high-quality artifact appeared before his eyes, immediately revealing the status of the mistress of this place. Even without deep analysis, it was clear that this was no ordinary item. Next, the lady herself appeared, a woman with cold beauty and a confident bearing. It was obvious that she possessed the techniques of charm and suppression. Ordinary people would hardly be able to maintain their composure under her gaze. Finally, she saw the one who dared to declare the low quality of her body-tempering pills. Xin Yun pointed out without hesitation that their effectiveness barely reached 40%. This aroused her genuine interest. She became curious about the basis for such conclusions. At the same time, it was clear that if he could not back up his words with convincing arguments, he would not be allowed to leave the pavilion alive. Xin Shan tried to smooth things over by reminding her that Yu Yan was a second-rank pill master and that such a boy did not deserve her attention. He was about to order the insolent guest to be thrown out, but the woman instantly stopped him, making it clear that she did not need such interference. Qin Shan hastily apologized. Deep down, he was sure that this insolent man had painted himself into a corner by daring to argue with the second-rank master. Xin Yun began by acknowledging Qin Shan's merits, but immediately pointed out that the mid-level body-tempering pills created here were no match for what they should actually be. To those around him, it seemed like empty boasting, and many were already waiting for words to finally give way to action. He explained that although the first-level body-tempering pill did indeed require 3 spiritual branches, they had to be soaked in water before grinding to remove hidden impurities. If this was not done, the final product would inevitably be of the same low quality as the pills presented here. Yu Yan had never heard of such a stage in the processing of ingredients, and this immediately hurt her professional pride. However, this did not rule out the possibility of an error in the recipe. To verify the truth or falsehood of the young man's words, she allowed him to explain the process in full, asking him to prepare a brush and ink. The condition was simple. She would strictly follow every step in the recipe without any changes. Yu Yan agreed to personally prepare the pill using the proposed method. If the result confirmed the young man's words, she would forget about today's incident. But if he was wrong, the consequences for him would be much more serious than simple expulsion. If this recipe succeeded in increasing the effectiveness of the body-tempering pills to at least 60%, the 100 Treasures Pavilion would truly enter a golden age. With such quality, demand would skyrocket instantly, and the pavilion's influence would spread far beyond the city limits. And judging by the calm tone and confident manner of this young man, he did not seem like someone who would make empty promises. Xin Yun asked the lady to wait a moment. The woman wondered skeptically if he had begun to hesitate at the last moment, but the young man made it clear that he was only talking about a standard recipe for an ordinary pill, not something that could cause doubt. She needed time to refine the pill correctly. Therefore, Xin Yun inquired about the possibility of using a cauldron to make pills in order to demonstrate his own method. This proposal slightly surprised Yu Yan. Not only did he dare to criticize her work, but now he was also going to personally take on the improvement. She immediately set the conditions. He would pay market price for the spiritual herbs, and the use of one of the 4 cauldrons, high-quality artifacts, would cost him 1,000 silver coins. The man in front of her only had the physical strength of the 3rd heavenly layer, but he showed rare confidence. If this confidence was really backed up by ability, then such a person could not be ignored. He was worth considering, and perhaps cooperating with. In the end, she agreed. The young man was allowed to use the herbs as he saw fit, and Yu Yan herself decided to watch the process closely, wanting to see with her own eyes what he was capable of. From the very beginning, her attention was drawn to the strange proportions of the herbs. The method of preliminary cleaning and preparation of the ingredients was completely unfamiliar to her. Even with her level of skill as a second-rank pill master, she could not immediately understand the logic behind these actions. Despite this, she decided not to interfere. Regardless of her doubts, the experiment was worth seeing through to the end. The art of pill making requires concentration and precision. Forming a pill in one cycle is a complex process that depends not only on the amount of spiritual energy, but also on the strength of the soul, control, and understanding of the essence of the ingredients. The fact that a young man with the physique of the 3rd heavenly layer dared to work with a cauldron and talk about improving pills seemed downright audacious. To most, it would seem reckless. However, there was no fuss in his movements. Each action was performed confidently, as if he had repeated this process countless times and knew exactly what result he was aiming for. Morning came. The night passed unnoticed, filled with the subtle aroma of herbs and fluctuations of spiritual energy. Qin Zhen woke up to unusual sounds and first made sure that the lady was all right. Xin Yun made it clear that there was nothing to worry about. It was just the usual cleansing of the body-tempering pill. The expression on his face made it clear that he was satisfied with the result and saw nothing unexpected in it. Yu Yan suggested conducting a check. As soon as the pill was examined, Qin Shan sensed a rich and pure healing aroma that far exceeded the usual level. Xin Wu noted that the impurities had been almost completely removed. The pill's effectiveness was about 80%, which he considered an acceptable result. This attitude irritated Yu Yan. She had managed to create only 8 pills in one night, and this was the best of them. Hearing that such a result was considered merely passable was a serious blow to her pride. Qin Shan hastened to smooth things over, trying to calm the lady and remind her that such assessments could only come from someone with a different level of understanding. He also noted that the potential of these pills had not yet been fully revealed, and that it was indeed impossible to call them perfect. It was at this moment that Yu Yan realized that the pills she had created had not made the desired impression on the young man, and therefore her interest in his own result only increased. After that, she carefully looked into the jar containing the resulting substance. Qin Shan couldn't help but think that perhaps it would be better if this guy didn't touch alchemy at all. At first glance, the contents looked extremely dubious, and the smell was so pungent that it resembled a spoiled potion. It seemed to him that the young man had simply decided to tease Lady Yu Yan and show off, without having any real skills to back him up. However, despite the disgusting smell, the liquid emitted a strikingly dense spiritual energy. Even with her knowledge as a second-rank pillmaster, Yu Yan could not fully grasp its true structure and purpose. It was a first-rank liquid known as the Spirit of Raging Fire. Its effect could be recognized almost immediately after application to the skin. But what was more important was that the quality of this medicine was close to absolute, practically 100%. Its effectiveness exceeded that of her own body-tempering pills by almost 3 times. However, final conclusions could only be made after practical application. Xinchen tried to stop her. The effect of the liquid was unknown, and the consequences could be unpredictable. But Yu Yan resolutely dismissed his doubts. As a second-rank master, she could clearly see that there were no impurities in the substance. As soon as the liquid touched her skin, a sharp burning sensation ran through her arm, reminiscent of a flame bite. Xinwen made it clear that it was not worth interfering, and that such a reaction was a natural part of the process. Xinchen still couldn't hide his anxiety, and mentally promised himself that if there was the slightest danger, he would not let it go unpunished. The liquid began to take effect. The fiery energy burned away internal impurities while strengthening the body. The process was unpleasant, but not beyond tolerable limits. Xinyun inquired about her condition, observing the changes in her aura. In his estimation, if a person was unable to endure such mild pain, they should not even think about serious cultivation or combat practice. Hearing this, Yu Yan changed noticeably. She straightened up and made it clear that such sensations were not a problem for her. Now, there was no doubt left. The effectiveness of this medicine was truly shocking. That was why she was interested in the possibility of acquiring the formula for creating the Spirit of Raging Fire for the treasure pavilion. Xinyun saw nothing wrong with this. If Lady Yu Yan herself was interested, then a business partnership seemed entirely appropriate. He set the price for the formula at 40 spirit stones. Qin Chan was frankly annoyed by this amount. 40 spirit stones meant 400,000 silver coins, a price that not everyone could afford. However, Yu Yan did not object and suggested moving straight on to discussing the terms of the deal. In addition to the promised spirit stones, he was given a spatial ring. Although its volume was limited, the value of such an artifact reached 5 spirit stones. This was presented as a sign of goodwill and the beginning of long-term cooperation. Xinyan accepted the gift without hesitation and, in turn, passed on the complete method for increasing the effectiveness of the medicine, including the method for completely removing impurities. With this knowledge, Yu Yan would be able to bring the effectiveness of the body-tempering pills to 100% in just a few days. If everything turned out exactly as he described, she would have a real chance to make a breakthrough and become a third-rank pill master. In that case, he noted in advance that he could congratulate the lady on a possible promotion in the future. However, it was clearly stated that this method was his personal achievement and the result of his own research, and therefore, it could not be transferred without compensation. Such knowledge could not be disseminated uncontrollably. Yu Yan, carefully observing his behavior, came to the conclusion that the young master was not one to act impulsively. Therefore, she asked if he had any specific conditions, requests, or wishes that could form the basis for further cooperation. Xin Wen reminded her that they had already had a successful deal that proved to be mutually beneficial. At this stage, spiritual stones were no longer his primary goal. As the lord of the Chu clan, he intended to build a deeper relationship with the 100 Treasures Pavilion and obtain official permission to collect resources from Fengxing Mountain. Fengxing Mountain was known as one of the most dangerous, but also one of the richest places in the area. Rare wild spiritual herbs grew there in abundance, but the entire area was shrouded in a thick layer of poisonous gas that could destroy an unprepared person in a matter of moments. Even for experienced alchemists and cultivators, simply approaching the mountain was considered a serious risk, let alone gathering resources there. Any mistake could lead to poisoning or death. Nevertheless, he had at his disposal a complete and detailed map of the Fengxing Mountain area, which marked both deadly dangerous zones and rare safe routes that allowed one to penetrate deep into the mountain without risking one's life. The value of such a map was obvious. If the 5 great houses had learned of its existence, they would have immediately tried to obtain it by any means necessary. That is why the logical question arose as to why Chu Xinyun had decided to reveal such a trump card so openly. However, he viewed it solely as a business proposal based on mutual benefit. Therefore, it was important for him to understand how Yu Yan would evaluate it. For the treasure pavilion, such an agreement promised enormous profits and strategic advantages. Nevertheless, she was wary of why such a valuable resource was being offered to them specifically and at this particular moment. At first, she thought the young man was straightforward and even naive. However, as the conversation progressed, it became clear that his actions were calculated and far-sighted, not befitting his age. Xin Yun clearly understood that an alliance with the 100 Treasures Pavilion would be a powerful shield for the Chu clan. In that case, no one in the city would dare to look down on his family anymore. In addition, the leak of information about the map, purification methods, and rare herbs could cause a chain of conflicts. The weak Chu clan would not be able to hold the mountain and its secrets on its own. These arguments were quite compelling. At that moment, Yu Yan finally understood the true purpose of the proposal. The young man sought not only access to resources, but also protection from the pavilion. It was decided that in 2 days, he would contact the manager Chin to arrange for the shipment and start cooperation. As for the map and the agreements reached, the pavilion undertakes to maintain confidentiality and comply with the terms of the agreement. After finishing the conversation, he left the pavilion. Yu Yan remained in thought for a while, wondering when this young representative of the Chu family had managed to become such a dangerous and promising partner. Xin Shan, on the other hand, saw enormous potential in this. With the map of the safe zones of Fengxing Mountain, the pavilion would be able to open a specialized market for rare spiritual herbs in the city, thereby significantly increasing its influence. However, he considered it premature to draw any final conclusions. Such a map was priceless. Even with a verbal agreement in place, there was still a chance that the young master would change the terms or refuse to cooperate altogether. In addition, there were fears that he might have hidden motives. It could not be ruled out that he was using the pavilion as a temporary cover. In this regard, Qin Shan suggested immediately sending people after the young man to clarify a number of details and finally clarify his intentions. Yu Yan considered this reasonable. If the pavilion really got the map of the mountain, the young man's value might go down, but they had to be careful not to raise suspicion and attract unwanted attention from other forces. Recognizing these arguments as valid, it was decided to immediately send people to carry out the plan. Of course, he intended to use them without the slightest hesitation. This piece of land known as Fengxing Mountain was not particularly valuable to him in itself. In his eyes, it was merely a tool, a temporary resource that could be used for larger goals. There were only 2 days left before the Chu clan meeting, and every minute was crucial. If he wanted to change the balance of power, he had to increase his own power as quickly as possible. Otherwise, any confrontation would turn into a disaster for him. He did not give the people following him a single chance to get close. When they came out of hiding, it became clear that the distance was already too great, and the chase was pointless. Realizing this, they had no choice but to retreat and report the failure to the Qin administrator as quickly as possible. When he returned home, he saw that Lu Xiang had already prepared a simple meal. However, he made it clear that he would not be staying at the table and told them to start without him. The girl was genuinely surprised by his behavior. He did not even look tired or hungry, which seemed strange after such a busy day. Xin Yun was being polite, realizing that he was causing her inconvenience. Despite this, she still felt hurt inside. Not only had she put a lot of effort into preparing the meal, but she had also put her heart into it, and the realization that he was leaving without even touching her caused her irritation. Xiao Hu watched the scene from the sidelines and couldn't help but notice the depth and purity of this affection. However, he thought it wise not to interfere, realizing that it was more important for the young master to focus on his own affairs at the moment. At that moment, they finally arrived at their destination. The woman accompanying him looked at the remote estate with bewilderment, not understanding how this place could be connected to recent events. The martial arts that had appeared at the auction clearly belonged to the Chu family. This meant that they still had hidden resources and stashes that not everyone knew about. Gradually, rumors came to her mind. This was the very family that had been almost completely destroyed many years ago. Formally, the clan no longer existed, but the very fact that someone was still here spoke to the unpredictability of fate. In her mind, this day was already marked as the last for the Chu family. She was sure that after today's events, not even a shadow of this name would remain. Finally, their goal was before them. The young master was indeed here, and the wait was coming to an end. A thought flashed through his mind to arrange a personal meeting with Chu Xingyun before it was all over. Curiosity mingled with a thirst for domination. The girl standing next to him was clearly uncomfortable, complaining of disgust at the sight of blood. Her companion, on the contrary, treated the upcoming event with cold calm, as if it were something ordinary. All she could do was watch from the sidelines as the young master prepared to demonstrate his understanding of murder and power, leaving his opponent no chance whatsoever. He burst into the courtyard without hesitation, making it clear that their meeting was only a matter of time and that the past had already caught up with the present. Xin Yun, in turn, had expected this turn of events. The opportunity to sell mid-level martial arts clearly indicated that the Chu family might have other relics in their possession. If he had handed them over voluntarily, there was a chance he could have saved his life. However, such leniency was not part of the visitor's plans. He preferred to take what he wanted by force if his opponent could not protect it. At that moment, he sensed Xin Yun's cultivation level, the initial stage of body tempering of the fourth heavenly layer. In his eyes, it seemed pathetic, and he was confident that he could easily suppress such an opponent by demonstrating his third-level fighting spirit, a strange and repulsive image. Despite his years of experience, Xin Yun encountered someone for the first time who used such a perverted and absurd fighting spirit that its very existence caused not only disgust, but also wariness. Only a few in this world were destined to see such a technique with their own eyes, and even fewer were destined to experience a clash with it. Its very nature was designed for destruction, not for demonstration. For an enemy, such a death would be considered the highest honor, for to fall before such power meant acknowledging one's own insignificance in the face of true mastery. Xin Yun instinctively shifted to the side, trying to avoid direct contact with the attack, feeling the dangerous energy cutting through the air next to his body. However, he understood perfectly well that relying solely on evasion was impossible. Any mistake, any hesitation, and the next blow would be fatal. He had no intention of showing mercy. He made it clear that he was going to deprive his opponent of the very source of his his twisted power, destroying his fighting spirit at its root. The young master from the Yunmeng house was shocked. The destruction of the third-level fighting spirit happened too easily, almost instantly, as if his weapon had been nothing more than a fragile illusion from the start. At that moment, it became clear that he was not facing someone who could be considered weak. The Yin family had once almost wiped the Chu clan off the face of the earth, and now, Xin Yun intended to shed the heir's blood to demonstrate that the past had not been forgotten and that the debt would be collected. This realization caused panic. The young master lost his composure. His confidence crumbled, and he saw escape as his only way out. However, Xin Yun had no intention of letting him go. There was no hesitation in his movements, only cold determination to see what he had started through to the end. At that moment, the girl who had been following the young master intervened. Obeying the order to protect him at all costs, she rushed forward, but her attack was too straightforward and easy to read. Xin Yun easily dodged, already moving into a counterattack, completely controlling the distance and pace of the fight. His weapon was aimed precisely at the target, and the opponent desperately tried to defend himself, having neither a plan nor dignity. At the critical moment, he used the girl as a human shield, covering himself with her body, completely exposing his cowardice. Even that couldn't save him. The blow still hit its target, inflicting devastating damage from which it was impossible to recover. The sight of what had happened filled Xin Yun with cold fury. Allowing another to take a deadly blow for the sake of his own salvation was an act worthy only of contempt. After the clash ended, he immediately focused on cultivation. This man's interference had slowed his progress, and now he had to make up for lost time. On the path of true development, it was impossible to separate cultivation, techniques, and martial arts. They were all part of a single whole. At this point, he was already practicing the nameless development technique, and it was time to supplement it with combat forms. Only the synchronous development of these areas allowed for breakthroughs in the shortest possible time. The technique he chose, the art of wind, thunder, and lightning, belonged to the high spiritual level and consisted of only 3 movements, but each of them carried destructive power. When perfected, this technique could rival even the martial arts of the holy class, inferior to them only in name, but not in effectiveness. The art consisted of 3 stages: fierce wind, flashing lightning, and the fury of wind and thunder. At the current stage, Xin Yun could only confidently practice the first movement, laying the foundation for future advancement. And then, after some time, the breakthrough finally came. 10 days of grueling, almost inhuman development finally paid off, and the accumulated energy broke through the limits that had seemed insurmountable just a short time ago. The morning greeted Xin Yun with calm. Liu Xiang was already waiting for him, slightly embarrassed and uncertain, checking whether the outfit she had chosen for today was appropriate. His reaction was warm and confident. There was nothing superfluous about her appearance. At that moment, another person approached them and reported that everything was ready. This meant only one thing: the time had come, and there could be no more delays. The Chu family clan meeting was about to begin. Soon, the whole group set off for the meeting place, where the fate of the clan would be decided. Their appearance caused quite a stir. Many did not hide their contempt. A young man walking to an ancient shrine, accompanied by the very girl they considered a disgrace, seemed to them a mockery of tradition. Xin Yun's companions felt uncomfortable under the stares and whispers, but he himself remained calm, not allowing the words of strangers to shake his inner balance. Before entering the sanctuary, he asked his companions to stay outside, letting them know that he would not be long. Inside, 3 figures were already waiting for him: the first, second, and third elders, sitting in silent tension. The first elder immediately made it clear that his patience had run out and that he did not need further discussion. The issue concerned only the immediate transfer of the patriarch's golden seal. In response, Xin Yun recalled the past of the Chu family, the times when it was the most powerful in the city of Xifeng, and how this prosperity had been made possible by his father's far-sighted decisions. Although he had disappeared 10 years ago, there was still no reliable information about his death. This meant that the day of his return was still possible, and then the faces of many of those present here could be distorted with shame. Moreover, the clan rules clearly stated that the patriarch's golden seal was hereditary. Even in the event of his father's death, his son remained the sole legal owner. The first elder acknowledged the former patriarch's past merits, but immediately pointed out the flip side. It was his actions that had made the Chu family enemies on all sides, leading to their current decline. He emphasized that if Xin Yun's father had not left the clan, it might not have ended up in such a pitiful state. Doubts about the son's right to inherit the seal were expressed openly, without any attempt to soften the wording. At that moment, it was announced that Chu Pingtian was nominating himself as a candidate for the position of the new patriarch. Almost without hesitation, those present agreed, believing that such a choice was justified for the future of the clan. Xin Yun's reaction was unexpected. Instead of indignation, he merely smiled, as if he had seen exactly what he had expected. He asked only one question concerning the claimant's true intentions. Chu Pingtian, with smug confidence, allowed him to continue, seeing no threat in it. Xin Yun pointed to the current state of the Chu family and asked a direct but uncomfortable question. Could the new patriarch really lead it to revival? The elder replied that his primary task would be to accumulate wealth, because without finances, it would be impossible to restore the family's former power. He confidently stated that thanks to the city's advantageous location in a mountain valley, it would not be difficult to collect 1,000 silver coins a year. These words caused excitement among the clan members. The prospect of a stable income inspired hope, and some even began to make plans for restoration and treatment. Despite this, doubt still lingered in the air. People had heard grandiose promises too often, which eventually crumbled to dust, so even the confident words of the first elder could not completely dispel their wariness. And it was at this moment that Xinyun stunned those present. He made it clear that if the future patriarch's limit was only 1,000 silver coins a year, then such a level of ambition was clearly insufficient for the revival of the family, which meant that he himself was much more suited to the role. The first elder burst out laughing, perceiving what was happening as a ridiculous joke. In his eyes, the young man had neither the authority, nor the support, nor the sufficient weight to even participate in such a conversation. Many members of the clan joined in the laughter. The idea that an impoverished heir dared to claim the position of patriarch seemed absurd and unworthy of serious discussion. However, the main character was not bothered by this ridicule. Maintaining a calm smile, he slowly took out a small bag and opened it in front of everyone. Inside were spirit stones, and there were far more than a few. This sight instantly caused confusion. No one expected to see such wealth in his hands. When it became clear that the stones were real, and that there were nearly 80 of them, the hall fell silent. That number meant almost 800,000 silver coins, an amount that most of those present did not even dare to dream of. Doubt quickly gave way to shock. After that, Xinyun calmly asked the first elder a question, suggesting that he himself determine who, in such a situation, was truly capable of rising to the top and leading the clan forward. At that moment, he was interrupted by a young expert, whose appearance was clearly not accidental. It was Chu Hai, the recognized number one in the Chu family, on whom great hopes were pinned. He sharply pointed out Xinyun's excessive self-confidence. The hero did not immediately understand what his interlocutor was getting at, and then it became clear that he was emphasizing not wealth, but fighting spirit. In his eyes, Xinyun remained nothing more than a first-level fighter, unworthy of a high position. Hearing this, Xinyun came to an obvious conclusion. As long as a person is not considered trash, he has the right to claim the position of patriarch. Receiving silent confirmation, he asked the next logical question. How could he prove the opposite? Chu Hai's answer was extremely simple and straightforward. Only victory in combat could serve as proof. The young expert was absolutely confident in his superiority. The 6th level of heavenly body tempering and 3rd-class fighting spirit made him a figure that almost no one in the clan dared to compete with. For him, the outcome of such a challenge was obvious. To the surprise of everyone present, Xinyun remained calm and showed no sign of hesitation. Moreover, he made it clear that he was going to propose exactly that. Such words caused a new wave of disbelief. Challenging the number one genius meant signing your own death warrant. In the eyes of those around him, Xinyun looked either insane or tired of life. However, Chu Hai saw in this only audacity and ignorance, for which, in his opinion, blood would be paid. Both opponents remained outwardly calm, but their thoughts were focused solely on the upcoming confrontation, the outcome of which would determine too much. A considerable amount of time had passed, and in the distance, Liu Xiang was beginning to worry, fearing for the safety of her brother Yun, but deep down, she believed that he would not let her down and would be able to withstand whatever this meeting had in store for him. Chu Hai possessed a body tempered to the 6th heavenly level, and in the eyes of those around him, his opponent didn't stand a chance. A 3rd-class fighting spirit was considered impressive even among young experts, while Xin Yun only had a 1st-class spirit, a level that usually drew ridicule. Even the hellish spirit of a demon wolf looked far more terrifying. When the fight began, the air seemed to thicken. All conversation ceased, and the eyes of those present were fixed on the arena, where the fate of the young man was being decided. A sword appeared in Xin Yun's hands, and at that moment, he took the blow, blocking his opponent's attack. Metal clanged, and the force of the collision rolled through his hands. Chu Hai froze in surprise for a moment. He did not expect this guy to be able to react at all, let alone take a blow to the forehead. However, his confidence quickly returned. In his mind, 3 moves were more than enough to end this farce and humiliate his insolent opponent. Xin Yun took a step forward and swung his sword, as if cutting through the space in front of him. The movement looked simple, but it had a hidden power and precision. The demonic wolf lunged forward, and Xin Yun barely managed to put up a defense, meeting the claws with his blade. Even so, the force of the attack was too great. He was thrown back, and bloody wounds appeared on his body. The claws had still managed to scratch his flesh. Chu Hai mockingly asked how he was feeling, reminding him that the wounds from the demon wolf's claws were not only painful, but also destroyed the body from within. Xin Yun was well aware of the difference in cultivation levels. Chu Hai's spiritual energy was dense and stable, and a protracted battle only worked against him. He realized that this duel had to be ended quickly and decisively. Chu Hai coldly advised him to stop pretending to be strong, reminding him that his opponent still had a chance to kneel and beg for forgiveness. In response, Xin Yun only smiled. This calm smile finally enraged Chu Hai, and he activated the fierce wind technique. He declared that refusing mercy was a direct path to death and vowed to tear his opponent apart with the claws of a demonic wolf. In the next moment, a fierce wind rose. The air currents howled, raising dust and debris, and the demonic image of the wolf became even more distinct and ominous. Many of those present involuntarily clenched their fists, worrying about the young master, unable to take their eyes off the raging elements. However, contrary to expectations, it was clear from the expression on Xin Yun's face that he was not panicking at all. On the contrary, his gaze remained cold and focused. With a single movement, he broke through the whirlwind and delivered a decisive blow that combined speed, accuracy, and power. Chu Hai collapsed to his knees, unable to comprehend what had happened. He, the strongest in the Chu family, had lost, and this contradicted everything he believed in. Xin Yuan calmly announced that the fight was over and the outcome was clear. His voice was even, without mockery, as if he were stating an obvious fact. A dead silence hung in the hall. No one knew how to react to what they had seen. What was happening seemed impossible. Xiao Hu was the first to break the silence, shouting loudly that this was exactly what should be expected from a young master who had mastered divine movements in just a few days and won with a single breath. These words caused a real shock. Those present could not believe that such techniques could be learned in such a short time. In their eyes, Xin Yun was no longer an ordinary person. Chu Hai desperately refused to accept reality. He couldn't understand how someone like Xin Yun had managed to defeat him. There was clearly something going on that was beyond his comprehension. Xin Yun even felt it necessary to give him some advice. From now on, Chu Hai should show respect to the patriarch. However, in the eyes of the defeated man, this sounded like a mockery of his honor. And at that very moment, an old man appeared, whose cold voice ordered everyone to stop what they were doing and disperse immediately. Judging by what this young man had just demonstrated, he truly had everything necessary to claim the position of patriarch. His strength, composure, and determination spoke for themselves, and even the most prejudiced views could not deny it. However, the past still lingered in people's memories. Since childhood, this young man had been considered the scum of the family, a person without talent or future. Therefore, no one understood how, in just a few days, he had managed to obtain such a large number of spirit stones and so rapidly increase his cultivation. Such changes could not be explained by ordinary means. The elders understood that if this young man really became the patriarch, his every action would represent the entire Chu family. Therefore, as the greatest elder of the clan, he considered it his duty to test Xin Yun before allowing him to go any further. The elder coldly demanded that the young man show all his belongings for a thorough inspection, intending to find out the source of his power and wealth. Xin Yun calmly replied that it seemed that this old man had some special feelings towards him, since such demands sounded so insistent. These words only reinforced their suspicions. Could it be that Chu Xinyun really felt guilty? Many recalled what they had thought from the beginning. This guy had something to hide, and now the truth was about to come out. Not wanting to delay any longer, the elder abruptly ordered the guards to seize this monster and immediately lock him in the dungeon. He intended to interrogate him personally, regardless of the methods used. The guards obeyed the order without hesitation. The elder's pressure was too great, and no one dared to object at such a moment. Xin Yun, without raising his voice, reminded them that the Chu family guards existed to protect the clan from external threats and to punish traitors. They were never created to deal with family members, let alone settle internal scores. These words sounded like thunder from a clear sky. The people around him were shocked and even began to fear this young man, not because of his brute strength, but because of his clear mind, confidence, and knowledge of clan laws. Chu Xinyun's plans were now completely exposed in the eyes of the elders. In their view, he was no longer a bold youngster. Now they were faced with a dangerous element who was trying to wriggle out of the situation with fine words and knowledge of clan rules. The first elder decided that he could not delay any longer. Any further discussion was pointless, and so he coldly announced that this deceiver would be executed right here and now, in front of the entire clan, as an example to the others. At that moment, the fighting spirit was summoned once more. The demonic wolf lunged forward with a growl, filling the hall with an oppressive, murderous aura. The man sharply ordered everyone to get up and retreat immediately, not wanting the weak to suffer the consequences of the battle. Almost simultaneously, the Chu family guards also pounced on the main character, trying to surround him on all sides. However, they posed no real threat to Xinyun. Their movements were too slow and predictable. The elder mentally acknowledged that he had been careless earlier, allowing this young man to get so far. But today, at this very moment, Chu Xinyun had to die. The young man himself calmly thought that his opponents would be deeply disappointed with the outcome. Everyone present instantly felt a terrifying wave of murderous intent. Even experienced cultivators paled. The old man shouted loudly, ordering Chu Xinyun to retreat immediately. But this idiot didn't even think of retreating at such a crucial moment. He didn't want to tarnish his title as number one in the Chu family and refused to acknowledge the danger. There was only one thought in his head. He wanted Chu Xinyun dead at any cost. And suddenly, the guy disappeared. It happened so quickly that no one even had time to follow his movement, leaving everyone around him frozen in shock. The next moment, Chu Hai was dead. His eyes remained wide open, as if he couldn't believe what had happened until the very end. How dare this little piece of trash kill him? The number one genius of the Chu family. Xin Yun calmly replied that the father and son had both raised their hands against him, so he had only done everything possible to protect his life. An icy spear slowly formed in his hands, radiating a piercing cold. The elder immediately ordered everyone to step back. He was going to take the life of this scum himself. Many in the crowd decided that this was the end. The first elder was too strong, and the young master seemed to have no chance of survival. People did not understand what to do now, and who could save him. The elder still considered Xin Yun to be trash. Therefore, he could not accept the idea that his own son had fallen at the hands of someone he despised. For him, It was the greatest shame. And at that moment, a piercing cry rang out in the sky. A red firebird descended rapidly from above, illuminating everything around it with a blazing light. The elder raised his head sharply, not understanding who had just intervened and dared to appear here at such a moment. People almost immediately noticed the appearance of Boss Chin from the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. It had only been a few days since their last meeting, so he sincerely hoped that everything was fine with the young Master Chu. As before, his appearance was accompanied by an overwhelming aura of confidence and authority. He stated directly that young Master Chu could turn to him at any time in the future if he found himself in trouble. Moreover, he was genuinely interested to see who was so reckless and insolent as to raise a hand against a partner of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The first elder hastily tried to explain, saying that what was happening was exclusively an internal matter for the Chu family, and therefore, Mr. Chin should not interfere in clan affairs. However, looking at the body of his murdered son, he could no longer contain his rage. It was unthinkable for him to allow the murderer to stand there freely, as if nothing had happened. Chin Chan coldly asked who this old man thought he was. Since when did he dare to interrupt him and tell him what to do? His voice was calm, but there was a hidden threat in it. Then he stated bluntly that if anyone dared to injure or attempt to harm the young Master Chu, the Thousand Treasures Pavilion would make the guilty parties pay 100-fold, regardless of their status or background. Under this pressure, the first elder had to back down. He clearly understood that continuing the conflict would lead to disastrous consequences for the entire Chu family. Qin Han realized that his intervention had been harsh, so he changed his tone and expressed his regret, asking the Chu family not to hold a grudge against him for what had happened. Xin Yun calmly replied that this man was only defending justice. That being the case, the ancestors of the Chu family should not only not reproach him, but should also be grateful to him for preventing even greater bloodshed. After that, he briefly said to bring what had been prepared: 30 bottles of body-tempering pills, 30 bottles of spiritual nourishment pills, and 30 bottles of fire-dispelling liquid were displayed in front of everyone. All of them had been purified personally by Miss Yu Yan, and their effects had been brought to near perfection. Qin Shan expressed his hope that the Chu family would accept this gift. Those present understood perfectly well how valuable these resources were. For the impoverished Chu clan, it was a treasure that could change their fate. Since Mr. Qin had made such a decision, no one dared to refuse such a generous gift. Even the elders were forced to acknowledge its significance. As the Chu family clan meeting was still ongoing, Qin Shan felt it would be awkward to stay any longer. He expressed his hope that the young Master Chu would find time in the coming days to discuss the details of further cooperation, after which he politely took his leave. From the outside, it might have seemed like a coincidence. However, it was clear that Xin Yun, having invited Qin Shan 2 days ago, had already anticipated such a turn of events and prepared a way out of what seemed like a hopeless situation in advance. By doing so, he made Mr. Qin indebted to him. And yet, Xin Yun stopped him at the last moment. He couldn't leave without expressing his gratitude for the fairness and timely support shown to him. It was a small but sincere gesture of appreciation that only strengthened their future alliance. The scroll he handed over turned out to be a formula for a second-level heart purification pill. Even for the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, such a recipe was of considerable value, so those around them felt that such a gift seemed overly generous for a simple gesture of gratitude. However, from Xin Yun's point of view, they were already business partners, and one formula was not decisive in the context of future cooperation. Qin Shan, fully aware of the value of what he had received, expressed his sincere gratitude and finally became convinced that this young master was far more dangerous and far-sighted than he seemed at first glance. A low murmur rose in the hall. People whispered, exchanged glances, and reassessed what was happening. Today's events completely overturned their perception of the Chu family's position and of Xin Yun himself. The 3 elders had already left the hall, so Xin Yun calmly scanned the remaining attendees. He was interested in only one thing. Was there anyone else who wished to challenge his right to the patriarch's golden seal, or who doubted his position as head of the family? The answer was obvious. No one dared to object. The clan rules clearly stated that the golden seal was hereditary, and forcible seizure was considered a serious crime. After everything they had seen that day, even the most skeptical chose to remain silent. Soon, words of support and blessing rang out in the hall. For many, this was an unexpected stroke of luck. The Chu family had gained a patriarch who possessed not only strength, but also connections, resources, and a cool head. In such a situation, no one would dare to speak out against it. Having established himself in the silence and attention of the hall, Chu Xinyun made it clear that he already had several proposals regarding the future of the family. These words caused tense anticipation among those present, because now, everyone understood that from this moment on, the fate of the Chu clan was entering a completely new era. Those present respectfully asked the main character to continue. He calmly announced that he did not intend to treat any of them badly, and did not intend to begin his reign with senseless reprisals. Today, he had officially assumed the position of patriarch of the Chu family, which meant that a new era and a new path were beginning for the entire clan. However, his tone soon became noticeably stricter. Xin Yun openly declared that Chu Hai had been killed by his hand, which meant direct blood feud with Chu Pingtian. Moreover, he clearly saw the discontent of the other elders, who did not like the fact that the position of patriarch had fallen into his hands. That is why he announced his decision without hesitation. From now on, these 3 elders would be expelled from the Chu family. As long as they were alive, their names would not be entered into the clan's family register, and if death overtook them far away, they would not be honored with burial in the ancestral hall. These words caused a great shock and heavy silence among those present. Shin Yun continued, making it clear that he was not forcing anyone to blindly obey. He only hoped that everyone here would make a conscious and wise choice between the future of the Chu family and the 3 elders who had long put their personal ambitions above the fate of the clan. Xiao Hu was genuinely pleased to hear this. He enthusiastically noted that the young master had shown true determination and strength today. Chu Hai was accustomed to mocking the weak and solving everything with brute force, so his end was inevitable. The main character's wife also quietly supported him, considering his actions to be fair and worthy. Xin Yun glanced at the prepared resources and noted that these pills could accelerate cultivation and stabilize fighting spirit more quickly. In front of him were several bottles of body-tempering pills, each of which was quite valuable. However, after thinking for a moment, he decided that he would need less than it seemed. Therefore, he gave most of the pills to Xiao Hu. At first, Xiao Hu thought he had misheard, but when he realized what had been said, he was truly shocked. Receiving such resources from the patriarch himself was an honor that could not be refused. Then, Xin Yun announced that he intended to entrust him with an important task in the coming days. During the battle with Chu Hai, he had realized something important about his own path of development, so he planned to secretly withdraw for a while for deep self-improvement. A few days ago, a partnership had been formed with the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The protagonist intended to use this alliance to develop the market for rare and special spiritual herbs, which was crucial for the future of the Chu family and its economic rise. In this regard, Xin Yun gave Xiao Hu full authority to deal with all matters related to supplies, negotiations, and resource allocation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hu could not believe his ears. From now on, all these matters would indeed be in his hands, and no one would have the right to give him orders or interfere with his decisions. Moreover, Xin Yun noted that Xiao Hu could take a few of his most trusted people with him and begin to train them in secret. These people would become the foundation of a force capable of opposing Chu Pingtian and his supporters in the future. Xiao Hu replied without hesitation that the young master could rely on him completely. At that moment, Liu Xiang quietly asked what role she would play in all this. Xin Yun initially thought it would be best for her to focus on her own practice and recovery. However, he saw her sincere desire to be useful and not stand on the sidelines. In the end, he gently pointed out that the very fact that Liu Xiang was on his side was the greatest support and encouragement for him, far more valuable than any external forces. Overall, the meeting with the family went almost as he had expected. Due to their fear of Qin Shan and the influence of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, many members of the clan would gradually turn away from Chu Pingtian and side with the new patriarch. But even that was not enough. Xin Yun clearly understood that in the end, personal strength was the deciding factor, and without its growth, no alliances could guarantee safety. During the battle with Chu Hai, he used an unnamed technique, absorbing the fighting spirit of the demon wolf and preventing it from dissipating after its master's death. Therefore, Chu Hai's death was not in vain. At least, his fighting spirit became fuel for strengthening Xin Yun's spiritual sword and fortifying his own foundation. However, the young man noticed that the wolf's spirit continued to resist. This was strange, because Chu Hai had fallen at his hands, which meant that the spirit should have submitted without a fight. Then, Xin Yun decided to use direct suppression. Under the influence of his will and nameless technique, the spirit of the demonic wolf began to gradually dissipate, losing its aggression and resistance, turning into pure spiritual energy, ready to be absorbed. In his past life, the first battle spirit he absorbed was only second level. Xin Yun still clearly remembered that feeling, a violent surge of excess energy that almost got out of control. That was why he was now unsure if he could absorb a third-level battle spirit in one go without consequences. His fears were quickly confirmed. As expected of a third-level fighting spirit, the assimilation process was much more difficult. The transformation had only just begun, but the fighting spirit's sword had already acquired the special attribute of a demon wolf, affecting the flow of energy and placing a heavy burden on the body. The third day of practice came to an end. The 10th cycle of the Qi circulation was complete, and only then did the tension inside his body finally subside. At that moment, Xin Yun realized that the process was complete. It had really worked. The spirit of the demon wolf, in addition to its outstanding speed, had the ability to hide its own presence. These two rare and extremely useful attributes were successfully assimilated by his Sword of Fighting Spirit. They blended perfectly with the technique of the Sword of Thunder and Wind, as if they had been created specifically for it. At that moment, he clearly realized that the heavens were indeed smiling upon him. Soon, Xiao Hu approached him. Xin Yun immediately noticed the changes and realized that he had managed to materialize his fighting spirit. After all, nothing could be hidden from the young master's gaze, especially things like this. Looking closely, he was convinced that it was indeed a worthy third-level fighting spirit. It may not be outstanding, but it is stable and promising, exactly what is needed for further growth. Now, Xiao Hu would no longer be a burden. Realizing this, he was determined to try even harder and not let the young master down. After that, he remembered the book with a list of well-known spiritual herbs, which, on his orders, had to be carefully studied. This knowledge would soon play an important role. On the same day that the young master temporarily left the estate, the 100 Treasures Pavilion sent its people without wasting a minute. In full accordance with Xin Yun's instructions, Xiao Hu directed them to the outer area of Fengxing Mountain. Throughout the 3 days, the gathering of spiritual herbs did not stop for a moment. The work continued without interruption. The speed was impressive. If things continued like this, the outer area of the mountain would be completely cleared in about half a month. At the same time, as the main character had warned, Chu Pingtian and his entourage repeatedly tried to cause problems and interfere with the work. Remembering Xin Yun's words, Xiao Hu did not hesitate to contact Mr. Qin to slightly intimidate them. After that, the attempts at interference quickly came to nothing. It seemed that their desire to create problems had noticeably diminished. Xin Yun continued to rely on him in these matters. At the same time, he became curious about where Liu Xiang had gone. As it turned out, she was practicing diligently, but her progress was noticeably slower than expected. Her fighting spirit had not yet materialized. In 3 days, she still hadn't managed to manifest her fighting spirit, which was indeed quite slow. However, Xin Yun understood that he couldn't rush her. Instead, he decided not to interfere and give her time. He himself was going to go to the city of Xifeng. It was time to strike while the iron was hot and move on to the next stage of the plan, without giving the enemies the slightest respite. Meanwhile, Miss Yu Yan received a detailed report on the progress of the investigation into Chu Xinyun. The information had been carefully compiled and covered not only his current activities, but also the changes that had taken place in him recently. Perhaps in the past, this guy was considered trash, but after he married Shui Liu Xiang, his cultivation began to grow rapidly. Moreover, many members of the Chu family gradually began to unite around him, openly expressing their support and recognizing his authority. At the same time, Shui Liu Xiang's situation looked much bleaker. As the daughter of Shui Chongxiang and a girl who had come out of a brothel, she had no one to rely on. She had neither family nor influential patrons behind her. Yu Yan ordered the investigation to continue. If the key to the mystery could not be found in Chu Xinyun himself, then they should dig deeper and check his father's generation, including old connections and disappearances. She was also interested in how the harvesting of spiritual plants on Fengxing Mountain was progressing. According to the reports, everything was going more than smoothly. In just 3 days, several thousand spiritual plants had been collected. If they continued at this pace, profits would increase significantly in the near future. However, Yu Yan emphasized that it was not worth focusing too much on the harvest itself. It was much more important to secretly track all of Chu Xinyun's movements. Any unusual actions or suspicious steps should be reported to her immediately. Hearing this, Qin Shan couldn't help but ask about the reason for such caution. She reminded him of the fire spirit's dispersing elixir and the heart purification pill. She had been searching for these two formulas for a long time and had even developed her own technique for purifying pills, but neither of them could be found in ancient scrolls or records. The cost of such a formula could reach thousands of spirit stones, but Chu Xinyun gave it away without the slightest hesitation. This clearly indicated that his interests were not limited to money and ordinary profit. He clearly had other goals, and the extraction of spiritual plants was most likely just a cover for much larger plans. At that moment, they were informed that Chu Xinyun had personally arrived at the pavilion. He said that he intended to purchase a cauldron for making pills and was now waiting outside. Qin Shan immediately ordered that he be invited inside, that the best room be prepared, and that no outsiders be allowed in. However, Yu Yan stopped him, calmly but confidently. She stated that if Xin Yun was brought directly to the treasure house, she would have the opportunity to personally observe his every move and draw her own conclusions. Meanwhile, the main character was already being led to the meeting place, with all due courtesy and caution. Xin Yun himself believed that he had kept Miss Yu Yan waiting and thus shown disrespect. However, in her eyes, the young master was an important guest of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Waiting for such a person meant nothing at all. Moreover, she did not expect Chu Xinyun to decide to personally purchase a cauldron for purifying medicines, which only increased her interest in him. She also casually mentioned that Fengxing Mountain had long been home to many treasures. Xin Yun took these words calmly, thinking that it must be a joke. After all, he had only just begun to master the pill knife, and he needed the cauldron only for the most basic operations. However, the phrase still caught his attention. The thought of treasures involuntarily popped into his head, and he wondered if there was any truth to these rumors. In response, she immediately smoothed over the conversation, making it clear that it was just a light joke and that the young master should not attach any importance to it. After that, she suggested going inside to choose a suitable cauldron and, with polite courtesy, led him to the treasury, where the air was filled with a faint but persistent spiritual background. She explained that all valuable artifacts were divided into strict categories: deadly, precious, state, and royal. Each of these categories, in turn, was subdivided into lower, middle, and higher ranks, forming a total of 12 levels. There were also legends that only imperial artifacts and divine weapons were higher than royal artifacts. However, such things were only accessible to the emperor's closest circle or beings on the level of great gods. She wondered which category the young Master Chu would choose. Considering that he had only just begun his journey in alchemy, it would be wisest to choose the precious category. A higher level artifact could be too difficult to handle and even dangerous. The Tao of the purifying pill she used herself was an example of a progressive approach. When she first formed the Tau core, it turned out that her tool belonged to the highest rank of mortal artifacts, which was already considered a very valuable achievement. There were only 2 or 3 artifacts of the precious category in the entire city, and pill cauldrons of this level were extremely rare. She had only 2 such cauldrons at her disposal. One she used personally, and the second was now right in front of Xin Yun. It was a black spirit cauldron. It had the ability to generate qi water during the pill purification process and evenly saturate spiritual herbs with moisture. For a precious artifact, such properties were considered extremely valuable. Xin Yun inquired about the price of this black spirit cauldron. The cost was exactly 100 spirit stones, an amount that in itself spoke to the rarity of the item. For any other buyer, the price would have been significantly higher. However, given the status of the young Master Chu and their recent collaboration, she was willing to offer more favorable terms. Xin Yun only had 20 spirit stones on him. Therefore, he cautiously inquired whether it was possible to purchase on credit. After receiving his share from the sale of spiritual herbs, he promised to pay the balance immediately. She found this offer quite reasonable and even trustworthy. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a green jade stone used to tune and stabilize weapons. Usually, such stones were no larger than a thumb, but this one was significantly larger than the standard. Xin Yun immediately understood how valuable it was. Realizing this, she was willing to give up the stone for only 3 spirit stones, effectively making a symbolic offer. Of course, he did not refuse such a generous offer. Xin Yun only asked to include the cost of the green jade in the total credit, finalizing the deal. He briefly mentioned their partnership and expressed his hope that the 100 Jewels Pavilion would continue to support him in the future. The deal was mutually beneficial, which meant it was only the beginning. With these words, he said goodbye and walked away without pausing for a moment. At that moment, a man approached Yu Yan and remarked with a smile that, despite the passing years, her beauty had not only not faded, but had become even more attractive and dangerous, like a sharpened blade. She gave the stranger a cold look, making it clear that she had no time for idle chatter. If he had business, he should seek out the manager, Qin Shanya, and not distract her. The man immediately introduced himself as Shui Chongxian. He hastily added that, if Miss Yu Yan was busy, he would leave immediately and not bother her. Hearing his name, she immediately understood who was standing before her, the patriarch of the Shui family, the father of Shui Qianyue. His position was well known, as was the influence he once wielded in the city. Shui Chongxian was honored that Yu Yan knew his daughter. However, in response, he heard a cold and extremely clear statement. From today onwards, all relations between the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the Shui family were completely severed. These words caused a real whisper among those around them. People looked at each other, not believing what they had heard. Some tried to ask Shui Qianyue if she knew the reason, but the girl remained silent. Yu Yan simply said calmly that she simply did not like working with the Shui family. Xin Shan, upon hearing this, could not hide his surprise. Such a decision was too abrupt and clearly thought out in advance. This woman was much more perceptive than she seemed at first glance. She quickly realized that Xin Yun didn't really need the spiritual plants. His true goal was hidden elsewhere, not far from Dragon Peak, on the deserted and barren Peak. That was where the sealed cave was located, where a spirit realm expert once lived. In his past life, Xin Yun had discovered it by accident. Such places always became a point of choice, either a breakthrough into a new realm or eternal stagnation. Now he needed the sword left deep in the cave. Without it, further progress would be much more difficult. However, his current power was still insufficient to break the ancient seal, and if Yu Yan wanted to investigate his actions, he would allow her to know exactly as much as he deemed necessary. Everything that was happening was still under his control. Every step, every encounter was part of a carefully thought out plan. That same night, he was abruptly awakened by a dull rumbling coming from outside, as if something heavy had fallen nearby. The smell of the poisonous spiritual pearl was clearly noticeable in the air. If even one representative of the 5 poisons had been nearby, he would certainly have tried to take possession of it, regardless of the consequences. This sensation suddenly stirred long-forgotten images in his memory. He remembered people from his past life, those he once considered close. The name Xiaoxing Tian came to mind particularly clearly. It was this man who had taken his life without hesitation, acting coldly and ruthlessly. Now, having been given a second chance, he had no intention of forgetting this. If fate had given him a new life, then retribution would inevitably catch up with this scoundrel. The forest outside the city of Chu was quiet and gloomy, as if specially created for dark schemes and hidden murders. Chu Xinyun had long been in partnership with the 100 Treasures Pavilion, which was why Qin Shan had appeared here at this time. In fact, he was only using the situation to suit his own interests. His plan was to spread rumors that Chu Xinyun intended to embezzle the money earned from harvesting spiritual plants. However, he did not expect that all the profits would be transferred to the clan treasury without exception. What annoyed him most was the fact that they had been expelled from the Chu family because of this man. Now they were left without support, without status, and without a future. Hatred and a desire to teach this scoundrel a cruel lesson grew in the hearts of each of them. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. That is why the idea of killing Chu Xinyun seemed so tempting. But at the same time, they understood that if they returned empty-handed, the 100 Treasures Pavilion would not spare them. However, the The situation could be interpreted differently. For the pavilion, all this was just a business deal based on profit. Chu Xinyun was just a partner to them, and there should be no personal feelings involved. If they eliminated him, they could take control of the Chu family, take a step back in the extraction of spiritual plants, and offer the pavilion even more favorable terms. His downfall would bring them direct profit. The problem was that no one had seen this bastard for several days. Therefore, they were forced to use every opportunity and act cautiously. Besides, it was hard to believe that a piece of trash at the level of the four heavens body tempering could escape an experienced killer. The purified poisonous solution was deadly. It killed quickly and silently, leaving no blood or traces of a struggle. 3 needles meant 3 chances to kill. The main thing was not to reveal themselves. Anyone they hit would die without a chance of survival. He had already stepped outside when he suddenly noticed Liu Xiang sitting there. Hearing his voice, she was genuinely happy to see him, as if a weight had finally been lifted from her heart. The guy apologized for making her worry and wait so long. Liu Xiang confessed that she was troubled by her own powerlessness. Every time she cultivated, cold qi appeared in her body, dispersing her spiritual energy. Because of this, she was unable to materialize her fighting spirit. He carefully examined her condition, but found no cold qi in her body. Perhaps the source of the problem lay in the fighting spirit itself. If his qi manifested itself in such an unusual way, then its level could be far from low. The problem was the weakness of the body. There was no need to worry. With training, everything would definitely return to normal. At that moment, Xiao Hu ran up to them, also unable to hide his joy at seeing the young master. A little more, and he would have rushed to him without waiting for permission. A couple of days ago, there had been a collapse in the Chu family's mine, and a few hundred meters from the main passage, the workers accidentally discovered spiritual fire ore. At first glance, it looked like a rare stroke of luck, but there were some very strange signs accompanying the discovery. Xin Yun immediately asked if there were any fatalities or serious injuries. It turned out that there were only a few minor injuries. Hearing this, he was even more surprised. With such luck, the excavation should have begun immediately, and there was no reason to wait for his decision. The reason quickly became clear. It was impossible to approach the site of the discovery. Thick fog inside the cave was destroying people's spiritual energy. Xin Yun asked an unexpected question. Could anyone smell a sweetish odor there? Xiao Hu was genuinely amazed, not understanding how the young master could know such a detail. However, Xin Yun had already made his conclusions and suggested going to the site immediately to inspect everything personally. Before setting out, he ordered guards to be posted and strictly forbade anyone from taking even a step inside the cave without his permission. The inspection confirmed his guess. It was the fruit of the fiery heart, and there was no longer any doubt. Xinun gave Xiao Hu a heart purification pill and told him to take it immediately. This pill stabilizes spiritual energy and provides temporary immunity to the destructive effects of the mist. As they advanced inward, the space became wider and wider until they reached the central part of the cave, where a strange tree came into view. Even without knowing what kind of plant it was, one could sense the danger. The very fact that such a tree existed in this place was extremely unusual and alarming. Xiao Hu couldn't take it anymore and asked for an explanation. Xin Yun pointed to the source of the problem. It was a flaming heart tree. It only grows in places with extreme temperatures, where ordinary creatures simply cannot survive. And it is this tree that creates the fog. The mist surrounding the tree destroys the spiritual energy of cultivators and, in extreme cases, can lead to death, literally tearing the body apart from within. Xiao Hu suggested that after the mist dissipated, it would be possible to obtain fire spirit stones. But Xin Yun explained that the mist would only disappear after the fruit had fully ripened. One fruit of the fiery heart is worth at least 3 spiritual plants of the highest quality. If a cultivator in the body tempering stage eats it, they will be able to break through to the next level directly, bypassing the usual limitations. Such an effect seemed truly incredible. For a moment, the thought even arose as to what would happen if all the fruits were consumed at once. But unfortunately, such an enhancement only works once. In addition, these fruits take at least 10 years to fully ripen. If picked earlier, they will be useless. 10 years is too long, especially in a world where every day can bring disaster. It became clear that all information about this place must be kept secret at all costs. If other families learned of the existence of the flaming heart tree, a bloody struggle would begin, and the Chu family would not be able to survive. However, the main question remained, how to keep this secret for a whole decade. And then, he saw the young master calmly take out the light purple tree grass. Xiao Hu immediately became alert, because he did not understand why this particular plant was being used in such a place. The fruit of the flaming heart belongs to Yang and the fire element, while the herb from the light purple tree carries Yin and belongs to the wood element. Yin and Yang, when in harmony, create balance, and wood, fueling fire, accelerates its growth without allowing the flames to get out of control. Xiao Hu couldn't help but ask, when the young master had mastered such spells. Xin Yun calmly explained that it was simply the application of the laws of the 5 paths of Yin and Yang. To put it simply, this method can artificially accelerate the ripening of the flame heart fruit. With the right balance, the fruit will ripen in just a month, and the fog will dissipate and stop poisoning the cave. And indeed, the fog had already begun to thin noticeably. This news seemed incredibly joyful. Even Xiao Hu, who had seen many strange things, could not hide his excitement. However, Xin Yun quickly dampened his enthusiasm. making it clear that now was not the time to get carried away. They needed to leave this place immediately, before the situation got completely out of control. Such composure was to be expected from the young master. At that moment, a sharp, disgusting smell filled the cave. Almost immediately, they noticed wounded people emerging from a side passage. Only 2 were still alive. Xiao Hu saw the poisonous spots on their faces and instantly realized that they were facing a poisonous yang. Moreover, this old man was familiar to them, which made the situation even more dangerous. The old man casually remarked that since they were just young people, he could spare them and let them go. However, Xin Yun immediately stopped him. He pointed out that this place belonged to the Chu family and therefore did not understand why an outsider would presume to dispose of other people's lives here. The old man didn't care. He was only interested in the flaming heart fruit. Everything else, whether people or rules, was of no importance to him. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed without hesitation. Xiao Hu realized that the poisonous yang knew about the fruit long before they did. This meant that the secret had already begun to leak out, and it would be extremely difficult to keep this place hidden. Now, a lot of things became clearer. The next moment, Xin Yun rushed forward himself. The old man smiled, deciding that this reckless brat was simply seeking death. He was ready to grant that wish. Xiao Hu tensed involuntarily. The enemy's power had reached the level of a spirit connecting the 9 heavens, and he was a truly dangerous foe. Poisonous Yang did not expect the young man to survive even one of his moves. He even counted on an easy and boring victory. But after a moment, he realized that despite the effects of the illusory poisonous smoke, Xin Yun not only remained alive, but also retained his clarity of movement, which was the first warning sign for the old man. Xin Yun found it almost funny to watch the old man try to defeat him, relying solely on illusory poisonous smoke. This smoke is indeed dangerous, but only if it enters the bloodstream and mixes with spiritual energy. As long as the body is sealed and the circulation of qi is stopped, such poison is completely useless. However, for the poisonous Yang, the very fact that his methods had been ridiculed was a grave insult. In his eyes, the young man had already signed his own death warrant. The old man quickly changed tactics, using spirit decay powder, a poison capable of spreading throughout the body through the cultivator's spiritual energy, destroying channels and organs from within. But the truth was simple and cruel. It was even easier to fight such a poison. All one had to do was not use spiritual energy at all. Without qi nourishment, the poison lost most of its lethality. Xin Yun had once heard that the poisonous martial arts of the poisonous Yang were said to be unmatched even in the Middle Kingdom, but now he could see clearly that these were just exaggerated rumors. If the old man had really used the dark blood poison, he might have had a tiny chance of killing him. The old man did not expect the child in front of him to be so dangerous and perceptive. Every move and choice he made seemed to be thought out to the smallest detail. Realizing that continuing the fight could end in his death, the poisonous Yang decided to retreat. Xiao Hu was amazed. He did not expect such a cruel opponent to choose to flee. He couldn't help but ask the young master how long he had been so strong. But Xiao Hu failed to notice the main thing. From the very beginning to the end, poisonous Yang never dared to use his spiritual energy. Xin Yun prevailed only because he unerringly caught this weakness and ruthlessly exploited it. A faint but ominous smell emanated from the old man's body, one that only appears in those who have been poisoned by dark blood. Any ordinary cultivator would have died instantly. Apparently, he had once swallowed this poison to increase his strength, but now he was forced to use all his resources just to stay on the brink of life and death. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Xiao Hu was still worried that the old man might harbor resentment and return after recovering, but Xin Yun was calm. That day would never come for the poisonous Yang. The dark blood poison was too toxic. With his level of cultivation, it was impossible to remove it. In 3 days, the poison would destroy his vital organs, and the old man would die. The only chance of survival was to do something extremely radical. Xiao Hu cautiously asked if the young master knew a way to neutralize the poison. Xin Yun only replied that he should forget about it. Right now, it was more important to save these people and completely neutralize the effects of the illusory poisonous smoke. The subordinate sincerely thanked the patriarch. He also ordered them to keep what had happened a strict secret. Not a single word was to leave the Chu family. Xiao Hu couldn't hide his shock. This guy instantly understood that the old man had been poisoned, and judging by his words, he really might know how to cure it. Poisonous Yang had studied poisons for decades and was helpless. While the young man saw right through everything, it seemed frighteningly strange. Xin Yun announced that they needed to leave this place for a short while. He had to receive some special guests. He tried to reassure Liu Xiang, assuring her that as soon as everything was over, he would definitely return for her. Then, he ordered that she be left under Xiao Hu's protection, adding that they would have to leave that very night. Meanwhile, the others were beside themselves with rage. Chu Xinyun and his men had found deposits of fiery spirit stones. If control of this mine fell into their hands, the profits would be incomparably greater than they were now, and this gave rise to dangerous envy. Any delay could lead to serious problems. He was sure that now it was necessary to throw all forces into the extraction of stones in order to facilitate further steps. As soon as the work yielded results, the fire spirit stones would come under the control of the second brother, and then the situation would become much more stable. Now, even the slightest carelessness could not be allowed. When Chu Xinyun returned, he almost immediately moved Xiao Hu and Shui Liuxiang to another location, leaving the house alone. Such behavior seemed too suspicious to be considered accidental, so they did not rush to conclusions. Over time, their suspicions only grew stronger. Everything pointed to the fact that he was hiding something and deliberately misleading everyone. The only question was what exactly he had in mind. 2 days later, their patience finally ran out. This brat seemed to be idling away his days doing nothing, while they were going crazy with tension. It seemed to them that after Chu Hai's death, the older brother was simply afraid of Shin Yun. They came to the conclusion that it was better to act first. Their excessive caution only gave the boy time. In addition, the thirst for revenge for the young Master Hei boiled in people's hearts and demanded an outlet. The thought that a simple boy was the reason why the old men were hiding in this dilapidated house, causing fear and humiliation, was unbearable to them. Compared to them, cultivators at the level of the three heavens imprisoned spirit, this boy seemed insignificant. Killing him seemed as easy as slaughtering a chicken and taking its eggs. They decided to act that very night. No one could have imagined that the 5 poisons of the sacred imperial scripture would help him at such a critical moment. In the distant past, one of the 10 warrior emperors traveled with him. This man possessed the rare poisonous blood of a chameleon and practiced forbidden martial arts. It was dangerous, but he asked the main character dozens of times to evaluate this book, knowing that others were simply incapable of understanding its true value. It was precisely because he had studied this book that Shin Yun gained a deep knowledge of everything related to the poisons of the Celestial Empire. He did not expect that he would have the chance to apply this knowledge right now. It all looked like the intervention of fate itself. Now, all he had to do was wait. Any hasty move could ruin everything. In the silence of the night, the main character spoke first, asking if his guest was tired of hiding for so long. Was this really how the famous poisonous old Yang should behave? The old man, of course, understood why he had been discovered. He smiled, noting that this guy was asking questions he already knew the answers to, and that was what made him amusing. Poisonous Yang stated his goal directly. He wanted to obtain a method of dispelling the effects of dark blood poison. In exchange, he was willing to give away the fruits of the Flaming Heart, but this offer seemed absurd. The fruits of the Flaming Heart originally belonged to the Chu family. Why would the old man even offer them to their owner? So far, everything was going as Shin Yun had said, but in a few days, the poison would finally spread, and the old man would die. Then, these lands would inevitably come under the complete control of the main character. A beggar should look like a beggar, and he shouldn't have bargained with someone who had no future. Did this guy seriously expect them to beg him? As long as Old Man Yang was still capable of producing the poisonous mist, in a single night, the city of Chu could forget about the existence of at least one person. He could try to go down that path. After all, even if he poisoned someone in the end, it would only speed up the spread of the dark blood poison through his own body. Before the poison took someone else's life, he would die first. Old Man Yang coldly stated that if this guy helped him, he was willing to protect the Chu family for 3 years without asking any questions. But such a term seemed ridiculously short to Shin Yun. If the old man was willing to serve the Chu family for the rest of his life, then he might consider the offer. Hearing this, Yang flew into a rage. How could he, the poisonous Yang, a cultivator with a name and reputation, worship some petty Chu family for the rest of his life? Shin Yun calmly replied that he had already said everything he wanted to say. It would be better for the old man to use the time he had left before the poison reached his heart to prepare for his own funeral. He even added that Yang should be careful because he didn't want to say goodbye to him so soon. The old man had seen countless experts in his lifetime, but this was the first time he had met such a cold-blooded and arrogant young man. Suddenly, Yang sensed a murderous intent. It seemed that this guy was really ready to die. If he agreed to reveal the method of dispersing the poison, the old man was even willing to protect his miserable life. 2 experts in the field of soul collection appeared before him. Yang smiled inwardly. Chu Ping had clearly overestimated this boy. For opponents of this level, death would be quick and painless. However, Shin Yun himself couldn't believe that people with such mediocre abilities were going to kill him. One of them no longer wanted to listen to the conversation and gave a short order to kill him immediately. The blade sliced through the air, but Shin Yun dodged it as if he had anticipated the attack in advance and immediately threw a silver needle at the attacker. The second assassin rushed forward, trying to take advantage of the moment, but Shin Yun stopped his blade with his bare hands without a moment's hesitation. In the next moment, he threw the captured needle back, accurately and without error. The man still had time to smile, not understanding how a simple silver needle could harm him. But in an instant, his vision blurred, and his body stopped responding. Old Man Yang blinked just once, and 2 pools of blood lay before him. It all happened so quickly that his mind refused to accept it. Shin Yun calmly asked if the old man could repeat the words he had said earlier, but Yang remained silent. Then, Shin Yun waved his hand, allowing him to leave, since he did not wish to continue the conversation. Old Man Yang immediately swore that he would become an invited elder and servant of the Chu family for the rest of his life. He realized that this was no ordinary person, and that serving him was no disgrace. But Shin Yun replied that he had already changed his mind. Now, he wanted Yang to become his slave. The old man was horrified and said that this was impossible. How could a 9th grade martial spirit cultivator become a slave? But Shin Yun only coldly remarked that Yang had seen his abilities himself, and that was why he wanted to become an invited elder. Did the old man really think that he didn't understand anything and couldn't see true value? In the past, even if a yin-yang cultivator had knelt before him, and begged to be taken as a slave, he would not have even deigned to look at him. At that time, such scenes only aroused contempt and boredom in him. Old man Yang still did not understand who this young man really was. But one thing was crystal clear. In his current state, he would not be able to deal with him. Moreover, Xin Yun gave him only 3 seconds to think, and each of them felt like a heartbeat before a sentence. In the end, poisonous Yang made his choice. He slowly knelt down and acknowledged himself as a slave. Xin Yun calmly replied that in the future, he would understand how wise today's decision was. After that, he taught him how to dispel the poison of dark blood, as well as the complete art of poison. He ordered poisonous Yang to study them thoroughly and forget forever all the other inferior techniques he had used before. Just by looking at the scrolls, Yang immediately understood that he was looking at martial arts of the highest spiritual rank. If he mastered them to perfection, he would be able to break through and reach a spiritual level that he could only dream of before. Realizing this, the old man bowed his head without hesitation and thanked the master for such an incredible gift, which had effectively changed his entire future destiny. Meanwhile, they had been waiting for 4 nights. The second elder had not returned. People began to whisper, suspecting that something unexpected had happened, but they preferred not to say it out loud. At first, there was an oppressive silence, in which everyone could hear their own breathing. Then they began to discuss the spy's report. Everything was calm in the city of Chu, with no signs of escape. The second elder could not have disappeared just like that. Continuing to wait seemed pointless. They had enough people, so why not storm the city of Chu and capture Chu Xinyun by force? But suddenly, a sharp shout rang out, ordering everyone to shut up. They were told outright that the 2 were already dead, and that these idiots would only find their own deaths if they rushed into Chu City without a plan and understanding of the situation. Before leaving, they checked the city once more and made sure there were no hidden experts there. It was unclear how the second elder had been killed, but since they themselves were seeking death, no one would stop them. His cultivation was at the same level as the second brother's. If the latter had not returned, how could he himself survive? Their thoughts were confused. They couldn't just sit and wait for their demise. In the end, they decided to avenge the second elder, regain control of the Chu family, and focus on developing the deposits of flaming spirit stones, regardless of the losses. Several days passed. Xinwen suddenly attacked the poisonous Yang, but the old man managed to dodge, feeling the deadly intent pass him by. In the next moment, the main character swung his sword, and the space seemed to shudder. Poisonous Yang attempted to respond by employing a concussion technique, hoping to disrupt the rhythm of the attack, but even that wasn't enough. He was still defeated. The master's sword was like thunder and lightning, swift and relentless. Yang was unable to block it, and was forced to apologize. After all, a rule had already been established between them. He was obliged to suppress his cultivation to the level of a master. How could he break this condition again? The master's progress over the past half-month had been truly staggering. Even with the constant restriction on his own cultivation, his movements remained precise and overwhelming, making battles increasingly difficult for his opponents. With his current strength, the young master seemed practically invincible, even if he had to face a cultivator of the 8th heavenly layer of body tempering. His recent breakthrough to the 6th level only confirmed that the effect of the practice was much stronger than expected. Soon, Xiaohu and Liu Xiang approached them. The girl suggested taking a short break and eating some fruit, while Xiaohu noted that old man Yang was safely hidden and no one in the Chu family suspected his presence. Xinwen noticed Liu Xiang's condition and asked about her progress in cultivation. She admitted that she had not yet achieved any noticeable results, although after the treatment, her body was in perfect condition. Liu Xiang also made it clear that cultivation itself was not her main goal. It was much more important to simply be there and support the one she had chosen. When they entered the cave, the old man was frankly surprised. The poisonous mist that had previously filled the entire space had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. He then noticed that the fruits of the fiery heart had ripened, filling the cave with soft warmth and pure spiritual energy. Xin Wen explained that he had used a special method of accelerated growth, thanks to which the fruits had ripened ahead of schedule, and the mist had dissipated on its own. He then announced that everyone who served the Chu family faithfully would receive 1 fruit. Realizing the value of such a gift, the people were truly shocked. Xiaohu did not hide his admiration, acknowledging that the young master was truly worthy of his name, for the rewards he bestowed were truly generous and rare. At that moment, an alarmed subordinate ran up to them and reported that the situation had deteriorated sharply. It turned out that the cave was surrounded by a group of people with clearly hostile intentions, and Xin Yun immediately understood that these were not random visitors. Among the attackers was the first elder, and their goal was precisely the fruits of the fiery heart. It became clear that Chu Pingtian was still alive. Poisonous Yang expressed his willingness to deal with him personally if he received permission. Xin Yun told him to wait for the signal, while the enemies were already eagerly awaiting the appearance of the one they had come for. Finally, the young patriarch came out to them, and in the eyes of his enemies, it was a moment they considered the beginning of his end. Xin Yun calmly assessed the situation, making it clear that he did not consider the assembled group to be a real threat. A man stepped forward, openly expressing his contempt. He was a jungle master named Li Chongdao, known for his cruelty and bounty hunting. The first elder promised a generous reward in the form of flaming heart fruit for eliminating Xin Yun, and Chongdao showed obvious interest in choosing the method of execution. Thus, it became clear that these people had not come for negotiations. They had been promised a share, 20% of the fruit, in exchange for his life, and they had no intention of backing down. These people had no desire to miss out on such a generous reward. For 20% of the fruits of the flaming heart, it was worth risking everything, and in their eyes, the life of one young man was truly too precious to refuse. Chong Dao even allowed himself a sneer, saying that he would take care of a decent coffin, because it was not every day that he had the honor of killing the patriarch of an entire clan with his own hands. Xiao Hu seethed with anger as he looked at these people. Not long ago, some of them had sworn allegiance, and now they had switched sides to the enemy without hesitation. In his heart, he hoped for only one thing, that the master would not leave any of them alive. Xin Yun, however, remained completely calm. Since they so desperately wanted him dead, he would let them take the first step and choose their own fate with their own hands. Hearing this, the attackers burst out laughing. In their eyes, the young patriarch looked like a madman who had completely lost his sense of danger. They did not believe that he could remain so unperturbed in the face of death. In the next moment, the air grew cold. The elder stepped forward and, without further ado, released an icy beam concentrated with pure, deadly cold energy, which rushed straight toward the main character. Suddenly, panic broke out among the attackers. Several people grabbed their throats, gasped, and began to choke, blood gushing from their mouths. Their bodies trembled as if something inside was trying to break out, and in a moment, they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The elder instantly noticed the strangeness of what was happening and turned sharply, trying to understand the source of this gruesome death. And then, his gaze fell on the figure of the poisonous Yan. His heart sank. The appearance of this madman at this particular moment seemed too suspicious. The elder clearly sensed that he had not come with good intentions, and this caused him serious concern. There were many terrible rumors about poisonous Yan, so the elder wanted to understand why he had interfered in their affairs and whose side he was going to take. However, the old man did not even deign to look at him. He calmly walked past, headed straight for Xin Yun, and bowed his head, acknowledging his haste and willingness to accept any punishment. Xin Yun only discreetly indicated that it did not matter. The elder and Chong Dao tensed up at the same time. They were shocked that the cruel and unpredictable Yang was acting like a servant in front of this young man. Such a sight was beyond comprehension. Xin Yun calmly explained that he had previously spared Chu Ping Tan only because of his status as an elder, but the latter had failed to understand his mistake. Now, there was no point in keeping him alive. The elder tried to dismiss these words, considering what was happening to be a farce. In his eyes, Xin Yun looked like a ridiculous upstart who had overestimated himself. He was sure that it would all be over very quickly. Without wasting a second, the elder rushed forward with the clear intention to kill, putting all his strength into the attack. His movements were sharp and merciless, but the poisonous Yang stood in his way. With a single movement, he intercepted the attack and made it clear that such dreams were too naive. His gaze was filled with contempt. Right before everyone's eyes, Chu Ping Tang was destroyed. His body collapsed to the ground, showing no signs of life. The attempt to intervene ended in instant and brutal retribution. Chong Dao lunged forward, wanting to avenge his elder, but in the same second he was struck by the poisonous Yang, who coldly showed him how much he had overestimated his strength. Seeing the elders fall one after another, the people faltered. Fear overwhelmed them, and they hastily began to beg for mercy from the young patriarch, promising to renounce their former patrons and immediately leave the lands of Chu and Qifeng. Xin Yun coldly announced that since Chu Ping Tang was already dead, their lives would be spared. After that, they were ordered to disappear from his sight immediately. The men, not believing their own salvation, hastily thanked the young patriarch and scattered in panic, afraid to linger even for a moment. Poisonous Yang asked the master what to do with the rest. His gaze was cold, and it was clear that it would not be difficult for him to end everything right there. Chong Dao hastily changed his tone and addressed Xin Yun as the patriarch, claiming that everything that had happened was a misunderstanding and that the late Chu Ping Tang had misled them. He hastened to express his remorse, shifting all the blame onto the dead man. Xin Yun noted to himself that this man had a keen sense of the situation and knew how to take advantage of it at the right moment. Chong Dao continued to justify himself, assuring everyone that he could not deceive the young patriarch, and immediately began to revile Chu Ping Tan, calling him a cunning instigator. The others hastily supported these words, adding that he had allegedly been plotting to assassinate Xin Yun for a long time. None of this mattered to Xin Yun. Chu Ping Tang, whatever he was still a member of the Chu family, and the way Chong Dao spoke of him was not just frivolous. It was a direct display of disrespect for the clan and the patriarch himself. Xin Yun coldly remarked that if Patriarch Lin claimed he had been deceived, then it seemed he really needed help to get his thoughts in order. His gaze became dangerous, and a threat was clearly visible in it. Zhang Dao flared up with rage. He loudly declared that he was the patriarch of the Lin family and one of the most influential people in Qifeng City. He couldn't believe that some kid dared to talk to him in such a tone. Poisonous Yang lazily remarked that even the ruler of Qifeng should not behave so arrogantly if he valued his life. Chong Dao was no longer willing to tolerate this. His face contorted with rage. Spiritual energy exploded around his body, and he lunged forward, intending to tear Xin Yun apart on the spot. But Poisonous Yang was faster. His figure seemed to dissolve into the air, and in the next moment appeared in front of Chong Dao. One short, sharp blow, and Patriarch Lin flew backward, coughing up blood. Poisonous Yang coldly announced that this was not the end, and without giving his opponent time to recover, delivered a second blow. There was not a shred of mercy in it, only pure, refined cruelty. The old man shook his head in contempt. He was frankly displeased that a man of such status was so weak. He couldn't even withstand 2 attacks. Disappointment was evident in his every movement. Xin Yun approached, looking down at Chongdao. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. He asked if Patriarch Lin had learned his lesson. Chongdao hastily nodded, choking on words of gratitude and vows of obedience. Xin Yun remarked that next time, he should think about the consequences of his words and actions. The world has no patience for fools, especially self-confident ones. He expressed his hope that such a mistake would not be repeated, and then calmly ordered the poisonous Yan to finish him off. Chongdao fell to his knees in despair, begging and swearing allegiance. He promised that the Lin family would forever be allies of the Chu family, that he was willing to give up everything just to save his life. Xin Yun coldly asked if he really considered his 5th-rank fighting spirit to be something significant. This was followed by a repeat order to kill him immediately. Chongdao wept uncontrollably, begging for a little more time. He swore that the Lin family was ready to obey the Chu family unconditionally, that they would follow them into fire, into the abyss, into certain death. His voice trembled, his knees buckled, and the patriarch's pride had long been trampled by fear. Xin Yun slowly leaned toward him, his face very close. A thin, almost playful smile appeared on his lips, and he quietly said that all this was just a joke. He calmly added that if he really wanted to kill Chongdao, he would have been dead long ago and would not be wasting his time with his pathetic pleas. Hearing this, Chongdao could not take it anymore. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a sack. Poisonous Yang glanced at the others and coldly asked what the Bai, Hu, Chen, and Sang families thought about this. His voice was even, but it carried a threat that sent a chill down the spine. All 4 patriarchs fell to their knees, almost simultaneously, as if on command. They cried out in panic that they were ready to submit to the Chu family, that they recognized the authority of the young patriarch, and begged for their lives to be spared. They swore that they would work for the good of the Chu family, give resources, people, whatever was needed. Their faces were contorted with fear, and their voices trembled as they begged Xin Yun to show mercy. Xin Yun smiled. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He noted that since they wanted to serve the Chu family, they must recognize Chu Hu as their master and obey him as they would the patriarch himself. These words hit them like a blow to the head. These big shots, accustomed to commanding thousands of people, now had to bow down before Xiao Hu, a young man they had never even noticed before. Humiliation, contempt, and anger flared in their hearts, but fear was stronger. They didn't believe that Xin Yun was serious. Did this brat really want them to serve someone like Xiao Hu? Xin Yun narrowed his eyes coldly and asked if they really disagreed. At that moment, the venomous Yang stepped forward, his aura instantly pinning everyone to the ground. Xin Yun added that with their strength and desire to preserve their pathetic lives, they were asking too much if they thought they could bargain. Without another second of hesitation, all 4 bowed their heads to the ground and greeted their new master in unison. Their voices were full of submission, humiliation, and fear. At that moment, they finally realized that the era of the old clans was over, and now the Chu family ruled over them. Xiao Hu looked uncertainly at the young master, as if everything that was happening still seemed like a dream to him. So many great figures bowing before him did not inspire pride, but rather internal tension. Xin Yun noticed this and gestured to show that everything was under control, then explained that from today onwards, these people were under Xiao Hu's command, and all matters related to the Chu family would go through him. Xiao Hu took a deep breath, gathering his willpower. He clearly understood the meaning of the young master's words, and promised himself not to let him down under any circumstances, even if it meant going through fire and blood. Internal strife had been suppressed, external threats eliminated, and for the first time in a long time, a sense of relative peace reigned over the Chu family. The atmosphere of tension that had hung over the clan began to dissipate little by little. Under the leadership of the poisonous Yan and Xiao Hu Xinyun, he was confident that the Chu family would rise rapidly in the city of Xifeng. These two were like sharp blades, one dark and poisonous, the other straightforward and loyal. Therefore, he could calmly focus on his own development because too much time had been lost and much more serious enemies awaited ahead. The fruit of the fiery heart could only be used once, but even that was enough to lay a solid foundation for a future breakthrough. Such an opportunity could not be missed. 3 days later, Poisonous Yang ordered Xiao Hu to begin the offensive. A covert mopping up operation of the remaining hostile elements began, and every step was as precise as a predator tracking its prey. Liu Xiang was genuinely delighted to see the arrival of the main character. Her eyes lit up with warmth, as if all the anxiety of the last few days had instantly disappeared. She was happy to learn that he had taken a break, and immediately set about making tea, putting all her effort into it. At that moment, Xin Yun thought again about her fighting spirit. The fact that she couldn't materialize it raised serious suspicions. He had already encountered special cases in the development of spirits, so he decided to look into it carefully later. He turned to Xiao Hu and the poisonous Yan, informing them that he was leaving the city of Chu and going on a journey. At first, Xiao Hu thought he was referring to the city of Xifeng, but it quickly became clear that his goal was different: training and self-improvement, which could take a long time. During his absence, the defense of Chu City would fall entirely on their shoulders. In the event of any threat, they were not to show mercy and were obliged to act harshly and decisively, leaving their enemies no chance. Liu Xiang was upset to learn of his departure. She felt a void inside, as if something important was slipping through her fingers. She worried about how long he would be gone, and a shadow of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Xinwen made it clear that his absence would be long. He hoped that she would take care of the house and keep it in order while he was away. Liu Xiang replied that she would take care of it, even if her heart ached with longing. She wasn't going to complain, but the thought of separation still hurt her deeply. Xiao Hu noticed that he didn't even recognize the young master at first. His appearance had changed noticeably. His features had become different, his gaze deeper and colder. This was natural, because the trip had to remain a secret, which meant that a different appearance was needed, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Xinwen lightly touched Liu Xiang's cheek, letting her know that he was leaving, and only then did she realize how much he had changed. That touch was both a farewell and a promise. Xiao Hu and Liu Xiang watched him go, wishing him a safe journey and a speedy return, not even suspecting how dangerous his journey would be. The hidden dragon peak loomed like a giant beast lurking among the mountains. Even the air here was heavier than usual, saturated with an ancient aura and traces of long-forgotten battles. The place itself was unsettling and forced one's instincts to be on high alert. He carefully examined the surroundings, checking his memories of his past life, until he suddenly noticed a fiery spirit eagle soaring above the rocks. Its huge wings cut through the air, leaving a trail of hot wind behind. One glance was enough to understand that this beast was not to be trifled with. Eagles of the fiery spirit were renowned for their ferocity and territoriality. They could sense fluctuations in space and detect strangers even from a great distance. An encounter with such a creature now would mean certain death, so he began to descend without hesitation, hiding his presence and holding his breath. The wind in the gorge was still strong, howling between the stone walls like the voices of ghosts. The gusts of air hit his face, hindering his movement and throwing him off balance, but he moved confidently, clinging to ledges and choosing the most inconspicuous paths. After a while, he finally found the place. His heart skipped a beat, for his memory had not failed him. Even after all these years, the relief of the rocks, the shape of the entrance, and the arrangement of the stones remained the same. This confirmed that he had indeed reached his destination. Fortunately, the eagles of the fiery spirit did not pursue him. Deep inside the cave, he noticed an ancient text carved into the stone wall. Last time, he hadn't paid any attention to it, but now the symbols immediately caught his eye. However, the meaning of these signs remained unclear, as if the language belonged to a different era or race. This place was full of secrets. Every step, every stone seemed to hide a story. He was determined to explore everything thoroughly. Moving further, he noticed another area of the cave, almost identical to the one he had seen before, as if the space here had been artificially replicated. Since there were no people or animals around, he removed his disguise. The true purpose of his journey was right here. The tension inside him gradually gave way to concentration, for he was one step away from what he had risked everything for. The main character was looking for a sword that could cut through space. The creator of this weapon had made a grave mistake in his past life, treating the golden windstone as if it were an ordinary material. In the hands of a true master, this blade could become a royal artifact capable of cutting not only flesh, but space itself. He ordered the spiritual sword to reveal itself. Energy fluctuated, the air trembled, and the blade appeared, emitting a cold, sharp light. Even the surrounding stones seemed to recede under its pressure. Fortunately, the spiritual sword and the space-cutting blade merged successfully. In an instant, a strange resonant connection arose between them. After that, he mentally commanded the sword to fly to him, and the weapon obeyed, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Despite being created by a fool, the blade was still full of hidden power. Its structure, lines, and energy channels were perfect. In the future, after gathering all the necessary materials, the main character would be able to upgrade it to a full-fledged royal artifact, turning it into a true weapon of destruction. However, with his current level of cultivation, the question remained whether he would be able to fully control this power. Even now, the blade radiated a pressure that could tear a weak cultivator apart from within. Despite the risk, he decided to test it right away. Energy gathered, his intention became sharp as a blade, and the sword came into motion. The result was astonishing. With one swing, the surface of the lake was cut in two, the water parting like fabric. At that moment, a hidden mechanism, previously invisible, opened up beneath the surface, as if the cave itself had begun to reveal its secrets. Entering inside, he saw a star formation of 9 essences merging, spreading out under his feet in a complex pattern. Xin Yun did not expect to find such a high-level formation in such a remote and forgotten place, where there were almost no traces of human presence left. It was a well-known 8th-grade spirit formation, one of those renowned for its stability and complexity. It was considered virtually invulnerable, so breaking it would be extremely difficult. However, time had left its mark on it. The lines had faded, the structure had weakened, and with his current level of cultivation, he would still be able to open it if he spent a significant amount of spiritual energy. Yesterday, the 9 heads of Jifeng City loudly declared their loyalty to Chu City, causing quite a stir. At the same time, Chu City officially announced its cooperation with the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion and its possession of the location of the Flaming Spirit Stones, which immediately changed the balance of power in the region. In addition, all the great clans of Shifeng began to send representatives to Chu City to strengthen relations. If this continues, the Chu family will completely suppress the Shui family in less than 6 months. Not long ago, it was the Shui family that sought to eradicate the Chu family, but who would have thought that everything would change so quickly? The situation is strange and even alarming. Not long ago, the Chu family was in decline, on the verge of extinction, but now, in just a few months, they have not only secured the support of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, but also gained influence that forces others to reckon with them. The Shui family had humiliated the Chu family for years, considering them helpless and unworthy of attention, so they did not notice the actions they had taken. In addition, they must remember how the Thousand Treasures Pavilion severed all ties with the Shui family a few months ago, which was already an alarming sign at the time. It seems that the Chu family had a hand in this. If you think about it, they really did cooperate with the pavilion, much more closely than it seemed from the outside, but everything was done quietly and without unnecessary noise. This means that the Chu family had long since joined forces with the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The main problem was that the Shui family underestimated Chu's abilities and miscalculated. Who would have thought that the detested Chu Xinyun had such far-reaching intentions? Chu Xinyun seemed like a pathetic man with modest means and no serious support. Therefore, she did not understand why her father was so worried and treated him as a threat. It was Shui Qianyue. Her father asked how her cultivation was going, and the girl confirmed without hesitation that everything was going more than well, as she was rightly considered a genius of the city of Xifeng. The man asked if she had already reached the spirit gathering level. For someone her age, this was truly impressive and rare, even among the powerful clans. She said that she had reached this level a few days ago and was now stabilizing her first heavenly level spirit power while practicing the jade ripple of 10 intersecting waves, perfecting her technique. This was to be expected of her. Moreover, if she took part in the martial arts house elections, she would be able to compete for first place, and she had no doubt about that for a moment. However, as a representative of the Shui family's upper echelons, she was annoyed that those around her had suddenly begun to fear the outcast, Chu Xinyun. She was concerned that such rumors could affect her reputation and position if they reached the right ears. He acknowledged that her words made sense, and therefore suggested sending spies to Chu City to thoroughly investigate the current situation. Qian Yue was surprised in response, wondering if she was still considered the one who should make such decisions. They should sort it all out, and the situation would remain under control as long as it did not affect her cultivation. After she left, a quiet murmur immediately arose in the hall. People talked among themselves, noting that the young lady had become too arrogant and self-confident, as if she already considered herself unattainable. Finally, he managed to open the formation, and the hidden mechanism yielded with a slight hum, releasing a stream of ancient, dense, spiritual energy. The space in front of him seemed to tremble, confirming that the protection had been removed. Inside was a separate area, completely isolated from the outside world. In the middle was the nest of the spiritual beast, around which were the remains of the star formation of the fusion of 9 essences, a separate space, an ancient altar, and the egg of the spiritual beast. The person who hid this place was clearly not just an old man, but a being with remarkable knowledge and power. Spiritual beasts are formed from animals, capable of absorbing the qi of heaven and earth, gradually changing their nature and rising to a new level of existence. Such creatures are rare, and their offspring are valued at their weight in gold. Xin Yun surmised that the altar was intended to seal the egg, to hide its aura, and protect it from outside interference. Therefore, he became particularly interested in what class the spirit beast egg belonged to, if it had been hidden so deeply and surrounded by such complex defenses. There was even a covering formation on the surface of the egg, skillfully woven into the structure of the shell. Inside, there was clearly an unusual spirit beast, whose power had not yet awakened, but could already be felt in the surrounding space. She was furious that she had not been able to find out about everything in advance, that many leaders would announce an alliance with the city of Chu and the location of the fiery spirit stones. It all happened too suddenly, and she was annoyed that she had previously been ordered to keep an eye on Chu Xinyun, but important signals had still been missed. Qin Shan began to argue that his subordinate deserved to die for his incompetence. He had failed to gather information in time and had let Lady Yu Yan down, so the man even asked to be punished to set an example for the others. In the end, she calmed down, realizing that she couldn't blame him entirely. No one had expected such a rapid rise of the city of Chu, and events had unfolded too quickly, even for experienced observers. Possession of spiritual stones and subjugation of numerous families seemed suspicious. Even if the Pavilion of 1,000 Treasures was behind these two incidents, in Qin Shan's opinion, it would already cause serious problems. However, the city of Chu handled it easily and confidently, as if someone's strong hand was behind the scenes. She admitted that an expert was helping them, but still believed that this could not be the only reason. If they were really being helped by a great expert, they would have acted much more harshly and straightforwardly. Her intuition told her that all this was the result of Chu Xinyun's carefully thought-out plan, not a coincidence. Xin Shan did not even expect Lady Yu Yan to think so highly of Chu Xinyun. The man cautiously asked what they should do next, and whether they should continue spying on the city of Chu. There was no longer any need for that. With Chu City developing so rapidly, it would inevitably attract envy and create enemies. Using the partnership, the pavilion would support them publicly, while emphasizing the problems of the Shui family to increase pressure. Qinshan accepted the order and expressed his willingness to carry it out precisely without making any mistakes. He understood that further actions required extreme caution. 3 months later, Chu City. He was slightly puzzled. If it weren't for the sign above the gate that read, House of the Chu Family, he would not have recognized his own residence. Everything around him looked new, neat, and well kept, as if it were the estate of an influential clan, not a former dilapidated dwelling. Xiaohu was the first to notice the young master, and immediately beamed with joy, as if he had seen salvation. His face literally lit up when he realized that Xin Yun had finally returned. Glancing around the newly rebuilt residence, the protagonist immediately understood that this little shit had really put all his energy into it and spared no time or expense. Everything was done well and tastefully. Xiaohu proudly invited the young master to come inside and look around the house. Poisonous Yang also came out to greet the master. Xin Yun noticed that the old man looked much healthier and more composed than before. His aura had become more stable, and his gaze sharper, all of which was clearly the result of proper treatment and care. In 3 months, Xiaohu's body had reached the 4th level of tempering, which was considered a very good result for such a short period of time. This was made possible thanks to the guidance of Old Man Yang. Poisonous Yang's cultivation had also grown significantly, and many in the city were shocked by such rapid changes. Xin Yun asked to be told everything that had happened during this time, without omitting any important details. He was interested in the situation of the family, the situation in the city, and the actions of the enemies. Xiaohu reported that immediately after the young master's departure, the Thousand Treasures Pavilion had publicly threatened the Shui family. This move clearly showed that the pavilion had completely sided with the Chu family and was no longer hiding its support. The Pavilion of 1,000 Treasures also greatly assisted in the renovation and expansion of the house, providing people, materials, and even craftsmen. After that, Xin Yun asked why Liu Xiang was nowhere to be seen, and a hint of anxiety slipped into his voice. As soon as the two fell silent and exchanged glances, he immediately realized that something had happened. The atmosphere around them became tense for a moment. However, in the next moment, Liu Xiang rushed in, clearly in a hurry, and almost stumbling. There was sincere joy on her face, and it was clear that she was truly happy to see the main character. But Xin Yun immediately sensed the cold qi emanating from her. His gaze became serious, and he immediately realized that changes were taking place in her body that were unlike normal cultivation. At that moment, another girl entered the hall. She stood straight and cold, her gaze calm and detached. She wanted to know if he was Liu Xiang's husband, named Chu Xinyun. Xinyun noticed the ice cloud symbols on her clothes. Now everything became clear. She was a disciple of the 9th Ice Palace. These symbols could not be faked. The 9th Ice Palace was located on the edge of the snowy plain of the northern city of the Cloud Stream dynasty. It was a mystical force that was the subject of legends and feared by many clans. The sect accepted only women, and all their martial arts were related to cold, ice, and suppression of emotions. The highest status was held by the one with the most ice cloud marks on her sleeves. The person with 9 such marks was the owner of the 9th Ice Palace. This woman had 7 ice cloud marks on her sleeves, which meant she had a high status in the 9th Ice Palace. This immediately aroused suspicion. A logical question arose as to why the elder of such a powerful sect had suddenly appeared in this remote place and turned her attention to the Chu family. Xiaohu introduced a woman named Bing Li to the young master. He explained that 2 months ago, she was passing through the city, felt a special affinity for Liu Xiang, and stayed here on her own initiative without revealing her true reasons. Xiaohu suggested that everyone relax and chat while he made tea. Poisonous Yang, in turn, noted that this woman's intentions were hidden and her power was profound and difficult to measure. Even with his experience, it was difficult to understand her true level. The fact that she felt sympathy for Liu Xiang seemed favorable, but too unusual. Liu Xiang herself began to assert that Bing Li was a good person and had always treated her gently and caringly. Bing Li could easily mislead Liu Xiang, but it was much more difficult for her to do the same with Xin Yun. He immediately got to the point and demanded an explanation of her true intentions. The atmosphere in the hall became noticeably tense. As the elder of the 9th Ice Palace, she admitted that she had set her sights on Liu Xiang from the moment they first met. Bing Li openly declared her desire to make her disciple and take her to the 9th Ice Palace for cultivation. Since Xin Yun was her husband, she felt it necessary to discuss the matter with him personally. Although there were few disciples in the 9th Ice Palace, each of them was a rare genius. That was why Bing Li declared that she wanted to take Liu Xiang as her disciple and personally take care of her development. Bing Li also acknowledged that she knew about the deep feelings between Liu Xiang and Xin Yun. She understood that the separation would be difficult, so she assured them that, with their consent, the 9th Ice Palace would not oppress them and would treat them with respect. To back up her words, she pointed to the ring. Inside was a first-level divine cultivation technique, a 5th-rank martial art, 1,000 spirit stones, and rare herbs sufficient for long-term practice. Moreover, she mentioned that she knew about Xin Yun's desire to enter the top 5 martial houses and could give him a recommendation. Xiaohu and Poisonous Yang immediately realized that the conditions offered by Bing Li were extremely generous. Even large clans would consider such an offer priceless. However, Xin Yun knew very well the level of Liu Xiang's talent. He clearly understood that her abilities did not match such a huge price. This is what aroused suspicion. It became obvious that there was more than just sympathy behind all this. Bin Li coldly asked if she was obliged to explain the decisions of the Ninth Ice Palace to outsiders. Her tone was tinged with the arrogance characteristic of great sex. Xin Yun glanced at the ring and then threw it at her feet without hesitation. Until she told the truth, there was no point in continuing the conversation. He made it clear that Liu Xiang was his woman, and he would not trade her for all the treasures in the world. He did not care which influential sect Bing Li came from, or what resources she offered. After that, Xin Yun calmly ordered his guest to be shown out. His decision was firm and non-negotiable. Bing Li smiled and remarked that she had not offered this in order for him to refuse, but to show the seriousness of the Ninth Ice Palace's intentions. Her gaze grew colder, and the atmosphere around her became even heavier. Liu Xiang hastily asked her sister Bin Li not to do so, her voice trembling with anxiety. Xin Yun made it clear that if Bin Li insisted on taking Liu Xiang away, he would have no choice but to fight. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Bing Li understood perfectly well that if she tried to take the girl by force, she would face fierce resistance and a complete loss of trust. This would make further cooperation impossible. Therefore, she decided to use the art of limited disguise to keep the conversation strictly confidential. Bin Li said she could explain everything, but it would involve the secret of the Ninth Ice Palace. Everything said must remain between them, without the involvement of outside ears. Her tone became serious and devoid of her former cold detachment. Limited masking was used to prevent eavesdropping and covert surveillance. This meant that the matter was indeed extremely important. Xin Yun had a heavy premonition that the conversation would be about something dangerous and irreversible. Bing Li confidently continued that it was all about spiritual cultivation qualifications. Liu Xiang was truly unique. Her attention was drawn to the Ninth Ice Pulse stop in Liu Xiang's body, a rare and frighteningly powerful phenomenon. This explains why Liu Xiang still cannot materialize her fighting spirit. It is all because of the Ninth Ice Pulse stop, which blocks the normal flow of spiritual energy and suppresses the awakening of the fighting spirit. Judging by Xin Yun's reaction, Bing Li realized that he already guessed the nature of this phenomenon. Some people are born with special lineages. The Ninth Icy Pulse stop is one of the rarest and most dangerous among them. Such monstrous power means that the bearer will almost never be able to normalize their fighting spirit. Using innate power carries enormous risk, as the slightest mistake can lead to the death of the bearer. Once the Ninth Ice Pulse stop is activated, endless ice ki will gush out of the body. If this is not strictly controlled, everything within a 10-mile radius will turn into an icy hell, where neither man nor beast can survive. Fortunately, Liu Xiang was at a suitable age and had only recently begun cultivation. The Ninth Ice Pulse stop in her body had not yet been fully activated, so the situation remained manageable. If the girl went to the Ninth Ice Palace now, there was still a chance to save her. Xin Yun asked if this meant that the Ninth Ice Palace had a method of suppressing the Ninth Ice Pulse stop. His assumption turned out to be correct, which only added to the seriousness of the conversation. Bing Li explained that the first generation of palace owners also possessed the Ninth Ice Pulse stop. After their deaths, they left behind the bloody jade of the ice stop. As long as Liu Xiang cultivated at the top of this jade, she would be able to suppress the ice ki and gradually learn to control the dangerous power. Xin Yun clarified that bloody jade does not simply suppress ice ki, but absorbs it. This process requires the consent of the wearer and takes an extremely long time. Mistakes in such matters are unacceptable. Bing Li was surprised by his knowledge and asked where he had learned this. However, Xin Yun made it clear that the source of his knowledge was irrelevant and demanded to know the exact time frame. Bing Li suggested that the process would take at least 30 years. This time frame proved too long for both Liu Xiang and those around her, making the atmosphere in the room even more tense. Liu Xiang timidly asked if Xin Yun could go with her if she agreed, but the Ninth Ice Palace does not accept men, and cultivation there requires complete concentration. Xin Yun's presence nearby would be impossible. If Liu Xiang left with Bing Li, they might have a chance to meet again in 30 years. But if she refused, Bing Li guaranteed that Liu Xiang would not live for more than 6 months. The choice was cruel and merciless. Xin Yun looked at the girl, waiting for her decision. Liu Xiang did not want to part with him for a moment, because 30 years of separation seemed like an eternity, but she was ready to accept any decision he made, without showing the slightest hesitation. Xin Yun took her hands, making it clear that he understood the intentions of the Ninth Ice Palace. He said that he would take it into consideration, and that Bin Li could return. At that moment, it became clear that the final decision was still ahead. Qin Chen understood that the situation was awkward, but from the look on Xin Yun's face, it was immediately clear that he was not going to back down. The pressure emanating from the young patriarch was calm but unyielding. The servants exchanged glances, not daring to take a step. No one wanted to take responsibility for the possible wrath of Lady Yu Yan. The atmosphere gradually heated up. At that moment, a cold, calm voice came from the inner hall, ordering the guest to be let in. Even without seeing her, everyone immediately understood that it was Lady Yu Yan. The girls in pink hurriedly bowed their heads and stepped aside, clearing the way. Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the storm might pass them by. Xin Wen took Liu Xiang by the hand and confidently headed inside, ignoring the sidelong glances of those around him. His steps were calm, but determined. The lord of the city was already in the spacious hall, his face expressing slight dissatisfaction at the interruption of his conversation. However, upon seeing Xin Yun, he nodded restrainedly, not wanting to escalate the situation. Yu Yan sat at the tea table, her gaze cold and attentive. She immediately noticed Liu Xiang next to Xin Yun, as well as the faint traces of ice key around her. Yu Yan narrowed her eyes, instantly sensing something was wrong. Even without words, it was clear that the problem was not related to ordinary cultivation. Xin Yun bowed, and without further ado, said that he urgently needed her help in improving the pills to suppress the ice kwai. He spoke directly, without trying to sugarcoat the situation. The lord of the city frowned, clearly unhappy that his conversation was being interrupted for personal matters. But Yu Yan raised her hand, indicating that the matter was more important to her. She stood up and slowly approached Liu Xiang, carefully examining her condition. The cold energy was hidden deep inside, but it was no trouble for Yu Yan. Surprise flashed in Yu Yan's eyes, followed by seriousness. She immediately understood that this was not a matter of ordinary technique or deviation in cultivation. Yu Yan quietly said that this girl carried an extremely rare and dangerous lineage. These words made even the city lord tense up. Xin Yun nodded, confirming her guess, and spoke directly about the 9th ice pulse stop. A heavy silence hung in the hall. Yu Yan took a deep breath, and then stated that if this was indeed the case, ordinary pills would not solve the problem. Special recipes and rare ingredients would be needed. Xin Yun made it clear that Yu Yan was being given a truly rare opportunity, a personal meeting for the sake of improving the pills. Chances like this don't come twice, and if she missed this moment, there might not be another one. His words didn't sound like a threat, but they conveyed the unyielding confidence of a man accustomed to dictating terms. As soon as Qin Shanyu heard this, his expression changed instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly asked to wait, promising to immediately convey the information to Yu Yan, as if afraid of losing even a moment. At that moment, Lady Yu Yan was in conversation with the lord of the city, and Qin Shanyu considered it extremely inappropriate to interrupt. As the younger patriarch of the Chu family, it was not fitting for him to disturb such influential people. He hastened to apologize for his own short-sightedness, and emphasized that he did not dare to impose on people of such stature. The sudden change in his behavior puzzled those around him. Not long ago, he had been confident, but now, he looked almost humiliated. However, as soon as they walked away, Qin Shan heard sharp and contemptuous words. He was called a cheeky man who dared to interrupt the conversation between Lady Yu Yan and the lord of the city, as if he did not understand his place at all. From the outside, it seemed that Qin Shan really had a lot of courage, or recklessness, if he decided to take such a step, knowing full well who he might anger. Yu Yan coldly asked, since when her words had become empty sounds to him, like a light breeze. She made it clear that with such behavior, he risked not staying long in the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. Qin Shan visibly tensed, and hastened to ask the lord of the city, and Yu Yan herself to temper their anger. He explained that the patriarch of the Chu family was urgently seeking her out in order to perfect the pill, and that it had been impossible to convince him to wait. At that moment, Xin Yun confirmed what had been said. It was he who had insisted that Qin Shan come here. As soon as Yu Yan saw the main character, her mood changed. Her irritation gave way to attentive interest. The lord of the city, however, was not going to give in so easily. He declared that everyone who wanted to improve Yu Yan's pills had to wait their turn, and even he himself was no exception. And this man, just the patriarch of the Chu family, dared to demand an immediate meeting, as if he considered himself equal to the ruler of the city. His indignation grew. A logical question arose as to why this insolent man had not yet been thrown out. It seemed as if he was deliberately testing the city lord's patience. Yu Yan sighed wearily and told them both to stop. The city lord waved his hand, saying that such a minor figure was not worth paying attention to. However, Yu Yan cut him off sharply, making it clear that she demanded silence. Addressing Gu Qingxiang directly, he was extremely dissatisfied with being humiliated in front of a commoner. Meanwhile, Yu Yan turned her gaze to Xin Yun and asked which pill he wanted to improve. Xin Yun noted that she had already reached the 3rd class and acknowledged that her talent was truly worthy of respect. He said he intended to improve the Stayang pill, a 3rd class pill, and handed over the corresponding formula. Yu Yan, without hesitation, decided to get to work immediately. This finally deprived the lord of the city of the opportunity to intervene, and his dissatisfaction became almost palpable. Yu Yan ordered Qin Shan to immediately organize the preparation of materials for the Stayang pill. However, Xin Yun stopped him, saying that all the necessary ingredients had already been prepared in advance. At such an important moment in the refinement of the pill, he did not want to allow the slightest delay or mistake. After that, Yu Yan gave a strict order that no one was to approach her private room. Otherwise, Qin Shan would have to fear for his own head. The responsibility for the violation would fall on him. After finishing the preparations, Xin Yun asked Liu Xiang to come closer. Yu Yan looked at the girl with interest, wondering who she was and what role she would play in the upcoming process. The main character introduced Liu Xiang as his wife and made it clear that she would follow them to the private room. This statement sounded calm, but it carried weight, as if he did not allow for the possibility of objection in the first place. The lord of the city flew into a rage. To him, this seemed absurd and a blatant challenge. He considered it unacceptable to give in to this man's demands, for it was Chu Xinyun who had caused unrest among the Sifeng clans. In his eyes, What was happening looked like a brazen violation of the established order. Qin Shan, noticing the growing tension, tried to defuse the situation and advised the lord of the city not to hold a grudge against Chu Xinyun. However, the latter did not understand why he should even consider the simple patriarch of the Chu family. The very fact that someone dared to give him such advice only increased his irritation. Qin Shan seemed to have gained a boldness that had not been noticed before. The lord of the city began to suspect that he was behaving so confidently only because he was related to Lady Yu Yan and therefore allowed himself to be overly authoritative. It all seemed like a blatant insult. The lord of the city felt that his authority was being questioned. Qin Shan sighed heavily and made it clear that Gu Qingshan was simply unaware of the whole background of what was happening. Now it became clear to him why Lady Yu Yan had been able to raise the purification pills to the 3rd grade so quickly. The real reason lay in Chu Xinyun's teachings. This realization came as a real shock to the lord of the city. Given Yu Yan's status and knowledge, her respect for this man spoke for itself. Chu Xinyun turned out to be a much deeper and more dangerous figure than he seemed at first glance. The city lord understood that the situation was not developing in his favor. Now, he needed to find a way to smooth over his own rudeness and avoid the consequences of his rash emotions. Meanwhile, the Shui family was already aware of Chu Xinyun's trip to the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The news spread rapidly, and the commotion spread throughout almost all of Xifeng. They insisted that Lady Yu Yan immediately improve their pills, while putting pressure on Qin Shan, who was increasingly caught between the opposing sides. What was particularly annoying was that Chu Xinyun entered his private room without hesitation, effectively ignoring the status of the city lord. But the strangest thing was that Gu Qingshan not only did not deal with the incident, but even presented him with a generous gift, as if acknowledging his importance. If even Gu Qingshan sided with Xin Yun, it meant only one thing. The entire city of Xifeng was gradually leaning in his favor. In that case, the Shui family was left without allies. Moreover, rumors began to spread that Xin Yun's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of body tempering. Xian Yue flared up with anger and demanded that the conversation stop. In her opinion, those around her were only fueling Xin Yun's arrogance with their words. Even if this man had received the support of Gu Qingshan and a number of other families, she was convinced that it was nothing more than fleeting glory. He could not compare to the true power of the Shui family. Moreover, Qian Yue was confident that she would be the winner of the upcoming martial house elections. Therefore, it seemed pointless to her to pay so much attention to the simple Chu family. However, one of those present pointed out that if Xin Yun, with his current level of cultivation, took part in the 5 martial houses election, the result could be unpredictable. Qian Yue understood this. With such a rapid rate of growth, she could no longer be absolutely certain of the outcome. However, the girl made it clear that there were no shortcuts in cultivation. If Xin Yun had managed to raise his level so rapidly, then there was something suspicious about it. As long as she was here, he could forget about the 5 martial houses election. She would not allow such an outcome. As for the martial house elections themselves, worrying about them now would be of no use. As things stood, they still had the option of turning to the Yunmeng martial house and secretly influencing the outcome of the elections without causing too much of a stir. It was much more important to focus not on Chu Xinyun, but on the city of Chu itself. If the situation is left unchecked, it will inevitably lead to serious consequences in the future. It was necessary to act before the Chu family managed to attract real experts. If that day came, the patriarch of the Shui family would destroy them without hesitation. The man asked his older brother to entrust this task to him. Zhongde sincerely wanted to help the Shui family get rid of the source of their troubles. After a moment's thought, the patriarch agreed and handed the matter over to his younger brother. Zhongde received a clear order to destroy the Chu family and to do so secretly, without unnecessary noise. While there was still time, the situation could be remedied. More than 10 days later, events were unfolding in a private room. In front of Xin Yun lay 30 portions of spiritual herbs and 17 improved Sta-Yang pills. However, even with this result, he believed that it was still not enough to achieve the desired outcome. Yu Yan noticed that all the improvements were made under his guidance. Perhaps the reason lay in her lack of technique, or perhaps in the inaccuracies of his instructions. She did not rule out either possibility. She added that if the venerable master learned of such a result, he would surely be speechless with amazement. Suddenly, Yu Yan noticed that Xin Yun had fallen silent. Sensing a change in his aura, she immediately understood that his cultivation level had risen again. It turned out that this had happened almost half a month ago. Yu Yan was so focused on improving the pills that she didn't notice what was happening. His body tempering had already reached the 9th level. Xin Yun had indeed used a special method. In the process of refining spiritual herbs, he simultaneously cultivated by absorbing scattered energy. He then enhanced the result with spiritual liquid, which greatly accelerated the growth of his strength. This approach yielded quick and stable results. He discovered the source of the spiritual liquid by accident while observing the spirit beast's egg. From time to time, the egg secreted this pure substance, which was an unexpected but extremely valuable discovery. Yu Yan saw such pure spiritual liquid for the first time in her life. Even for her, an experienced master, such a sight was astonishing. This was indeed the case. Spiritual liquid itself was valued several times higher than spiritual stones, and the quality of the one Xin Yun had could be called the highest among all known varieties. Even experienced cultivators rarely saw such a pure and rich substance. Yu Yan couldn't hide her curiosity and inquired about the source of such a rare resource. However, Xin Yun only hinted that it remained a secret, not meant for outsiders' ears. He then mentioned that Liu Xiang also used this method, but not to accelerate cultivation. For her, the spiritual liquid served as a means of suppressing the ice qi raging inside her body. Yu Yan was genuinely surprised. Ice qi that required such an approach must have been extremely dangerous and destructive. In addition, the girl received such rare care and support. In Yu Yan's opinion, such luck did not fall to everyone. Soon they noticed that quite a few people had gathered outside. Yu Yan made it clear that the guards had been deliberately positioned so that no one could interfere with the process. Xin Yun, in turn, inquired about the current actions of the lord of the city. It turned out that Lord Gu, seeking to make up for his own rudeness, had stayed nearby and personally ordered the security to be reinforced. Moreover, he had already prepared a banquet and planned to invite the patriarch of the Chu family to his residence. At that moment, Xiao Hu rushed into the room. It was clear from his appearance that something serious had happened. He reported that 2 days ago, a group of people posing as mountain bandits had suddenly attacked Chu City in the middle of the night. Xin Yun immediately understood who was behind the attack. It was the Shui family. Fortunately, Poisonous Yang was nearby and managed to capture several of the attackers. They were now being held in an underground prison. It was obvious that the Shui family had lost patience and resorted to open pressure. Xin Yun expressed his gratitude for the city lord's attention and care, but made it clear that due to the problems that had arisen with the Chu family, he would not be able to accept the invitation. He also addressed Lady Yu Yan, noting that he would definitely repay her for her help later. After that, they said goodbye and left the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. Poisonous Yang was already waiting for them at the entrance to the estate and respectfully greeted his master. Xin Yun immediately assessed the old man's condition. It turned out that he had only suffered external injuries. After that, Xin Yun told his wife to go into the house. He had matters to discuss that were not meant for her to hear. He himself went to the underground prison with Poisonous Yang and Xiao Hu, intending to deal with the prisoners personally. The captured people complained and protested, unable to believe that the Chu family had dared to imprison them in such a gloomy place. However, their protests were in vain. They had already been poisoned and therefore had neither the strength nor the chance to escape. No one could have imagined that Poisonous Yang would stoop to cooperating with the Chu family. Moreover, no one expected that what had happened could be concealed so thoroughly. However, at that moment, the prisoners heard the sound of footsteps. Someone was approaching. Chu Xinyun appeared in the dimly lit passageway of the underground prison. His figure slowly emerged from the shadows, his footsteps echoing hollowly on the stone floor. For the prisoners, this moment meant the end of their waiting. The man who had caused everything to go wrong finally appeared before them, calm and collected, as if what was happening was of no particular importance to him. Chongde greeted him with ostentatious indifference and angry bravado. He made it clear that Xinyun was free to do with them as he pleased, kill them, torture them, or slowly destroy them. The main thing, in his opinion, was not to waste time on meaningless conversations that would lead nowhere anyway. Xinyun only sighed softly, as if he had heard not threats, but something tediously banal. Disappointment was evident in his eyes. Such a reaction seemed too primitive. For him, the simple death of the prisoners would mean only an easy way out, almost mercy. These words finally drove Chongde out of his mind, and he spat at his feet with disgust, not hiding his contempt. He lashed out at Xinyun with harsh insults, claiming that without Poisonous Yang, the city of Chu would have remained obscure and insignificant. His words betrayed the malice of a man convinced that he was dealing with nothing more than a smug upstart who had accidentally come to power. However, Xinyun did not care how he was perceived. This man's opinion was of no value to him. The main character was interested in only one question, which he had carried with him for many years. He wanted to know the true reason behind the events of 14 years ago, when the Shui family conspired with the Yun Meng Marshall House to kidnap his parents. Chongde turned away, demonstratively distancing himself from the conversation, pretending not to understand what was being discussed. Xinyun calmly made it clear that such stubbornness was pointless. Now, Zhongde's life was completely in his hands, and the only reasonable choice was cooperation. He made it clear that the Shui family would not risk everything to save one performer, and therefore any hopes for outside intervention were just empty fantasies. Despite this, Zhongde continued to deny everything he heard. He insisted that Xinyun had mistaken him for someone else, and stubbornly repeated that he had nothing to do with those events, as if simple denial could change reality. Surprised by such stubborn resistance, Xinyun offered another way, a deal. This proposal made Zhongde wary, and his gaze flashed with curiosity, mixed with distrust. He wanted to know what this man had in mind. The terms of the deal were crystal clear. Xinyun would cure him of the poison, after which they would fight a duel. Victory for Zhongde meant freedom. Defeat would oblige him to reveal the whole truth about the events of 14 years ago. To Zhongde, this sounded like outright arrogance. He did not believe that the man standing before him was willing to risk his own life. Xinyun simply asked if he accepted the terms. Chongde agreed without hesitation, deciding that this young man was seeking his own demise, and he would gladly take the opportunity to get rid of a serious threat to the Shui family. Xiao Hu, realizing the danger of what was happening, hastily reminded everyone that Chongdae was a third-class spirit gatherer cultivator. Such an opponent posed a deadly threat. However, Xin Yun remained unperturbed, making it clear that he was fully aware of the risk and was acting deliberately. Chongdae was given the antidote. He was given exactly 1 hour to recover his strength. The duel was to begin immediately after that. In his mind, Chongdae was already celebrating victory. He was sure that this overconfident opponent had brought about his own demise, saving the Shui family from a serious problem. After an hour, Zhongdae's aura stabilized. His breathing became even, and his body was filled with strength. He had fully recovered and was ready for battle. The decisive moment had come. Poisonous Yang warned Xin Yun to be careful, reminding him that Chongdae was hiding valuable artifacts in his body that could change the course of the battle in an instant. Chongdae launched his attack, intending to overwhelm his opponent with the twisting snake sword technique. He was confident that this move would be fatal. However, his confidence was shattered in an instant. Xin Yun managed to parry the blow, meeting the technique with frightening calm and precise calculation. Without giving his opponent a moment to catch his breath, Zhongdae moved on to his next move and unleashed a technique known as the Thousand Snakes Technique. His spiritual energy poured out in a violent stream, forming dozens of swift trajectories, like writhing blades ready to tear apart everything in their path. Deep down, Zhongdae was absolutely certain that such a chaotic and multi-layered attack could not be completely blocked. To consolidate his advantage, he immediately activated the second movement of the technique, the fierce dance of the twisting snakes, increasing the pressure and accelerating the rhythm of the strikes to the limit. He was convinced that his opponent's mind was already descending into chaos. With so many attacks, it was impossible to orient oneself, especially when one's vision was blurred and space seemed distorted. In his understanding, Xin Yun could not dodge, let alone fight, while remaining calm. This martial art was not only aimed at physical destruction, it intensified the factor of terror, suppressing the enemy's will. The victim's gaze was filled with fear, their breathing became erratic, and their movements became predictable and easily controllable. However, Xin Yun acted differently. He closed his eyes, completely blocking his vision, and directed his spiritual energy inward, sharpening his perception to the limit. He did not sense the forms of the attacks, but the very flow of intention, reading his opponent's movements even before they materialized into a strike. Chongdae couldn't believe his eyes. His opponent not only moved freely through the deadly storm, but also confidently closed the distance, as if each attack only showed him the way. In an instant, it was all over. Zhongdae only realized what was happening when he found himself on the ground and felt the cold touch his throat. A slight wound was already bleeding, close enough to remind him of death. He didn't understand what had happened. His mind refused to accept defeat. In desperation, he decided not to acknowledge the outcome and was ready to continue the fight, believing that it was now Xin Yun's turn to attack. And that's when his gaze caught on the sword in his opponent's hands. This blade was a state artifact, a symbol of power and strength, accessible only to the chosen few. Fury and envy flashed through Zhongdae's mind. He could not accept that such a man possessed such a weapon, considering him unworthy. Xin Yun, noticing this, allowed himself to show the true depth of his skill. Chongdae attacked him with another wave of rage, assuring himself that it was too early to rejoice, and that everything could be fixed with one precise strike. But even for him, Xin Yun's movements became elusive. His opponent's body seemed to dissolve into space, leaving only blurred images that were impossible to track. Realizing the threat, Zhongdae tried to anticipate the maneuver and block the attack from behind, deciding not to give his opponent the slightest chance to get behind him. It was at this moment that Xin Yun struck a blow that shook the air. Even the precious artifact could not withstand it. The metal cracked, covered with a network of destructive lines, before finally falling apart. Xin Yun calmly inquired about the result of what he had seen, as if what was happening was just a demonstration and not a fight to the death. Chongdae tried to preserve what remained of his dignity, convincing himself that without the artifact, he was still dangerous. At the same time, Xiao Hu, watching what was happening, could not hide his horror and turned to poisonous Yan, trying to understand how the young master could have done such a thing. Even the realization of what he had seen instilled fear. It became clear that Xin Yun didn't just understand his opponent's techniques, he saw right through them. Even with only a 9th grade body tempering, he completely suppressed a higher level cultivator. He instantly recognized the life pulse of the precious artifact, caught its weak spot, and destroyed it with a single movement, as if it were not a legendary relic, but a fragile vessel. Despite what was happening, Chongdae was even glad for a moment. A thought flashed through his twisted mind, that now that the artifact was destroyed, his opponent would no longer be able to block his attacks. He was confident that he was still capable of taking the life he had already mentally sentenced. However, Xin Yun noticed the familiar movements even before the attack began to take shape. He immediately understood his opponent's intentions and calmly decided not to let him repeat his previous move under any circumstances. In the next moment, blood spurted from Chongdae's mouth. His body twitched, and both his arms were helplessly severed. Only now did he realize the magnitude of his mistake. The Shui family had underestimated Chu Xinyun. He was no longer the trash that could be trampled on. A completely different person stood before them. Xiao Hu did not hide his joy as he watched the outcome of the battle. The young master's victory was not just convincing, it was crushing. Poisonous Yang watched what was happening with a heavy, almost reverent expression. In his eyes, Xin Yun resembled a divine saint who had descended into the mortal world. Chongdae had lost, which meant that, According to the terms of the deal, he was obliged to tell everything about the events of 14 years ago. However, the broken man only laughed, clinging to the last remnants of his stubbornness. He reiterated that he knew nothing and that Xin Yun had mistaken him for someone else. Xiao Hu couldn't take it anymore, considering such behavior a pathetic denial after a complete defeat. Poisonous Yang coldly interrupted this farce. He threw Chongde aside, making it clear that empty words no longer interested anyone. Chongde tried to provoke the old man, hoping that he would kill him on the spot. Deep down, he wanted a quick death to avoid further suffering. However, Poisonous Yang was indeed ready to do so, if he were allowed to. But Poisonous Yang's gaze met the calm expression on Xin Yun's face. He silently ordered him to stop. He made it clear that a simple death would be too easy an outcome. Moving closer, Xin Yun touched Zhongdae's body, using an unknown technique. Zhongdae did not understand what was being done to him, but in the next second, he was overcome by unbearable pain. It was not sharp or instantaneous. It came in waves, penetrating to the very core of his being. Every cultivator knew that at the peak of spiritual tempering, a so-called internal sea of energy formed inside the body. Xin Yun used only a small part of his power to reverse the flow of this sea. Such interference did not kill immediately, but caused suffering that was impossible to describe in words. The flow did not stop on its own. John Day could either sink into this pain forever or tell everything he knew. In the end, his will was broken. He agreed to tell everything that was required, just to make it stop. Xin Yun straightened the disrupted flow, returning it to its normal state. A solution had been found. He then ordered Xiao Hu to give Chongde some water, allowing him to catch his breath before the real conversation began. The truth turned out to be much dirtier and scarier than expected. The murder committed 14 years ago was the work of the Shui family in collusion with the Yun Meng martial house. At that time, representatives of Yun Meng came to them and offered a price that was impossible to refuse. The eldest brother of the Shui family was instantly overcome with greed. He agreed without hesitation, without even trying to weigh the consequences. However, they were not the only ones behind this crime. In the shadows was a far more dangerous player, the royal clan of Luo Yun. The Shui family was only given the role of executors, responsible for the murder. Those who finally got rid of Xin Yun's parents and covered up the traces were the people of Yun Meng and the royal clan of Luo Yun. In his past life, Xin Yun had no information about the royal clan's involvement. This discovery raised new questions. Why did the Luo Yun Royal Academy need to spend enormous resources to kidnap and eliminate two seemingly ordinary people? He tried to find out if Chongde knew the real reason behind what had happened. However, Chongde could not add anything. He had not been told the motives. He only followed orders without asking unnecessary questions. Believing that he had fulfilled the terms of the deal, Chongde wanted to leave. However, Xiao Hu grabbed him by his clothes, not allowing him to take a step. It was unthinkable for him that a man involved in the destruction of the Chu family could simply turn around and walk away alive. Chongde reminded him that he had fulfilled the terms of the bet, but Xiao Hu made it clear. Defeat in a duel did not mean forgiveness. Xin Yun had indeed spared his life, but that did not mean freedom. A different fate awaited him. Chongde was roughly pushed down the stone stairs. His body hit the steps with a dull thud, after which he was mercilessly grabbed by the hair and lifted up. Now, he had to open his eyes wide and see how the bloody debt accumulated by the Shui family would end. Poisonous Yang used the breath of death. Poisonous energy spread throughout the prison, and all the prisoners screamed in unison from the unbearable pain. The bloody debt of the Chu family began to be repaid in full. Meanwhile, night had already fallen, and there was still no news from the Shui family camp. Chen Yue suggested that Xin Yun's unexpected return might have disrupted their plans. She tried to reassure her father, reminding him that the Shui family had numerical superiority and that many members of the clan had reached the stage of tempering their spirit. In her opinion, the destruction of the Chu family was only a matter of time. Even if there had been any changes, the information would have reached them long ago. But at that moment, a subordinate rushed into the hall and informed the patriarch that Chu Xin Yun was here. At that moment, the patriarch realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed. He hastily asked if he had come alone. The subordinate reported that there were two others with him, both wearing black cloaks that hid their faces. Shen Yue became interested in what was happening, trying to understand what exactly Xin Yun had in mind, appearing at such a late hour. The patriarch gave orders to bring him to the main hall immediately and prepare for the meeting. Soon, all the key figures of the Shui family gathered in the main hall. The space was filled with heavy anticipation, as if the air itself had become thicker. Glances crossed, but no one dared to be the first to break the oppressive silence. The patriarch of the Shui family slowly began by saying that people don't come to places like this without a good reason. His tone was restrained, but behind his outward calm lay intense curiosity. He was genuinely interested in why Chu Xinyun had come here in the middle of the night. The main character, in turn, recalled the changes of recent months. In 6 months, he had not only become the patriarch of the Chu family, but had also subjugated many of the clans of Chu City. At the same time, he was particularly amused by the lack of visits from his uncle Shui, who had not bothered to congratulate him on this achievement. The patriarch of the Shui family coughed demonstratively, pretending that his health was not the best. He made it clear that due to his physical condition, he was not always aware of events in the outside world. However, Xin Yun clearly saw that this was just a convenient mask behind which lay sober calculation. Xin Yun, then calmly made it clear that Uncle Shui should not worry. His visit was not intended to cause trouble or provocation. He had come only to present a gift. Following this, Xin Yun snapped his fingers. The doors of the hall swung open, and two people in black cloaks entered. Their presence instantly changed the atmosphere, as if a shadow had fallen over the hearts of those present. The patriarch of the Shui family frowned, trying to understand what Chu Xin Yun meant and what role these mysterious figures played in this. When one of the cloaks was thrown aside, it became clear that it was Cheon Dae hiding underneath. The recognition was instantaneous. The vice patriarch of the Shui family, the second uncle, a man considered one of the pillars of the clan, stood before them in a pitiful and broken state. This was the gift. Xin Yun watched the reactions of those present, noticing barely perceptible, satisfied grimaces on some faces. For them, Chongdae's downfall meant the elimination of a dangerous competitor. He added that the remaining 100 people had already turned to sand, so it was not possible to bring them here. However, if the Shui family wished, he was ready to offer their residences to prepare transportation and personally escort them to the place where only traces remained. Qian Yue could not understand the nature of the terrifying aura that spread throughout the hall. The patriarch of the Shui family, on the contrary, instantly flew into a rage. In his eyes, it was a blatant challenge and a direct flirtation with death. Unable to bear it, he rushed into the attack, unleashing all his strength on Xin Yun, intending to put an end to this humiliation once and for all. However, at that very moment, a second man in black appeared in the path of the blow. His movement was lightning fast and precise. He effortlessly took the attack upon himself and deflected it, as if it were not a deadly blow from the patriarch, but a mere lunge from an inexperienced fighter. The clash of forces created a powerful explosion. A wave of energy swept through the hall, shaking the walls and forcing those present to retreat. At that moment, it became clear that what had happened had passed the point of no return. One of the subordinates hurriedly approached the young lady, cautiously asking if she was all right. She did not answer immediately. Her gaze darted feverishly around the hall until it stopped on her father's figure. Only after making sure that he was still alive was she able to catch her breath, and only then did everyone notice the obvious. Chu Xinyun's defender was Poisonous Yang. The old man's face was contorted with rage. His aura raged like a poisonous storm, making it clear that those who dared to go against his master had crossed the line. It seemed that these people were simply tired of living. Those present caught one word in particular: master. Xin Yun stopped him before he could take the next step. He made it clear that this was the end, and they were leaving. Now, it was no surprise why Chongdae and the others had suffered a crushing defeat. Chu Xinyun really did have an ace up his sleeve, Poisonous Yang, but that was precisely what caused the most confusion. Why would such a dangerous and legendary person follow Xin Yun and refer to him as master? Qian Yue tried to stop him, demanding an explanation. In her understanding, it seemed as if Chu Xinyun intended to destroy the Shui family solely because of their recent provocation. However, Xin Yun made it clear that the opposite was true. It was the Shui family who had targeted him first. From the very beginning, they had tried to destroy the Chu family, acting secretly and not shying away from dirty methods. The Shui family attacked the city of Chu, killed many civilians, and shed innocent blood. Everything that had happened now was just the repayment of a debt. Moreover, if the Shui family had indeed participated in the conspiracy 14 years ago, then everyone involved deserved to die. It was the Shui family's bloody debt to the Chu family, a debt that could not be written off or forgotten. It was clear that Qian Yue had no idea what had happened 14 years ago. To her, these words sounded distant and almost abstract. An innocent young lady who did not know the truth. At the same time, Xin Yun reminded her that the Battle House elections would officially begin next month, and that was where their dispute would be finally resolved. Qian Yue also remembered this and was sure that the outcome would be far from what Xin Yun expected. In her mind, it would then become clear who really had something to fear. She firmly believed that Chu Xinyun would die during the Battle House elections. As they left the residence, Poisonous Yang mentally turned to his master. He couldn't shake the thought that he had missed the perfect chance to destroy the Shui family once and for all. But Xin Yun seemed to read his doubts, which only reinforced the feeling that this man could see much further than the rest. Poisonous Yang increasingly felt that his master was almost omniscient. The Shui family's fighting spirit was broken. With their current strength, the Chu family could easily wipe them off the face of the earth. The only question was why they hadn't done so. The reason was simple and dangerous. Behind the Shui family stood the Yunmeng martial house. The complete destruction of the Shui family would inevitably bring the wrath of this force upon the Chu family. Xin Yun had not come for total extermination, but to make them realize the reality of their situation, like frying a frog in a well, so that they would no longer plot behind the Chu family's back. Poisonous Yang still had concerns. He wondered if the Shui family might try to hide behind the authority of the Yunmeng martial house, at least for appearance's sake. However, such a move would be like playing with fire. If they really dared to do so, they would only hasten their own destruction. A logical question arose. Would a man like Shui Chunxian really humiliate himself and beg the Yunmeng martial house for support? After what had happened, the Shui family had weakened considerably. They could pretend to be harmless and act confused, but as long as their clan continued to exist, it posed no threat to the interests of the Yunmeng martial house. That is why the situation remained tolerable for external forces. The Yunmeng martial house itself did not wish to interfere in such trifles. For them, It was just an internal conflict between weak clans. Realizing this, Poisonous Yang admired his master's foresight more and more. Everything had been calculated in advance, without unnecessary movements or sacrifices. Xin Yun inquired about the progress in the development of the devouring poison technique. Poisonous Yang reported that he had reached the 3rd class of cultivation. According to his own estimates, the transition to the 3rd earthly level would take about 3 years. However, for Xin Yun, this pace was unacceptably slow. To reach the earthly spiritual level, one must learn to sense the evil yang qi that permeates the space between heaven and earth. Xin Yun made it clear that after returning to Chu City, he would compile a detailed guide on how to control evil yang qi. Poisonous Yang would only have to follow this path and assimilate the knowledge. His goal was crystal clear. Poisonous Yang must reach the earthly level of cultivation before the start of the martial house elections. Poisonous Yang had his doubts. There was only a month left before the election, and such a sharp leap seemed impossible. However, Xin Yun made it clear that there was nothing to worry about. All he had to do was strictly follow his method. The most important thing was to return to Chu City as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Shui family residence was quite different. Chen Yue was furious. She couldn't understand how anyone could force her to eat such food. In a fit of anger, she kicked the maid out, but when she noticed that the maid was still in the room, she flew into a rage again, demanding that she leave immediately. She was even angry that she had to chase the girl away twice. Tian Yue's fury was directed at one person, Chu Xinyun. The thought that he had completely disregarded her drove her to distraction. She wanted him dead at any cost. The green-haired maid was still dawdling, and another sharp shout only increased the tension. Even the patriarch of the Shui family noticed that his daughter was throwing another tantrum. Her father tried to calm her down, explaining that such anger was understandable, but that the body still needed food. In response, Qian Yue asked about the condition of her second uncle. Although his life had been spared, he was now disabled, having lost his former strength and significance. After this incident, the power of the Shui family declined significantly. Meanwhile, Chu Xinyun's cultivation was growing at an alarming rate. The patriarch assumed that he was probably consuming a huge amount of pills. However, he believed that such growth was only a temporary phenomenon that did not deserve excessive attention. The city of Chu itself was much more to be feared. Currently, the city's defenses were held by Poisonous Yang. In the future, the Chu family would surely attract even more experts, and their strength would increase many times over. Under such conditions, the Shui family would no longer be able to take revenge. The future of their clan in the city of Xifeng looked bleak and almost doomed. The only variable was Chen Yue. Everything depended on her hostility and determination. During the battle house elections, it was she who was supposed to crush Chu Xinyun and find an opportunity to kill him. She accepted this task without hesitation, assuring her father that he could completely rely on her. With her current strength, killing Chu Xinyun seemed like an easy task to her. Shui Chungxian believed in his daughter, but still warned her not to underestimate her opponent. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Xinyun had become a completely different person. Someone who dared to speak and act with such confidence had clearly already made all the necessary preparations. Qian Yue had never paid any attention to him before and couldn't even remember what he had been like before. But now, everything seemed to revolve around him. The world was turned upside down. A genius had appeared who had not existed here before, and it was impossible to accept this fact. Chu Xinyun had once been considered trash, a nobody, and now he eclipsed Chen Yue's fame and stood out too brightly against the general background. Remembering his words about the events of 14 years ago, she suddenly felt a strange curiosity. She was interested in what exactly was hidden behind this secret and why he had brought up the subject in the first place. Shui Chunqian made it clear that it was better not to listen to Chu Xinyun's words at all. For him, they were not worth paying attention to. Right now, it was much more important to focus on cultivation. This time, the martial house elections were to be held in the city of Heishui, and Chen Yue had to go there in advance. She needed to personally greet Elder Gu, who was now the representative of the Yunmeng martial house. It was through him that the Shui family intended to gain support. Chen Yue had a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. She had to wash away the humiliation that the Shui family had suffered. Shui Chunxian had no doubt that his daughter would cope with this and would not disappoint his expectations. Meanwhile, Poisonous Yan became curious about what kind of spiritual herbs Xin Yun was going to purchase at the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. It was about spiritual cores. It wasn't that difficult to obtain them, and he believed that the master didn't need to do it himself. Such tasks could be entrusted to him. However, Xin Yun wanted to get the best possible. His goal was to obtain spiritual cores extracted from 9th grade spiritual beasts. There were only a few such cores in the entire city of Xifeng, but even with such a shortage, he already had a clear plan. When he appeared, those around him greeted the patriarch of the Chu family, one after another. Qin Chan also approached with greetings. It turned out that he was on his way to the Chu family residence to invite the patriarch, and their meeting was a happy coincidence. Xin Yun inquired about the reason for the search, and it became clear that the initiators were Lord Gu and Lady Yu Yan. The lord of the city greeted the patriarch of the Chu family with due respect. Yu Yan was also sincerely delighted by his appearance, making no secret of her goodwill. Xin Yun noted the lord's excessive politeness and inquired about the purpose of the meeting. Remembering the previous incident, the lord felt it necessary to apologize for his former rudeness an inappropriate tone. In fact, Xin Yun had long since ceased to attach any importance to those events and made it clear that apologies were unnecessary. However, the lord of the city insisted, saying that he had prepared a small gift and asked that it be accepted in any case. The first treasure was a mind-stabilizing jade, a rare item that the city lord had kept for many years. It not only calmed the heart and mind, but also greatly aided in cultivation. The city lord hoped that Patriarch Chu would not consider such a gift insufficient. The second gift was soft reinforced armor, a state artifact. Even when worn against a high-level cultivator, it could withstand 1 or 2 powerful attacks, giving a chance to survive at a critical moment. It was important for the city lord to know what impression he had made on Patriarch Chu. Xin Yun understood perfectly well that these 2 treasures had been presented for a reason. Yu Yan admitted that they did indeed have a request. Several years ago, when Lord Gu of the city attempted to break through to the Earth Spirit realm, he suffered serious damage due to Dark Yang Qi. This hidden injury had never been remedied, causing his cultivation to come to a complete halt. Even numerous doctors and masters were unable to get to the root of the problem. The Star Yang pill, enhanced with the help of Yu Yan, possessed a Light Yang attribute. If it was capable of suppressing the Ice Qi in Lu Xiang's body, then logically, it could also help with the Dark Yang Qi. However, Xin Yun immediately made it clear that this was not the case. He explained that although Light and Dark Yang Qi are considered opposite attributes, there is no harmony between them. If the Lord of Gu City decided to take the Star Yang pill, not only would it not heal the hidden injury, but it would also lead to an even greater decline in cultivation, undermining the foundation of his power. The city lord was shocked. For a moment, he thought that fate had finally given up on him. However, Xin Yun's words sounded different, like a ray of hope. He made it clear that the situation was not hopeless. The moment the city lord was able to break through to the earthly spiritual level and completely absorb the Dark Yang Qi, the hidden trauma would disappear on its own, as if it had never existed. At first, Gu Qingshan even took it as a revelation. The idea seemed brilliant to him, as if the veil of truth had suddenly been lifted before him. But in the next second, he realized that it was not that simple. Irritation flared up in his mind. It was precisely his attempt to break through by absorbing Dark Yang Qi that had caused the injury he sustained. During his failed breakthrough from the 9th level of body tempering, he couldn't take the next step, so the proposed method seemed like a vicious circle, contradicting itself. Deep down, he decided that this petty upstart was simply mocking him. Did Xin Yun really think that he, the lord of the city, would stoop to begging for help and pleading for treatment, losing his face and status? However, Xin Yun was completely calm. He really did know a way to break through. Yu Yan was surprised to grasp the essence of his words and realized that this was not a mockery. The truth was that this method had 2 strict conditions. Lord Gu instantly focused his attention. If a solution really existed, he wanted to hear it in full. As long as the patriarch of the Chu family was able to help him reach the earthly spiritual level, he was willing to discuss any conditions, as long as they were within his capabilities. The first condition was stated openly. It was necessary to collect 9 cores of the spiritual gathering of a 9th class beast. Moreover, this had to be done before the start of the Battle House elections. The sooner, the better. Xin Yun made no secret of the fact that this was the reason he had visited the Thousand Treasures Pavilion and asked directly whether the lord of the city would be able to fulfill this requirement. The city lord immediately realized that the price was incredibly high. It was almost impossible to collect 9 9th grade B spirit cores in such a short period of time. Even in his own residence, there were only 2 such cores, obtained over many years. Yu Yan, on the other hand, considered this a minor difficulty. In her eyes, the task boiled down to simply collecting spirit cores. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a real problem for her. After that, the second condition was announced. After breaking through to the earthly realm, Lord Gu of the city must become an invited elder of the Chu family and take on the responsibility of protecting the Chu family's safety for 10 years. To the lord of the city, this sounded absurd. He could not accept such a condition. He was a respected ruler of the city. What was the Chu family to him? Now they were asking him to become the invited elder of a foreign clan. It sounded like a meaningless dream. Even Yu Yan considered this demand excessive. However, at that moment, a calm question was asked. Did they really think that being an invited elder of the Chu family was so humiliating? The lord of the city immediately recognized Poisonous Yang. His attention was instantly drawn to the fact that the poisonous marks on the old man's face had disappeared without a trace. This in itself was incredible, but what confused him even more was that such a person was standing next to Xin Yun. Meanwhile, Poisonous Yang made it clear to the master that he had something to say. Guided solely by his long-standing friendship with Gu Qingshan, Poisonous Yang sincerely advised him to accept this offer and become an invited elder of the Chu family. In his understanding, this was not a loss of status, but a great honor, the opportunity to stand next to someone who would soon change the balance of power in the entire region. Poisonous Yang was confident that as long as he was willing to follow the master and strictly follow all his instructions, achieving the earthly spiritual level and then the heavenly one would not be an insurmountable obstacle for him. In his eyes, this path was already clearly outlined. The lord of the city of Gu trusted Poisonous Yan's words but doubts remained. The prospects of the heavenly spiritual level sounded too incredible. Yu Yan, on the contrary, was genuinely intrigued, especially by the last words, which hinted at a power far beyond the usual limits. Xin Yun made it clear that he had no intention of persuading him. If the Lord of Gu City did not wish to accept the terms, the conversation could end there. After that, he calmly suggested that Poisonous Yan leave this place with him. They decided to stay at the Thousand Treasures Pavilion for the time being. Lord Gu was still treating his injury there anyway, so this decision was convenient for all parties and allowed them to avoid unnecessary attention. Xin Yun noted that 2 separate rooms would need to be prepared for cultivation, one for himself and one for Poisonous Yan. Yu Yan assured him that there was nothing to worry about and that the best rooms, meeting the highest standards, would be prepared for them. After inspecting the designated room, Xin Yun noticed that it was in no way inferior to a good hotel. It had everything necessary, including a separate bathroom, which was rare for places intended for cultivation. He had 6 spiritual cores at his disposal. Given that his body was only at the 9th level of tempering, such a step was extremely dangerous. However, the truth was that he no longer had time for slow development. Xin Yun consciously chose the shortest and most risky path. A peculiar lesson in spiritual cultivation, once received from Xiao Wu, came to mind. When a cultivator breaks through to the spiritual level of body tempering, a spiritual sea is formed inside. The greater its volume, the more powerful the spiritual energy. One spiritual core of a beast of the corresponding level is essentially equivalent to the entire spiritual sea of a cultivator. That is why it was possible to dramatically increase cultivation by absorbing the energy of spiritual cores. But this required strict conditions to be met. The main one was that the cultivator's level had to be high enough to withstand such a load. Xin Yun had not yet reached the spiritual level, which meant that such a step was deadly dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause his body to burst like an air-filled balloon. It was a path that could not be repeated without proper preparation and understanding of the consequences. The reason he decided to take this risk was because of a unique technique of an incredibly high level, the 9th Spirit Revolution. It was the legacy of the great combat cultivator, Emperor Hun Yan, Xin Yun's friend from his past life. The essence of the technique was to repeatedly compress the spiritual sea, which radically increased the quality of spiritual energy. This process could be compared to compressing the sun to the size of the moon. The volume decreased, but the density and power increased many times over. After such compression, the technique allowed him to compensate for the explosive energy of the spiritual core, and at the same time significantly increase his cultivation level. On the 10th day of continuous practice, Xin Yun finally completed the 6th revolution. His condition stabilized, and the spiritual energy inside his body acquired a new, denser structure. Feeling a rare sense of relief, he decided to tidy himself up and went to wash. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Hun Yan had taken so many of the pills he had created in his previous life. Now he understood this path from his own experience. Yu Yan was surprised to see him here. She did not understand why he was outside his room, because a separate area had been prepared for Poison Yang to cultivate. Qin Shan also wondered about this, but the old man preferred to remain silent, as if he did not want to reveal what was happening ahead of time. It was clear that Poisonous Yang was wholeheartedly committed to protecting his master. There was not a shadow of doubt in his loyalty, and there was something truly touching about it. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes wide and stood up abruptly, as if sensing something important. He probably knew that Chu Xinyun was about to come out. Yu Yan suggested going to see what was happening. The main character did indeed appear, and immediately noticed the changes. Poisonous Yang's aura was no longer at its previous level. He had stepped onto the earthly spiritual level. The old man strictly followed the master's method and successfully completed his cultivation. Poisonous Yang knelt down without hesitation. His body trembled not from weakness, but from overwhelming emotions. He was ready to follow the master anywhere and believed that only death could separate them. Xin Yun was pleased. Poisonous Yang had completely lived up to his expectations. However, Xin Yun immediately made it clear that there was no need to follow him everywhere. Only one thing was required of Poisonous Yang, to reliably protect the Chu family. The old man silently accepted this condition, allowing the master's words to take root in his heart forever. If Yu Yan was not mistaken, Poison Yang was the first person in Sifeng to reach the earthly spiritual level. This meant that the Chu family now possessed the power to make it the strongest clan in the city. At that moment, Xin Yun noticed that other people had gathered nearby. His attention shifted to Lord Gu of the city. He became curious about the state he was in. It turned out that the lord of the city was still cultivating behind closed doors. Yu Yan suggested checking on the situation. Xin Yun agreed and asked to be shown the way. When they reached the right place, Xin Yun immediately realized that something was wrong. The aura seeping from inside was unstable and dangerous. Without hesitation, he ordered Poisonous Yang to blow up the stone door. Poisonous Yang carried out the order instantly. The stone barrier shattered into pieces, revealing what was happening inside. Yu Yan couldn't understand what was happening. Qin Shan was shocked to feel the frighteningly dense dark Yang Qi filling the space. Poisonous Yang stood silently nearby, not interfering without orders. Xin Yun ordered everyone to wait outside and not take any action. He immediately identified the problem. The city lord had already entered a state of cultivation deviation. Without wasting time on hesitation, Xin Yun struck the city lord in the face, bringing him to his senses. There was no gentleness in his actions, only the necessity to stop the destructive process. He had clearly warned more than once that one should not be overly tense during cultivation, especially in such a state. Ignoring this advice had led to the current crisis. Xinyun paused for a moment. There were few options. In fact, he could only use one technique. The risk was enormous, but he had no choice. He made the decision to act. He unleashed his energy absorption technique. Streams of power rushed forward, seeking to instantly suppress the raging waves of energy inside the City Lord's body and bring them back under control. However, the moment Xinyun touched the City Lord's chest, there was a sharp release. He was thrown back by a powerful force, as if he had encountered fierce resistance from the darkest Yang Qi itself. Poisonous. Yang managed to catch the master before he fell. His movements were quick and precise, but his eyes showed concern. He tried to see if Xinyun was hurt, but the situation inside the room still showed no improvement. Moreover, the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The dark Yang Qi continued to rage, and the signs of deviation only intensified. Even if the lord of the city was already beyond the point of no return, Xinyun still saw a chance to pull him back. The question was only the price and the risk. Suddenly, the main character did something no one expected. He delivered a sharp kick, precisely calculated to hit the balance point. Thanks to this intervention, the city lord finally woke up, gasping for air and coughing up thick blood that contained dark energy. Gu Qingshan flew into a rage. His consciousness had not yet fully cleared, but indignation had already overwhelmed him. In his understanding, this youngster had not only broken into his private room, but also dared to raise his hand against him. Xinyun calmly pointed out the truth of what was happening. He made it clear that the city lord had already entered a cultivation deviation. If he hadn't intervened, Gu Qingshan would be dead. The realization of this fact hit the city lord like a bucket of cold water. Xinyun reminded him that he had warned him not to rush his development and not to force a breakthrough. It was precisely because of this stubbornness that he was stuck at the 9th level of spiritual tempering. Yu Yan and Qin Shan watched the scene from the sidelines, and the whole scene really resembled the strict upbringing of an unreasonable child. The lord of the city finally humbled his pride and acknowledged his own mistakes. He was afraid that he would never be able to make a breakthrough, and this expectation had exhausted him for many years. Fear and impatience made him forget Xinyun's instructions. However, poisonous Yang reminded him of his current state, hinting that the breakthrough had already taken place. Gu Qingshan was stunned. He couldn't believe that he had truly reached the earthly spiritual level. His consciousness fluctuated between elation and disbelief. Xinyun even considered bringing him to his senses with another blow, just to convince him that it wasn't a dream. Joy overwhelmed the lord of the city. He could barely contain himself, realizing that he had finally overcome the barrier that had tormented him for so many years. According to the agreement reached earlier, he became an invited elder of the Chu family. He expressed his sincere gratitude for the guidance and help. Xinyun, however, responded with cold directness. He made it clear that such gratitude was unnecessary and that the Chu family did not need such an imprudent guest elder. Otherwise, he would have to rescue this man from deadly situations too often, which was too much trouble. Gu Qingshan did not argue and acknowledged his own foolishness. Nevertheless, he was determined to continue his studies and hoped to receive guidance from poisonous Yang. The old man immediately made it clear that he should not be overly familiar and should keep his distance. After that, the city lord handed the remaining 3 spiritual cores to Patriarch Chu. Thus, the conditions were fully met, and Xinyun could continue on his way. Yu Yan, observing what had happened, asked Qin Shan if he understood how Xinyun had managed to bring the city lord's cultivation to the earthly level. However, Qin Shan could only shake his head. What was happening was beyond his comprehension. Yu Yan then clarified the timing. There was only about half a month left before the start of the Battle House elections, and time was running out. She immediately ordered Qin Shan to go to the imperial city, regardless of the fact that teacher Lin Xiaowu was to represent the heavenly mansion in the election. There was no time to delay. The letter contained all the necessary explanations, so Xinyun simply told Qin Shan to deliver it to the addressee without further ado. The man nodded briefly as he accepted the assignment and promised to carry it out without delay. Returning home, Xinyun loudly announced his arrival, expecting to see Liu Xiang immediately. However, he was met with silence. He quickly searched the rooms, but could not find her anywhere, which made him wary for a moment. The next moment, warm female hands covered his eyes. Liu Xiang laughed and pressed herself against his back. Her movements revealed a slight resentment mixed with relief. If he had been delayed even a little longer, she would have gone to look for him herself. Xinyun immediately asked how she was feeling. The girl looked noticeably better, and it was not an illusion. After taking the medicine, the cold in her body had significantly weakened. Her breathing had become more even, and her movements more free. She looked excited and was clearly preparing a surprise for him. His curiosity was immediately aroused. He asked her to show him what she had prepared. Liu Xiang, a little embarrassed, demanded a promise that he would not laugh. Having received his consent, she still did not hurry, clearly hesitating. A small good luck charm appeared in her palms. It was handmade and consisted of 2 tiny figures, herself and Xinyun. For her, it was a symbol of support and hope, a sign that she believed in his victory in the Battle House elections. Xinyun looked closely at the craft, trying to understand the details. His gaze lingered on the shape of the figures, and a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind, which immediately burst out in the form of an awkward comment. For a second, he wondered why his figure also had something it shouldn't have. Liu Xiang instantly flared up. Her eyes flashed with indignation, mixed with annoyance. She called him perverted, and tried to snatch the talisman back, explaining that it was not what he thought it was, but hands. His attempts to justify himself and calm her down only added fuel to the fire. For her, it was unforgivable. A bat appeared in her hands from somewhere, and before Xin Yun could do anything, she swung it. He was literally knocked aside. Xiao Hu ran out at the noise, not understanding what was going on, while Poisonous Yang, with a stony face, noted that it was apparently a family dispute. 10 days later, the Chu family's courtyard was filled with calm and a focused atmosphere. After completing the 9th Spirit Revolution technique, Xin Yun's spiritual power became noticeably purer, and his control over it became much more precise and profound. This level of energy control was difficult, even for those who had already reached the spiritual level. Now, all that remained was to wait for the natural breakthrough that would consolidate all the changes. The Battle House elections were to be held in the City of Dark Water, and the departure was scheduled for the next day. Xiao Hu was surprised by this decision and did not understand why they had to leave so early. The reason was simple. Liu Xiang could not ride for long, so it was decided to use a carriage. Considering the distance, leaving 5 days before the start of the event did not seem premature at all, but rather reasonable and prudent. For Liu Xiang, the news that she would also be going on the trip came as a surprise. However, in the current circumstances, Xin Yun believed that it was safer for her to be with him than to remain in the city. Xiao Hu, in turn, asked permission to stay and look after the Chu family. Xin Yun was surprised. He did not expect him to refuse the trip, but he understood that behind this was a sincere sense of responsibility. Of course, Xiao Hu wanted to see the Battle House elections with his own eyes, an event that had been talked about for years. But now, the city of Chu was in a difficult situation. Internal threats had not yet been eliminated, and external pressure was only intensifying. He understood that he could not afford the luxury of leaving. His duty was to stay and protect the foundation for which the young master had done so much. That was why Xin Yun did not hesitate to entrust him with this responsibility. The next morning arrived. The air was cool and clear, as if heralding important changes. Due to the significance of the Battle House elections, the lord of the city decided to personally escort the patriarch of the Chu family. It was not just a gesture of respect, but also an open statement. Their alliance was strong, and preparations for the upcoming events were being carried out at the highest level. Heeding the advice of Poisonous Yang, the lord of the city knew in advance that the road would be cold and harsh. Therefore, he prepared warm cloaks of exceptional quality. They conveyed not only care, but also considerable expense. The fabric was thick, and the inner lining retained heat even in severe frost. Liu Xiang tried on the cloak and immediately felt how comfortable and warm it was. A slight smile lit up her face. Xin Yun sincerely thanked the lord of the city for such a thoughtful and generous gift. After all the preparations, it was time to set off. People gathered to see them off. Wishes for good luck and success were heard. Liu Xiang waved goodbye, trying to remain calm, although she felt excited inside. Elsewhere, a girl asked a clarifying question. Was it really the 9th ice pulse stop? Bin Li answered without hesitation, confirming her complete confidence in her conclusions. Her report was accepted and its value noted. Despite everything that had happened, the goal remained the same. The girl had to be brought back at any cost. Otherwise, Bin Li could disappear from this circle of affairs for a long time, losing trust and position. Bin Li understood immediately. There were no objections. According to recent reports, Chu Xinyun had left the city of Chu and headed for the city of Dark Water. All this time, Gu Qingshan had been with him. Theoretically, it was possible to eliminate them on the way, before they reached their destination. However, the situation was more complicated than it seemed. With them were Qin Shan and Poisonous Yang, people whose presence made any ambush extremely risky. At that moment, the patriarch entered the room, and the discussion became even more tense. 3 days ago, Chen Wei had already arrived in Darkwater City and managed to establish a strong relationship with Elder Gu. Moreover, he promised to support her in eliminating Chu Xinyun when the right moment presented itself. In addition, Chen Yue had successfully broken through to the 3rd spiritual level. While Chu Xinyun was focused on the Battle House elections, they would have a chance to deliver a fatal blow. With Elder Gu present, the outcome seemed a foregone conclusion. In their eyes, Xinyun was already a dead man. Now, in their opinion, there was no need to worry about him. The main focus should be shifted to other obstacles. The patriarch demanded a list of all those who supported the city of Chu. After Chen Yue's victory in the martial house elections, it was planned to strike back and finally deal with each of them. Behind the carriage, another group was moving, people on horseback. There were quite a few of them, and their equipment made it immediately clear that these were no ordinary travelers. Each of them held themselves confidently, as if they understood the purpose of their journey well and were ready for any surprises. Liu Xiang noticed this procession and asked if they were heading in the same direction, to the city of Dark Water. Her gaze lingered on the insignia and weapons, which clearly belonged to different forces. The ruler of Gu City explained that this was to be expected. The Battle House elections were organized by the 5 main military forces of the empire, and therefore, the attention to this event was unprecedented. Many clans, families, and lone cultivators rushed there, hoping to try their luck. Xin Yun noted that the road had indeed become noticeably busier than he had expected. However, this also meant something else. The upcoming trials would be more difficult than ever before. As far as he knew, there were 2 key tests planned for this year, a talent test and a strength test. Both tests were extremely difficult, and according to statistics from previous years, More than 80% of participants did not even pass the initial stage. Even the imperial clan did not allow itself to underestimate the 5 major martial houses. The talents they selected had to be exceptional, one in hundreds of thousands, or even one in a million. The oldest of them, the Lin Xiaowu martial house, had existed for over 500 years and had produced countless legendary masters during that time. The 5 martial houses were rightly considered the pillars of the empire. The Zhangfeng martial house was located in the northeast, the Jialan martial house in the northwest, the Ziyin martial house in the southwest, the Yunmeng martial house in the east, and the southern lands were controlled by the Lin Xiaowu martial house. Liu Xiang asked with interest which of these houses Xin Yun was going to join. For him, there was no fundamental difference between them. Among the 5 houses, Lin Xiaowu was considered the strongest and most ancient. Its ranks included experts of the heavenly spiritual level, a force capable of influencing the fate of entire regions. The Yunmeng martial house followed, possessing a large number of outstanding talents. Moreover, it controlled a significant portion of the nobility in the imperial city and constantly rivaled Ling Xiaowu for influence and power. They were followed by the Ziyin, Zhangfeng, and Jialan martial houses. These 3 forces were considered roughly equal, with none of them having an overwhelming advantage over the others. Qing Shan cautiously noted that given the choice, it would be wisest to consider either Ling Xiaowu or Yun Meng. However, this was not the main concern for Xin Yun. Regardless of which martial house he chose, his true goal remained the imperial city. Liu Xiang was surprised by this approach, as it was logical to strive for the strongest house. Xin Yun was confident that, while in the imperial city, he would be able to finally take control of the cold energy in Liu Xiang's body. During this time, her power would increase many times over, perhaps to a level that even he himself could not match. For the girl, however, he remained the strongest person, regardless of any comparisons. Soon, Jiaguan appeared before them. It was a convenient place for a short stop, quiet, but lively enough not to cause concern. Qing Shan ordered his people to rest and organize lunch. Maintaining their current speed, they should arrive in Dark Water City by evening, so a long stop was not planned. Xin Yun helped Liu Xiang down from the carriage, watching her movements closely. Poisonous Yang noticed that there was a small inn directly opposite, suitable for a short rest. The main character ordered the host to prepare a meal at their discretion, while he decided to take a walk around the area with Liu Xiang. Qing Shan watched them with slight envy, but Poisonous Yang abruptly interrupted his thoughts, advising him not to be distracted by nonsense. Liu Xiang asked curiously where exactly they were going. Soon they came to a small tree with scarlet leaves. It stood slightly off the road, and there was an amazing silence all around. From here, there was a truly beautiful view, calm, almost peaceful, as if this place existed outside the hustle and bustle and the trials to come. A familiar figure appeared in the silence by the scarlet tree. The woman emerged from behind the line of stones so unexpectedly that she seemed to be part of the landscape itself. A look of surprise flashed across her face. She clearly did not expect to see them here, and in such a calm, almost serene state. The expression on her face made it clear. These two were in too good a mood for people on the verge of such serious events. It was Lin Bing Li. Xin Yun instantly became alert. His body reacted faster than his thoughts, and his attention was completely focused on the uninvited guest. He made it clear that her appearance here was inappropriate. In response, Bin Li only coldly assessed him, noting to herself that he did not look strong. But there was something unusual about him, a certain ability that at once allowed him to interfere in her affairs and change the outcome of events. Xin Yun immediately cut off any attempts to intrude into their lives, not wanting to have anything to do with her. Bin Li, without denying her own mistake in assessing his importance, got to the point. In her opinion, Liu Xiang should go with her. At that moment, Xin Yun gestured for Liu Xiang to stay behind, clearly stating his position. For the 9th Ice Palace, the 9th Ice Pulse stop was of exceptional importance. Such a gift was extremely rare and was considered a treasure capable of changing the balance of power. Bin Li was here precisely for this reason, to possess what, in her opinion, should not belong to outsiders. Xin Yun made it clear that this was unacceptable. However, the cold gleam in Bin Li's eyes made it clear that she was not going to back down. In her mind, the outcome was already decided. The next moment, Liu Xiang felt a sharp chill. Her eyes widened in horror when she saw that Xin Yun's body was frozen, as if encased in ice. Fear instantly overwhelmed her. What was happening was beyond anything they had ever encountered before. Intervention followed almost immediately. Poisonous Yang and Qin Shan rushed forward without hesitation. For Poisonous Yang, the very existence of a person who dared to attack his master was unacceptable. But Bing Li didn't even change her expression. One slight movement was enough for cold energy to spread around, instantly freezing both of them. Their bodies froze like ice statues, unable to move. Feeling the scale of this power, it became clear that they were facing a cultivator of the heavenly spiritual level. The difference was so great that resistance seemed pointless. Neither Poisonous Yang nor Qin Shan could even breathe without effort. Bing Li was certain that now, no one could stop her. She turned her attention back to Liu Xiang, demanding that she follow her. However, the girl did not move. The wounded Xin Yun was still before her eyes, and that was enough to reject any demands. Bing Li grabbed Liu Xiang's wrist sharply, suppressing her resistance with icy force. She demanded that she stop her senseless resistance. At that moment, Xin Yun's sharp voice rang out, filled with contempt for her self-confidence. Bing Li couldn't believe her senses. He had managed to break free from the icy captivity. Liu Xiang desperately reached out to him, hoping for salvation. Xin Yun gathered his remaining strength and activated his technique. Streams of lightning burst from his body and rushed straight at Bin Li, tearing through the air with a sharp crack. However, even this attack failed to cause her serious harm. The icy defense absorbed the blow, and in response, Bin Li threw it away with a single movement, as if it were not an enemy, but a nuisance. Xin Yun struggled to get up. His body betrayed him. Weakness overwhelmed him instantly. He coughed, and a clot of blood fell to the ground. At that moment, he clearly realized how limited this body was in the face of true heavenly power. Liu Xiang immediately rushed towards him, forgetting everything else. But Bin Li once again blocked her path, her cold presence forcing the girl to stop. She insisted that Liu Xiang obey, leaving her no room for choice. Liu Xiang abruptly backed away from Bin Li, as if shaking off the icy pressure. Anger mixed with resentment flashed in her eyes. She called her a liar and demanded that she stay away. Neither the Ninth Ice Palace nor its people would get what they wanted without consequences. With these thoughts, she broke away and rushed to Xin Yun, forgetting her fear and pain. She immediately bent over him, examining him anxiously, trying to understand how serious his injuries were. At that moment, Bing Li intervened again, coldly observing what was happening and not understanding why Liu Xiang refused to see the obvious. Before her lay a man who, by all laws of power, could not protect her. These words hurt Xin Yun more than any attack. He did not want to hear such things from Bin Li. His voice, broken into a rasp, was filled with rage and contempt as he demanded that she be quiet. Gathering his remaining strength, he tried again to get up and rush into battle. However, to Bin Li, it seemed like a pathetic waste of time. In her eyes, he was just a stubborn obstacle that needed to be removed. Ice surged around them, forming sharp, deadly structures. The space was filled with a cold that made the air crackle. Bin Li was even surprised to see that Xin Yun managed to dodge some of the attacks, despite his condition. But that did not change her assessment. To her, he remained naive. With a slight gesture, she summoned the guardian of the 5th class fighting spirit, the Ice Owl. A huge creature of pure cold appeared behind her, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Bing Li was confident that the Ice Owl's defense was impenetrable to someone like him. However, Xin Yun, as if ignoring her confidence, went on the attack anyway. The blow missed its target. He was thrown back again, like a broken doll. The difference in strength was merciless. He had not yet reached the spiritual level, yet he dared to resist a heavenly level cultivator. To Bing Li, it seemed almost insulting. She expected that now he would finally realize his own insignificance. Liu Xiang understood clearly that if things continued in the same vein, Xin Yun would die. Her heart sank with horror. Bing Li took a step toward him, noting that the previous attack had been dangerous. If it had reached its target, even a heavenly level cultivator might not have survived. That was why she decided it would be wisest to finish him off now. However, at that moment, her attention was drawn to the expression on his face. A faint smile appeared on Xin Yun's lips. It seemed strange. He was under her pressure, his body was exhausted, and he had almost no strength left to get up. Yet he continued to resist. There was no madness in that smile, but something else. Stubbornness, determination, and hidden confidence. Bing Li was intrigued. She wondered if he was really ready to die. For Xin Yun, there was only one thought. He couldn't let her take Liu Xiang, no matter the cost. Bin Li grabbed him sharply, her icy power binding his body and causing unbearable pain. Her movement showed her intention to end it all right now. Even in this state, Xin Yun repeated that he would not let her take Liu Xiang. These words only increased Bin Li's irritation. Her patience ran out. If he insisted, then let him die. At that moment, Liu Xiang couldn't take it anymore. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she screamed, begging them to stop. She was ready to go with Bin Li, to give up everything, just so that she would stop and leave Xin Yun alive. Bin Li looked closely at Liu Xiang, as if assessing her determination. A cold curiosity flashed in her eyes. Was the girl really ready to take such a step? Liu Xiang, without looking away, made it clear that if Xin Yun remained alive, she would agree to follow her to the 9th Ice Palace without resisting fate. However, Bin Li only smiled slightly. There was no warmth or sympathy in that smile, only the certainty that the moment had already been missed. For her, the decision had been made in advance. Liu Xiang desperately demanded that she let Xin Yun go, but the pressure of the icy aura only intensified. Liu Xiang knelt down beside him, pressing him close to her. She called out to him, hoping he would wake up, but his eyelids remained motionless. Her heart ached with fear, and every moment seemed like an eternity. Bin Li calmly noted that he had only lost consciousness, but this brought no relief to Liu Xiang. Bing Li held out a small vial containing a clear liquid that could speed up recovery. However, Xin Yun was too weak to even take a sip. Then, Liu Xiang, without hesitation, took the medicine herself and, leaning over, passed it to him through a kiss, putting not only the power of the pill into it, but also her own despair. For a brief moment, even Bing Li was thrown off balance by this action, but she quickly suppressed her emotions and reminded them that there was no time left. It was impossible to stay here and wait for him to finally come to his senses. Liu Xiang begged for a little more time, at least a few moments with him. Deep down, Liu Xiang blamed herself for everything. If that strange, cursed blood hadn't flowed through her veins, nothing would have happened. If Xin Yun had tied his fate to her sisters instead of hers, he wouldn't be on the verge of life and death now. Guilt was eating away at her. She felt she didn't deserve his love, or the place she had earned beside him. Her existence, it seemed to her, brought him only pain and danger. Leaning over him, she silently apologized for everything that had happened to him. At that moment, Xin Yun felt hot drops on his face. Liu Xiang's tears awakened his consciousness, and he slowly opened his eyes, as if emerging from darkness. His gaze immediately darted to the side, and his first thought was of Lin Bingli. He still couldn't allow Liu Xiang to fall into her hands, but Liu Xiang quickly made it clear that he no longer needed to fight, at least not now. Even Bin Li confirmed this. Hearing this, Xin Yun couldn't believe what was happening. Only when Liu Xiang assured him that everything was fine did he understand the truth. She had promised to leave with Bin Li to save his life. This realization hit him harder than any attack. All the efforts, all the battles, and all the sacrifices seemed to collapse in an instant. Xin Yun knew that he would protect Liu Xiang at any cost, but she could no longer watch him die, shielding her with his body. Deep down, Liu Xiang also wanted to be the one to protect him. Not a weak burden, but a support, even at the cost of her own freedom. Xin Yun didn't want to hear any more of this. Despair burst out, and he demanded that she not leave and sacrifice herself for him again. He was overwhelmed by a feeling of helplessness. Even in his second life, he was unable to protect the woman he loved. This thought tore him apart from within. Lao Xiang tried to calm him down. For her, Xin Yun was the only person in the world. Even if thousands of miles separated them, and even if fate never allowed them to meet again, her heart would always remain with him. Bing Li coldly announced that time was up. The moment of farewell had come to an end, and Liu Xiang had to leave. Xin Yun desperately tried to keep her with words. He begged her not to leave, to stay with him no matter what. For him, the very thought of parting was unbearable, as if something alive was being torn from his heart. However, the decision had already been made. Bin Li and Liu Xiang climbed onto the ice owl. The enormous creature made of pure cold spread its wings, and the air instantly grew colder. It was time to take off. Lao Xiang apologized to him once more. Even now, her heart yearned for him, and her desire to be near him had not disappeared. But she knew there was no other way. While it was still possible, they held hands, as if trying to hold on to the fleeting moment. But the distance between them grew inexorably. The cold air separated them more and more, until touch became impossible. Xin Yun, unable to restrain himself, shouted that he would come for her. He swore that one day he would enter the Ninth Ice Palace and take her back, no matter what the cost. Until that day, she had to wait for him. It was not a promise. It was a vow burned into her heart. Liu Xiang agreed. She believed that day would come. She would wait as long as it took for him to come for her. In the next moment, the ice owl soared into the sky, carrying her away. When their silhouettes disappeared over the horizon, Xin Yun broke down. His rage burst forth, and he swore that the Ninth Ice Palace would pay for everything that had happened today. He would not forget this debt. Under the rule of the Liu Yun dynasty, there were 5 main provinces. The capital of the northwestern province of Xifeng was the city of Darkwater. It was here that the Battle House elections were to be held this year, an event that would determine the fate of an entire generation. As the elections approached, the city of Darkwater filled with people. Participants, merchants, mercenaries, and spectators flocked from all provinces. The streets became noisier, the hotels were overflowing, and the air was thick with anticipation of great changes. Xin Yun sat in the carriage and stared silently out the window. In his hands was the very same good luck charm that Liu Xiang had made for him with her own hands, wishing for him to pass the Battle House elections and become stronger. His thoughts returned again and again to recent events. Every moment, every word, and every movement came back to him, giving him no peace. Even with the memories of his past life's power, he was forced to admit that he couldn't use even a fraction of that power now. He had lost to a cultivator of the heavenly spirit level, and that defeat was a painful reminder of his weakness. It was then that he realized that his former path was no longer suitable. His plans needed to be revised. At that moment, Lady Qin Yuyan wished to enter, and he allowed her to do so. Yu Yan had already heard from Lord Gu about the attack on the road. Her first concern was his condition. She examined him carefully, trying to see if he had suffered any serious injuries or was hiding any pain. Xin Yun confidently stated that he was fine. However, Yu Yan could not help but notice his condition. His face was pale, his breathing uneven, and his gaze too heavy for someone who was truly feeling well. She asked again, trying to make sure he wasn't hiding any serious injuries. Despite this, he reiterated that everything was fine. Then Yu Yan moved on to the main point. She was interested in who exactly had kidnapped Liu Xiang. Her first thought was the Shui family. Too much pointed to them. However, upon hearing the answer, she felt a chill inside. Behind it all was the Ninth Ice Palace. That name made her wary. Even the imperial family avoided direct conflict with the Ninth Ice Palace. Their influence, power, and reputation made them virtually untouchable. Yu Yan couldn't understand why they had intervened. Xin Yun did not reveal any details, but he insisted that this information not be made public. He then gave her the method for improving the Staiyang pills, as well as the spiritual liquid. For any alchemist, this was a treasure that could change their entire life. Yu Yan was genuinely surprised by his decision to part with such things so easily. Xin Yun explained it simply. He thanked her for all the help she'd given him recently and did not want to remain indebted to her. Yu Yan understood his position and accepted the gift. After that, he asked if there was anything else she wanted to discuss. Only then did she remember the main thing. The conversation was unexpected, but important. Yu Yan wanted to introduce him to her master. His name was Yang Yan. At the age of 28, he had already made a name for himself as a master of the 5 fields of alchemy. In cultivation circles, he was known as a rare genius and a true master of Yan alchemy. Yang Yan was currently the honorary elder of the Ling Xiaowu martial house and was supposed to represent them in these elections. Yu Yan had been with Xin Yun for quite some time, and her master had taken an interest in him. If he received his approval, the path to the Lin Xiaowu martial house would be open without any unnecessary obstacles. Upon hearing this name, Xin Yun immediately understood everything. Yang Yan was one of the leading figures in alchemy, a man whose influence extended throughout the Liu Yun dynasty. He was curious what would happen if he didn't impress this mentor. Yu Yan asked him not to worry. Even in that case, the official selection process would still take place. She just wanted them to meet first. Xin Yun noted that it was already late and that perhaps they should return. However, fate decided otherwise. Suddenly, the door flew open and an elderly man with a sharp, overwhelming presence burst into the room. His gaze was cold and his aura was heavy. He was outraged that some insolent person had kept him waiting outside for so long and even dared to chase away his student. His words sounded genuinely irritated. In his opinion, such insolence demanded an immediate response. Yang Yan did not mince words, openly calling this youngster arrogant and conceited, not knowing his place. Yu Yan immediately tried to smooth things over. She explained that it was all said in jest and should not be taken too seriously, trying to prevent the conflict from escalating further. Yang Yan narrowed his eyes, clearly not expecting such a response. He asked again if what had been said was really serious. Xin Yun did not try to justify himself or soften his words. He made it clear that he was not joking and did not intend to back down from his position. For Yang Yan, this was the last straw. He reacted sharply, considering such behavior to be outright rudeness. In response, Xin Yun calmly noted to himself that the master had been standing on the table ever since he burst in, and he couldn't help but wonder where his vaunted manners had gone. Yu Yan, noticing that the conversation was rapidly getting out of control, tried to intervene and smooth things over somehow. Everything was mixed up in her head. She had clearly asked her mentor to wait for the signal and not to show up early. Therefore, what was happening seemed completely illogical to her. Yang Yan, however, saw nothing strange in this. In his opinion, she had been absent for too long, and his patience had simply run out. The master raised his voice again, demanding an explanation for what the youngster was looking at. He was clearly offended by the feeling that he was being looked at without due respect, as if he were some insignificant old man. Xin Yun simply turned away, unwilling to participate in this childishness. Yang Yan caught this movement and concluded that the young man did not seem to want to join the Lin Xiaowu martial house at all. For Xin Yun, everything was crystal clear. The selection process for the martial house was based on strength and talent, especially in the case of Lin Xiaowu. If he was strong enough, the house would accept him regardless of anyone's recommendations. In such a situation, he simply did not need the master's help. Yang Yan smiled as if he had heard something funny. This guy's self-confidence seemed almost provocative to him. In his opinion, after such words, the conversation lost its meaning. Yu Yan, on the other hand, felt a growing sense of confusion inside. Everything that was happening was not at all what she had planned. On the contrary, the situation was developing according to the worst possible scenario. Despite his irritation, Yang Yan still remembered Chu Xinyun's name. He decided that he would keep a close eye on this young man in the upcoming elections. His words sounded like a demand. The guy must not disappoint him. Poisonous Yang and Qing Shan noticed Master Yang when he came out. It was immediately clear from the expression on his face that he was dissatisfied. The tense aura around him suggested that the meeting had been unsuccessful. Yu Yan couldn't understand what exactly had gone wrong. She had put a lot of effort into this meeting, risking her reputation and time, but the result was completely opposite to what she had expected. But then she suddenly remembered Xin Yun's words and everything that had happened with him recently. The realization came too late. She quietly apologized, realizing that in his current state, he simply couldn't be in a good mood, and perhaps she had expected too much from him. Xin Yun made it clear that he did not blame her for anything. Even if the meeting with Master Yan did not go as expected, it was not her fault. Moreover, now everything was going exactly as he had planned. The alchemy master remembered the man with the surname Chu, and that was enough. Only now did Yu Yan realize that this was what he had been aiming for from the very beginning. There were only 3 days left before the election. This time should be used to maximum effect. Xin Yun intended to devote it to cultivation and, ideally, make a breakthrough. If he failed to reach the spiritual level, the upcoming trials would be truly difficult. He thanked Yu Yan for her concern and care. Realizing that he needed to be alone now, the girl did not linger and soon left. The day before the election, the city of Dark Water was transformed. Merchants from all over the country flocked here, and from early morning, the streets were crowded. Shops and markets buzzed like a beehive, filled with voices, smells, and movement. Shen Yue stopped at one of the street stalls and decided to buy 10 donuts. She praised them with obvious pleasure. Soft, sweet, soaked in fragrant syrup. The taste was so rich that it made her want to try more. At first, the vendor thought that the lady was simply too generous with her praise. He even wondered if he could sell her that many at once. Chen Yue coldly asked if it was a problem to buy more if she wanted to. In response, the man simply showed her a fresh batch of donuts, neatly laid out separately. They were all intended exclusively for her. She noticed her subordinates glancing at the sweets. Chen Yue immediately made it clear that these donuts belonged to her. No one dared to even touch them without her permission. Only she would decide who would get how many. At that moment, a figure in the crowd caught her attention. Lost in thought, she handed all the donuts to her maid, instructing her not to eat them all at once. She thought she saw a woman from the Thousand Treasures Pavilion among the passers-by. The thought seemed strange. Why would she be here? Perhaps she had moved here with Chu Xinyun? Or maybe it was just a false impression. Suddenly, a familiar scent reached her. Chen Yue turned and looked at the maid. There were only 3 donuts left. She hoped she wasn't too late. However, she soon saw the maid ordering 5 more, clearly trying to make up for the loss. At the same time, Yu Yan came to Lord Gu and Poisonous Yan, intending to disturb them for a moment. The room was surprisingly warm, which contrasted sharply with the cold outside. Lord Gu asked with interest if she had come to discuss some business. Yu Yan replied that she had just popped in for a moment. Xin Yun immediately invited her to come in quickly, so she wouldn't freeze. She was holding a small bag that she had brought especially for him. Yu Yan smiled slightly and handed him a box of treats. It was the best cake in Darkwater City, soft, delicate, exuding a subtle aroma. She insisted that he try it while it was still warm and fresh. Xin Yun thanked her for her thoughtfulness, but did not touch the food. He had no appetite. His thoughts were too heavy. Yu Yan did not insist, but her concern was still evident in her eyes. She sensed that there was much more behind his calmness than he was showing. He assured her that he was fine and that there was no need to worry. Participating in a competition of this level was not an insurmountable challenge for him. Hearing this, Yu Yan felt relieved. At least outwardly, he remained confident. Off to the side, Poisonous Yang looked at the city lord with displeasure and asked what he was doing. Gu Qingshan admitted without a hint of embarrassment that he was eavesdropping and asked him to speak more quietly. He had never seen Lady Qin care so sincerely about anyone before. In response, Poisonous Yang sharply pulled his ear, making it clear that this was another reason not to interfere in other people's conversations. Xin Yun, meanwhile, concluded that since Yu Yan was Yang Yang's disciple, her origins must be connected to the imperial city. Yu Yan confirmed this and calmly asked why he was interested. The Qin family was a commercial giant within the capital. Their influence extended far beyond the markets and shops. Xin Yun must have known the name of Qin Taiyu, the head of the family and Yu Yan's father. For Xin Yun, this did not change his attitude towards her. However, Yu Yan decided to be frank. Recently, a crisis had been brewing in the imperial family, and the Qin family was apparently involved in it, albeit not directly. She received a letter from her father, demanding that she return to the imperial city immediately after the elections were over. Xin Yun advised her to pay special attention to her uncle, Qin Tai Feng, when she returned, hinting that he might be the source of the problems. Xin Yun did not expect Yu Yan to be the daughter of Qin Taiyu. In his past life, this man had helped him in his most difficult moment. Now, with his knowledge of future events, he understood that he could help avert the impending crisis. However, he would only be able to get to the truth after arriving in the imperial city. The next day arrived. From early morning, the streets of Darkwater were filled with people. Children maneuvered through the crowd, running ahead, despite the shouts of adults urging them to be careful. They wanted to get the best seats. No one wanted to miss the start of the Battle House elections. Food was being sold everywhere. Someone was frying fragrant dumplings, assuring everyone that the participants needed to eat well before the trials, and the spectators needed to gather strength for the long wait. Others sold warm buns. Qin Shan noticed that Poisonous Yang was not participating in the competition, so it was unclear why he was so tense. In response, Poisonous Yang simply told him to stop talking, without taking his eyes off the sea of people. Flags belonging to the 5 martial houses fluttered all around the arena. Their colors contrasted sharply with each other, symbolizing different paths of cultivation and ideologies. One glance was enough to feel the weight of history and power behind each banner. There were strict requirements for participation in the elections. No older than 20 years of age and a body tempering level of at least 8. One of the men nearby was clearly upset. Not long ago, the age limit was 23, and then he would have had a chance. Now he was rudely told to leave so as not to disturb the others. People around him whispered that he should leave quietly, otherwise the guards would quickly intervene. Xin Yun calmly announced that he had come to register. They asked for his ID and told him to write his name on the registration scroll. After completing the formalities, he was given a wooden plaque with a number on it, a symbol of admission to the arena, and, at the same time, a sign that there was no turning back. The crowd was asked to remain silent. The air was instantly filled with tense anticipation. The ceremony was about to begin. The first stage was the greeting of the elders of the 5 martial houses. They began with the representative of the Yunmeng martial house, Elder Gu. His appearance was accompanied by noticeable excitement among the audience. Next was Elder Yan, representative of the Lin Xiaowu martial house. Formerly, this house held the highest position among the 5. A logical question arose as to why the Yunmeng house was announced first. The answer was obvious to those in the know. At the moment, Yunmeng's influence surpassed even that of the oldest martial house. From the outside, it might have seemed that Elder Yan was deliberately taking a higher position, as if trying to emphasize his own status. Even Xin Yunyu noticed this, causing a slight internal irritation. Then, the elders of the Xin, Zhangfeng, and Jielan martial houses were introduced. Their entrance was less pompous. but still accompanied by a respectful silence. Each of these houses had its own glory and weight. The participants were ordered to line up on both sides of the arena. They had 15 minutes to do so. Anyone who did not take their place in time would be automatically disqualified. After the lineup, the detailed rules were to be announced. It was announced that the elections would be held jointly by all 5 combat houses and would be based on the principles of honesty and fairness. These words sounded solemn, although many understood that behind the scenes, things were far from simple. Any participant who violated the rules was subject to immediate disqualification. It was emphasized that these elections were a unique opportunity for those who aspired to become truly strong experts. At that moment, someone unexpectedly touched Shin Yun. Standing in front of him was a stranger with light hair. He looked relaxed and examined him with curiosity, as if evaluating him. His gestures were friendly, but not intrusive. The stranger introduced himself as Yue Shunfeng. He admitted that he had heard of Shin Yun and understood how difficult it could be to even approach such people. Despite this, he decided to take a chance and offered to get acquainted. Shin Yun was slightly surprised by this initiative. He did not expect anyone here to want to befriend him without ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he also gave his name. Shunfeng noted that Shin Yun's name sounded quite beautiful. Cloud and wind, 2 images that naturally complement each other. This combination evoked a sense of freedom and forward movement, as if fate itself had brought them together in this place. Those around them quickly noticed Shunfeng's behavior and began to exchange mocking glances. In their eyes, he looked strange, almost ridiculous. A man who voluntarily sought out trouble. However, for Shunfeng himself, it was different. He saw it as an opportunity to catch the wind of change and find himself at the very center of the coming storm. Like a cloud with wind, these two could give birth to something much greater. Shin Yun clearly realized that such associations would only attract unnecessary attention, which meant it was better to stay away. Junfeng noticed Shin Yun's intention to distance himself and immediately understood that he was about to leave. He was not going to let his new acquaintance go so easily, considering such behavior unfair. After all, he had not even introduced him to his companions yet. Shin Yun wanted only one thing, to be left alone and allowed to focus on the upcoming test. Without a hint of embarrassment, Shunfeng continued his questioning, where he was from, what his cultivation level was, and which martial arts house he intended to join. He also hastened to assure him that his friends were perfectly respectable people and posed no threat. The situation was becoming increasingly absurd, and Shin Yun was already beginning to regret responding in the first place. At Shunfeng's call, 2 more people approached them. The man with green hair asked discontentedly why he had arrived so late, and the girl next to him smiled, deciding that he was simply frightened by the atmosphere of the arena and wanted to escape from the crowd. The girl coldly warned Shunfeng that it would be better for him not to get into trouble again. If he got into trouble, he would not receive any assistance from her. Shunfeng, in his usual manner, assured her that this time he would behave himself and even asked her to treat him a little kinder. Meanwhile, the man with green eyes looked closely at Shin Yun. His face seemed vaguely familiar to him. Shunfeng also picked up on this feeling and, without hesitation, named his new friend, Chu Shin Yun. However, Shin Yun himself did not recognize these people and could not understand where their feeling came from. Soon, everything became clear. The girl turned out to be Su Chi-jo, a recognized genius from Darkwater City, and the man next to her was Lin Yichuan from Lantian City. Their names had long been known among cultivators, and meeting them could not be considered a coincidence. Shin Yun formally expressed his pleasure at meeting him, but it was clear from his face that he was not enthusiastic. Chi-jo took him aside and quietly warned him that getting involved with Shunfeng was not a good idea. Although he seemed harmless, he constantly dragged those around him into strange situations. It was obvious that Shin Yun himself was uncomfortable with this company, so the best solution was to simply ignore Feng. At that moment, Qian Yue appeared in the crowd. Her gaze immediately fell on Shin Yun, and a flash of obvious irritation crossed her face. She made it clear that he should not get in her way. Qian Yue sarcastically remarked that Shin Yun was too friendly with another girl behind her sister's back. In her opinion, such people were perfect for each other. 2 pieces of trash who had found company of their own level. Shizhou and Shunfeng instantly fell silent. Even the carefree Feng sensed the tension in the air and realized that the situation was more than just a usual argument. Shin Yun's expression changed dramatically. His gaze became cold, and he demanded an explanation. Not hiding his inner anger, Qian Yue did not understand why his reaction was so harsh, and this only fueled her irritation. However, in the next moment, Shin Yun regained his composure. He was well aware that he couldn't let her know the truth about what had happened to Lu Xiang. Right now, the most important thing for him was to get through the election. Any fight at this stage would mean immediate disqualification. Chen Yue remembered his previous words that he would defeat her in this election. Now she noted with disappointment that he had only reached the spiritual level. In her eyes, this was clearly not enough. She also recalled that all his actions against the Shui family and all the commotion in Sifeng were just a pathetic attempt to distract her from her cultivation. Chen Yue was confident that she understood his intentions perfectly well, and they did not affect the power of the Shui family in the slightest. From her point of view, such tricks seemed naive and useless. Chen Yue called him pathetic with open contempt and declared that he was not worthy of the honor of participating in the martial arts house elections. In her eyes, Shin Yun was just a random figure, unworthy of even standing in the same arena as true geniuses. She was determined to personally make him feel the difference in power and status. Shin Yun asked coldly and menacingly if she was finished. His calmness only irritated her more. Chen Yue replied that it was too late for regrets and that she would show no mercy in the arena, whatever the outcome. There was no doubt about her intentions. She wanted to prove to him that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the true heights of this world. Shin Yun only briefly noted that he would wait, and in this calm response, there was a confidence that involuntarily made one wary. Shun Feng, of course, knew the genius of the city of Sifeng, Shui Qianyue. Rumor had it that she had a 4th-level fighting spirit and 3rd-level spiritual cultivation, which fully explained her arrogance and sharpness. Lin Yichuan couldn't believe that these two were connected by anything more than a chance encounter. It was hard for him to imagine what Xin Yun could have done to offend such a woman. Xin Yun treated it as a trifle and explained that it was all old business. In the past, there had indeed been rumors of a marriage agreement between the Shui family of Sifeng City and the Chu family. However, after the decline of the Chu family, the agreement was terminated without hesitation. A year ago, the young master of the Chu family had proposed, but not to the eldest lady of the Shui family, but to her younger sister, the daughter of a concubine. For Qian Yue, this was a crushing humiliation. The news quickly spread throughout the northwestern provinces, becoming the subject of discussion and ridicule. Later, this same young master of the Chu family suddenly rose to power, grew stronger, and managed to subjugate the entire city of Sifeng, which made the situation even more painful. Hearing this, Shun Feng finally pieced everything together. The surname Chu of his new friend and Qian Yue's words about her sister's actions behind her back made sense. Now it was clear that standing next to him was not just a participant, but the very young master of the Chu family, about whom rumors had been circulating for a long time. Soon, everyone was asked to quiet down. It was announced that, as usual, this year's elections would consist of 2 rounds. There were 10 shields in the arena, and the first round was to test the participants' innate talent and the degree to which they matched their own fighting spirit. The participants had to place their palms on the shields. The spiritual stones began to glow, and the result was displayed on a scale. The maximum possible score was level 9. Those who reached level 5 and above would be eligible to advance to the second round. Anyone who failed to reach this threshold would be immediately disqualified. Each participant had a tag with an engraved number. In the second round, pairs would be formed randomly, and losing the tag meant automatic elimination. Therefore, the participants were strictly reminded to keep them safe until the end. The first round was officially declared open. Participants with numbers 1 through 10 were ordered to enter the arena for testing. The tension in the air noticeably increased, and the eyes of the audience and elders focused on the stage, where the first true talents were to be revealed. However, the first 10 participants failed the test. None of them reached the required level. The next group, numbered 11 to 20, entered the arena. A low murmur immediately rose from the audience. Many began to discuss how this year's selection seemed much more rigorous than before. Nevertheless, most still believed that such a test could not be that difficult. Yu Yan was clearly puzzled. To her, this test seemed like nothing more than a compatibility check, and she didn't understand why such a simple condition would eliminate so many people at the very beginning. Yang Yan patiently explained that compatibility was the key indicator of talent. The deeper the connection between the cultivator and their fighting spirit, the higher their potential limits. In essence, the stronger the fighting spirit, and the better it is accepted and understood by its owner, the faster and more stable the growth of cultivation will be. Most viewers were accustomed to thinking that a high level of fighting spirit automatically made a person strong. However, the truth was much more complicated. Fighting spirit reflects innate talent, while compatibility shows how well a person understands and reveals that talent in practice. Only after a long wait did the first participant appear, who was able to pass the test. His result reached the 5th level. It was clear that talent alone was not enough. It must be developed, refined, and used daily. The higher the degree of understanding of one's own fighting spirit, the more significant the result. Lin Yichuan managed to reach the 5th level. His 3rd-class fighting spirit, the black-faced monkey, proved itself to be stable and confident. This clearly confirmed the rule. High compatibility and a deep understanding of fighting spirit directly affect the strength of a cultivator and the effectiveness of their techniques. In other words, those who possess a strong fighting spirit and know how to work with it correctly are able to rise significantly above the rest. Yang Yan was genuinely surprised that Yu Yan did not fully understand such obvious things, and even allowed himself to make a sharp remark. Yu Yan hastily smoothed over the situation, acknowledging her own inattention. Yue Shunfeng also reached the 5th level. His 4th-class fighting spirit, the red-eyed silver marten, showed good responsiveness, drawing approving glances from the observers. Su Qizhou surpassed them both, reaching the 6th level. Her 4th-class fighting spirit, a blue shining butterfly, manifested itself with extraordinary brightness and harmony. The audience was impressed. For the city of Darkwater, this was truly an outstanding result, fully confirming Su Qizhou's reputation as a genius. Shun Feng sincerely admired her superiority. Lin Yichuan acknowledged the result as worthy, and Su Qizhou herself just waved it off embarrassedly, clearly not wanting to get used to such praise. Qian Yue watched the proceedings with cold contempt. In her eyes, all these results seemed laughable. She considered those around her to be nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well, and could not understand how the 6th level could cause such excitement. For her, Such achievements deserved neither attention nor respect. Qian Yue confidently let Xinyan know that very soon he would realize the true difference between them, a difference that could not be overcome by effort or luck. Many participants also noticed her arrogance and immediately recognized her as the famous Shui Qian Yue. Her name had long been associated with strength, talent, and unconditional confidence in her own superiority. The judges again demanded silence. The participants were ordered to take their positions and prepare to continue the test. The tension in the air thickened. The real trials were just beginning. When it was her turn, the fighting spirit of the 4th class appeared in the arena. The water spirit fox, the translucent silhouette of the beast, swayed gently, as if woven from streams of water, radiating a cold but graceful aura. The audience immediately recognized the legendary genius, Shui Qian Yue. At that moment, the 7 spirit stones flashed one after another, without the slightest delay. The result was stunning. The 7th level. The arena was filled with the roar of admiring voices. Even experienced cultivators were impressed. The fighting spirit of the 4th class, combined with the 7-fold activation of spiritual stones. Such talent was exactly what the fighting houses were willing to fight for. Such strength, such harmony, and such appearance seemed perfectly suited for the role of a future star of any great clan. In the eyes of most viewers, there was no doubt. The best of the best stood in the arena, at least at this stage of the trials. Yang Yan openly admitted that such talent would most likely be recruited by the Ling Xiao martial house. However, Yu Yan was indifferent to this, and even slightly dismissive. She clearly did not like Chen Yue. Yang Yan did not understand why this mattered at all, since it was not a question of personal preference, but of selecting talent. Yu Yan was embarrassed by his tone, and then Elder Gu intervened in the conversation, calmly explaining that Shui Qian Yue had already agreed to join the Yunmeng martial house. Yang Yan felt annoyed. It was unpleasant to lose such an outstanding talent. Yu Yan just smiled quietly, without a hint of regret. As soon as Chen Yue left the arena, a commotion instantly arose around her. Some admiringly called her a genius of beauty, while others tried to attract attention. But those in the know immediately warned of her bad temper. All this only made Chen Yue even happier. She was flattered that those around her were willing to idolize her without hesitation. Shun Feng grimaced openly, sensing trouble ahead, while Su Qizhou was clearly unhappy with this ostentatious boasting. Chen Yue, on the other hand, happily shared her results, emphasizing that she had managed to reach the 7th level and that even the examiner was stunned. In her eyes, this was direct proof of her own superiority. Qizhou cautiously reminded her that the tests were not over yet and it was too early to draw final conclusions. However, Qian Yue was absolutely sure that anyone could be the best, except Qizhou herself. After that, Qian Yue asked with obvious interest when it would be Chu Xinyun's turn. She was eager to see him disgrace himself in the arena and hoped that he would not deprive her of that pleasure. The examiner loudly announced that participants with numbers 61 to 70 should come on stage. Internally, Qian Yue noted with contempt that such tests were used by martial arts houses only to weed out mediocrities. In her opinion, these tests were designed for people with low fighting spirit and did not deserve much attention. It all seemed ridiculous and unworthy of serious consideration to her. She didn't understand why Chu Xinyun hadn't shown up yet. The thought that he was simply afraid to enter the arena and make a fool of himself in front of everyone kept popping into her head. And yet, when his turn came, the main character showed first-class fighting spirit, a spiritual sword. When the first-class fighting spirit manifested itself in the arena, muffled laughter rang out from the crowd, growing louder and louder. To most of those present, such talent seemed pitiful and unworthy. Many wondered what this young man was doing at the martial house selection at all, if his limit was the lowest class of fighting spirit. Looks full of contempt slid over his figure. Even Yang Yan could not hide his disappointment. In his eyes, this result meant failure before it even began. Yu Yan, on the contrary, felt a vague uneasiness and decided that the problem might be with the tester. However, the master immediately rejected this idea. Such artifacts do not make mistakes, and this young man, by all indications, was not capable of igniting even a single spirit stone. And yet, something strange happened. The stone shield remained completely indifferent, as if it did not perceive Xin Yun's presence at all. Not the slightest glow, not the slightest response. Absolute silence, as if there was nothing in front of it. Only a few moments passed, when the tester suddenly flashed with a dazzling light. Energy burst out in a sharp impulse, and in the next second, the stone shield split apart, scattering into pieces right before the eyes of the stunned audience. A dead silence hung over the arena. No one could understand what had just happened. Some, confused, suggested that the young man had reached the 9th level of compatibility. Others immediately rejected this, saying that the tester was simply incapable of measuring his score. In their eyes, this man's level was beyond all known scales, and such a spectacle had never been seen here before. It was truly incredible. Despite his first-class fighting spirit and lack of spiritual level, his compatibility and depth of talent were frighteningly high. It became clear to experienced cultivators that with proper training and resources, this young man was capable of growing into a figure who would one day change the very concept of power. Yu Yan struggled to hide her shock and glanced furtively at the master, as if seeking confirmation of what she had seen. Even Yang Yan, who was accustomed to rare miracles, was forced to admit the obvious. This guy was truly unique, and talents like this came along once in a generation, if not less often. Few great experts in history had been able to reach the 9th level of compatibility, and here, the tester had been completely destroyed. The examiner, recovering from the shock, sharply demanded an explanation, because the spiritual shield was intended exclusively for conducting elections. Shin Yun calmly expressed his regret, showing neither insolence nor panic. Yu Yan was about to intervene immediately and talk to him, realizing the significance of what was happening, but Yang Yan stopped her. In his opinion, there was no need to rush. Such a person would not disappear anywhere. The examiner, meanwhile, declared that the young man had deliberately damaged the equipment and was obliged to pay 10 times the cost of the tester. Shin Yun agreed without hesitation to compensate for the damage, but emphasized that the destruction was not intentional. The examiner considered this a pathetic excuse. In all his years of practice, no one had ever broken the shield in such a way. In his eyes, it looked like cheating. Shin Yun remained calm and repeated that he was only taking the test. The irritated examiner roughly grabbed him by his clothes, threatening immediate disqualification. He clearly had no intention of getting to the bottom of what had happened. The other participants watched the scene with concern. The examiner sharply rebuked them, demanding that they not interfere. Shin Yun calmly pushed his hand away and again confirmed his willingness to pay for the damage without further conflict. After that, the main character descended from the arena, leaving behind a buzz of discussion. Shun Feng looked at him with sincere admiration. He simply had no words to describe what he had seen. Su Chizhou felt awkward for the first time, calling herself a genius next to such a person. Even Lin Yichuan admitted that what had happened was more like a legendary performance than a normal exam. Many spectators continued to wonder if this was really Chu Xinyun. His abilities were so extraordinary that the tester simply could not measure them. At that moment, he became the center of everyone's attention, a true genius who appeared suddenly and shattered conventional ideas. For some, it was admiration. For others, a humiliating realization of their own insignificance. Suddenly, a man in black robes approached Chen Yue. His steps were quiet, but his presence was overwhelming. He calmly informed her that she should go with him. As it soon became clear, Elder Gu wished to meet with her personally, and refusal was not an option. Chen Yue did not understand where exactly she was being taken, or for what purpose, but after a few minutes, the man stopped and respectfully reported to the elder that the lady had been delivered. The atmosphere in the room was tense, as if the air was saturated with hidden discontent. Elder Gu immediately reminded her of his previous words, that Chu Xinyun was considered useless trash, incapable of cultivation, even after consuming large amounts of medicinal herbs. Now, before his eyes was a result that could not be ignored. His gaze was filled with irritation and suspicion. What was happening did not fit into any logical scheme. The thought of possible deception flashed through her mind. However, Qian Yue coldly dismissed it. According to her, about a year ago, Chu Xinyun's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of body tempering. Even if one assumed the intervention of heavenly will, such rapid growth seemed impossible. But even if her words were true, it no longer mattered to the elder. The talent that Chu Xinyun had demonstrated had become too conspicuous. His name had surely attracted the attention of other martial houses, and the situation was spiraling out of control. However, Elder Gu did not seem concerned. He had already bribed the judge, and was therefore confident that luck would turn away from Xinyun in the 2nd round. Moreover, this would create the perfect opportunity to get rid of him for good. Chen Yue wanted to fight him herself, wishing to wipe away this humiliation with her own hands. But the elder sharply rejected this idea. It would be foolish to fight an opponent whose limits were impossible to measure. If she lost, she would lose not only her face, but also her family's reputation. Meanwhile, the examiner announced the end of the 1st round. Of the 300 participants, only 54 managed to advance. Their names were to be announced immediately and were posted on the wall to the left of the arena, where a crowd was already beginning to gather. The participants were warned that they must keep their name tags, as they would be used to determine the matchups for the 2nd round, which would begin in the afternoon. The examiner recommended that all those who had passed take a rest, regain their strength, and prepare for the upcoming battles. Shun Feng enthusiastically invited Xin Yun to have lunch together, mentioning that he had booked one of the best restaurants in town in advance. However, the main character politely declined, thanking him for the invitation and explaining that other people were waiting for him. Shun Feng, not losing his optimism, suggested meeting next time with friends. Poisonous Yang did not hide his admiration. In his eyes, the master had exceeded all expectations. Even the lord of the city acknowledged that the young patriarch of the Chu family was truly outstanding. Xin Yun himself did not dwell on this, merely noting that it was time to eat and regain his strength. Yu Yan thanked the master for the meal, trying to hide the inner turmoil that had not left her since the destruction of the tester. Xin Yun also intended to eat at this establishment, but one of the employees informed him that there were no more rooms available. The lord of the city reacted calmly, suggesting that they eat outside. At that moment, Yu Yan noticed Xin Yun and was about to call out to him, recognizing his familiar figure. But Yang Yan stopped her. The master still remembered their previous encounter, where this young man had seemed insolent and overly confident to him. His irritation had not subsided, and he did not want to see Xin Yun. At the same time, curiosity got the better of him. He was interested in why his student wanted to call him over in the first place. In his understanding, If Chu Xinyun were invited to the Lin Xiao martial arts house now, he would become even more arrogant. Yang Yan was not used to begging anyone. His status did not require it. When Yu Yan cautiously remarked that the young man might be lured away by another martial arts house, the master only smiled. In his opinion, there was no cause for concern. The other representatives were elderly elders who acted strictly according to the will of their houses. They were only observing the process and would not rush to recruit him. In his eyes, the situation was still under control, at least for now. On the other hand, the master and Yu Yan were almost the only ones who truly understood the depth of this young man's talent and hidden potential. In their view, everything should have turned out differently. When Xin Yun disgraced himself in the second round, faced with the harsh reality of real combat, his self-confidence would be shattered. It was then that the Lin Xiao combat house would reach out to him. Deprived of his former audacity, he would become much more obedient and manageable. The perfect moment for recruitment. The second round consisted of a series of one-on-one fights. The examiner drew lots, and each time 2 numbers were called, their owners were required to immediately enter the arena. Based on the results of the battles, the elders of the 5 martial arts houses made their silent judgment, determining whether the participant was worthy of an invitation. The losers were eliminated without the right to return, and the winners continued on their way. The more victories a participant won, the higher their chances of not only advancing, but also gaining the right to choose the fighting house they wished to join. The tension grew as the examiner reached into the box of lots to draw the numbers for the first pair. The use of weapons was permitted in these fights, but killing was strictly forbidden. The first fight was announced immediately. Participants with numbers 46 and 27 were to enter the arena. The first was named Yue Shunfeng, and the crowd immediately came alive. Su Qizhou coldly remarked that if Shunfeng lost in the first fight, he shouldn't even dream of joining the martial arts house. In that case, he would have to leave Darkwater City and forget about ever meeting her. Shunfeng himself did not fully understand why she was so prejudiced against him. In her eyes, he was clearly underestimated. Shunfeng confidently entered the arena and saw his opponent demonstratively perform several moves, as if offering to start first. His movements were sharp but careless, like those of a man confident in his superiority. Despite his outward bravado, Shunfeng felt a slight uneasiness inside. His opponent's calmness alarmed him. He seemed too confident. When the examiner gave the signal to start the fight, the tension reached its peak. In the next moment, the opponent rushed forward, delivering a swift blow. However, Shunfeng managed to react in time and dodged, allowing the attack to pass. He immediately drew his weapon, deflecting subsequent blows. His opponent smirked, casting a contemptuous glance, as if he were facing a weak and inexperienced child. Shunfeng did not succumb to the pressure. His opponent, on the contrary, allowed himself to mock him, advising him to go home and train for another year before reappearing at the elections. He was already prepared to end the fight with a decisive blow. But at that very moment, his overconfidence played a cruel joke on him. Shunfeng's counterattack was lightning fast and accurate, depriving his opponent of the opportunity to continue the fight. The victory went to number 46, Yue Shunfeng. Suzy Zhou and Lin Yichuan did not hide their approval. However, noticing the restrained expression on Xin Yun's face, Shunfeng suddenly had doubts. Perhaps his performance really did not look so impressive compared to what was expected next. Next, numbers 9 and 61 were announced. This meant that Chu Xinyun was about to enter the arena. Doubtful whispers immediately spread among the audience. Many felt that the outcome of the fight was obvious. The difference in physique seemed too striking. Some spectators, assessing Xinyun's figure, even began to doubt whether he was really under 20 years old. His height and build seemed too impressive, and someone sarcastically suggested that he clearly did not deny himself food. His opponent turned out to be a man named Wu Zhouqing. He looked calm and collected, without any visible arrogance. His gaze showed interest. He was genuinely curious to face Chu Xinyun in this arena. Xinyun also took the meeting calmly and without hostility, involuntarily noting his opponent's impressive size. Compared to his own figure, Zhouqing seemed like a real rock. Catching his gaze, he was slightly embarrassed and explained that he was only 18 years old, although it was difficult to imagine from his appearance. As soon as the examiner gave the signal to start the fight, Zhouqing instantly went on the offensive. His movement was sharp and heavy. Xinyun did not have time to fully react and was knocked off his feet, hitting the stone surface of the arena with a dull thud. Without wasting a second, Zhouqing drew his weapon, intending to end the fight with one crushing blow. There was no hesitation in his actions. He was used to deciding the outcome of fights quickly and harshly. However, Xinyun managed to roll to the side at the last moment and dodged the blow. Getting up almost instantly, he switched to defense, parrying his opponent's attacks with precise and measured movements. The powerful pressure from Zhouqing still made itself felt. One of the blows threw Xinyun further back into the arena, forcing him to retreat and change position. Zhouqing admitted to himself that despite his much smaller size, this young man was surprisingly agile. His reactions and sense of distance aroused genuine interest. Nevertheless, he was sure that such agility would not save him for long. Sooner or later, his superior strength would prevail. The audience also saw what was obvious. In terms of physical strength, Zhouqing significantly surpassed his opponent. Even if the child had skill and speed, against a barrage of heavy blows, his defeat seemed only a matter of time. However, the situation was not so clear-cut. Zhouqing was not only strong, but also unexpectedly fast for his build. It was extremely difficult to defeat him, relying solely on speed. However, Shin Yun understood this perfectly well and could have said the same thing to his opponent. Zhou Qing caught the slightest movement of his opponent's lips and frowned, trying to understand what he had just said. Shin Yun slowly repeated the thought. His opponent's luck would not last forever either. This hurt Zhou Qing. He called Shin Yun a child and made it clear that he would regret his overconfidence. In the next second, he rushed into the attack again, increasing the pressure. Shin Yun managed to dodge again, as if he knew the trajectory of the blow in advance. Zhou Qing began to wonder how long his opponent intended to just defend himself. Did he seriously expect to win? Or was he just stalling for time, waiting for the strong man to tire? It was at this moment that Shin Yun waited for that very window of opportunity. It was a second, but a second that decided the outcome of the fight. For Zhou Qing, this moment became a fatal mistake. Shin Yun abruptly changed direction, soaring above another attack, and from above, he delivered a blow. Using his shadowless technique, his movement was light, almost invisible, like a shadow torn from the air. A thought flashed through his mind that he should just stall for time and wait for his opponent to run out of steam. But in reality, everything was different. From the very beginning, Shin Yun controlled the rhythm of the fight, adjusting to Zhou Qing's breathing and the pace of his attacks. He was about to mentally note his opponent's clumsiness, but at that moment, he felt Zhou Qing's body seem to be engulfed in heat. His movements became sharper and his power more dangerous, as if he had begun to squeeze out the last of his energy without caring about the consequences. The defeated opponent, having lost all dignity, jumped up and, choking back sobs, rushed away from the arena as if escaping from a nightmare. The crowd watched in disbelief. No one expected the defeat to be so crushing. His fear was so strong that he couldn't even control his own body, ultimately becoming a laughingstock in front of everyone. Su Qizhu struggled to hide her shock, admitting to herself that this was indeed the young master of the Chu family. Lin Yichuan was genuinely amazed. Defeating such an opponent with a single blow seemed almost unreal. Shun Feng was ecstatic and couldn't contain his emotions, considering what he had seen truly magnificent, and tried to understand how such a result had been achieved. Shin Yun, without a hint of complacency, simply let those around him know that he did not need any unnecessary noise. His calmness against the backdrop of general excitement looked particularly striking. It was at this moment that Elder Gu noted to himself that this young man possessed not only strength, but also a deep understanding of combat that went far beyond ordinary techniques. Despite his impressive size, Wu Zhouqing was an extremely agile and experienced fighter. It was all the more alarming that even he had suffered such a swift defeat. Elder Gu was finally convinced that every fight of Shin Yun had to be closely monitored, looking for any, even the slightest opportunity to eliminate him. All this had to be done in the strictest secrecy. No rumors were to be allowed to spread beyond the necessary circle. The judges were not a cause for concern. The elder was prepared to pay each of them generously if the result met his expectations. Shui Qianyue, watching what was happening, demanded that the elder arrange a duel between her and Chu Shin Yun. She was confident in herself and wanted to personally break him, repaying him for all the humiliation. However, the elder asked a simple question. Had she ever fought this man before? The answer was obvious. This meant that she had no idea of her opponent's real capabilities. Although the elder believed in her strength, he was not going to risk such a valuable talent. Qian Yue had to act calmly and strictly follow his instructions, not giving in to her emotions and desire for immediate revenge. Meanwhile, the next participants were called to the arena. Number 36, Shui Qianyue, and number 41, Li Bao Er. Their names were announced clearly and distinctly, drawing everyone's attention to the stage. The duel ended almost instantly. The genius of the Shui family won with a single attack, leaving her opponent no chance to resist. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting her name. Some spectators, blinded by the impression, even openly confessed their feelings to her. Qian Yue herself only glanced briefly at Xin Yun and, without delay, left the arena. Lin Yichuan, watching this, allowed himself to speculate that Qian Yue's reaction might indicate a hidden interest in Xin Yun. If she really hated him, would she have watched his every move so closely? However, Shun Feng and Su Qizhou firmly rejected such speculation, considering it inappropriate. Su Zizhou and Lin Yichuan also won their matches with confidence, confirming their reputation as talents from Darkwater City. Shun Feng kept pace with them and also managed to advance, albeit not without effort. This was followed by 2 more victories for Chu Xinyun, each faster and more confident than the last. And once again, victory was his. By this point, even the most skeptical spectators began to understand that this was no accident or luck. A participant had appeared in the arena who was capable of turning the entire course of the martial arts house elections upside down. Next, participant number 61 entered the arena again, the very young man who had already been dubbed the dark horse of these elections. Without any outward signs of superiority, and without demonstrating ostentatious strength, he repeatedly defeated his opponents with just 1 attack. His opponents entered the fight with hope, but in a moment, lost both their will and their chance of victory. The audience cheered him on louder and louder, urging him not to give up. He was the one who scored the highest in the first round, finally cementing his status as the mysterious phenomenon of the tournament. Yu Yan couldn't help but notice the strange pattern, and asked her master why the draw kept bringing this young man together with his opponents. Yang Yan only coldly remarked that it was all due to the bad karma of those who stood before him. Yue Yan couldn't help but laugh. Watching the participants suffer defeat one after another was almost amusing. The master's plan, laid out in advance, was clearly beginning to fall apart before their eyes. Even the other participants began to notice that this guy was being chosen suspiciously often. The crowd whispered about whether he was being used deliberately to weed out the weak, depriving the others of a chance to prove themselves. However, Qian Yue remained unshakable. In her eyes, only she was worthy of defeating him. That was why Chu Xinyun had no right to lose before the final. She was the one who had to defeat him. By the end of the first half of the day, only 15 of the 54 participants in the second round remained. The names of the survivors were to be posted on the city gates. The trials for today were over. Tomorrow, the final battles between the remaining contestants would take place, after which the 5 strongest would be determined. They would have the right to choose one of the 5 martial arts houses, as well as a generous reward in the form of a large number of spirit stones. In addition, the winners would receive residences within the imperial city. The rewards for this competition were more generous than ever before. As the participants left the arena, many involuntarily looked back at that very young man. Some remembered how they lost their composure in battle with him, and some were even brought to a humiliating state. These people did not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Poisonous Yang was the first to notice that someone was following them and warned the master. Xin Yun remained completely calm. There was no danger. It soon became clear that it was only Shun Feng. The main character stopped and made it clear that he was waiting for an explanation. Shun Feng looked slightly embarrassed. He admitted that Xin Yun had disappeared so quickly that he had begun to think that he did not intend to have dinner with them. Moreover, he did not even expect to see Xin Yun's companions here. Seeing no problem with this, Xin Yun invited all 3 to join them. He ordered the lord of the city to make preparations. Shun Feng couldn't help but notice the guard next to Xin Yun. His manner and appearance made him look more like the lord of the city himself than an ordinary escort. Xin Yun informed the poisonous Yang that he was returning to the hotel. The old man was to go with the young man and pick up the others. When Xin Yun left, the poisonous Yang coldly inquired why he was constantly hanging around the master. Shun Feng awkwardly explained that they were participating in the elections together and had therefore already gotten to know each other. He was even surprised that the master had not mentioned him. Poisonous Yang's response was extremely harsh. The master was not obliged to report to anyone. For the poisonous Yan, Shun Feng was merely a rival master. Any attempt to act familiar could end badly for him. The old man made it clear that he would not tolerate unnecessary delays, let alone waiting. Shun Feng realized that it was better not to argue at this point. Su Qizhou thanked him for the treat, expressing her sincere gratitude. Finally, Shun Feng promised loudly that they would meet again tomorrow in the arena. Lin Yichuan was still under the impression. He did not expect that Xin Yun would have servants of the earthly spiritual level. Shun Feng also noted that even the lord of the city accompanied him personally, showing rare respect. Su Qizhou suggested that this young man must be very famous in the city of Shifeng. Shun Feng couldn't understand why he hadn't heard of him before. When it came to Shifeng, the most famous name was always Shui Qianyue. Perhaps Xin Yun was simply hiding his strength. Su Qizhou couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was inexplicably attractive. There was something frightening and delightful about him at the same time. Lin Yichuan thought about how they had always considered themselves the strongest and had never even entertained the thought of meeting someone like him. Fortunately, Shun Feng did not face him in battle today. However, tomorrow everything could change. They had to give it their all, and even the thought of it made their nerves tense to the limit. The participants and spectators were solemnly welcomed to the final stage of the martial arts house selection. It was announced that in order to demonstrate the true power of the cultivators, all restrictions would be lifted for today's battles. The fights would continue until one side admitted defeat. Today would decide who would enter the coveted top 5 winners. The crowd could only watch and enjoy the spectacle, holding their breath. An unusually large crowd had gathered. This year's elections were considered to be much tougher than before, so the final battles promised to be truly exciting. However, along with the excitement, there was also anxiety in the crowd. If all restrictions were lifted, did that mean that someone could die right there in the arena? Formally, the elders were obliged to intervene at a critical moment, but no one could say for sure whether they would do so in time. Among the spectators, a child had climbed too high and called out to his father in fear. The lord of the city, hearing a familiar voice, turned around. Poisonous Yan asked in bewilderment how it was possible to allow a child to climb so high. The girl, without a trace of fear, greeted the old man cheerfully. This made Poisonous Yan feel uncomfortable. His self-esteem was noticeably shaken because, at that moment, he felt for the first time that he was really perceived as an old man. In one of the early matches, participant number 150, Li Jiangfei, won. Li Jiangfei was considered a famous talent in Jiangxi province. He possessed the cultivation of the first spiritual level and the fighting spirit of the Black Raven. Throughout the competition, he acted calmly and deliberately, preferring to disarm his opponents rather than engage in protracted clashes, which made his style particularly dangerous. Number 131 was Long Zhu, one of the strongest figures in Haidong province. She had reached the second spiritual level and was known for her use of hidden weapons. Rumor had it that she came from a poisonous clan, and her fighting spirit remained a mystery, which only added to the tension surrounding her name. Number 224 was Shui Lin Shuang, who had managed to defeat Lin Yichuan. Shui Lin Shuang came from the famous Shui family of Qiliu province. Since childhood, she had trained at the Lin Xiao martial arts house and had already reached the second spiritual level. Her rare fighting spirit, the Mirror Moonflower, gave her attacks a cold, almost unreal beauty. In the first round, all three lit 6 spirit stones. With the exception of Chu Xinyun and Shui Qianyu, they were considered the most formidable figures in this election and potential winners. Shun Feng admitted with surprise that he had always considered Long Zhu to be a man, and only now realized that he had been mistaken. Xin Yun, with a cold expression on his face, made it clear that such talk was inappropriate, as they were all rivals. Was Shun Feng already ready to admit defeat? However, he only smiled. He had said this because he was going to win. For Shun Feng, it wasn't just about the competition. He sincerely wanted to befriend Xin Yun, believing that the exchange of resources and information was an important part of a cultivator's path too. However, Xin Yun remained indifferent. He had nothing to share and was not interested in discussing the other participants. For Shun Feng, this attitude seemed unthinkable. Information was the key to victory. Knowing the strengths and weaknesses of one's opponents often determined the outcome of a battle before it even began. Without this knowledge, the path to the top became much more dangerous. Su Qizhou abruptly shut Shun Feng's mouth, making it clear that he should stop. Young Master Chu made it clear that he was not interested in such conversations. At that moment, the next match was announced. Number 61, Chu Xinyun, against number 46, Yue Shun Feng. As soon as Shun Feng stepped into the arena, he was overcome by a strange feeling. An irresistible urge arose within him to simply admit defeat and leave. The pressure emanating from Xin Yun was almost palpable and robbed him of his confidence. Lin Yichuan and Su Qizhou watched the scene with disappointment. It seemed humiliating. The crowd jeered and shouted, demanding that the coward leave the arena immediately. Shun Feng felt truly sorry for him. He understood perfectly well how great the gap between him and Xin Yun was, and it weighed heavier than any fighting spirit. However, Xin Yun unexpectedly stopped him and calmly made it clear that there was no need to be afraid in this fight. For him, it was just a normal training session, one of many that cultivators go through. Shun Feng should cast aside his fear and treat it the same way. Only then could the fight truly begin. These words had an effect. The tension that had been holding Sun Feng back gradually dissipated. His gaze became clearer, his breathing evened out, and his body finally obeyed his will. Xin Yun even allowed him to attack first. Moreover, he gave him 3 attempts. Shun Feng, slightly embarrassed by such generosity, warned that he should not be blamed if he lost too quickly. The first strike was sharp and decisive. Shun Feng put everything he had learned over years of training into it, leaving no room for doubt. The second and third strikes followed almost immediately, one after the other, as if in a single flow. The blades clashed, the air trembled, and the spectators held their breath, trying to follow the movements. But before Shun Feng could continue, it was over. His time was up. Chu Xinyun was declared the winner. Shun Feng felt neither anger nor disappointment. On the contrary, he was filled with admiration. For him, this duel was a truly incredible experience. He understood perfectly well that Xin Yun's sword was a rare treasure, capable of cutting through defenses without unnecessary effort. Xin Yun calmly stated that he would compensate for double the cost of the daggers that had been damaged in battle. Shun Feng asked if this was a joke, because after such words, it was impossible to refuse. The next match was announced. Number 56, Shui Qianyue against number 47, Su Qizhou. Qianyue made no secret of her contempt from the very beginning. She believed that she would not be able to enjoy fighting such a weak opponent. Su Qizhou, in turn, coldly inquired if this was the woman who had the audacity to call herself the best. It was curious to see how long such self-confidence would last. After all, this was a test, the perfect moment to prove her superiority here and now. Qianyue still looked too confident. Moreover, Qizhou suspected that she had already made a deal with one of the fighting houses. Otherwise, why would she be in such a hurry and show such contempt for everyone around her? Qianyue cut her off sharply, demanding that she stop this meaningless conversation. Anyone who stood in her way would end up like Chu Xinyun. Su Qizhou found these words overly arrogant and decided to teach her a lesson she would remember for a long time. Su Qizhou summoned her fighting spirit. Dozens of glowing butterflies flashed around her, instantly taking the form of flying blades. The butterfly swords filled the space, forming a deadly whirlwind. Qianyue managed to dodge the first wave of attacks, her movements quick and precise. However, it was clear that she had almost no time left to think. Qianyue tried to counterattack, but at that moment, a shield of intertwined butterflies appeared in front of her, dense and sparkling, like a living barrier. Su Qizhou coldly noted that breaking through the butterfly shield would not be so easy. However, the true power had yet to be revealed. This battle was just beginning. Qianyue was no longer going to hold back. Spiritual energy flared up in her body, and she instantly activated the technique. 9 blue waves. Dance of the dragonfly. Streams of water swirled around her, forming rapid lines of attack, almost invisible to the eye, filled with cold and deadly power. The water, driven by her will, possessed destructive penetrating power. Just as a current can erode even stone over time, her palm easily broke through the defense created by the butterflies. The shield, which seemed strong and elegant, could not withstand the pressure and began to crumble. The next moment, Chen Yue delivered the decisive blow. Su Qizhu was thrown back, her body hitting the arena wall with force. Chen Yue's voice sounded coldly superior. She made it clear that no one had the right to laugh at her or question her strength. The outcome was obvious. Su Qizhou had been defeated. What's more, her opponent had used the 9 blue waves technique, which caused a real stir among the audience. Rumors circulated that Shui Qianyue had acquired an ancient martial arts book from a mysterious old man. It was from this manuscript that the move she demonstrated in the arena originated. Su Qizhou could not hide her irritation. She was tormented by the thought of why this mysterious old man had sold such a valuable technique to Chen Yue. Why had luck passed them by? However, there was no time for regrets. The next battle was announced. Li Jiangfei against Chu Xinyun. The organizers clearly had no intention of giving the participants a break. Li Jiangfei's weapon was a composite bow that could be split into 2 deadly blades at any moment. Li Jiangfei entered the arena confidently and calmly. He was determined to fight at the highest level and warned everyone in advance to watch his movements and signals. This fight promised to be spectacular. Opposite him stood Chu Xinyun, contestant number 61, the one who had already begun to be called the dark horse of these elections. From the very beginning of the fight, it became clear that Xinyun possessed talent and strength that went far beyond the ordinary. His movements were precise, his reactions lightning fast, and his control over his body earned Li Jiangfei's sincere admiration. He was truly pleased to face such an opponent. Li Jiangfei openly acknowledged that Xinyun had made an impressive journey, defeating so many rivals. These words were spoken without mockery, rather with respect. Xinyun accepted the praise calmly. However, Jiang Fei was left with a question. If this guy was so outstanding, why had no one heard of him before? In response, Xinyun called himself an empty space, unworthy of attention. But his gaze conveyed a different meaning. If this was truly emptiness, then Jiang Fei would have to find out for himself how dangerous it was. For most opponents, Xinyun proved to be an insurmountable wall. It seemed that no one was capable of fighting him on equal terms. Perhaps that was why his movements began to show a slight boredom. These fights had become too monotonous. And finally, Li Jiangfei got his chance to fight him. For him, these elections finally ceased to be dull and took on real meaning. This fight promised to be a real test. At first glance, it might have seemed that the dark horse was not putting up much resistance. From the outside, it looked as if Xinyun was only defending himself and was unable to go on the offensive. However, this was a deceptive impression. Even in the midst of Li Jiangfei's barrage of attacks, Xinyun's reactions remained flawless. He was able to accelerate instantly, catch the slightest breaks in his opponent's rhythm, and switch from defense to counterattack in an instant. Li Jiangfei realized that he had already achieved what he wanted. He had tested the limits of this opponent. Realizing this, he jumped back sharply, temporarily breaking the distance and preparing for the next stage of the fight. Xinyun did not immediately understand why Jiang Fei had suddenly retreated. At that moment, he felt a strange vibration. His sword trembled, as if responding to someone else's intention. His inner sense of danger sharpened sharply. It became clear that the fight was just entering its real phase. Without giving him time to comprehend what was happening, Jiang Fei rushed back into the attack. His movements were swift and precise. He coldly reminded him that during combat, one must not lose concentration or forget about one's surroundings. His true goal was not the opponent's body at all. He intended to sever the connection between the fighter and his weapon, depriving Xinyun of his main advantage. Now it became clear why Jiang Fei was famous for his ability to disarm his opponents. He attacked not strength, but control, destroying the foundation on which his opponent's fighting technique was based. However, Xinyun had no intention of falling victim to this tactic. He instantly realized his opponent's intention and smiled inwardly. Such tricks were only effective against those who relied solely on their weapons. In the next moment, Jiang Fei himself found himself in an awkward position. His body suddenly jerked, as if he had encountered an unexpected recoil. Control over the rhythm of the fight began to slip away. Energy shells rained down from above, dense, heavy, filled with destructive power. They cut through the air with a dull whistle, forcing him to retreat or take the blow. But Xinyun acted differently. He sharply closed the distance and literally appeared in front of Jiang Fei. A flash of confusion crossed the latter's eyes. The attack should have worked. He was sure that he had already got his opponent. Had Xinyun sensed the threat before it had even materialized and reacted instinctively? Xinyun openly acknowledged that Jiang Fei's ability was remarkably accurate and dangerous. Breaking the connection between a fighter and their weapon could indeed destroy their combat power in an instant. But this technique had a serious limitation. It only worked on those whose control of their weapons was superficial. For warriors with true control, for those who perceived the blade as an extension of their own body, such tactics were useless. Suddenly, Xinyun felt a sharp, burning pain in his neck. He realized too late that a thin needle had been inserted into his skin. His body reacted instantly. His legs buckled, and he crouched sharply, trying to keep his balance and not collapse onto the arena floor. The audience was stunned. No one understood where this attack came from or what exactly had happened. Questions and anxiety flashed in their eyes. Yu Yan couldn't take it anymore and asked the master what it was. Xinyun already realized the seriousness of the situation. The needle was too close to vital points. If the poison spread, it would inevitably affect vision and hearing. The examiner, not understanding the full depth of what was happening, cautiously asked if this meant the end of the fight. He was about to announce the winner, but Zhang Fei's sharp shout silenced him. Zhang Fei openly expressed his dissatisfaction. Couldn't this fat man see that the fight was not over yet? At that moment, Xin Yun clearly felt his body beginning to lose sensitivity and his reaction slowing down. Zhang Fei unexpectedly contacted him through spiritual transmission and asked if he could hear him. Receiving a faint response, he ordered the attack without hesitation. Despite his deteriorating condition, Xin Yun obeyed. His body moved almost automatically, relying not on strength, but on years of combat experience. Then Zhang Fei told him to turn and take a step forward. In the next moment, Xin Yun struck, accurately, cleanly, without hesitation. This strike was decisive. The fight ended as suddenly as it had entered its dangerous phase. Zhang Fei sincerely praised Xin Yun, acknowledging his skill and composure. After that, he loudly announced his defeat. The crowd was disappointed. Many had expected a different outcome. The elder was seething with rage. This idiot dared to do his opponent a favor right in front of him. Zhang Fei calmly shook Xin Yun's hand and whispered directions. 20 steps to the right, there would be steps. They were waiting for him there. Then he discreetly handed him a small white paper packet. Inside was an antidote. It had to be taken as soon as possible. He assured him that in 10 minutes, Xin Yun would be completely back to normal. They would see each other again. Xin Yun reached the steps. Shun Feng asked excitedly what had just happened, but at that moment, Xin Yun stumbled. Lin Yichuan managed to catch him before he fell. Shun Feng was holding a small white envelope. Lin Yichuan instantly realized that Xin Yun had been poisoned. Poisonous Yang sharply ordered everyone to step back. The lord of the city also tried to approach. Not understanding what was happening, Shun Feng hurriedly handed the envelope to Poisonous Yang. The old man only sniffed the contents, and his expression changed dramatically. His gaze slowly rose and fixed on the wall where the elders were standing. 356. Yu Yan quietly asked her mentor if he had noticed what had happened in the arena. To ordinary spectators, it looked like an accident or the result of a fight, but to an experienced eye, it was obvious. Someone was deliberately looking for an opportunity to eliminate Xin Yun. 357. The elders had undoubtedly seen it too. However, they chose to turn a blind eye, and this was no accident. Xin Yun's talent was so frightening that it aroused envy and hidden hostility. Formally, what was happening still fell within the framework of a competition between participants. Li Jiangfei's reaction clearly showed that he knew much more than he was letting on, but he did not expect such a development at that particular moment. In such a situation, the elders acted according to their usual pattern, not to interfere. They allowed events to take their course as if nothing unusual had happened. After all, any intervention would have forced a thorough investigation of all participants, which would have meant stopping the election. None of the elders had enough power to take on such responsibility. Even after hearing the master's explanation, Yu Yan couldn't accept it. The mentor coldly replied that the foolish girl should learn to think more broadly and gestured for her to follow him. Yu Yan asked in surprise if they were not going to Xin Yun. Instead of answering, the master took her to another place and began to reason calmly. The elder asked a question. Where is the most convenient place to launch a hidden attack? From a height, the victim can be seen without obstruction. The second floor opposite was suitable, but the distance was too great. The best spot was the top of the wall, which allowed an attack from two sides at once. However, at that moment, there was only one person capable of climbing up there unnoticed and striking. Meanwhile, rumors began to spread among the crowd. People whispered that Xin Yun had fallen victim to the absorbing guy. Allegedly, he had poisoned the weapon, and after the fight, Xin Yun collapsed unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Such cruelty was repulsive. Many demanded that such a treacherous participant be expelled. In their opinion, real heroes do not resort to dirty tricks. Since Xin Yun had ultimately fallen, it meant that he had not been able to withstand the pressure. But the conversations abruptly stopped when the very participant they had just been discussing, the absorbing guy, appeared in their field of vision. One glance was enough to understand that he was perfectly fine. There was no sign of exhaustion or the aftermath of the fight. The crowd's hostility grew stronger. It was impossible to tolerate such a snake in the grass. People suspected that he was hiding a weapon or poison, even in his sleeve. Li Jiang sharply ordered them to stop staring. He himself did not understand what this woman was thinking. He had clearly told her to wait for the signal, but she had acted on her own, causing chaos and ruining the whole plan. The girl coldly replied that he should blame himself instead of looking for excuses. She acted because Xin Yun turned out to be much more dangerous than expected. Victory and defeat in such battles are decided in an instant, and for that, she used 3 needles at once. Li Jiang didn't find this funny at all. Even if the enemy had taken an advantageous position, it didn't mean he was defeated. However, the reality was harsh. Xin Yun had been seriously underestimated. He couldn't be given a single chance. Otherwise, Li Jiang would be signing his own death warrant. This man was dangerous. The old man may have already come to terms with what had happened, but he didn't have time to deal with Li Jiang. He probably didn't even think about the consequences. Now the road to the martial arts house of his dreams was closed to him. The only question that remained was what to do with the task entrusted to him by his master. Li Jiang had to get into Lin Xiao's martial arts house. That remained the unchanging goal. He didn't even consider the other 3 martial arts houses. Zhang Fei's intuition told him that getting closer to Xin Yun could be beneficial. It was better to be close to the source of chaos than to be under its attack. His master would probably not object. The girl simply replied dryly that the decision was his, but if he made a mistake, she would kill him with her own hands. At that moment, Shin Yun was thinking about the needle and how such techniques were connected to the profound essence of martial arts and the soul of cultivation. He was quietly asked how he was feeling. Poisonous Yang asked if he needed additional rest. The lord of the city suggested reporting the incident to the organizers. At that moment, Yi Chuan, Shun Feng, and Qi Zhou almost stumbled into the room. The lord of the city irritably asked them to be quieter, but immediately received a sharp glance from Poisonous Yang. The old man reminded them that he had clearly ordered no one to be let in, and the city lord himself had brought these children here. Such behavior seemed childish. Besides, didn't they understand that the gentleman needed peace and quiet? Shin Yun calmly intervened and said that everything was fine. He had rested enough. After that, he asked Poisonous Yang to let them in. Shun Feng and Su Qizhou were sincerely glad to see that he was all right. However, noticing their excessive enthusiasm, Shin Yun wearily asked them to keep their distance. He needed silence and a clear head right now. Chuan inquired about the nature of the poison used, assuming that its composition could lead to the killer. Perhaps it was something rare or characteristic of a particular school. However, Shin Yun explained that the poison was very common. Its effect was to temporarily suppress the nervous system and slow down the body's reactions. Su Qizhou immediately expressed her suspicion that the woman who harbored a personal hatred for him could be behind it. In her eyes, Shui Qian Yue remained the prime suspect. However, Yi Chuan and Shun Feng believed that anger and prejudice often clouded the mind. Qi Zhou, however, was confident that she was right. Shin Yun calmly noted that Qian Yue would not have acted so secretly. He reminded her that she had repeatedly emphasized her desire to defeat him in open combat. It would be humiliating for her to weaken her opponent with secret methods before a duel. A face-to-face battle was a matter of principle for her, and therefore, Shui Qian Yue was removed from the list of suspects. However, there was indeed a person among the participants who was well versed in poisons. It is possible that he acted at the request of another participant, but even with such help, Li Jiangfei still ended up losing, which only emphasized the absurdity of the whole endeavor. Xin Yun suggested leaving the matter in the past and acting as if nothing had happened. Any further discussion would only attract unnecessary attention and could provoke new attempts at interference. Meanwhile, it was announced that the remaining participants would be randomly paired for the final duels. A total of 6 people advanced to the final stage, and each battle could be decisive. According to the announced order, in the next fight, participant number 55 was to face number 61, Chu Xinyun. Both were told to prepare to enter the arena. The audience immediately began to doubt that the pairing was truly random. The difference between the opponents seemed too obvious. Spiritual cultivation versus mere physical training. Rumors circulated that this fight would be the predetermined final match. Additional concern was caused by the fact that Chu Xinyun had been poisoned in the previous match. Some even believed that the fight should be cancelled. Shun Feng became curious about who exactly was spreading the rumors about the poisoning. Such talk seemed too deliberate. He was sure that even if the opponent was Shui Chen Yue herself, Xin Yun would still not give in. It soon became clear that the source of the rumors was the youngest son of the Yue family, a wealthy clan from the northwestern province. One of the participants sarcastically remarked that only a blind man could believe in the victory of physical training over spiritual cultivation. He openly stated that Shui Qian Yue was too strong to be underestimated. Shun Feng, on the contrary, was completely confident in his friend and even offered to bet on the outcome of the fight. Shui Qian Yue believed that the time had come to finally end their feud. Xin Yun, in turn, decided not to use a sword for the sake of complete honesty, relying only on his own body and technique. These words only angered her more. In her eyes, it looked like outright contempt and mockery, as if he did not consider her a worthy opponent at all. Unable to contain her rage, Shui Chen Yue rushed into the attack first, using the sea wind strike technique. The stream of force cut through the air, but Xin Yun managed to dodge, avoiding a direct hit. At that moment, she realized something strange. He was not reacting to her attacks any faster than usual, but each time he was exactly where the blow was no longer coming from. It was confusing. She couldn't understand why her attacks kept missing their target. A disturbing thought flashed through Shui Chen Yue's mind. It seemed as if he could read her movements in advance, as if he could see right through her. Xin Yun calmly asked if she was really fighting seriously, thereby hurting her pride even more. It seemed as if she was either deliberately stalling for time or simply warming up, testing her opponent's limits. If that was all she was capable of, it was difficult to call what was happening a full-fledged fight. However, Shui Qian Yue abruptly cut off this thought, stating with her behavior that she was only testing his reaction and not showing her true strength. The next moment, she suddenly threw her leg forward, putting anger and fury into the blow, as if demanding that he stop treating her with condescension and stop mocking her with indifference. The audience also noticed that Chu Xinyan looked frankly bored. From the outside, it seemed as if he was about to yawn. Shui Qian Yue's pressure weakened, and the fight increasingly resembled an awkward commotion, far from the level of an elite competition. No one understood where her former formidable reputation had gone. More and more people began to suspect that she was deliberately holding back. After all, if she really wanted revenge, what was happening seemed strange. It was more like a one-sided beating, but not his. At that moment, Shuilin Shuang approached the group of spectators and coldly reminded them that it was often the dirty dogs who judged others by their own standards. Despite this, Shui Qianyue still managed to hit him with one of her blows, and a short wave of surprised noise swept through the arena. She immediately noticed his indecision and considered such behavior a blatant insult. In her eyes, it looked as if he didn't even consider it necessary to take her seriously. Xin Yun calmly wondered how one could be truly serious when playing with a girl who herself was undecided about whether she was fighting seriously. He even advised her to go back to training and to work on her 9-wave technique. Truthfully, he didn't want to waste his time further humiliating his opponent. If winning at any cost was so important to her, he was willing to admit defeat. His reputation meant nothing to him. These words were the last straw. Shui Qianyue literally exploded with rage and made it clear that he had no right to leave without her permission. She lunged forward, determined to stop him at any cost. There was no longer any restraint in her movements. She made it clear that she was not going to show mercy. If he tried to escape or continued to mock her, she would indeed kill him. And this was not an empty threat. Using 9 blue waves, she closed the distance in a flash. Huge masses of water rose above the arena, as if obeying her will. Even Xin Yun noted to himself that this move looked truly impressive and finally lived up to her famous name. Without stopping, she immediately moved on to the next technique, the tiger wave of the Dragon Lake, in which the power of water was intertwined with fierce pressure. Those present were shocked. This was truly the power of Shui Qianyue. Even the city wall would not withstand such a blow. However, everyone saw the impossible. Chu Xinyun remained standing, taking the attack upon himself. At that moment, she began to form her next attack, gathering the remnants of her strength for the decisive blow. In her imagination, she could already see herself sending him straight to hell. The roar of a tiger and a dragon burst forth, accompanied by a monstrous wave of spiritual energy. The crowd panicked, people scattered, fleeing from the impending flood that could engulf the spectators' stands. Shunfeng was swept away by the human tide, while Yi Chuan and Su Chicho found themselves in the water, having lost their footing. Yu Yan was already ready to intervene, unable to calmly watch what was happening, and fearing for Xin Yun's life. However, the master stopped her, coldly reminding her that intervention was unacceptable. For him, what was happening was still a normal fight within the rules. From the election committee's point of view, there were no violations. The staff were already busy evacuating spectators and minimizing damage. That was why they were there. All the victims were quickly rescued, and the water began to be pushed back behind protective barriers. The fight officially continued until one side admitted defeat or lost the ability to fight. Chuan, Shunfeng, and Su Qizhou were also pulled out of the water and did not suffer any serious injuries. Lord Gu noticed that the children had already regained consciousness. They thanked him for his help, not wanting to miss the rest of the battle. Looking around, they noticed a strange figure in the water and wondered if it was a manifestation of the soul of martial arts cultivation. A huge mantis shrimp towered before them. Shunfeng even wondered for a moment how much food such a creature would provide. But the lord of the city immediately put an end to these fantasies, stating that such a thing was definitely inedible. At the same time, everyone could clearly see that even after such a powerful attack, Shui Qianyue was unable to win. Chu Xinyun had not yet reached the spiritual level of cultivation, and therefore what was happening seemed inexplicable. No one understood how he was even capable of resisting such power. Chu Xinyun withstood every attack as if he were not a human being, but a motionless mountain. Waves of power crashed against him one after another, but he neutralized the destructive effects with astonishing ease, not allowing the energy to get out of control. To the spectators, it seemed almost impossible, as if the elements themselves obeyed his will. Shui Qianyue couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. The longer she watched his movements, the more her sense of unease grew. She recognized familiar elements in them, too familiar. At one point, it seemed to her that he was using her own technique, and that thought hit her harder than any defeat. Could he really understand and reproduce her movements right in the middle of a fight? It seemed absurd. She had spent countless hours exhausting herself with training, shedding blood and sweat to perfect this technique, and now someone was just copying her? She had entered the arena with a single goal, to crush him once and for all, to wipe away the last traces of his dignity, but reality cruelly mocked her intentions. Everything turned out the opposite, leaving her as the loser. During one of the exchanges of blows, part of her clothing was torn by the force of the counterattack. This was the final humiliation, not so much physical as symbolic. She refused to believe what was happening. In her mind, Chu Xinyun had always been trash, a man with no future, no talent, no right to stand next to her. But the person standing in front of her now had nothing in common with his former self. This was a completely different Chu Xinyun, calm, confident, and frighteningly strong. Shunfeng did not hide his delight, rejoicing in his friend's victory and considering what he had seen truly magnificent. Chuan and Su Qizhou were completely confused. They could not understand how such a thing was even possible. Only Yu Yan noticed the key point. In this battle, Xin Yun used his opponent's spiritual pressure to push his own breakthrough through the spiritual level of cultivation. His mastery of spiritual power was frighteningly high. It felt as if he had already surpassed the capabilities of many warriors of the earthly spiritual level. Against such an opponent, Shui Qianyue had virtually no chance from the very beginning. Watching him turn and leave, Shui Qianyue felt despair for the first time, rather than anger. She had always considered herself more talented and was confident that she worked harder than anyone else. But that wasn't enough. Suddenly, she felt clothing fall onto her shoulders, covering the torn areas. It was Chu Xinyun. His actions completely confused her, leaving her unable to even form a normal reaction. She abruptly declared that she would not forgive him, even if he was trying to appear gallant and magnanimous. In response, he calmly noted that she did not need to forgive anything. She could do as she saw fit. After these words, he really left without turning back or adding another word, as if the battle and everything related to it no longer mattered to him. The elders who were watching what was happening understood perfectly well. These young people could no longer be treated with condescension. These people had not just passed the selection process, they had proven themselves worthy of the main examination for disciples. Moreover, some of them could well be promoted immediately to main disciples of the martial houses. Unfortunately for the other houses, this young man was automatically considered a candidate for the Lin Xiao martial arts house. Many elders gnashed their teeth inwardly with envy, believing that Master Yang had snatched up such a rare talent in advance. Master Yang himself looked genuinely puzzled. He didn't even remember ever making such a promise. However, the elders did not pretend that nothing was happening. They had clearly heard the previous conversation between the two, and so, Elder Gu openly expressed his disagreement with the results of the fight, demanding that the elder's right of temporary intervention be activated. This meant one thing. While this right was in effect, no participant in the arena had the right to leave it without the official permission of the elders. Elder Gu coldly stated that, despite the spectacular nature of the fight, after further analysis, the elders had serious doubts about the fairness of the winner's performance. Under the pretext of checking for high-level weapons that were allegedly used to cheat, Gu, on behalf of the council, announced his intention to search Chu Xinyun right in the arena. Shunfeng did not understand what was going on and why a good performance had suddenly become a cause for suspicion. Su Zizhou quietly asked what this right of the elders meant. Lin Yichuan explained that in special cases, the elders could intervene in the course of the competition, but the limit for such intervention was only 5 minutes. This was a bad sign, a very bad sign, but to intervene now would only aggravate the situation and create even more problems for Xinyun. Yu Yan tensely asked Master Yang why he was silent. He just narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, as if he had seen the balance of power for the first time, and muttered something about how sometimes mice cease to be mice. Chu Xinyun calmly apologized for his possible harshness, and remarked that if the elder doubted his victory, he should check all the previous winners, instead of publicly humiliating one participant. He added that it would be much more useful to improve the selection system itself than to put on a show in front of the crowd. However, Elder Gu dryly reminded him that he had no right to refuse the test. In the next moment, restrictive shackles filled with spiritual power closed around Chu Xinyun's wrists. The elder coldly stated that this youngster had no right to comment on the election process. He never showed leniency to insolent, arrogant, and disrespectful young people. He called it just a warning. In response, Xinyun calmly asked why they were even pretending if the decision had already been made. In fact, Elder Gu had long planned to remove him from the competition. He had simply expected Shui Qianyue to handle it. When even she was defeated, his rage took over. Secret formations under the arena had already been put on standby. Now he could be accused of anything. Formerly, it looked like a joke on the part of the Shui family against an unknown youngster. But after what he saw, the elder realized that this guy was dangerous. Too calm, too confident. His level did not match the strength he demonstrated. He turned what was considered impossible into commonplace. This infuriated the elder completely. He decided to deal with this upstart himself, and, accidentally finding a reason, loudly declared that it was cheating. The crowd didn't understand what was going on. A representative of the Yunmeng Martial Arts House loudly announced that the elder's authority was in effect, which meant that the investigation was legitimate. It looked as if Chu Xinyun had indeed defeated Shui Qianyue by cheating. A murmur rose from the crowd. Some pointed to the traces of the fight, some made dirty insinuations, and some laughed sarcastically, claiming that every year there were smart Alecs who tried to pass the selection dishonestly. For many, it was entertainment. People relished the rumors without thinking about what was really going on. Elder Gu summed it up with cold certainty, loudly declaring that Chu Xinyun had indeed cheated, and now it would be proven. Shui Qianyue sharply declared that it was all a lie. She had seen the fight with her own eyes and understood perfectly well that Chu Xinyun had not cheated. Shunfeng looked on in bewilderment, unable to understand why this old man was so fiercely attacking Xinyun. The lord of the city and Poisonous Yang exchanged glances. The situation was beyond reason, and no one could say how it would end. Xinyun coldly demanded that the talisman be returned to him. Elder Gu smiled and replied that it was key evidence of deception, which meant it would be confiscated and kept until the elders made a decision. At the very moment when Gu tried to hide the talisman, a sharp whistle sounded. No one even had time to blink. The elder's finger was severed with a clean, cold blow. Chu Xinyun's sword pierced the stone of the arena. Next to the blade, pressed against the ground, lay the very talisman. Elder Gu roared with pain and rage, calling Xinyun a rude little monster. He declared that this youngster did not even realize the consequences of attacking an elder of the martial house. Since Chu Xinyun dared to challenge his authority, the elder did not mind playing with him a little. Someone had to teach him a lesson. In this world, only those who know how to bow their heads to authority survive. And if he didn't understand this willingly, the elder would personally hammer this lesson into his bones. Someone in the crowd whispered that it would be easier to just kill him right there. The elder attacked, but Shin Yun's sword met the blow, blocking it. Gu frowned and reluctantly admitted that this guy's weapon control was indeed at a high level. Shin Yun, breathing heavily, asked if he was really being asked to bow down to such an unscrupulous, rotten authority, to an authority that cheats and then demands obedience. Was this really how an elder should behave? Gu replied coldly, "That is power." As they spoke, a wave of spiritual power passed through Shin Yun's body. There was a crack, and the restraining technique that held him apart fell apart. Even Elder Gu lost his composure for a moment. The price was high. Shin Yun had expended too much spiritual energy. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to one knee, leaning on his sword. The elder, with a grim expression on his face, acknowledged that the ability to break such a technique was incredible. Perhaps this guy really was a rare talent, but that was precisely why he was dangerous. Because he dared to challenge the heavenly spiritual level. A new formation flared up behind Shin Yun. The restraining technique was much more powerful than before, as if the arena itself had decided to crush him. Arrogance must be punished. Elder Gu decided to show him mercy and end it here and now. "Enough!" A loud voice suddenly rang out. It was Yang Yan. His gaze was cold, and his voice was firm. He asked Elder Gu directly if he really intended to kill a candidate in front of thousands of spectators. If Chu Xinyun had cheated, let the election committee deal with it. But if the elder decided to deal with him personally, no one would remember any cheating. People would remember only one thing, that the elder of the Yunmeng martial arts house, unable to tolerate someone else's talent, had drowned the election in blood and envy. Shunfeng clenched his fists. He realized that the moment had come when the crowd's doubts could be turned into a weapon. If everything was played out correctly, this situation would not be the end for Shin Yun, but his real beginning. The opportunity to continue the fight still existed. Somewhere on the edge of consciousness, a thought flashed about the guardian star, the last support capable of maintaining balance. However, this thought did not have time to take shape. Consciousness seemed to be covered by a thick veil, and the surrounding world ceased to reach him, as if sounds and images had been forcibly cut off. The two elders noticed the changes almost simultaneously. A power unlike any ordinary breakthrough or activation of technique began to awaken in the young man's body. The space around him became unstable, and the spiritual flows became disorderly. Their experience told them that what was happening was beyond their usual understanding. In the next moment, Elder Gu felt a sharp loss of control over his own spiritual energy. The streams of power inside his body began to flow out, as if someone were pulling them out against his will. It was not suppression or attack. The energy was disappearing, being absorbed, leaving behind an alarming emptiness. Master Yang managed to jump aside, avoiding direct impact. The wave of power passed too close, and he was almost swept away. Even a cultivator of his level could not afford to be careless in such a situation. He tried to comprehend the source of what was happening, but everything pointed to something extremely dangerous and rare. Anxiety grew among the observers. Chen Yue couldn't understand what was happening, and whether it was possible to stop it, or whether it would lead to the death of someone present. Elder Yang himself hoped that intervention could still change the course of events. Poisonous Yang noticed how the master unwittingly came into contact with an alien spiritual energy, but he could not determine its nature. Lord Gu was completely confused, not realizing how the young man was capable of such a thing. One thing he understood clearly: if something happened to Master Chu, the consequences would be unacceptable. Soon, everyone felt something different, a pressure unlike any known aura. It did not press harshly, but penetrated to the very core, causing hearts to shrink and wills to tremble. There was only one type of spiritual pressure in the world capable of eliciting such a reaction, even in the strongest. It was a pressure that even those accustomed to commanding others instinctively bowed to. It was the royal spirit. The will of a true king allows no equals and knows no concessions. Such power does not obey, but only commands, asserting its superiority by the very fact of its existence. The next day, Shui Qianyue appeared before everyone in a completely different state. Just yesterday, she was a proud phoenix, surrounded by attention and admiration. Now she looked broken and humiliated, like a drowned rat washed ashore. Xin Yun silently threw a cloak over her, preventing the crowd from seeing her nakedness and final downfall. Such shame did not deserve to be displayed. A woman brought to such a state had to suffer the consequences and learn her lesson. The maid standing nearby saw muffled whispers spreading around them. People's glances were full of mockery, contempt, and hidden malice. Each such movement of the crowd only engraved itself deeper into the mistress's consciousness, turning her fall into an unforgettable stigma. She couldn't take it anymore and tried to stop him, desperately lunging forward. Inside her, a mixture of humiliation, rage, and bewilderment boiled. Her mind was torn by a single question. How did this man know the movements of the 9 blue waves? The very ones she considered her trump card, the fruit of hard training and secret efforts. The thought that someone could understand this technique better than she did was unbearable to her. The truth turned out to be even more cruel. It turned out that he was the mysterious old man from whom she had purchased the martial arts manual. The book, on which she had pinned such hopes, was not originally something outstanding, just a rough draft that required deep understanding and constant refinement. It was not useless, but it was far from perfect. It all depended not on technique, but on the person using it. She had only one choice left: to admit that her diligence was still not enough, and that the path to true mastery begins where self-confidence ends. Qian Yue was completely crushed. Disappointment overwhelmed her with such force that she felt a sharp desire to simply give up everything, to cast aside her honor, pride, and even her own ambitions. It seemed to her that Chu Xinyun had not simply defeated her, he had played with her, methodically destroying everything she believed in. At that moment, the maid rushed around the residence, trying to find her mistress, feeling that what had happened was too much of a blow for her. The maid was overcome with anxiety. She understood that for her mistress, this could be the most painful defeat in many years. Moreover, memories came flooding back. The last time Qian Yue had cried so inconsolably was for the same reason, because of Chu Xinyun. While the maid was lost in these thoughts, cries full of malice and despair came from the depths of the chambers, filled with curses and threats directed at the man who had become the source of her humiliation. The situation was painfully reminiscent of events 6 years ago. Back then, on a rainy day, on a deserted street, the young Chen Yue had cried just as desperately. The maid still remembered the moment when, seeing her mistress's tear-stained face, she tried to understand the reason for her tears. At that time, Chen Yue sincerely believed that their connection with Chu Xinyun was broken forever, and this realization seemed like the end of the world to her. It was after that incident that her mistress fell seriously ill. The illness seemed to erase part of her past, and when she recovered, her memories of Chu Xinyun had disappeared. In those days, it seemed like a blessing, but now the past had caught up with her again. Leaving her room, she abruptly threw her clothes at the maid, demonstratively rejecting everything that had anything to do with him. For her, it was a manifestation of pride and a desperate desire to distance herself from a man whose help she considered humiliating. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading rapidly through the streets of the city. People whispered that Chu Xinyun had not only broken through to the level of spiritual cultivation, but had also managed to defeat an elder who was at the heavenly level. The story seemed incredible, almost absurd. There was even talk that this elder had been punished and demoted to the initial earthly spiritual level. However, many refused to believe such things, considering it all to be exaggeration or deception. In any case, the disappearance of Elder Gu only added fuel to the fire. He no longer appeared in public, as if he were truly hiding from shame. Suddenly, an unexpected sight caught the attention of those gathered. 3 figures appeared in the field of vision, whose presence was impossible to ignore. The elders of the Jialan, Zi Yin, and Zhang Feng martial houses. Their appearance caused a real stir among the spectators and participants. It seemed as if these elders had come for one purpose: to get Chu Xinyun. Such talent was worth its weight in gold. If he joined the Lin Xiao martial house, he would no longer have to fear pressure from Yun Meng. He had already become a figure worth fighting for. That was why the other martial arts houses had a rare chance to snatch such a valuable genius. However, the strangeness of the situation lay elsewhere. Why did the elders come together? Such unity looked suspicious. It seemed as if a subtle calculation was hidden behind the outward calm, and a hidden struggle for advantage was hidden behind the attempt at cooperation. One thing was clear: what was happening was far from as simple as it seemed at first glance. When the elders approached the residence, they were politely invited inside. They stopped at the entrance, exchanging glances and quietly discussing the situation among themselves. In the end, one of them suggested that Mo go first. The others openly admitted that they were not very skilled in the intricacies of negotiation and persuasion, so they preferred to stay on the sidelines and wait for good news. Such unanimity somewhat surprised Mo. Realizing that everyone really agreed with this decision, Mo couldn't hide a slight smile. He understood perfectly well that the others would feel awkward if everything worked out, which meant that later, they would have to make amends with the treat. However, that didn't matter now. He was ready to take the initiative. Meanwhile, the remaining elders continued to discuss recent events, laughing at how ridiculous their previous excuses sounded. Deep down, each of them understood that the real reason for their caution was fear of Elder Gu. At that moment, Mo's attention was drawn to a man standing by the wall. He was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and looked as if he was not attracting any attention. The elder was about to walk past, pretending not to notice him, but the stranger suddenly made it clear that he was in control of the situation, clearly marking his presence. Mo was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and made it clear that he had come to see Mr. Chu. In response, he learned that Mr. Chu was currently resting and not receiving visitors. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, the elder did not dare to insist and chose to retreat, deciding to wait on the sidelines. Time dragged on slowly. About half an hour passed before Mo's patience began to wear thin. He approached the guards again, hoping to at least find out when the owner of the residence would be able to receive guests. However, the answer was the same. It was unacceptable to disturb the master's peace, and no exceptions would be made. While waiting, Mo couldn't help but ponder the strange situation. His attention was drawn to the fact that the poisonous Yang, who had reached the earthly spiritual level, called Chu Xinyun his master. There was clearly a deep reason behind this. However, any attempts to get closer to the answer hit a brick wall. Poisonous Yang made it clear that further questions were pointless. Meanwhile, Yang Yan remained outwardly calm. He was sure that there was nothing to worry about. It was obvious to him that Chu Xinyun had already made his choice and would join the Ling Xiao martial arts house. Moreover, in his eyes, Xinyun was already under the protection of Master Yan, which meant that the outcome was practically a foregone conclusion. 15 minutes earlier, Yu Yan noticed that more and more people were gathering in front of the hotel. The situation was becoming tense. representatives of other martial arts houses could well try to intercept Chu Xinyun earlier. In such circumstances, it was risky to act directly. This was not a big problem for her. As long as no one saw Chu Xinyun, the best solution was to sneak inside unnoticed. Therefore, she decided to use the back window, avoiding unnecessary attention and possible interference. Yang Yan himself was genuinely puzzled as to how Chu Xinyun could continue to sleep peacefully when passions were running high around him and the whole city was discussing the continuation of the elections. This did not cause irritation, but rather curiosity. He was really interested in what this young man was doing right now and what was going on in his head. The room was silent. Thick curtains blocked out the light, and the main character lay motionless on the wide bed, as if truly immersed in a deep sleep. The air was calm, and nothing betrayed what was happening inside. In fact, he was not asleep at all. His mind remained clear, and the moment an outsider entered the room, he sensed it. Even a carefully concealed aura could not escape his perception. Master Yan was confident in his disguise, so he was inwardly surprised that he had been detected instantly, without the slightest hesitation. Hidden formations were deployed around the building and above the roof, each designed to detect uninvited guests. Moreover, additional layers of control were hidden within these formations. Master Yan, without realizing it, stepped on several such nodes at once, leaving a distinct mark. He did not expect such complex structures to be found in an ordinary hotel, let alone created by such a young man. His surprise only intensified when it became clear that his presence here was unwelcome. The master recalled the events of a recent council meeting where he had issued a public invitation. At that time, it had been ignored, which already seemed bold. Now, when he had condescended to pay a personal visit, he was met with the same cold indifference. If it weren't for Yu Yan's persistence, this visit would not have taken place at all. And it was at this moment that the master noticed something important. Chu Xinyun's condition was far from ideal. His breathing was uneven, and his body temperature was noticeably elevated. His cold was real, not feigned. This explained his reluctance to receive guests. It was hard for the master to believe that such a strong cultivator could suddenly fall ill, especially at such a moment. The fatigue of the last few days, the depletion of spiritual energy, and the aftermath of recent battles had taken their toll. The cold was only an outward manifestation of general overexertion. In any case, Chu Xinyun showed no interest in further communication. Moreover, he had no intention of joining Lin Xiao's martial house. Downstairs, Elder Mo was eagerly awaiting the meeting, which only increased the master's irritation. Deep down, Yang Yan could hardly accept the idea that this young man would prefer the Jialan martial arts house to the Lin Xiao house. However, the real reason was not his choice of another martial house. For Chu Xinyun, the rules of the Lin Xiaowu martial arts house were too strict. He doubted that even someone as influential as Yang Yan could satisfy his demands within that system. The master himself, on the contrary, was confident in his influence and abilities, and saw no reason why the conditions could not be discussed. The only requirement that was voiced came as a surprise and abruptly changed the atmosphere. The desire to become the main disciple went far beyond reasonable expectations. For the master, it came as a real shock, so strong that he barely managed to maintain his composure. This request seemed not only bold, but downright provocative. It gave the impression that the young man was deliberately testing his senior's patience. However, despite all his power and influence, Master Yan understood that this was one condition he could not fulfill. Not now, nor in the foreseeable future. In Lin Xiaowu's martial arts school, there was a clear hierarchy of students. They were divided into preliminary, temple, inner temple, and core students. Each level required passing rigorous qualifying exams, and only a select few, the best of the best, were granted the right to become core students. Core disciples enjoyed special privileges, which, in terms of importance, were often equated with the powers of some elders. That is why such a request could not be granted by a simple decision, no matter how influential the petitioner was. Xinyun clearly understood that Master Yan was not in a position to immediately agree to such a request. At the same time, he understood that for other martial arts houses, such concessions might be quite acceptable. He was not interested in the possibility of changing the terms. If the master could not accept this demand, then he should simply leave and allow the owner of the room to finally rest. Yang Yan was still trying to find room for negotiation, hoping that the young man's stubbornness was only for show. However, Xinyun remained adamant. His position was clear and final, which only increased the elder's irritation. He began to pace around the room, becoming increasingly convinced that this young man was deliberately testing his patience and limits of influence. The endless pacing was depressing. Xinyun was exhausted both physically and mentally, and the constant movement before his eyes only intensified his weakness. He made it clear that he needed rest and asked to be left alone. This attitude finally drove the master out of his mind, turning his irritation into determination. After a brief internal struggle, Yang Yan made his decision. For the sake of a single disciple, he was willing to make an unprecedented exception, breaking with established order and his own principles. From that moment on, Chu Xinyun officially became Yang Yan's disciple. Along with this, high demands were placed on him, not only in cultivation, but also in morality. From now on, he had to develop restraint, distinguish between good and evil, suppress vice, and uphold justice, forming not only strength, but also character. Xinyun accepted these teachings internally, understanding their true weight. On behalf of the elder of the Lin Xiaowu martial arts house, he was given a new name, Lin Yun. He became the 9th core disciple of the 53rd generation, thus officially entering the core of the martial arts house. From then on, his every word and deed reflected the dignity of the martial house. The honor, reputation, and future of the family rested on his shoulders. He had to act prudently, strengthen his own virtue, achieve real merit, and set an example for the other disciples. Although he was not required to strictly follow all the formal rules, there were prohibitions that could not be violated. Any serious deviation from these boundaries meant immediate expulsion from the ranks of the main disciples, without the right to justification. The master gave him a special plaque, a symbol of status, and the key to all the privileges of a core disciple. Losing this item would be tantamount to losing his position, so it had to be treated with extreme care. Considering Xin Yun's poor health, the master did not demand unnecessary formalities. Nevertheless, deep down, he expected recognition of his status. The slight awkwardness that flashed in the young man's movements did not escape his attention. After all, albeit with some embarrassment, Xin Yun still recognized him as his mentor, which caused Yang Yan noticeable satisfaction. Yang Yan patted his new student's hair in a fatherly manner, a gesture that combined satisfaction and rare gentleness. He reminded him that the weather was cold and that Xin Yun should go to bed immediately so as not to aggravate his cold. The young man himself made it clear that he understood everything and at the same time expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the fact that hands continued to reach for his head. The selection was over, which meant it was time for the master to leave. The results of the student selection were to be officially announced within the next 2 days. Yang Yan saw no reason for concern and promised to give Xin Yun a few days to recover and settle his personal affairs. He even planned to send an assistant to take care of the student's daily needs. Qin Yu Yan, without hesitation, decided to stay with Xin Yun. When his condition improved, she would accompany him to Lin Xiaowu's martial arts house. Before leaving, Yang Yan paused at the threshold, expecting at least some kind of farewell gesture, but the disciple showed his usual coldness. The elder just smiled and reminded him that after the exception had been made, there would inevitably be those who would provoke and bully the newcomer. Xin Yunyu should remain restrained, avoid impulsive actions, and not respond to minor provocations. In case of serious difficulties, he was advised to turn to Qing Xiangzi, a man capable of resolving many issues within the martial arts house. Meanwhile, life in Darkwater City was bustling. For local establishments, it was a rare period of real excitement. Even a small restaurant, located away from the main streets, enjoyed a special reputation and was considered a kind of golden brand of the city, consistently bringing in profits on days of major events. Lord Gu was in an excellent mood and ordered the finest wine and the most exquisite dishes to be served. In his opinion, the occasion for celebration was more than worthy. The waiter's curiosity was quite understandable. He noticed the unusual excitement of the guests and soon learned the reason. In the recent elections, Mr. Chu had proved virtually unbeatable. Most of the participants were unable to offer him any real competition. The news spread quickly. Every martial arts house dreamed of acquiring such a talent, but it was Elder Yang of the Lin Xiaowu Martial Arts House who was quicker than the rest. That same evening, he officially accepted Chu Xinyun as his disciple and presented him with a plaque designating him as his main disciple, which caused a real sensation. It didn't take the waiter long to figure out who he was talking about. There was no other participant in this competition with the surname Chu who had achieved such fame in such a short period of time. The neighboring tables began to discuss what had happened. The elder of the Zine Martial Arts House looked clearly dissatisfied with the choice and, in the opinion of the listeners, had missed a rare opportunity due to his own short-sightedness. Some guests, upon hearing the name Chu Xinyun, even decided that he was directly related to the ruling family of the city. In a sense, they were not far from the truth. Qing Shan mentioned that he had personally trained the young man for the tournament, which only heightened the interest of those around him. Several people were already thinking about how they could get the opportunity to meet the new genius in person. It was at this moment that the lord of the city noticed Wang, who, oddly enough, had noticeably gained weight again, which slightly detracted from the overall festive atmosphere. The connection between Mr. Chu and Qing Shan no longer seemed surprising. For Wang, many things fell into place, and he looked at the young genius in a completely different light. Deep down, he even had a secret desire for the lord of the city to one day take on the task of nurturing similar talents for himself. Lord Gu took this with restraint. Though he was flattered, he was well aware that such words were dangerous, for if Mr. Chu learned of such hints, the consequences could be extremely unpleasant. Complacency was a luxury he could not afford. Wang even tried to suggest organizing a joint celebration and inviting Mr. Chu himself. However, it became clear that he was feeling unwell and would not be able to attend. As a result, those present limited themselves to good wishes for a speedy recovery. At the same time, several elders cautiously tried to keep Elder Mo from getting too carried away with wine, fearing that it would end in trouble. Elder Mo, on the contrary, was determined and clearly had no intention of calming down. His thoughts kept returning to the hated old man named Yang, whom he considered the source of all his current humiliations. Those around him tried to convince Mo to go home and not make the situation worse, but he saw no need for that. In his eyes, Yang had long crossed all acceptable boundaries, and he had no intention of remaining silent any longer. Yang's self-love and his habit of looking down on other families caused Mo undisguised disgust. In his view, the martial houses of Lin Xiao and Yun Meng were no different from other arrogant clans that only hid behind big names. However, Mo's irritation was not directed solely at the elders and Yang. The young Chu Xin Yun also seemed overly proud and provocatively self-confident to him. It was just that Lin Xiao and Yun Meng were the only ones who could see the value in this insolent young man. Memories of Yang mocking his inflexibility and ostentatiously boasting about his successes only added fuel to the fire. In his drunken stupor, Mo almost committed a frankly ridiculous act, mistaking someone else's beard for a napkin. Only the intervention of another elder prevented further disgrace, cutting short his actions with one sharp blow. After that, relative silence finally reigned in the hall. It was decided to return to the hotel as soon as possible and end this restless evening. In a way, it was even good that Mo got so drunk. It had been an exhausting day for everyone, and fatigue was taking its toll. The elder was offered to go to bed and rest, but his thoughts were still preoccupied with what had happened, especially the ridiculous incident with the beard. In reality, he had completely different intentions. Instead of resting, he quietly left the crowded place and soon landed on the roof of one of the buildings, disappearing into the night. The elder mentally apologized to the lord of the city for his absence and belated actions. He clearly understood that the most useless thing for a person is a passionate desire to obtain something that he cannot reach. It was this feeling that pushed him to take further, much more risky steps. That same evening, a man from the capital arrived at the hotel, but he did not dare to go inside. He remained outside for some time, hidden in the shadows, as if assessing the situation and weighing the possible consequences of any move. The origins of this young man were highly questionable. His past seemed too vague, and his path to his current position too rapid. It was necessary to figure this out as soon as possible, but it was not easy to do so. The object of observation was under tight and clearly well thought out security. In addition, he had already joined the Lin Xiao martial arts house, which, although not the worst option, significantly complicated further plans. In such situations, misfortune often hides the seeds of future luck, and luck, in turn, hides new troubles. All that remained was to wait, keeping a close eye on what was happening, allowing events to unfold in their own way. No matter how stubborn and principled he was, young Yan was still forced to accept reality and agree. The status of a core disciple opened up too many opportunities for the young man to ignore its value. Poisonous Yang quickly noticed that the master was in a rare good mood, so he brought dinner, hoping that the food would help him regain his strength. Xin Wen was indeed about to eat, but at that moment, the main disciple's nameplate suddenly slipped and hit him right in the face. This absurd accident seemed almost symbolic, as if reminding him that even behind the master's back, he should not allow himself to have frivolous thoughts. The aroma of the food was surprisingly appetizing, and Xin Yun suddenly felt hungry. At the same time, he was intrigued by Qing Shan's absence. It turned out that he had indulged in drinking, celebrating the events of the past day. Xin Yun became curious as to why the old man had not stayed nearby. The explanation turned out to be simple. The master was unwell and therefore needed supervision. Nevertheless, Xin Yun noted to himself that, despite Poisonous Yang's reliability, his habit of appearing without knocking seemed strange and even alarming. No sooner had this thought formed than Poisonous Yang suddenly lunged forward, attacking Xin Yun without warning. At that moment, it became clear that this was not a disguise or a substitute. It was indeed Poisonous Yan, with his familiar aura and movements leaving no room for doubt. However, the main and most disturbing question remained. Who exactly was controlling his actions now, and whose will was behind this unexpected attack? Xin Yun tried to bring him to his senses, doing everything in his power to interrupt the growing madness. At that moment, it became clear that what was happening was beyond a simple mistake. Poisonous Yang was indeed on the verge of taking his life. The attack bore the hallmarks of a familiar hand. The Tai family, a notorious organization of hired assassins from the true spiritual continent, was famous for precisely such methods: covert intervention, mind control, and targeted strikes against the most vulnerable targets. However, such techniques were too crude and superficial to really work against Xin Yun. To him, it seemed like nothing more than a primitive attempt to test the limits of his defenses. After a while, Poisonous Yang came to his senses. The first thing he noticed was his bandaged arm, and then the traces of destruction around him. The room had clearly been through a serious battle. The realization of what had happened made the old man shudder inwardly. The thought that he could have raised his hand against his own master seemed unthinkable. Xin Yun watched him closely, trying to understand if he remembered what had happened. Poisonous Yang immediately admitted his guilt. He realized that he had lost control of himself and had indeed attacked the one he was supposed to serve. There was no room for excuses in his mind. The old man was ready to accept any punishment, believing that such a mistake could not go unpunished. However, Xin Yun did not attach such tragic significance to what had happened. The wound he had received was nothing more than a superficial scratch. It was obvious that Poisonous Yang had acted under external influence, which meant that his actions were not deliberate. Despite this, the old man himself continued to consider what had happened to be his responsibility. Xin Yun did not immediately understand the source of such a profoundly self-deprecating reaction. The reason lay much deeper than a simple mistake. Poisonous Yang had long had doubts. He was confused by the nature of Xin Yun himself, too young, too mysterious, too disproportionate to his position and power. The old man had tried more than once to get to the bottom of things, trying to understand who his master really was. And yet, despite these doubts and dark thoughts, he was sincerely touched by the trust that Shin Yun continued to show him. It was this hidden hostility and inner doubt that his enemies took advantage of. Poisonous Yang clearly realized that he had become a weak link, allowing outside interference to penetrate his mind. He considered what had happened to be his personal mistake and was ready to accept any punishment for it. Shin Yun, however, saw the situation differently. He considered fear of the unknown to be a natural state for any rational being. What was much more important was that Poisonous Yang did not hide the truth and chose to be honest. It was this decision that deserved recognition rather than punishment. The image of a thin, curved needle came to Shin Yun's mind, the very one that had been used to destroy the second elder of the Chu family. He had kept the last of these needles for a long time as a means of making a final decision, to kill or to spare. Now it was no longer necessary for him and was given to Poisonous Yang as a tool for self-defense. The old man could not hide his deep gratitude. His respectful bow spoke louder than any words. He clearly understood that he had just escaped not only punishment, but death. Shin Yun ordered 2 days of rest. During this period, he did not want any visits or interference. After completing all the necessary tasks, Poisonous Yang could leave and restore order. Shin Yun's thoughts soon returned to the Tai family. Initially, it was just an offshoot of the ancient star sect, but over time, the organization gained independence and turned into a notorious guild of hired assassins. Under the guise of the philosophy of the impermanence of the laws of nature and the evolution of living beings, they justified their actions as a manifestation of heavenly justice. Usually, the Tai family only took on extremely difficult assignments. That is why the attempt to eliminate a person who had just reached the spiritual level of cultivation seemed extremely suspicious. Such goals did not meet their standards. There were too many oddities in this case. The most alarming thing was that at the decisive moment, Shin Yun's spiritual energy had completely dried up. If it hadn't been for Yang Yang's intervention at that critical moment, the outcome could have been fatal. But even then, when Shin Yun was completely helpless, someone invisibly supported him and helped him escape from the deadly trap. Attempts to recall the details of that day always ended the same way, with a sharp headache and fragments of incomprehensible voices. The meaning of what was said eluded him, as if it had been deliberately erased, leaving behind only an uneasy feeling of unfinished mystery. Shin Yun noted with irritation that his headache had returned. This sensation was familiar to him, and so his first suspicion immediately fell on the round stone. His consciousness had barely touched the inner space when he saw the same glow he had seen before, just like in those days when the stone had already interfered with his destiny. However, this time there was a subtle difference. It was too subtle to notice right away, but his intuition clearly told him that something important had happened inside. To be sure, he had to go inside. The space had changed. The round stone was no longer the same closed knot. It had grown and become multi-leveled. Such spaces adapted to the owner's level of cultivation. At the lower stages, they looked distorted and symbolic, but as their power grew, they became closer and closer to reality, as if they were its reflection. A faint but distinct crackling sound rang out in the silence. Shin Yun's gaze immediately fell on the stone book. Its cover was damaged, and a soft but powerful glow emanated from within, as if the book itself no longer wished to remain sealed. When the stone shell finally crumbled, the Imperial Heavenly Manuscript of Reincarnation appeared in its place. The title alone was enough to understand that he was looking at something forbidden and ancient. Shin Yun felt that such knowledge could not be hidden without reason, and therefore the destruction of the seals meant only one thing. The moment had come to touch the truth. However, the expected words were not there. No symbols, no formulas, no writings. Before him was only emptiness, filled with a mysterious presence, as if the book itself rejected the usual ways of transmitting knowledge. As soon as his consciousness touched the glowing ribbon inside the manuscript, the seal disappeared without resistance. The space instantly distorted, and Shin Yunya was abruptly pulled inside, leaving him no chance to retreat. This intrusion was rough and merciless, as if the will of the Emperor of Heavenly Reincarnation allowed no hesitation or doubt. The fall lasted only a moment before the image of the supreme spiritual beast appeared before him, a blazing phoenix whose flames painted the heavens in crimson and gold. However, the feeling of danger quickly gave way to realization. What he saw was not reality, but an illusion, a reflection of events recorded in the heavenly book. It became clear that the Emperor of Heavenly Reincarnation had witnessed an ancient battle between two supreme beings, and that the manuscript contained not words, but memories. In the south of the immortal sea, spiritual heavenly mountains rose, their peaks lost in the clouds, and the valleys were so wide that they resembled seas. There, two titans met, the heavenly flaming phoenix and the dominant ancient beast of the earth, the spiritual lion. The sun disappeared behind heavy clouds, and every living soul began to fade under the pressure of their power. The phoenix's flames consumed everything around them, turning the world to ashes. The battle lasted more than 7 weeks, and when it was over, not a single life form remained. Only the remnants of the essence of the blood and soul of the burning phoenix were preserved, sealed, and transferred to this space as the last evidence of the catastrophe. In an instant, the vision dissipated, and all that remained before Shin Yun was emptiness filled with a faint, barely discernible presence. The source of the aura was obvious. It was the remnant of the blood essence of the soul of the flaming phoenix, still carrying the trace of the heavenly flame. When Xin Yun approached and touched it, the space trembled, and for a moment, an eye filled with ancient will appeared in the flames. At first, it seemed that there was nothing to fear, for everything that was happening was an illusion. But the fire did not dissipate. It was a real flame, devouring spiritual power, penetrating the body and burning the internal organs. At that moment, Xin Yun truly felt the proximity of death. The flame consumed him, leaving no chance for resistance, as if it wanted to erase his very existence. And suddenly, he found himself back in his own space. The burning sensation disappeared, and consciousness returned to his body. Only now did it become clear that this was a test, not the end. The illusion left a real mark, but did not take his life. Then, Xin Yun felt his own body begin to crack, as if the fragile shell could no longer withstand the pressure from within. The sensation was frighteningly real, and at that moment, he doubted that it was all over. It seemed that the test was not yet over, and the will of the Emperor of Heavenly Reincarnation continued to mercilessly interfere with his fate. In the next moment, his consciousness abruptly returned to reality. He was awakened by the alarmed cry of the venomous Yan, who was trying to bring his master to his senses. Xin Yun lay on the cold floor, completely unresponsive, as if he had just experienced something beyond ordinary understanding. He woke up with a start, his breathing uneven, and his gaze filled with confusion. Images of the illusion still echoed in his head, and for a while, he couldn't understand what had happened, or where he was. Gradually, awareness returned. His 5 senses were functioning normally, his spiritual sea was stable, and his body, contrary to expectations, was not in critical condition. Poisonous Yang watched him closely, trying to make sure that his master was really all right. Xin Yun couldn't help but wonder how he had ended up back in the room. The last thing he remembered was happening inside the inner space of the round stone, and the connection between these events remained unclear. Poisonous Yang soon noticed something remarkable. In one day, Xin Yun had reached the 3rd level of spiritual cultivation, and by nightfall, he had broken through to the 4th. Such a speed of development was beyond common sense, and indicated a truly frightening potential that could lead him to the highest peaks of the martial path in the future. Despite this, Xin Yun's expression remained detached, as if he were still in a fog. Poisonous Yang, not yet completely reassured, continued to monitor his condition. Only after a few moments did Xin Yun finally come to his senses, although a strange feeling of incongruity still lingered. Looking around, he wondered why Poisonous Yang was here in the first place. It had been clearly stated earlier that no one was to enter the room without permission, and breaking this rule required an explanation. Poisonous Yang explained that he had heard his master's call and immediately rushed to his aid. That was how he found Xin Yun unconscious on the floor. Xin Yun himself had no memory of calling him. Realizing the possible misunderstanding, Poisonous Yang felt guilty and was ready to suffer severe punishment just to prove his loyalty. Xin Yun quickly put an end to such intentions. He made it clear that there was no need for this, and that what had happened did not require atonement. It made no sense to keep a loyal assistant, crippled by a misunderstanding, by his side, especially when much more serious trials awaited him ahead. Poisonous Yang watched his master's condition closely and understood from the expression on his face that he was feeling slightly uncomfortable. Xin Yun really wasn't feeling his best. His body felt heavy, and he had a nagging pain in his neck, as if he had been immobile for too long. He decided that the cause might be an excessively deep and prolonged loss of consciousness, so he ordered tea to be brought to him. Soon, the Poisonous Yang returned with a cup of hot drink. However, despite Xin Yun's rapid cultivation growth, the old man couldn't shake the feeling that his master was harboring anxiety in his heart. He didn't understand why. With such remarkable progress, he looked pensive and distant, as if something much more serious than physical ailment was troubling him. The name Lu Xiang came to Xin Yun's mind again. He imagined the years of waiting passing by, and realized that 3 years was too long, especially in a world where destinies could change in an instant. Poisonous Yang, unaware of the reasons behind these thoughts, was sure that everything would be fine with that woman. In his mind, she had a gentle nature and a kind heart, and therefore did not need to worry too much. After a while, Xin Yun noticed the noise coming from outside. Poisonous Yang explained that people had been flocking to the hotel since early morning. They came in groups, carrying gifts and offerings. The number of gifts brought had already exceeded several dozen, and all these people were waiting for only one thing: the opportunity to get closer to the new rising master. Xin Yun noticed that the Poisonous Yang seemed unusually pleased with what was happening. For the old man, this was a natural sign of recognition of the master's power and status. He considered what was happening to be a good omen, and even showed genuine interest in Xin Yun personally looking at the offerings. However, Xin Yun himself had no desire to engage in such matters, and only asked if there was any other important news. It soon became clear that Mr. Yue had delivered the message. He and Mrs. Su had successfully entered the Yunmen Martial Arts House, and Lin Yichuan had been accepted into the Zhangfeng. They were all going to leave for the imperial city that morning. Unfortunately, circumstances prevented them from meeting Xin Yun in person, so they only asked him to convey that they would wait for a meeting in the capital. In addition, a man who called himself Yang Yang's disciple appeared downstairs. He insisted on a meeting. Xin Yun ordered him to be temporarily received in the next room, telling the other visitors to leave to avoid unnecessary noise and commotion. Left alone, Xin Yun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back again. This feeling was much more distinct than the previous discomfort in his neck. He decided that he could not ignore it, and therefore took off his outer clothing, intending to check the source of the pain. What he saw made him freeze. A complex and majestic pattern was clearly visible on his back, the totem of a flaming phoenix. The lines of the pattern seemed alive, as if hot energy was hidden inside them, and the image itself radiated an ancient and dangerous power, directly related to what he had experienced earlier in the stone space. At that moment, Lord Gu, who happened to be nearby, involuntarily noticed what was happening. His gaze lingered on Xin Yun, and a question immediately arose in his mind. Was this really Yang Yang's disciple, who had been the subject of so much talk lately? Gu Qingshan looked at the stranger with obvious doubt. He was excessively obese, his figure more reminiscent of an idle slacker than a disciple of a great master. There was neither the strictness nor the asceticism characteristic of Yang Yang's followers in this man's appearance, and therefore it was difficult for the lord of the city to believe his words. The stranger, however, was not embarrassed by this look. He made it clear that he was indeed a disciple, not a relative of the master, and therefore external similarities were irrelevant. Moreover, he took the liberty of hinting that poverty was not a prerequisite for being a true disciple, and that spending money recklessly was his own business. Hearing this, Gu Qingshan demanded proof, the apprentice's token. However, the answer was even more suspicious. The token had been pawned due to a lack of money, allegedly spent on wine. For the lord of the city, this was the last straw. He finally decided that he was dealing with an ordinary swindler, using the name Yang Yan, and was already prepared to order him to be expelled. However, the stranger suddenly changed his tone and said that he had not come for profit. He claimed that he had been given a direct order to ensure the safety of Chu Xinyun. In addition, he had a message intended personally for the main character. These words made Gu Qingshan wary, and he ordered the man to stop. The lord of the city could not believe that such a clumsy and corpulent man was truly capable of acting as a protector. In his eyes, such a mission seemed ridiculous, because Chu Xinyun was already protected by himself and the poisonous Yang, whose strength and loyalty were beyond doubt. Gu Qingshan blocked the stranger's path and made it clear that he must stop immediately. He did not tolerate anyone ignoring his orders or acting arrogantly in his presence, especially in the territory of Dark Water City. To emphasize his superiority, the lord of the city reminded the stranger of his own cultivation level, Earth Spirit. However, the stranger's reaction was unexpected. He treated this level with obvious contempt, as if it were something ordinary and unworthy of respect. Moreover, he casually mentioned an alarming detail. Just the night before last, several masters of the heavenly spiritual level had infiltrated the city of Dark Water. Their goals remained unclear, but their very presence already posed a serious threat. In that case, in his opinion, even the lord of the city would not be able to prevail over them while remaining at the earthly spiritual level. These words resonated painfully in Gu Qingshan's memory. The heavenly spiritual level resurfaced in his mind, awakening associations with Bing Li and past events, where the difference in power levels decided everything even before the battle began. Nevertheless, the lord of the city was not going to give in. He believed that this fat man was no better than those he condemned. However, in response, the stranger unexpectedly revealed his true power, declaring that he was at the peak of the 8th level of the earthly spiritual level. This meant that in terms of pure power, he was indeed superior to Gu Qingshan, and, if necessary, was able to back up his words with a fight. The venomous Yang came out to them and immediately made it clear that this man was an honored guest. He strongly recommended that they not be overly rude and asked Mr. Zai Yang to wait a little while, as the master would soon come out to see him personally. Qingshan, however, did not hide his distrust. He directly expressed doubt about the authenticity of the stranger's identity, since he did not have the token of a disciple of the Lingxiao martial arts house. In his eyes, the situation looked dangerous. If this was a fraud, then they themselves had opened the door to him, as if inviting a wolf into the house. In response, poisonous Yang made it clear that such a mistake was impossible. He clearly stated that no one would send a brainless impostor on such a delicate and risky mission. This argument sounded convincing. Meanwhile, Zai Yan began to mentally select a suitable gift for his younger brother, remembering that he had almost pawned it earlier, but fortunately, he still had it with him. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. He recalled the recent clash with Lin Bing Li, whom they had failed to defeat. The thought that they were not even capable of fully protecting themselves, let alone the master's safety, was alarming. The lord of the city noticed poisonous Yang's wounds, and Zai Yan immediately suspected that he might have been attacked. Poisonous Yang did not try to justify himself and admitted his own guilt. He believed that it was his mistake that had given the criminals the opportunity to act last night, and that he was responsible for what had happened. Upon hearing the mention of the Tai family, Zai Yan instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. This name did not simply refer to enemies, but to top-level professionals, people for whom murder was a craft, not a last resort. The lord of the city hastened to remind everyone not to cause any damage, as Kai Yan would clearly be unable to pay for it. However, Kai Yan himself was thinking about much more serious consequences. If the enemy had indeed enlisted the help of the Tai family, then the danger was real. The thought of how he would explain himself to the master if something happened to Xin Yun weighed heavily on him. At that moment, Xin Yun finally came out to them. He made it clear that he wanted to meet with representatives of the Tai family in person, and at the same time expressed his regret for the forced wait. Xin Yun warmly welcomed the guest and treated him with obvious respect as his senior. Zai Yan introduced himself, and, in turn, noted that he was sincerely glad to meet him. From the very first glance, it became clear to him that he was dealing with an extraordinary personality, and the master's recognition was more than deserved. In Ziyan's eyes, Xin Yun was truly unusual and gifted. He even mentally noted one of the unspoken rules of Yang Laozi's disciples, a dignified appearance and self-confidence. This observation evoked ironic associations in the lord of the city, and Ziyan himself, not without inner complacency, recalled the times when he himself could be called a real handsome man. Xin Yun was sincerely flattered by what he heard and gestured for his guest to sit down. During the conversation, Jia Yan conveyed that the master had had a vague but disturbing premonition for some time. He felt that in the near future, forces capable of causing serious harm to Xin Yun might appear. However, his own position and circumstances did not allow him to deal with this issue personally. These fears were unexpectedly confirmed during the final. Gu Qingcheng gave himself away too obviously, committing actions that were impossible to hide. Although Master Yan stopped him in time, Gu himself clearly did not expect such an outcome. He was publicly overwhelmed by spiritual power, and his cultivation level dropped sharply. For a person of his status, such humiliation almost inevitably gave rise to hidden hatred and a desire for revenge. In addition, Xin Yun had demonstrated remarkable spiritual potential. It was obvious that in a few days, rumors about him would spread throughout the Liu Yun dynasty. Such fame rarely brings only recognition. More often than not, it attracts envy and deadly threats. That is why Kai Yanyu was tasked with protecting Xin Yun and getting him out of the city at the first opportunity. The imperial city now looked peaceful and prosperous, but this calm was too reminiscent of the calm before the storm. Kai Yan had no doubts about his abilities and was confident that he would accomplish the task entrusted to him, protecting Xin Yun at any cost. However, Lord Gu of the city was cautious about this. He was concerned that only one person had been sent on such a dangerous mission and doubted that he would be able to deal with the possible threat alone. Jia Yan admitted that he had been delayed on the way, thereby inadvertently leaving a gap for a possible attack. This circumstance seemed particularly inappropriate against the backdrop of the growing danger. Qing Shan, unable to resist, added that the delay was caused by drinking and the student's token, which only emphasized the ambiguity of the situation. Further reflection led to the assumption that Gu Qingcheng could well have been the organizer of the assassination attempt. This version seemed plausible. The Tai family could only have been hired by representatives of three forces: the royal family, a large martial arts house, or a wealthy merchant magnate, and Gu Qingcheng undoubtedly fell into one of these categories. Gu Qingcheng was one of the 6 elders of the Yunmeng martial arts house and came from an influential family. He was known for his vengeful nature, and few dared to openly oppose him. After the humiliation he had suffered, he was unlikely to accept it without trying to strike back. The situation was complicated by the fact that the Tai family could act in his interests, as he belonged to the so-called New School. This movement arose 17 years ago, and in a short time, destroyed entire groups of influence within the imperial dynasty. The old forces were ousted, and power was concentrated in the hands of the new schools. The Yunmen martial arts house became one of the main pillars of this movement, along with the ancient star sect. All these circumstances inevitably led to memories of the events known as Chu Liang Hui. Rumors circulated that the fire had not only destroyed hundreds of people of high ideals, but also seriously weakened the ruling family. Later, everyone who was directly involved in those events was eliminated. The true picture of what happened remained hidden in the darkness of time. The Yunmen martial arts house, the New School, the Tai family, and the ancient star sect were all intertwined in a single tangle of contradictions and threats. Xin Yun did not yet know where to begin his investigation, but he understood that any of these forces could be connected to the assassination attempt. However, one thing seemed obvious. If the first attack was unsuccessful, the Tai family would definitely try again. That meant it was worth starting with them. Kai Yan insisted that the matter not be brought up again. He made it clear that he intended to deal with the situation personally. The Tai family was not a force to be trifled with, let alone acted upon impulsively, especially when it came to Du Du Qianfang, the Tai family's renowned master. Any careless move in her direction would mean certain death. The very name of Du Du Qianfang, which came up in conversation, seemed to cast a shadow. This woman was known for her cruelty and complete unpredictability. It was said that she had more heavenly level masters under her command than the entire imperial family combined. It was impossible to go head to head with such a figure. Only cold calculation and patience could give one a chance to survive. After these explanations, Xin Yun softened his tone, making it clear that his previous words should not be taken seriously. He changed the subject, asking if Lady Qin was going to go with them. It turned out that Mrs. Qin had left a letter for him before leaving. In addition, Kai Yan gave Xin Yun a gift that had been prepared in advance. The protagonist gratefully accepted it, without making a big deal out of it. The letter was brief, but alarming. In it, Lady Qin congratulated Xin Yun on becoming the main disciple, and then informed him of her father's sudden illness. Lord Qin's condition had deteriorated sharply, and she had to return to the capital urgently. She apologized for not being able to accompany them. This news greatly surprised Qing Shan. Just a month ago, Lord Qin had looked perfectly healthy. Jia Yan heard that it was a strange fever that was developing at an alarming rate. The lord of the city could not believe what was happening and even began to mentally prepare for the worst because Lord Qin had only one daughter. His excessive dramatization of the situation provoked a sharp reaction from Qing Shan, who considered such reasoning premature and suspicious. Xin Yun involuntarily recalled Mrs. Qin's previous hints. Now, comparing the facts, he clearly saw an alarming picture: sudden illness, urgent departure, silence about the details. The Qin family was clearly involved in the events taking place in the imperial city. There was a possibility that Mrs. Qin had walked straight into a trap. The lord of the city expressed his strong dissatisfaction with the fact that she had been allowed to leave alone. In his eyes, this seemed like unforgivable carelessness, especially given the position and influence of the Qin family. However, Kai Yan admitted that he had no way of stopping her. Xin Yun intervened, calling for calm and reminding everyone that there were matters in which neither Master Yan nor outside forces could interfere. It was quite possible that what was happening was an internal matter for the Qin family. In such matters, outside help could not be sought, and according to unspoken rules, martial houses had no right to intervene. Even if they wanted to break this order, the consequences could be disastrous. Most likely, Lady Qin had learned something important before her departure. However, at the moment, they had no information about the capital or the situation of the Qin family. It was pointless to continue arguing. Xin Yun made a decision. After arriving in the imperial city, he would personally visit the Qin family to gather clues and develop a further plan of action. Gu Qingshan realized that his harshness was dictated solely by concern for Mrs. Qin's safety. Reflecting on his behavior, he expressed his regret to Kai Yan. The latter, however, only remarked with a smirk that it was a pity that Mrs. Qin had not paid attention to the lord of the city himself. This remark sounded like a mockery, and only then did Qingshan realize that they were openly making fun of him. Even the venomous Yang could not hide his smile, which completely threw the lord of the city off balance. Xin Yun, meanwhile, was deep in thought. In his previous life, he had left the Liu Yun dynasty a little earlier than he had now, so he could well have missed important events or hidden changes. It was also possible that reality itself in this life had begun to deviate from its previous path. Poisonous Yang, noticing his thoughtfulness, drew attention to the item handed over by Kai Yan and expressed doubt about the strange blue liquid. Kai Yan explained that it was a rare medical treasure known as blue liquid, prized for its healing properties. However, Xin Yun almost immediately understood the trick. What they had before them was only a semi-finished product, far from the real finished elixir. The attempt to impress was much less sophisticated than expected. At that moment, there was a cautious knock at the door. A waiter appeared and asked if Mr. Chu was there. He said that a young woman was insisting on seeing him. Qingshan immediately made it clear that now was not the time for outside visitors. The waiter was instructed to tell her that Mr. Chu was busy and could not come out. However, the girl refused to leave, saying that she had to return something. This statement made the lord of the city curious about what exactly she intended to return. Qingshan, Cai Yan, and the venomous Yang simultaneously turned their gaze to the waiter, waiting for an explanation. It turned out that the girl had come only to return a cloak. The atmosphere immediately softened. Xin Yun signaled to those around him not to look at her with excessive suspicion. At that moment, he recognized her. It was Jin Qiue. Outwardly, she had hardly changed and still resembled the girl from the distant past. For Jin Qiue herself, the meeting was a joyful surprise. Deep down, she feared that Xin Yun had long forgotten her and would not recognize her when they met. The realization that he still remembered her brought her sincere relief. The girl handed him a neatly washed cloak. Looking closely at Xin Yun, as if comparing the past and the present, she realized how much he had changed. His features had become more mature, and his aura was deep and confident. At one point, it even seemed to her that she was looking at a completely different person. 6 or 7 years had passed since then. Once a weak child, he had now become a strong and attractive young man. Both the poisonous Yang and the lord of the city quickly realized that there was a long history and unspoken closeness between the two, rooted in childhood. Qingshan noticed the respect and warmth with which the girl spoke of Master Chu. It seemed excessive to him, and he noted to himself that such an attitude could cause her mistress's dissatisfaction. However, the maid herself seemed confident. She knew Shui Qianyue's character too well and understood that she simply did not know how to deal with her own feelings. She realized this during the fight in the ring. Then she clearly saw that Mr. Chu, despite the tense confrontation, still showed gentleness and restraint towards Chen Yue. His movements did not carry a true desire to cause harm, and each gesture conveyed the same compassion as before. For the maid, this was a clear sign that the mistress still held a special place in his heart. Even though there was now a gulf between them due to quarrels, misunderstandings, and pride, she believed that such bonds could not be broken forever. People who were once truly close always have a chance to find their way back to each other if fate gives them enough time. However, Xin Yun made it clear that such conclusions were wrong. His behavior was dictated not by feelings, but by ordinary politeness and restraint. He did not seek to humiliate or hurt Shui Qianyue because she was connected to Liu Xiang, and for her sake, he would not allow himself to act cruelly. That was the end of his involvement in their affairs, and the girl should return. Jin Qianyue still inquired about Liu Xiang's condition. Learning that she was fine, she did not linger any longer. Having received her answer, she considered the conversation over and headed away. At that moment, Shui Qianyue, already sitting in the carriage, waved her hand impatiently, calling her maid. Her movements betrayed irritation, mixed with anxiety. She noted that the wait was taking too long and expressed her dissatisfaction that the delay could cost them the opportunity to catch up with those who had already left for the battle houses. Jin Chuye explained the delay by saying that she had to wait a long time for Mr. Chu for a short conversation. This immediately caught Chen Yue's attention. For her, the name Chu Xinyun had long been erased from her inner circle. She considered him unworthy of even being mentioned and did not want to hear about him in the future. Nevertheless, curiosity got the better of her. She wanted to know exactly what he had said. The maid tried to evade the question, citing the previous prohibition, but Chen Yue made it clear that she demanded an answer. In the end, it became known that Mr. Chu still remembered her. Moreover, he noted that she remained the same as in childhood. For Chen Yue, these words sounded dry and tasteless, causing neither joy nor satisfaction. However, the maid then added that he had also noticed how much more beautiful she had become. These words came as a surprise. Chen Yue could not immediately believe that such a thing had actually been said. Despite her outward indifference, something stirred deep in her soul, and her former confidence cracked slightly. Chen Yue sharply rejected what she had heard, deciding that such words were now meaningless and seemed like pathetic flattery. However, the maid's behavior suddenly changed. She made it clear that part of what she had said was a deliberate lie. The realization instantly sparked irritation. Chen Yue couldn't believe that this insolent girl dared to play with her feelings and deliberately upset her. Not wanting to stay in this place any longer, Chen Yue ordered the driver to speed up. Her patience was running out. The city of dark water had become a source of humiliation, memories, and anger for her, and she wanted to leave it behind as soon as possible, as if distance could erase what had happened. Thousands of miles away, beyond the familiar roads, mountains rose like blades piercing the sky itself. Their peaks were lost in the clouds, and the cold air was saturated with an ancient and harsh power. Among these impregnable heights stood the Ninth Ice Palace, a place where time flowed differently, and the silence seemed heavier than stone. There was no hustle and bustle of the outside world here, only eternal cold and strict order. Bing Li was on her way, wrapped tightly in a warm cloak. Even for her, accustomed to harsh conditions, this cold was a challenge. The road led higher and higher, and each step required concentration and endurance. Inside one of the rooms of the palace, Liu Xiang sat alone, also wrapped in a cloak. Dim light reflected off the icy walls, and her thoughts returned again and again to the same day, as if stuck in a vicious circle. A familiar image appeared in her imagination. It seemed to her that the main character was following behind her, confident and calm, as if the distance between them had never existed. In this vision, he embraced her, offering to leave together and never part again, as if the whole world could wait. These thoughts made her heart ache and her eyes fill with tears. The drops fell directly onto the talisman with his image, which she still kept. She did not know when she would see him again, and this anticipation weighed heavier than the cold. At that moment, the silence was broken by a knock on the door. Bin Li appeared and immediately noticed that Liu Xiang was still not used to this place. Even Bin Li herself, having spent not much time here, found it difficult to endure the local cold. It was obvious that Liu Xiang still couldn't get used to the local food. Realizing this, Bin Li brought special dishes prepared, according to recipes she had mastered during her travels through the Liu Yun dynasty. These simple but warm flavors reminded her of the world outside the icy walls. However, silence fell over the room once again. Liu Xiang merely expressed her gratitude for the care, but she had no appetite. Her thoughts and feelings occupied all her attention, leaving no room even for food. Bing Li was well aware that in Liu Xiang's eyes, she had probably become a source of hatred. It was she who had pushed the girl onto this forced path, depriving her of her familiar world and freedom. However, every decision she made was born not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. Everything was done for the sake of salvation, even if the price turned out to be too high. The ninth ice vein was not just a rare anomaly, but a hidden catastrophe. On the day it finally spiraled out of control, not only Liu Xiang would die, but everyone around her as well. The cold would tear apart bodies and spirits, spreading destruction far beyond a single person. Bing Li did not seek to intimidate Liu Xiang, but the very thought of such a future was unbearable. Here, in the Ninth Ice Palace, there was still a chance. In harsh conditions, under the constant supervision of formations and masters, Liu Xiang could survive. If she managed to completely subdue the Ninth Ice Vein, then perhaps one day their paths would cross again, and their separation would not be eternal. At that moment, Ning Lu and Ning Shuang entered the chambers. They had been tasked with examining the owner of the Ninth Ice Vein. Their appearance disrupted the fragile balance of silence. Bing Li immediately sensed the hidden tension and confusion, for her presence seemed to have been completely ignored. They respectfully greeted Elder Lin, after which another girl entered the hall. It was she who had ordered these two to be brought in. Her calmness and confidence made it clear that what was happening was not an accident and did not violate the rules. Bing Li also expressed her respect to the Elder Yush. Elder Lin clearly did not expect to see her here, but Yush took it calmly, as if everything that was happening was part of a plan she already knew about. Then Yuxia's gaze fell on Liu Xiang, the only one who possessed the Ninth Ice Vein. Her gaze was deep and penetrating, as if she could see not only the body, but also the very essence of what was happening. Yusha approached, and, taking Liu Xiang by the face, examined her closely, as if studying a rare and dangerous artifact. At that moment, everything became clear to her. The spread of the deadly cold was restrained not by formations or the palace, but by external intervention, someone's power remaining on the girl's body and soul. This person was intelligent and prudent. He had managed to temporarily curb the destructive nature of the ninth ice vein. But now, Liu Xiang was in the ninth ice palace, a place from which people rarely leave of their own accord, and his protection could no longer reach her directly. Despite everything, Liu Xiang continued to believe. Deep in her heart, she was sure that he would not leave her here forever. Sooner or later, he would come. He would find a way to destroy the ice, the walls, and fate itself to rescue her from this cold captivity. Yusha grabbed Liu Xiang's hair sharply, leaving her no chance to resist, and no right to illusions. There was no emotion in this gesture, only cold superiority and contempt for naive faith. For Yusha, the very idea of freely entering and leaving the ninth ice palace seemed ridiculous and worthy of ridicule. The palace was located on top of a mountain, over 4 kilometers high. Below lay a reef valley, where the ice never melted, and above, endless blizzards turned the air into cutting blades. The slopes of the mountains were occupied by ice monsters that had taken root there for decades. An ordinary person would not be able to walk even half the way. Even if someone miraculously made it here, the first step inside the palace would turn their body into a lifeless ice statue. It was obvious to Yush that Liu Xiang still did not realize the reality of her situation. Her hope seemed childishly foolish. There was no one in this world who could come and save her. Any attempt would only add new corpses to those already frozen forever in the ice around the palace. Suddenly, a cold force touched her forehead. Liu Xiang's consciousness instantly faded. Her body went limp, and she seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Even in this state, her last thoughts continued to linger on one person. Deep down, she still wished that Xin Yun would never come near this cursed place. The effect was directed not only at her body, but also at her mind. Liu Xiang's memory was to gradually crumble, her memories disappearing one by one, until, after she awoke, nothing remained but an empty shell. Her personality, feelings, and past were to be completely erased. Bin Li immediately recognized the nature of the artifact used. It was a silkworm stone, capable of suppressing will and controlling the mind. The realization came instantly. They weren't going to save Liu Xiang. They intended to turn her into an obedient puppet. However, Ning Lu and Ning Shuang made it clear that any interference was unacceptable. Yuxia did not hesitate to reveal the true value of the ninth ice bloodline. It was so rare that the palace had spent 50 years searching for it all over the world. The fact that Bing Li discovered the carrier by accident was considered a huge contribution. However, this power was unstable, and her emotional fluctuations could lead to a catastrophe capable of destroying the entire palace. That is why it was decided to first clear Liu Xiang's mind, depriving her of her feelings, attachments, and memories. Bin Li remembered Yusha's previous words about the possibility of suppressing the vein and saving the girl's life. Now it was clear that this was just a convenient lie. Yusha took Bin Li aside and bluntly revealed the truth. For the ninth ice palace, Liu Xiang was not a person, but a test subject. Her fate, pain, and even her life were meaningless. Moreover, it was thanks to Liu Xiang's existence that Bing Li's sister had a chance to obtain the ice crystal. From a profit perspective, Bing Li should have been happy, but at that moment, even the ice palace seemed warmer than the truth that had been revealed to her. It was determined that in half a month, Liu Xiang's mind would be completely under control. By that time, the master should have returned from his practice, and then it would be possible to start a new meeting of cultivators, no longer fearing the instability of the ninth ice vein and the possible consequences. From that moment on, Bin Li was finally freed from responsibility for Liu Xiang. Care, observation, and control were transferred to Ning Lu, who was to monitor the test subject's condition and ensure that all procedures were carried out without deviation. Yusha ordered that all of Liu Xiang's personal belongings be disposed of, so as not to leave the slightest attachment to her past life. Bin Li took this upon herself, realizing that she was the one who had to put an end to this story. There was some doubt as to whether Bin Li was secretly trying to keep Liu Xiang's belongings. However, her motive was different, a feeling of guilt that could not be suppressed by cultivation or her duty to the palace. In the end, permission was granted. After thanking the elder, Bin Li returned to Liu Xiang's chambers. Her steps were slow and heavy, as if every meter of the corridor was an effort, and the cold of the palace was truly felt for the first time. Ning Lu informed Elder Lin that the moment had come. The elder understood this without being reminded. She gathered Liu Xiang's clothes, among which was a talisman, the only thing that carried the warmth of the past. All the collected items were taken outside and burned. The flames quickly consumed the fabric, patterns, and smells, as if erasing the very existence of the person to whom they belonged. Formally, this meant the end. However, there was still a chance that Bin Li had kept the talisman, clutching it in her palm, and not allowing the fire to take away the last thread connecting Liu Xiang to her former life. Strange images began to appear in Liu Xiang's mind. She did not understand why she could hear the cry of cicadas, for she was in the ninth ice palace, where there was neither summer nor living sounds. Suddenly, her childhood home appeared before her eyes. In her hands was an unfinished embroidery. At that moment, she had the feeling that Mr. Chu was very close. Giving in to this feeling, she rushed towards him, forgetting everything else. The figure standing before her seemed surprisingly real, so much so that her heart was filled with warmth. The realization that it was only a dream brought a strange comfort, for in a dream, the pain was weaker, and hope could still exist. Liu Xiang approached Xin Yun, and her movements conveyed a sincere longing. Her whole being reached out to him, as if the time apart had never existed. She felt the need to explain her disappearance, and at the same time, wanted to know where Chen Yue was now. But above all, she wanted them to be together again, as before. Deep down, Liu Xiang always understood that she was not like her sister. Chen Yue was like a full moon, shining brightly in the night sky, attracting attention and admiration. Compared to her, Liu Xiang felt like a dim star, easily overlooked among the multitude of others. Chen Yue was a precious pearl in her father's hands. She was surrounded by gifts, care, and expectations of great achievements. Every day of her life was filled with training and moving forward. At the same time, Liu Xiang spent her time embroidering under her mother's supervision. Her world was quieter, calmer, and much narrower. Chen Yue had been to many places, seen cities, mountains, and rivers, heard amazing stories, and experienced events that she could then recount for hours. After each return, she shared everything she had seen, and Xin Yun always listened to her with genuine interest. His gaze was often fixed on Chen Yue, and this did not escape Liu Xiang's notice. At one point, Xin Yun noticed how intently Liu Xiang was looking at him. His expression softened, and a calm, warm smile appeared on his face, which made her heart skip a beat. Liu Xiang ran, but stumbled and fell. Her knees were scratched, and the pain quickly reminded her of itself, but she didn't care. It was more important not to keep Xin Yun waiting, and to bring her sister back as soon as possible. Qian Yue was busy trying to catch a flying snake stuck in a tree. She was still reaching up, unwilling to give up. Liu Xiang was worried, realizing that Xin Yun was already tired, and tried to stop her sister, fearing that someone would get hurt. However, Chen Wei had no intention of backing down. Her confidence in her own abilities and her desire to finish what she had started prevented her from stopping. In the end, the flying snake was removed from the branches, but their balance was lost. They fell together, and for a moment, everything around them froze. Liu Xiang rushed to them, overcome with anxiety, checking to see if anything serious had happened. Chen Yue reacted sharply and coldly, not hiding her irritation. Xin Yun, feeling awkward and guilty about what had happened, tried to smooth things over by taking responsibility. An adult woman approached the children, immediately noticing that the older girl had once again been rude to Yun. She quickly figured out what had happened and realized that the fall had occurred while trying to reach for a kite. Qian Yue, not hiding her irritation, explained what had happened, as if all the blame lay with Yun. At the same time, Liu Xiang noticed his leg and saw that he had sprained his ankle. The injury did not appear to be serious, and the adults were sure that the pain would disappear without a trace in a few days. Qian Yue, however, continued to look at him with bewilderment, not understanding why he was so clumsy. In response, Yun behaved childishly, and this unexpectedly caused her to feel something strange. It seemed to her that there was something touching and even cute about him, although she immediately tried to deny it. The woman explained that Yun was not in good health through no fault of his own. When he was very young, his family was destroyed, and he survived only by a miracle. He grew up without parental care, without protection and support, and this made him weaker than other children his age. Hearing this, Qian Yue wondered if Yun had any memories of those events. Her curiosity was mixed with incomprehension, for she had never experienced such a loss. Only one fragment remained in Yun's memory, the image of his mother suggesting they play hide and seek, her soft voice, and promise to return. He remembered hiding in silence, trying not to make a sound, trembling with fear and cold, and how time dragged on endlessly, but his mother never came. That was where the memory ended. Liu Xiang instinctively took his hand, trying to convey warmth and comfort. Chen Yue, however, took a different view, believing that he was too weak and useless, since he did not know who had caused him such pain and was incapable of even thinking about revenge. The woman sternly pulled the older girl aside, reminding her that she should not constantly call Yun useless. She revealed the reason why he should be treated differently. The two had been engaged since childhood. In the future, they were to become husband and wife, and therefore, Chen Yue had to take care of him, especially given his weakness. These words confused all three of them. The children's cheeks flushed with surprise. Qian Yue looked at Yun, then pushed him away sharply, showing with her whole demeanor a decisive rejection of such a fate. Liu Xiang, on the contrary, unexpectedly felt the desire to take his side. A warm but timid feeling arose in her heart, and she mentally accepted the idea that she could tie her life to Yun. This outcome completely suited Qian Yue. She gave him up to her younger sister without hesitation, believing that she herself would never tie her fate to someone she considered weak and unworthy. Qian Yue allowed herself a playful sneer, making it clear that she had no intention of simply giving up Yun. Her behavior revealed a mixture of stubbornness and a habit of always being the center of attention. Liu Xiang, however, did not back down, and for the first time showed unexpected firmness, clearly indicating that she had no intention of giving in, even when it came to her sister. Soon, Xin Yun and Liu Xiang were sitting side by side, eating fresh spring rolls. For Yun, this meal was exceptionally delicious, and he ate with genuine pleasure. For Liu Xiang, it was especially important to see that he liked what was in front of him, and to feel the quiet joy of this simple moment. He was surprised that the rolls had been prepared with Liu Xiang's help. Although most of the filling had been made by her aunt, the girl had really helped and tried her best. For her, that was enough to feel proud. Yun's reaction made the moment even warmer. In his eyes, she looked special, and she remembered it for a long time. Meanwhile, Qian Yue, not wanting to be left out, once again drew attention to herself and decided to show off a new technique she had recently mastered. Her movements exuded confidence and a desire to prove her superiority. Deep down, Chen Yue still couldn't accept the fact that she was inferior to Liu Xiang in some ways. It hurt her more than she was willing to admit. This time, she decided not to make the slightest mistake and to give it her all. The move was spectacular, and the children were genuinely impressed by what they saw. For Qian Yue, these reactions were familiar, but still pleasant. She felt strong and special again. Xin Yun noticed that the blow had left a distinct mark on the tree trunk. He looked closely at Qian Yue's leg, concerned that she might have hurt herself by putting so much force into the movement. Outwardly, Qian Yue looked as if she was fine, although in reality, her leg was aching. At that moment, Yun noticed her unusual ears and tail. His childish curiosity got the better of him, and he gently touched her tail, perceiving it as something cute and funny. This touch caused Chen Yue to react sharply. She instantly pushed Yun away, clearly showing that such behavior was unacceptable. Even as a child, there were boundaries that she did not allow anyone to cross. Suddenly, Liu Xiang felt a strange sense of disorientation. The space around her seemed unfamiliar. She tried to find her sister and Yun with her eyes, but at that moment, she noticed that the water under her feet was beginning to cover with a thin layer of ice. Slowly and inevitably, as if a dream was beginning to crack and give way to cold reality. The ice spread rapidly throughout Liu Xiang's body, restricting her movements and breathing. The cold penetrated deeper and deeper, robbing her of her strength and will to resist. The girl did not understand how to stop what was happening, and desperately reached out to the images of her sister and Young, hoping that they would appear and pull her out of this nightmare. At the same time, dangerous changes were taking place in her body beyond her consciousness. The cold energy of the ninth ice vein was spiraling out of control, slowly rewriting her condition, as if preparing her shell for something else, devoid of human will. Nin Lu burst into the chief elder's chambers, unable to hide her alarm. Her sharp movements and ragged breathing made it clear that the situation was beyond acceptable. However, before she could get close, the ornament in her hair suddenly fell apart, as if an invisible force had mercilessly destroyed the protective artifact, depriving her of the last remnants of her audacity. Realizing the gravity of her offense, Nin Lu immediately fell to her knees. Her posture conveyed remorse and fear. She understood perfectly well that she had crossed a line beyond forgiveness. The mistress of the palace reacted coldly and emotionlessly. The very fact of entering her chambers without permission was already a crime that required no justification. Nin Lu took full responsibility, admitting that she had witnessed something she was not allowed to see. The elder made it clear without hesitation that there was only one way to make amends for such mistakes, and the offender knew perfectly well what the price would be. As punishment, Nin Lu was deprived of her sight. This was not an act of cruelty, but the established order. Those who saw more than they were allowed to had to pay with their own eyes, so that the secrets of the palace would never leave its walls. Only then did it become clear what had happened. 9 icy veins inside the puppet began to actively grow, accelerating the transformation process and going beyond the initial calculation. All the elders were already in their places, watching Liu Xiang's condition. Next to her was another girl with animal ears, closely monitoring the changes. Even in this state, Liu Xiang remained strikingly beautiful, like a fragile ice sculpture created to be admired rather than rescued. The girl with animal ears noticed Yushi's presence and cautiously expressed her desire to take Liu Xiang under her care after the process was complete. However, this desire was immediately suppressed. Even the thought of such an initiative seemed audacious, although internally she wanted it painfully badly. The truth was harsh and left no room for illusions. Such a treasure did not belong to anyone present. Only the supreme being above them all had the right of ownership. This rule was not up for discussion. Even Yushi herself already had Lin, which is why any unnecessary desires seemed particularly inappropriate. One of the elders considered it almost impossible to implant the mulberry silkworm control stone into Liu Xiang's mind. The puppet possessed a frightening fragility, like a vessel made of the thinnest ice that could shatter at the slightest mistake. But at the same time, her value was immeasurably high, which made the risk justified in the eyes of the palace. With this outcome, Bin Li's contribution could not be denied. It was her actions that were key to the current result. Bin Li herself, however, did not take credit for herself, considering everything that had happened to be a chain of coincidences. At that moment, the girl with ears allowed herself to remark that Bin Li looked especially attractive today, as if the cold of the palace only emphasized her features. The girl with the ears was called Chris. She behaved too casually, as if trying to erase the distance and turn a formal relationship into something familiar, insisting on a closer form of address. Bin Li tried to stop this, not wanting such familiarity. However, Chris suddenly felt suffocating pressure behind her. The air around her became heavy, as if filled with blades. The source was obvious. Yusha. Playing with boundaries here could only end in one way. Soon, the conversation turned to the point. They discussed the likelihood that Liu Xiang was indeed the treasure the palace had been waiting for decades. The assessment was frighteningly high, 9 out of 10. The current case was the 9th, while all previous carriers had been deprived of the opportunity for combat development and proved useless. The inevitable question of further action arose. Due to her colossal energy, Liu Xiang remained extremely unstable. Before her mind completely dissolved, it was necessary to urgently seal 9 key points and 3 main veins with a 9-star snow lotus and a jade needle, followed by lengthy and extremely precise treatment. However, there was a serious problem. The 9-star snow lotus had to be exceptionally fresh, otherwise the procedure would be meaningless. The palace only had prepared samples that had lost the necessary vitality, which made the task almost impossible. There was catastrophically little time left. In half a month, the master would complete his practice, and no one could predict when exactly fate would strike the palace again. All preparations had to be completed before that moment. Otherwise, the masters could suffer the fate of turning into a second crystal, an outcome that no one here dared to speak of aloud, but which they feared most of all. They were obliged to do everything possible to prevent the worst outcome. While the 9 ice veins were growing relatively slowly, they were still manageable, but this reserve of time was measured in only a few days. Any delay could lead to irreversible consequences. A clear division of roles was agreed upon. Bin Li and Chris immediately set off in search of the growing 9-star snow lotus, while Yush and Yulong remained in the palace, continuing to suppress the 9 ice veins and keep the situation under control. This decision left no room for error. After some time, Bin Li and Chris reached the nest of the 9-star snow lotus. The surrounding area was cold and damp. The air was filled with icy vapors, and the ground beneath their feet seemed alive, as if the earth itself did not want to let strangers in. Before approaching their target, they had to clear the way. Chris took on the role of bait, deliberately luring out small creatures hiding in crevices and under the roots of ice formations. These seemingly harmless creatures served as the first guardians of the nest. Suddenly, a long, slimy tongue of an unknown monster burst out of the darkness and wrapped itself around Chris. Despite this, her movements remained confident, as if her strength had not yet been exhausted, and what was happening did not cause her any real alarm. The monster tried to swallow her whole, but at that very moment, it was torn to pieces by a sharp and precise blow. Scattered pieces of flesh and sticky slime covered everything around, causing Chris obvious irritation. The wet environment was particularly unpleasant for her. The noise of the battle attracted new creatures. More monsters began to crawl out of crevices and underground passages, reacting to the smell of blood and destruction, like a pack of predators sensing prey. The situation was rapidly escalating, and Bin Li could no longer hold back. She began to form the technique of heavenly jade frost, concentrating the cold to the limit, preparing to change the course of the battle with a single blow. A wave of icy energy swept across the area, instantly destroying the approaching monsters. The space around them seemed to freeze, and they had a brief but precious chance. They rushed forward without looking back, using every second. Chris began to quickly search the nest, trying to find the right plant, and for a moment, even decided that they were too late. However, it soon became clear that other guards were still hiding inside, small but numerous creatures, ready to attack at any moment. Bin Li struck the advancing monsters at the same time as Chris. The icy energy burst too widely, catching the space next to her ally, and forcing her to jump sharply to the side to avoid the attack. The winds and cold mixed together, completely drowning out any external sounds. Because of this, Bin Li did not notice Chris's movements and did not adjust the direction of her attack, continuing to act with maximum force and momentum. When the attack didn't hit its target as intended, Bin Li felt annoyed. From Chris's perspective, it seemed predictable. It felt as if Bin Li wasn't trying to be careful at all and allowed the attack to get too close, as if responding to the previous taunts and tension between them. Chris didn't even have time to regain her balance before a sudden blow threw her aside. The monster lurking in the shadows moved with frightening speed, closing the distance almost instantly, its massive body already looming over her. Bin Li reacted without hesitation. Cold energy burst from her palms, and the freezing technique worked just as the attack landed. The monster's body began to rapidly cover with ice. Its movement slowed, and then stopped completely, turning it into a motionless block of ice. It was obvious that this monster was not capable of breaking the ice seal so easily. Bin Li immediately noticed that Chris was hovering in the air unnecessarily and considered it a waste of time. In such a situation, coordination and decisiveness were required. The enemy had to be finished off immediately. However, reality turned out to be different. The ice shell suddenly cracked and then shattered into pieces with a dull crash. The freed monster, without wasting a moment, rushed forward and directed its furious attack straight at Bin Li. Realizing what was happening, Bin Li just smiled. The creature clearly did not understand who it was dealing with. Attacking the owner of the Frost Legacy without weapons was tantamount to suicide, especially when she possessed the power of the Frost Owl. At that moment, Chris swooped down from above. Her rapid descent was precise and calculated. The blow landed exactly where the monster's defense was weakest. The girl was clearly pleased that she had once again been able to intervene at the most opportune moment. Bin Li, however, did not share this enthusiasm. It was obvious to her that the delay could cost them dearly. While the tension between them persisted, the monster seized the moment and tried to escape. Realizing this, both of them rushed after it without hesitation, wondering who had made the mistake of letting their prey slip away. At the same time, far away, the elders continued to restrain Lu Xiang's icy vein, maintaining complex formations and preventing the destructive energy from escaping. Deep within her consciousness, Lu Xiang suddenly heard a call. It was vague, but strangely familiar, as if it came from her warmest memories. The image of Shin Yun appeared beside her. His presence was calm and gentle, and it was this that caused the anxiety in her heart to subside slightly. Liu Xiang pressed herself against him, feeling a growing pain in her head. The feeling was like fatigue mixed with longing, and she desperately wanted it to go away. Shin Yun touched her gently, and there was so much care in this movement that the pain gradually began to recede. Qian Yue watched this scene from afar. Her first impulse was to turn away and leave, but then she hesitated, and soon, the three of them were together again, as if they had returned to a carefree past. They pretended to scatter in different directions, deliberately leaving false trails, and then silently returned. The plan was well thought out. This time, it was almost impossible to detect them. During the search, Shin Yun suddenly bumped into someone in front of him. The blow was unexpected and sharp. Instinctively, he tore off his blindfold, trying to figure out who could have appeared here so suddenly and disrupted the game. Standing in front of him was Uncle Shui, a tall figure with a cold, heavy gaze that seemed to shrink the space around him. The old man was clearly unhappy with what was happening. His presence immediately changed the atmosphere, robbing the children's game of all its lightheartedness. Shin Yun, confused and frightened, tried to explain his presence, but his voice was too weak and his words unconvincing. The old man did not even deign to pay attention to him, demonstrating complete superiority and impatience. Chen Yue rushed to her father, clinging to his clothes. She tried to protect Shin Yun, taking responsibility upon herself, and asked not to punish him. Her movements betrayed her anxiety and haste, as if she knew in advance how this meeting might end. Shui Chunxiang, seeing his beloved daughter, softened for a moment. His attitude towards Chen Yue was sharply different from that which he showed to everyone else. He returned from the imperial city with gifts, as he always did, wanting to please her and show his care. However, his joy quickly turned to irritation. Once again, he saw a scene he had seen many times before. His daughter, next to the weak boy, whom he had long considered unworthy of being near her. The flash of anger was instantaneous. Without hesitation, he kicked Shin Yun as if he were something foreign and unnecessary. Shen Yue immediately tried to stop her father, while Liu Xiang, pale with fear, watched what was happening, worrying about Shin Yun. But Chun Xiang had already given the order. Two adult men approached the boy, with the clear intention of teaching him a lesson. One of them looked at Shin Yun with derision, as if he were looking at someone who had not learned his lesson. The other believed that the boy had become too conceited, daring to be near those he had no right to approach. There was no hesitation in their movements, only habitual cruelty. After that, Chun Xiang coldly touched his daughters, letting them know that he was disappointed in them. In his opinion, their actions went beyond what was acceptable and violated the established order. He set strict limits for Liu Xiang. She had to do what she was told, without getting distracted by food or rest, until all her duties were done. As for Chen Yue, he planned to talk to her separately, and it promised to be tough. Later, Liu Xiang found herself alone, lying in a dark room on hard straw. The space was cold and lifeless. At that moment, she thought she heard someone calling her. The sound broke through the silence and loneliness, like a thread connecting her to what she so desperately did not want to lose. It turned out to be her sister. Chen Yue's appearance brought with it a faint sense of relief. Liu Xiang immediately tried to understand why she had come and how severely her father had punished her. Chen Yue looked calm and confident, making it clear that she was fine. In fact, she had not come for herself at all. Her concern was for her younger sister. Liu Xiang hastened to assure her that nothing terrible had happened to her either. Chen Yue believed that it was better for both of them to stay away from their little brother Yun. She sincerely did not understand why their father felt such animosity towards him. However, for Liu Xiang, everything was different. Among all those around her, it was Xin Yun who was the most precious person to her after her sister. Moreover, she felt that her father was cold towards her as well, so she was not going to distance herself from Yun just because of his will. Liu Xiang thought anxiously about her little brother Yun's fate and tried to figure out what would happen to him next. Chen Yue tried to calm her sister down, letting her know that their father would not go too far. After that, she decided to leave, leaving Liu Xiang alone, and mentally wished her good night, hoping that she would stop tormenting herself with heavy thoughts. 10 days passed. For Liu Xiang, this time dragged on particularly slowly, but the joy of the upcoming meeting with her brother Yun outweighed everything else. The thought that she would be able to see him again filled her with warmth and anticipation. During the meeting, Chen Yue looked closely at Shin Yun, as if checking to see if he was really all right. He looked calm and confident, trying not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. Chen Yue made it clear that it would be better for him not to show up here too often. His carefree reaction and frivolous behavior only annoyed her, and she called him frivolous again. At that moment, they noticed Liu Xiang approaching. Her steps were quick, and her eyes were full of joy. As soon as Liu Xiang hugged Shin Yun, his body tensed reflexively. In the next second, he felt a sharp pain that he couldn't hide. Liu Xiang did not expect such a reaction at all. She immediately tried to understand what had happened and began to examine him with concern. Chen Yue also became alert, sensing that the matter was much more serious than it seemed. Shin Yun hastily began to deny what was happening, pretending that everything was fine. Chen Yue did not believe his words. She grabbed his arm sharply, not allowing him to walk away from the conversation. His resistance only heightened her suspicions, and she ordered him not to move. The next second, she knocked him to the ground and tore off his outer clothing. A sight unfolded before their eyes that made it difficult to breathe. The boy's body was covered with wounds and bruises that were too fresh to be accidental. Chen Yue tried to understand how he could have sustained such injuries. Shin Yun's response was cold and distant, as if he did not want anyone to know about this part of his life. Tears immediately welled up in Liu Xiang's eyes. What she saw was too much for her to bear, and a feeling of helplessness slowly squeezed her heart. At that moment, Chen Yue finally realized that the wounds she had seen were only a small part of what was hidden. From his uneven breathing and the tension in his body, she understood that there was much more damage. This realization made her reach out to him again, grabbing his hand tightly to examine everything thoroughly. Xin Yun pushed her away sharply, making it clear that he did not want her to continue. He considered it none of her business and wanted her to back off. However, almost immediately after this movement, he felt awkward and guilty for his harshness and repented inwardly, realizing that he had hurt her. He noticed how Chen Yue had changed. Her actions no longer had the same cold detachment as before. Instead, there was a rough insistence. She even began to pull his clothes off, forgetting all propriety. In his understanding, such behavior was completely inconsistent with what a well-bred girl should be like. Lao Xiang, overcome with anxiety, grabbed his hands, trying to understand the reason for what was happening. Her gaze was full of fear, as if she was afraid to hear the truth. Xin Yun gently wiped a tear from her cheek and tried to calm her down, showing her that she had nothing to be afraid of. He assured himself and them that the pain was gone, and there was no longer any reason for concern. He squeezed both girls' hands, as if trying to hold on to this brief moment of calm. As long as they were there, he really didn't care about his wounds, the pain, or anything else. Their presence gave him a feeling of warmth and security. Chen Yue abruptly pulled her hand away. Her reaction was cold and distant. Xin Yun was confused, trying to figure out if she was angry with him because of what was happening. The next moment, Chen Yue grabbed him by the shoulders. Her gaze was a mixture of anger and despair. She made it clear that she did not believe his words were sincere. It was obvious to her that a person with such severe injuries could not feel normal, and such pretense seemed foolish and cruel. Liu Xiang tried to intervene, trying to stop her sister, but Chen Yue could no longer restrain herself. She tore his clothes off again, wanting to see everything with her own eyes. It was inconceivable to her that such wounds could not cause pain. She demanded the truth, no longer willing to listen to comforting excuses. Liu Xiang pulled her sister back, begging her to stop. She didn't understand why she had suddenly become so harsh, and why she was causing even more pain to someone who was already suffering. At that moment, Chen Yue noticed that Xin Yun's body was trembling, not from the cold, but from the pain he was trying to suppress. A tear slowly rolled down her cheek. She turned away from them both, not wanting anyone to see her weakness. Liu Xiang looked carefully at Xin Yun, trying to understand how he was feeling and whether he was even able to continue standing. After that, Chen Yue made a decision. From that moment on, she didn't want Xin Yun to come and play with them anymore. It wasn't said out of hatred, but out of pain and helplessness at what she had seen and couldn't change. Liu Xiang felt that her sister had crossed the line. Everything that was happening seemed too cruel and unfair to her. She saw how Xin Yun took the blame without trying to justify or defend himself, as if he believed he deserved every reproach. He perceived what was happening as a consequence of his own mistakes, and therefore inwardly asked Chen Yue not to be angry anymore and not to continue. However, Chen Yue was not going to stop. In her eyes, he looked stubborn and hopelessly stupid, a person who did not understand what was going on around him. With a sharp movement, she slapped him across the face, finally cutting off any possibility of retreat. At that moment, she decided that she no longer wanted to waste her time or emotions on someone she considered unworthy. For her, he was no longer even a friend. In her mind, he had sunk to the level of a complete nobody, a person who had no right to be near her. She made it clear that he no longer had a place with the Shui family and that he should stay as far away as possible. Rage overwhelmed her completely. She threatened that if he dared to show up here again, the consequences would be much worse. Grabbing him by his clothes, she demanded confirmation that he understood her intentions. Xin Yun just nodded, accepting her words as a final verdict. Tears streamed down his face, but he no longer tried to hide them. At that moment, he decided to leave immediately. With a sharp movement, he pushed her hand away, showing that he was capable of leaving on his own and did not need anyone's help. It was his last display of dignity in this scene. Chen Yue continued to shout after him, demanding that he get as far away as possible. His figure quickly receded, almost running, as if he wanted to disappear from this place as soon as possible and erase everything that had happened from his memory. Liu Xiang was completely shocked. She couldn't believe that her sister was capable of such cruelty. Fear arose in her heart. If her brother Yun really didn't come back, she would never be able to forgive Chen Yue for this. But Chen Yue was adamant. For her, this man's regrets and forgiveness were worthless. She made it clear that if Liu Xiang dared to meet him again, their father would find out, and the consequences would be much more serious. From that moment on, an invisible but solid wall stood between the sisters. They no longer spoke to each other and were unable to reconcile, and Xin Yun really did disappear. He didn't come back after a day or a week. A whole month passed, but no one saw him again. Liu Xiang thought about running away many times, but she knew she had neither the strength nor the opportunity to do so. Life returned to its usual routine. She sat embroidering, as before, mechanically stitching patterns that no longer brought her joy. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a familiar voice coming from outside. He cautiously asked if Liu Xiang was there. Liu Xiang recognized him immediately. It took her no time at all to realize who was standing in front of her. It was her brother Yun. Her heart sank and then seemed to burst with joy. She rushed to him and hugged him tightly, unable to contain her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes, for she had almost given up hope of ever seeing him again. But almost immediately, she recoiled, as if coming to her senses. The memory of his wounds came back to her, and fear immediately replaced her joy. She was afraid that she had hurt him by forgetting to be careful. However, it was clear from his behavior that he did not blame her and did not consider it a problem. He looked calm and patient, as if he was used to such things. Shin-won noticed that she was crying again, but these tears were different. There was no pain in them, only relief and happiness that he had returned after all. At that moment, the idyll was broken by a sharp sense of someone else's presence. A cold contempt, filled with mockery and irritation, came from the side. It was Chen Yue. She saw the scene and immediately realized that Shin Yun had met her sister again. Irritation and malice flashed in her eyes. She demonstratively chewed an apple, then threw it carelessly, so that the fruit hit Shin Yun's head and fell to the ground. Liu Xiang couldn't take it anymore and openly defied her sister for the first time. She made it clear that she no longer wanted her here and that her meetings with her brother Yun had nothing to do with her. Such audacity stunned Chen Yue. In response, she only increased the pressure, reminding her of their father's authority and the consequences Liu Xiang could expect for such behavior. Shin Yun hastened to intervene so as not to aggravate the situation. He apologized to Lady Shui and made it clear that he would only stay for a short while. His intentions were simple: to say what needed to be said and leave immediately. Chen Yue allowed this, but with obvious impatience, making it clear that his presence here was unpleasant to her. Shin Yun told Liu Xiang some important news. The next day, the Chu family would be leaving Qingfeng. His visit was not accidental. He had come to say goodbye, realizing that he might never see her again. For Liu Xiang, these words came as a shock. She couldn't believe that the parting was coming so suddenly, and that uncertainty and separation lay ahead. The thought that they might never meet again caused her almost physical pain. Chen Yue took the news quite differently. For her, it was a relief. Shin Yun would disappear from her life, which meant that everything would return to normal. She only hastened his departure, as if she wanted to erase his existence from her memory as soon as possible. At that moment, the first raindrops began to fall from the sky, as if nature itself was responding to the tension of the scene. Shin Yun realized that time was up, and it was really time for him to leave. He took a step back, about to leave, but Liu Xiang suddenly grabbed his hand. There was both despair and hope in her movement. She didn't want to let him go, and wished with all her heart to leave with him, even without understanding whether it was actually possible. Liu Xiang was well aware that Shin Yun's heart had always belonged to her sister. She had known this since childhood, and had never tried to deceive herself. Yet despite this understanding, her own feelings for him remained unchanged, quiet and stubborn, like roots growing deep into the ground. Even if Qian Yue had changed, even if time and circumstances had made her different, in Liu Xiang's eyes, Xin Yun remained the same person. If fate ever led him to consider marrying her, Liu Xiang was prepared to wait as long as it took, without demanding promises or seeking confirmation. Under the pouring rain, with trembling eyelashes and cheeks wet with tears, she prayed for only one thing: that he would not disappear from her memory and erase her from his. For her, that was enough, even if everything else turned out to be unattainable. Xin Yun gave her neither an answer nor comfort. He simply turned and walked away, leaving her alone in the cold rain. His silhouette quickly dissolved into the gray mist, and with it went the last bit of warmth she still hoped for. A little further away, Liu Xiang could hear snippets of other people's conversations. They were talking about Chen Yue's future, about marriage, about advantageous alliances, and about how the path had already been cleared for her. Money and connections seemed to be the universal key there, capable of opening any door, and no one doubted it. At some point, the interlocutor realized that his sister was nearby and fell silent. However, Qian Yue did not even pay attention to what was happening. For her, Liu Xiang no longer existed as a point of comparison. She made it clear that she did not want them to ever be compared. Since then, Liu Xiang had worked tirelessly, day and night, as if trying to fill the void with constant movement. Surprisingly, she hardly felt any fatigue, as if her body had long since come to terms with such an existence. Mockery, rudeness, and humiliation had become a familiar backdrop to which she had almost ceased to react, and yet she knew that there was pain stronger than any resentment. The separation from Xin Yun was a loss for her, comparable to the disappearance of the sun. The world had dimmed, and even the nightlight of the moon caused her rejection, reminding her of the cold and loneliness. The years passed unnoticed. One day, the town began talking again about Master Chu, the very man who had once been a frequent visitor here. Rumor had it that he had returned to propose marriage. Many did not understand how he had the courage to show his face after his previous humiliation and expulsion. The crowd responded with ridicule. They compared him to an insignificant creature, dreaming of the impossible, and openly mocked the very idea of such a union. There were even people who decided to come and watch the spectacle, expecting another disgrace. Liu Xiang suddenly wondered if the man everyone was talking about was the same brother Yun she hadn't seen in so many years. Soon, a dense crowd appeared before her eyes. People watched what was happening with mockery and irritation, considering the man insolent and inappropriate because of his actions. In their eyes, he looked like a beggar who had no right to ask for such a thing. Liu Xiang tried to push her way forward, but this only caused even more discontent. She was pushed and scolded, considered an unnecessary hindrance. She leaned against the door, feeling the contemptuous glances and insults directed at her. And at that very moment, she heard Xin Yun's voice, confidently declaring that Lady Shui's choice was wrong, because his intention had always been directed toward Liu Xiang. A hand reached out to her. The man who was the center of attention offered her to become his wife. Without hesitation, Liu Xiang took a step forward and accepted the proposal. What was happening seemed unreal to her. Liu Xiang couldn't believe her own eyes and feelings. The thought that Yun had really returned for her and decided to tie his life to hers seemed too incredible to be true. A question arose in her mind about where their future path would lead. The answer was simple and clear. Their path led home, to where they belonged together. Xin Yun picked her up and carried her away from the noise, ridicule, and strangers' stares. For Liu Xiang, it was a moment of absolute happiness, as if everything she had gone through before had existed only for this moment. At the same time, it was late at night in the 9th Ice Palace. Most of the girls were already fast asleep, and only the occasional rustling sound broke the silence. One of the girls muttered something in her sleep, irritating another, who decided to check what was going on. When she looked under the blanket, both froze in horror. Under the cover was a creature with a frighteningly perfect, powerful body, more like a monster than a human, and its presence instantly destroyed the palace's nighttime tranquility. The girls recoiled in horror at the sight of the nightmarish creature, which resembled a man in appearance. Its presence seemed unnatural and instilled an instinctive fear, as if the very space around it had become distorted. The noise woke the other inhabitants of the palace. They did not immediately understand what was happening, for the sun had not yet risen above the horizon. However, upon noticing the monster, many panicked. One of the girls burst into tears, losing her ability to think as the creature touched her. Thoughts of the possible consequences overwhelmed her, causing even greater fear and confusion. Only the next day did the situation become clear. It turned out that such creatures preferred dark, enclosed spaces, and under certain conditions, the threat no longer existed. This realization calmed the palace somewhat. The elders were shocked that such creatures could have appeared in the main palace at all. Doubts and mutual recriminations hung in the air. Bin Li coldly noted that the day before, someone had assured them that everything was under control. Chris was nearby, and it soon became clear that the monsters had simply broken out of their cages. Chris didn't waste any time thinking and instantly attacked the nearest creature with a swift blow, bringing the full force of her body to bear on it. There was not a hint of doubt in her actions. The creature was humiliated and defeated with remarkable ease. The girls felt relieved, realizing that the third elder had saved them. One blow was enough to knock the monster unconscious, and this display of strength made a strong impression. The two frightened girls, barely holding back their tears, approached the third elder, hoping for help. They had heard rumors that the touch of the three-legged monster could lead to terrible consequences. Even Chris herself was not sure how true these rumors were. When the creature tried to get up again, Chris finished it off without hesitation, leaving it no chance. After that, she allowed herself a short respite, as if nothing unusual had happened. Yusha, assessing the situation, came to the conclusion that the girl's fears were most likely unfounded. She noticed Yulong's reaction, but Yulong only admitted to herself that she had no knowledge in such a rare and strange field. After carefully examining the remains, Bin Li concluded that they were not a man at all, but merely a mimicry form of the 9-star snow lotus. However, now was not the time to delve into discussions. Yuxia believed that the elder's duty was first and foremost to reassure the servants, while Yulong clearly realized that they had encountered an area of knowledge where even experienced cultivators remained almost blind. However, an obvious question remained. The second elder had been outside the palace for almost a year and had inevitably come into contact with men. If all the fears and allegations were true, the palace would have long since been filled with so-called little masters. This fact alone refuted the most panicked assumptions. Nevertheless, Chris's actions created an urgent need for a new radish sample. It was time to deal with the consequences. Chris had indeed struck too hastily, acting more out of surprise than calculation. Yushu considered this unacceptable negligence and decided that Chris had to obtain another sample before noon. Otherwise, she would no longer have a place on this mountain. This was considered only the first step. The rest of the work could be shifted to Yulong. After that, Yusha's attention turned to Bin Li, and the question arose as to whether she had ever been touched by a man from outside. Bing Li admitted that it could have happened. At least accidental touches to the hand while carrying out assignments were possible. Yuxi's reaction was instantaneous and extremely harsh, and only Bing Li's timely intervention prevented extreme measures from being taken. The instruments mentioned in the ancient records were never found. They had to use available substitutes. The procedure promised to be painful. The temperature of a special red infusion and ice-cold bone water was considered most suitable for emergency cleansing. Yulian set to work without hesitation. Yusha closed her eyes and those of Bin Li, realizing that what was happening was too cruel and not meant for anyone to witness, especially those who had not yet lost their human sensitivity. After some time, the 9-star snow lotus was successfully cleansed by Yulong's efforts. Its structure stabilized, and its internal energy ceased to be distorted. Yusha noted that the condition of the lotus had improved significantly. Yulong explained that during its full bloom, the 9-star snow lotus was capable of absorbing enormous amounts of energy. This allowed it to be used as a vessel for storing and transforming the power of the 9th ice vein. However, The first radish sample was completely dried out and had lost its value. At that moment, Chris appeared, having managed to obtain another sample. Despite her fatigue, she clearly expected recognition for her efforts. Yulong allowed herself a rare gesture of approval, gently patting her on the head and mentally promising a reward after the ritual was complete. All preparations were complete. The conditions had finally come together. The necessary components were in place, and now nothing stood in the way of beginning the ritual itself. The moonlight, cold and clear, intertwined with the starlight, and the first glimmer of dawn was already appearing on the horizon. The three sources of light merged into a single river, slowly descending and enveloping the altar. The jade lotus opened, forming a protective dome in which each vein glowed with a soft but powerful radiance. The ritual entered its crucial phase. The forces of heaven and earth were summoned, and the rare treasure was supposed to respond and bestow its power. The energy began to condense, as if space itself held its breath, waiting for an answer. At that moment, Yulong moved on to the final stage. The finest needles appeared in her hands, cold and impeccably precise. Every movement was measured, every point calculated in advance. A mistake here would have irreversible consequences. Meanwhile, deep in her sleep, Liu Xiang carefully folded Qin Yun's clothes, as if afraid to leave an extra crease on the fabric. Her thoughts slowly slipped away from reality, returning to the same question. When would he return? Suddenly, a familiar scent appeared amid the usual silence. Faint, but distinct, the scent of Yun. Liu Xiang's heart fluttered, as if this scent were a thread connecting dreams and reality. Earlier, Xiaohu had asked her a strange question, which at the time seemed too bold and embarrassing. The thought of the future, of nights together, of intimacy with the master, arose suddenly and was just as suddenly pushed away as something she was not yet ready for. However, just as she decided to dismiss these thoughts, she felt a strange presence behind her, warm, alive, and all too familiar. Xin Yun was standing very close, as if he had always been there, and his presence alone was enough to make her lose her bearings. Liu Sheng stood up abruptly, as if she had been caught off guard. Her heart was beating too fast, and her thoughts were confused. Everything she had been doing suddenly seemed strange and absurd to her, as if she had been caught doing something shameful. She turned around, looked at him, and before she could realize what she was doing, she leaned forward and bit his cheek. The gesture was sharp, spontaneous, and completely out of character with how she really felt. Almost immediately after that, she turned around and ran away. When she reached her room, Liu Xiang fell onto her bed, burying her face in the pillow. Her thoughts raced chaotically, and her cheeks burned with shame. She knew clearly that she had wanted to do something completely different, to get closer, to touch him, to kiss him. Instead, something ridiculous and stupid had come out. The image of Xin Yun appeared in her mind again and again, and with it, the fear that he was now just laughing at her. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound broke the silence. Liu Xiang was alert. Her heart sank, and for a moment, she thought it was him. But in the next instant, a sharp, burning pain shot through her body, causing her to cry out and instinctively recoil. Looking down, she saw a writhing mass at her feet. Snakes, thin and slick, covered the floor, intertwining with each other and slowly creeping closer. Their cold bodies reflected the dim light, and their hissing sounded frighteningly clear. Her mind refused to accept what was happening. Lu Xiang couldn't understand how this was even possible. This place had always been safe and familiar, and now it had turned into a nightmare. Panic overwhelmed her completely. She jumped up and ran, not caring where she was going, suffocating with fear. Tears blurred her vision, and there was only one thought in her head. He had to be nearby. The next moment, Xin Yun appeared in front of her. His arms closed around her, holding and protecting her. The embrace was so real and warm that her fear began to recede, as if dissipating under his touch. Liu Xing tried to comprehend what she had seen, still trembling from the horror she had experienced. The images of the snakes seemed too vivid, too real, but gradually they began to fade, as if dissolving into thin air. Even so, her heart continued to beat too fast. His presence had a calming effect. She felt that next to him, she could allow herself to be weak. She could stop being afraid. The protection that emanated from him was not ostentatious, but natural, as if it had always been his place to stand next to her. Pressing closer, Liu Xiang felt the warmth of his body and the familiar scent that finally convinced her that everything that was happening was not just an illusion. This feeling of closeness was too real to doubt. Her gaze involuntarily slid to his lips. Her thoughts became confused. Her breathing faltered, and before she could stop herself, she leaned forward, touching his lips with hers. The kiss was short, awkward, and full of embarrassment, but at the same time sincere. However, it did not end there. Xin Yun responded by pulling her closer, prolonging the moment. Lu Xiang did not resist. Her fear had completely disappeared, giving way to warmth, trust, and quiet, trembling happiness. Their bodies lost their balance and gently fell onto the bed, as if the world around them had ceased to exist. In that moment, there was a feeling of eternity, a feeling that nothing could ever separate them, that time itself had receded, allowing them to be together, at least for now. Opening her eyes abruptly, Lu Xiang felt reality change. The space around her became different, quieter, and colder. Next to her lay Xin Yun, immersed in sleep, motionless and calm, as if everything that had happened before was just a fragile shadow. She gently touched his face, afraid to wake him, afraid to destroy this moment. Deep down, she thought that such happiness should not belong to her. that it was too bright for her destiny, and therefore, heaven had already prepared retribution for her. It didn't matter anymore. If punishment was inevitable, let it fall on her alone. Liu Xiang didn't want anyone else to suffer because of her existence. Bin Li's words about the ninth ice vein, which brought only misfortune and destruction, came to mind. She also remembered the cold gaze of her father, who could not accept such a daughter, and the cruel words of Qian Yue, who renounced her kinship as if it were something shameful. From the very beginning, the world seemed to have turned its back on her. Hatred, contempt, and indifference became her constant companions. The thought that no one would care if she disappeared was frighteningly calm. Perhaps forgetting everything meant getting rid of the pain, allowing the monsters to erase her memories, and, with them, her suffering. But even in this despair, there was one desire: for him to stay. Let them take everything else, her memories, her feelings, her very essence, as long as Xin Yun did not disappear from this world. Behind her appeared the image of Chen Yue, cold and distant. In his presence, a doubt arose. How long would he remember Liu Xiang if human memory was so fragile and changeable? Her heart ached, but she refused to accept this thought. Images of the imperial city, full of splendor and beauty, floated before her inner eye. There were countless girls there, and the thought that one day he might be attracted to someone else caused her almost physical pain. Liu Xiang covered her ears, as if that could drown out these fears. She clung to the belief that he was not like the others. He had promised to come for her, and that promise was her only support. But doubt crept in again, cold and merciless, reminding her that words are easy to say, but not always easy to keep. The thought that the only one Yun truly loved had always been Chen Yue slowly but surely ate away at her consciousness. Liu Xiang felt like she was just a temporary shadow, a weak substitute, existing only because the real star was too far away. Voices reached her from all sides, insistent, cold, merciless. They repeated the same thing over and over, asserting that she was just a replacement. These sounds penetrated directly into her mind, leaving no room for silence, and Liu Xiang desperately tried to drown them out, but to no avail. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in her palm. The coldness of the metal felt real, too real for a dream. A desperate resistance flared up inside her. She did not want to be anything secondary. She did not want to disappear. Only Yun existed in her world, and she had nothing else besides him. The shadows around her began to take on ugly forms, turning into monsters. Liu Xiang rushed at them, striking without hesitation, as if each movement was a vow of remembrance. These blows were filled with rage and fear, a desire to hold on to the only thing that gave meaning to her existence. Even if he forgot her one day, even if the world erased her name, she could not let him go. This thought was clear and painfully firm. The memory of him had become a part of her, something that could not be torn out or destroyed. Through the chaos and noise, a familiar voice suddenly broke through. It was calm and lively, too real to be an illusion. Space seemed to freeze, and the distorted images around her began to disintegrate. Xin Yun stood before her. In an instant, Liu Xiang rushed to him, clinging tightly, as if afraid that he would disappear if she let go. Her movements were filled with a desperate desire to hold on, to prevent fate from taking him away again. He tried to bring her to her senses, but suddenly his body trembled. Blood appeared on his lips, a thin scarlet line breaking the peace. In the next moment, it became clear. A blade had pierced his body. It was the very dagger that had been in her hands a moment ago. The realization hit her harder than any scream. Liu Xiang recoiled, looking at the weapon and at him, unable to connect the dots. Her world had finally collapsed. She clutched her head, as if trying to keep her mind from falling apart. The thought that it was her hand that had inflicted the fatal wound on him was unbearable. It seemed impossible, absurd, devoid of any meaning. But the blood was real, and there was no escaping it. Liu Xiang desperately tried to lift his body, as if she could refute what was happening with the power of her will. Her mind refused to accept what she had seen, and her heart contracted with horror. The thought that her hand could have harmed him was unthinkable to her. She would rather accept death than allow such a thing. Xin Yun only had time to give her a farewell glance, filled with quiet regret. In the next moment, his body began to dissipate, as if it were woven from mist. He disappeared right in her arms, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. At that moment, the world lost its color for Liu Xiang. Everything around her faded, sounds became muffled, and existence itself seemed to lose its meaning. Space turned into an endless gray desert, where there was no warmth or hope left. At the same time, far from these illusions, beyond the city of dark water, reality flowed on, indifferent to the pain of others. Spring was already coming into its own. Grass was sprouting through the ground, trees were filling with sap, and the air was becoming softer and warmer. The southern lands were slowly awakening, as if nothing tragic was happening in the world. Travelers could admire this peaceful landscape as the road stretched ahead. It was only 3 days' journey to the imperial city. This distance gave a feeling of relative safety. Even if the Tai clan decided to pursue them, they would have enough strength to fight back. However, Lord Gu's thoughts were occupied with something else entirely. He was still replaying recent events in his head and couldn't understand how such a thing could have happened. He was annoyed by the realization that such an experienced man had been so easily duped. The deception now seemed all too obvious. Rare medicines could not have appeared in the hands of a random merchant. It was too late to blame anyone. All that remained was to acknowledge his own carelessness. Kai Yan himself understood that he deserved it. Illegal wine, dubious deals, and overconfidence had played a cruel joke on him. Fake alcohol not only harmed the body, but also dulled the mind, and this thought only added to his general irritation and fatigue. At that moment, a man appeared on the road, walking confidently and calmly, as if he knew in advance who he would meet. Jian glanced at him attentively, and the stranger almost imperceptibly adjusted his wide-brimmed hat. From the outside, everything looked normal, and Qingshan did not notice anything suspicious. However, a vague feeling arose in Kai Yan's heart for a moment, which he chose not to voice, attributing it to fatigue from the road. Suddenly, he pulled sharply on the reins, forcing the horse to stop. His gaze caught on the figure ahead. Something about his gait and silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. However, as soon as he hesitated, the man quickened his pace and then broke into a run. Kai Yan didn't hesitate for a moment and rushed after him. His heart was pounding with anger and shame. The memory of the lost money came back too vividly to let the stranger get away with it. Xin Yun turned around, noticing the sudden movement, and Qingshan almost immediately understood what had happened. The fat man had been lured away again by the same scoundrel who had been walking calmly down the road, giving nothing away about his intentions. Fortunately, the chase did not last long. The horse, left without a rider, soon returned on its own, snorting and pawing the ground restlessly, as if to confirm that nothing serious had happened. After that, it became clear that the pursuit had been unsuccessful. Kai Yan explained that he had recognized the fugitive as a swindler who had hidden in a bamboo grove, where it was pointless to pursue him further. Qingshan did not hide his irritation. At that moment, he had already decided that it was a murderer from the Tai clan, and the sudden chase had made him tense. It was then that a calm, mocking voice was heard from the side, clearly watching the whole scene. They were at the very same tea house where Tsai Yanya had been cheated last time. An old man who looked like he was used to such stories reminded them that this swindler was from a neighboring village and specialized in cheating travelers. His words sounded as if what was happening was a common occurrence for him. It turned out that warnings had been issued before. The advice was simple: don't deal with street vendors and do your shopping in the city. But if a person decided to take the risk, there was no one to blame afterwards. The old man also mentioned that the swindler never kept his money. It all went to drinking and gambling. He felt most sorry for his daughter, a talented girl, who made the items her father sold with her own hands. The name sounded familiar, and Kai Yan realized that it was a girl named Luo Wei. Xin Yun paid for the tea and asked to be taken to the village. The generous payment noticeably softened the old man, and he willingly agreed to help, not hiding his gratitude and respect for such an act. Passing through a dense bamboo forest, they came straight to the village of Luoju without any detours. To an outside observer, their route seemed strange. There was no indication that anything of value could be found in this forgotten place. Some of the companions wondered why they had turned off here at all. No one was going to return Kai Yang's lost money. Such trifles were not worthy of the main character's attention. His interest was directed elsewhere, to the girl who had managed to finish the half-completed blue liquid. At the same time, their movements were already being watched. The assassins noticed that their target had turned towards the village of Luoju and quietly followed her. One of the men in a dark hoodie doubted that their presence could be noticed, but his partner was sure that the probability of this was close to zero. In such a remote place, it was unlikely that anyone who had reached the 8th level of earthly spiritual cultivation would be found. The man in the hood was convinced that he was the one who should complete this task. The man in the purple cloak recognized his skill, but still felt it necessary to remind him of some details. The other members of the group posed no danger. The only real problem was Chu Xinyun. In just a few days, he had managed to progress from the 9th level of physical tempering to the 3rd level of spiritual perfection. Such rapid growth was frightening, and at the same time aroused a strange interest. Such anomalies rarely appeared without a good reason. Xin Yun himself, meanwhile, was deep in thought. The name Luo Wei stubbornly lingered in his mind, as if it were connected to something important from the past, but the exact association still eluded him. Suddenly, he stopped and looked back almost imperceptibly. The movement was natural, without tension, but his gaze was attentive and sharp. When his companion asked why he had stopped, Xin Yun dismissed it, explaining that it was because of an animal he had glimpsed in the bamboo. His tone and behavior did not betray the slightest suspicion. It was not far to Luoju village. It was decided that Kai Yan would go ahead to reconnoiter the situation, while the others would wait nearby, without attracting unnecessary attention. Once in the village, Jai Yan approached one of the local girls, trying to find out where Luo Wei's house was. However, as soon as he mentioned that name, the child's expression changed dramatically, and it became clear that he had just asked the wrong person. When Xin Yun saw Kai Yan again, he was not alone. He was carrying the same girl in his arms, and the expression on his face made it clear that the answer they were looking for was much closer than expected. Jai Yan persistently tried to find out where the girl's father was. His indignation was sincere. The thief, who had stolen a considerable amount of money from him, could not simply disappear without a trace. However, Luo Wei perceived the situation differently. She began to desperately beat him with her little fists, defending herself as best she could, considering the adult to be rude and cruel. His patience quickly ran out, and he tried to scare her, not realizing how frightening it looked from the outside. In response, Luo Wei sank her teeth into his arm, and taking advantage of his confusion, managed to break free. But even after freeing herself, she did not feel safe. The adults clearly had no intention of letting her go so easily. The girl burst into tears, and through her tears, she suddenly heard a familiar voice, The voice resembled that of the man who had been calmly watching the children play earlier. Soon, Xin Yun appeared nearby. They quickly explained to him that this frightened girl was Luo Wei. When she saw him, Luo Wei instantly rushed forward, as if clutching at her last hope. There was not a shadow of doubt in her movements. She was instinctively seeking protection. Her tears and frantic gestures clearly showed that she had been treated harshly and unfairly. For a child, this was enough to feel fear and helplessness. Xin Yun immediately realized that this was indeed Luo Wei. There was not a trace of indifference left in his gaze. He let the girl know that she had nothing more to fear and that her abusers would not go unpunished. His attention immediately shifted to the adults. Their behavior was disgusting, humiliating, and intimidating a child, taking advantage of their superiority. Such behavior could not go unpunished. Xin Yun acted quickly and decisively. His intervention was precise and ruthless. He accomplished what he had set out to do, punishing the guilty and restoring justice, hoping that this would be enough for Luo Wei to no longer be afraid and to be able to forgive what had happened. However, deep down, another memory tormented him. He couldn't understand how he had managed to forget this episode. Back then, in the past, he had been in a real chase. He had been wounded by a poisonous arrow and was losing strength with every passing minute. He couldn't get very far. Ahead of him was a cliff, and the rain was getting heavier, turning the ground beneath his feet into a slippery trap. Below, at the foot of the cliff, a girl was walking along the soggy path with a basket of medicinal herbs. The downpour was getting heavier, and the cold wind was driving the raindrops straight into her face. Realizing that it was pointless to go any further, she decided to wait out the storm under a rock ledge where she could shelter from the rain. At that moment, a human body fell from above with a dull thud. The girl shuddered with horror and instinctively stepped back. Her heart was pounding, but she still clutched the only weapon she had in her hand, a small knife for cutting herbs. Fear gave way to tense determination. If the stranger did not reveal himself, she would defend herself to the end. A faint voice came from the darkness, urging her to run. These words only increased her panic. The thought flashed through her mind that it was a ghost or spirit that had fallen from the cliff under the cover of rain. However, there was no continuation. The stranger finally lost strength and collapsed to the ground, unable to stay on his feet. Almost immediately, muffled voices came from above. The pursuers realized that their target had fallen down. They were going to find the fugitive at any cost, dead or alive. The girl gritted her teeth and, overcoming her fear, tried to bring him to consciousness. She knew that time was running out and their enemies were closing in. Despite her doubts and the danger, she felt a stubborn desire to save this man, if only he could hold on a little longer. This time, fate had brought them together much earlier than in their past lives. Luo Wei looked at the weakened young man with concern and recognized him. She cautiously asked if these were the people who were chasing him. Xin Yun made it clear that this was indeed the case. In fact, even she knew this man's name. The name Chu Xinyun was everywhere. Even those who had never met him personally had heard of his exploits. At the qualifying tournament, he became a real sensation, crushing his opponents with one decisive blow. He was called a dark horse, who suddenly turned the tide of the competition. Xin Yun noticed the girl's awareness and wondered if she herself had participated in the qualifying tournament. Lu Wei explained that she was only a spectator and watched from the sidelines. The participation fee was too high for her, and she had no cultivation skills at all. Even if she had taken the risk, defeat in the first round would have been inevitable. However, Xin Yun looked at her differently and asked her to show him her hand, carefully assessing its condition. He saw hidden potential in her. With the right mentor and guidance, she could quickly advance. These words were an unexpected ray of light in the darkness for Luo Wei. For the first time, someone saw her not just as a poor girl, but as a person with real talent. Luo Wei looked at him with hidden anticipation and hope. Deep down, she wanted to believe that there was a path to power for her too, that she was not doomed to remain weak and helpless forever. The thought that one day she could become as strong as Xin Yun seemed almost impossible, but that was precisely why it was so desirable. Xin Yun, observing her expression, asked a question that had long interested him. He had heard about the origin of that very blue liquid and wanted to know the truth firsthand, rather than through rumors and distorted stories. The girl told him honestly about that day. She had no intention of deceiving anyone and knew perfectly well that the potion was not yet complete. However, the man who came for it was too self-confident and impatient, unwilling to listen to explanations and seeing only what he wanted to see. Xin Yun gently touched her head, letting her know that she was not to blame. Lu Wei, still feeling guilty, hastily assured him that the money could be returned, as if that were the most important and only way to make up for what had happened. She sincerely believed that if it weren't for her interference, that man would not have been deceived by her father. If punishment was inevitable, she was ready to accept it. However, Xin Yun only responded with a gentle smile, considering such thoughts naive. He made it clear to her that they had not come here for the dead. On the contrary, he was going to invest in her future. A spatial ring appeared in his hands, which he handed to the girl without hesitation. Inside were spiritual stones and rare herbs in such quantities that they would be enough for decades of peaceful and thorough practice. Luo Wei could hardly believe that all this was meant for her. The ring looked elegant and almost unreal for such a poor village girl. Xin Yun explained that she only needed to concentrate and try to feel the spiritual essence without overexerting herself or rushing. To her own surprise, she was able to do it. Neatly arranged spaces, filled with everything necessary for the initial stage of cultivation, appeared before her inner eye. There was spiritual liquid, spiritual stones, medicinal herbs, and even a simple tripod for processing ingredients. Everything that could lay the foundation for her future path. The last step was to mentally form a special symbol on her palm. This symbol was meant to serve as a measure of protection. Although it disappeared immediately after activation, its effect remained. Luo Wei repeated the movement, and the ring really dissolved, as if it had never been there. The girl still did not understand why Xin Yun was so generous to her. For him, it was something natural. He felt that in his past life, he had been indebted to Luo Wei, and now he was simply returning what should have been returned long ago. Luo Wei waved goodbye to him, full of determination. She promised herself that she would work hard and one day create a truly perfect potion. After that, it was time to move on. Watching what had happened, the companions couldn't help but be surprised at how gentle and patient Xin Yun had been towards the child. A logical question arose. Was it necessary to be cruel in the world of cultivation, even if they had not come here to collect debts? Especially considering that there was a man nearby who looked like a complete scoundrel, making the whole company seem much more dangerous than it actually was. Qing Shan couldn't help but wonder what story connected this young man and the unknown girl who had suddenly received such support from Mr. Chu. Xin Wu noted to himself that this child truly had a rare gift. Such talent was rare, which was why Luo Wei's fate was so regrettable. Being born into such a family meant constant danger and the need to hide, possibly for the rest of one's life. Gu Qingshan noticed Mr. Chu's generosity, but to Xin Yun himself, this act did not seem remarkable. He had only done what he thought was right. Ahead was a guard bridge, which served as an important point on the way to the city. It took some time to cross, so it was decided to stop and have a snack right there, taking advantage of the opportunity to rest after a long journey. These places were considered dangerous. Monsters appeared more often than usual in the southern mountains, which is why many guard posts were erected along the roads and passes to detect threats early. During times of disaster, local residents could take refuge in such fortifications. The guards were obliged to immediately sound the alarm and hold the defense until the arrival of city troops. That is why officials, merchants, and even representatives of noble families often stopped here, using the posts as safe transit points. At the entrance, they were stopped by the guard on duty, who checked everyone without exception. Kai Yan promptly presented his token confirming his status as a student of the Lin Xiao Martial Arts House and a student of Yang Yan, the elder of the city of Dark Water. Upon learning the origin of the guests, the guard immediately realized his mistake and hastened to show his respect, promising to organize a worthy reception for them. He immediately ordered food to be prepared. After a long journey, fatigue and hunger were particularly acute, and even a short rest seemed very welcome. However, no sooner had they sat down at the table than an alarm sounded over the outpost. The nearest lookout post reported a wave of monsters rapidly approaching the area. Many could not believe what was happening. At this time of year, such phenomena were considered rare, but doubts quickly dissipated. Panic was already growing below. Screams could be heard, and the guards began to hastily take up their positions. The situation required immediate action. It was necessary to organize a defensive formation to hold back the first wave and buy time for the evacuation of civilians. Qing Shan couldn't help but note the irony of the situation. Just recently, it was Kai Yan who had mentioned the increased activity of monsters in these parts, and now his words seemed to have taken on a frightening power. Xin Yun, keeping his cool, began to assess the situation. He was interested in the direction of the wave and the possible routes of approach for the monsters, because this would determine where exactly to build defenses and what forces to deploy first. According to the reports of the scouts, the wave of monsters was approaching from the northwest, the very direction from which they had arrived. From a defensive standpoint, the post was considered a safe place, and most would have preferred to wait out the danger there. However, Xin Yun was not one to sit idly by, knowing that others might die somewhere nearby. Jian tried to hold him back, clearly understanding that in the current situation, protecting Xin Yun was paramount. Outside the fortifications, chaos reigned, and any rash action could lead to death. Until the wave was repelled, leaving the post was considered reckless. However, Xin Yun had already made his decision. He realized that the village of Luozi was located in the northwest, and it was this village that could be directly hit. The thought of Lu Wei haunted him. The realization that the girl might die only strengthened his resolve. Realizing this, Kai Yan understood that he could not be allowed to go alone. The guard on duty couldn't believe his ears when he heard about the intention to leave the fortification. The northwestern direction was completely blocked, and the external routes were considered deadly dangerous. The current wave of monsters significantly surpassed the previous ones in both number and level of threat. If the defenses did not hold until the city troops arrived, the post would become the last refuge for the refugees. In the event of a breakthrough, the people would simply have nowhere to retreat. Upon learning that there were representatives of the Lin Xiao Martial Arts House among those present, the residents began to place their hopes in them and seek protection. Panic spread rapidly. People turned to each other, repeating that the masters of Lin Xiao were here and that everything would be fine. A wave of despair swept over the post, and requests for help poured in one after another, leaving no time for explanations. Jian found himself in an awkward position. He understood that he was not really who they thought he was. His true task was to protect one person, not everyone around him. The tears of the children clinging to his clothes made the situation even more difficult and prevented him from simply turning away. Shin Yun took responsibility. He made it clear that the residents must remain under the protection of the post and that the defense must be maintained at all costs. He himself intended to act quickly and return before the situation got out of control. Poisonous Yang followed Shin Yun without hesitation. Only then did Kai Yan and Qing Shan realize that they were effectively left alone at the post, burdened with the expectations of dozens of people. Poisonous Yang knew that the main road was blocked and considered impassable. In a different situation, it would have been worth looking for a detour, but time was working against them, and a delay could be too costly. Shin Yun did not hesitate. Even if the road was destroyed or completely gone, it did not matter. Where there was no path, he was ready to forge one himself. Meanwhile, a pack of crazed spirit beasts was already approaching from behind. Their roars and heavy footsteps mingled into a single rumble, filling the gorge. The monsters were driven by the wave and moved instinctively, sweeping away everything in their path. Ahead, the path ended abruptly and irrevocably. Stone slabs had collapsed, blocking the only passage. The collapse looked recent. The dust had not yet settled, and small stones continued to fall into the abyss with a crash. The direct route was completely cut off. It became clear that it was impossible to pass here. Any attempt to break through would mean death, either under the rocks or under the paws of the pursuing pack. It was necessary to urgently look for an alternative, even if it seemed crazy. The only option left was to move with the flow of monsters. Instead of resisting the pack, they had to use it as a means of transportation. The idea of controlling the spirit beast came almost instantly, and the idea of using the flying boar as a support for the descent seemed risky but feasible. They stepped toward the pack, and in an instant, found themselves inside a chaotic stream of bodies, claws, and fury. The jump was executed precisely at the moment when the massive beast shifted downward. Control had to begin immediately after the descent. Otherwise, the fall would turn into an uncontrollable catastrophe. Controlling monsters was a special cultivation skill based not on spiritual power, but on physical endurance, reaction, and control of one's own body. This technique was used to subdue, capture, and temporarily synchronize with spiritual beasts, allowing one to impose a direction of movement on them. The descent from the cliff was rapid and almost impossible to comprehend. The air whistled in their ears, and the bodies of the beasts became living steps. The landing was sharp but controlled. Despite the speed and risk, serious damage was avoided. Without wasting any time, they immediately continued forward. Even a delay of a few seconds could result in the stream of monsters covering them again, leaving them unable to maneuver. Suddenly, rocks began to fall from above. A new section of the slope began to collapse, and debris fell chaotically, turning the path into a deadly trap. Poisonous Yang instinctively took the lead, taking the brunt of the blow to protect Shin Yun from a direct hit. At that moment, the source of the chaos appeared before them. A huge spiritual beast, with a massive body and a hammer-shaped head, stood in the middle of the destroyed slope. It was a hammer dragon, a spiritual monster that had reached the level of spiritual cultivation. It became clear that it was its presence that had triggered the collapse. Hammer dragons were calm and balanced creatures by nature. They rarely showed aggression and almost never flew into a rage without a serious reason. Under other circumstances, such a monster could even be an object of study or a temporary ally. However, there was no time for circumvention, observation, or interaction. Any delay increased the risk of a new wave of collapses and the approach of the pack. The entire body of the hammer dragon was covered with thick scales capable of reflecting most attacks. It looked monolithic and virtually invulnerable, creating the illusion of absolute protection. But even such creatures had a weakness. In the neck area, just behind the ear plates, the scales became noticeably thinner. This area was connected to the channels of spiritual energy and directly protected the spiritual core. One precise strike to this area could break through the defense, disrupt the flow of spiritual power, and inflict fatal damage. With the right calculation and perfect timing, even such a powerful monster could be defeated in a single move. The spiritual monster fell. Its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and stone fragments. The flow of spiritual energy dissipated, and the pressure emanating from the beast disappeared. Victory was achieved quickly and accurately, but there was no time to rest. The situation around remained critical. Before he could take his next step, a blow came from an unexpected direction. The huge tail of another spirit beast threw him aside with force, and Shin Yun's body crashed into a stone wall. The blow was dull. The air was knocked out of his chest for a moment, and cracks ran across the rock. New silhouettes appeared before him, one after another. Spirit monsters of the same type as the one he had defeated earlier emerged from the dust and mist. There were more of them than expected, and each one radiated a hostile, heavy aura. Obviously, this place was their territory, or nesting ground. The endless stream of enemies caused growing irritation. It seemed that the monsters knew no fear, felt no fatigue, and continued to appear again and again, as if the earth itself was spawning them, trying to stop their advance at any cost. At that moment, Poisonous Yang intercepted another attack. He stood between Shin Yun and the monsters, taking the blow of the tail and holding it back with all his strength. His actions were decisive, and without hesitation. He clearly understood that time was against them. Thanks to this, Shin Yun had a rare opportunity to break ahead. He used the moment to break through the dense formation of spirit beasts without looking back. Every step forward was wrested from the chaos with a fight. Along the way, blows, claws, and fangs rained down on him. Spiritual monsters rushed at him from all sides, but none of them could stop him. The attacks followed one after another, and each swing turned into a bloody whirlwind. Body parts flew everywhere, and the path behind him was littered with the remains of beasts. These creatures resembled annoying insects, blindly rushing to their doom. Their fury seemed pathetic against the backdrop of absolute determination. They could only slow him down, but not stop him. A new enemy appeared ahead, a massive spirit beast resembling cattle, with a heavy body and blunt but destructive power. Its presence indicated the proximity of a settlement. Such monsters rarely strayed far from places where people or their shelters were located. At that moment, Shin Yun clearly realized that what had happened was a consequence of his own carelessness. It was his actions that had led to Luo Wei being drawn into this disaster. The thought of possible loss squeezed his heart. He would never forgive himself if anything happened to her. As soon as Shin Yun approached the edge of the village, a frightening sight unfolded before his eyes. Houses were engulfed in flames, roofs were collapsing one after another, and thick smoke filled the sky. The fire consumed everything indiscriminately, turning the once peaceful place into a burning hell. At that moment, he remembered the spatial ring that Luo Wei had given him earlier. In case of fire, the built-in protection was supposed to automatically create a barrier. This thought gave him brief relief, but a second later, he realized the main thing. She was not in the village. There were no traces, no spiritual aura, no panic characteristic of fleeing residents. The realization came instantly. The enemy had deliberately lured her away from here, using her as bait. The fire and the wave of monsters were just a smokescreen, part of a carefully thought-out plan with one goal: to lure him out. Without hesitation, Shin Yun stepped right into the burning village. Fire licked the ground at his feet, beams fell with a crash, and sparks flew into the air, but he moved forward as if unaware of the chaos around him. The weapon was in his hand. He clearly saw his enemy's plan: to provoke a wave of monsters, plunge the area into chaos, and force him to rush into the thick of danger. In such a scenario, his death seemed inevitable and logical. According to their calculations, he was supposed to fall here, exhausted, surrounded by monsters and fire, with no way to retreat. However, this plan was doomed from the start. They underestimated his determination and overestimated their own control over the situation. Meanwhile, Luo Wei came to in an unfamiliar place. Her consciousness returned slowly, and her body refused to obey her. Her hands were tightly bound, her mouth was gagged with cloth, and any movement was met with fear and confusion. Gradually, she began to understand what was happening. The last thing she remembered was the alarming news about the wave of monsters. After that, everything was plunged into darkness. Through a narrow window, she saw flashes of fire and realized that the village was engulfed in flames. The world she knew was collapsing right before her eyes. The thought of her own death crept into her mind. At that moment, something cold and wet touched her skin, the long tongue of an unknown creature. Fear paralyzed her body. It was clear that she had become prey, but they were not going to kill her yet. Her life was being spared only until the matter with the boy was resolved. Nearby was a man calmly watching what was happening. He gently stroked his pet, satisfied that everything was going according to plan. The target was already on her way and had arrived even earlier than expected. All that remained was to prepare a fitting welcome for her. Shin Yun was next to Luo Wei almost instantly. The first thing he did was examine her to see if she had been injured. The girl was tied up and frightened, but fortunately, she had no serious injuries. His intention was clear: to get her out of there at any cost. As soon as the rag was pulled from her mouth, Luo Wei panicked and tried to warn him of the danger. Her voice came too late, because movement had already begun behind Shin Yun. At that moment, a spirit beast burst out of the shadows. The attack was swift and fierce. Sharp claws sliced through the air, and one of the paws grazed Shin Yun's arm, leaving a deep wound. Blood instantly stained his sleeve, but he didn't even slow down. The blow of monstrous force threw him against the stone wall. Before he could fully regain his balance, he found himself face to face with the monster's open mouth. Sharp teeth closed on the blade, and Shin Yun was forced to hold them back with his sword, restraining the onslaught at literally arm's length. Taking advantage of a brief moment of tension, he pushed off sharply and leapt to the side, escaping the deadly grip. The stone beneath his feet cracked, but he had gained distance. Now, he could clearly see his opponent. Standing before him was a three-eyed spirit wolf, a rare and extremely dangerous predator whose strength and speed far exceeded those of ordinary spirit beasts. Its third eye flickered faintly, indicating highly developed perception and deadly instincts. The appearance of such a creature did not come as a surprise to him. This trap had been too carefully constructed to do without such a trump card. Everything that was happening only confirmed the pre-planned scenario. Despite his wounded arm, Shin Yun went on the offensive. His movements were sharp and precise, as if the injury did not matter at all. He attacked without hesitation, focusing entirely on one thing: destroying his opponent before he got a second chance. The man watching the fight from his hiding place froze in bewilderment. It all happened too quickly. The wolf, considered deadly even to experienced cultivators, was destroyed almost instantly. Such speed and decisiveness were beyond common sense. Shin Yun slowly straightened up and looked to the side, where he sensed a faint fluctuation in spiritual aura. He made it clear that he was aware of the observer's presence and no longer intended to allow him to hide in the shadows. The stranger instantly realized that his presence had been revealed. The very fact that this young man was able to see through invisibility seemed impossible. His level of spiritual cultivation should not have allowed such a thing, and this caused the observer genuine shock and alarm. He was sure that this guy had no special treasures other than his sword. He had no talismans or high-ranking artifacts on him. However, the aura emanating from Xin Yun was too deep and dense to correspond to a normal cultivator of his spiritual level. Everything about this man was out of the ordinary and aroused more and more suspicion. Realizing the immediate threat, the stranger abruptly changed tactics. He grabbed Luo Wei and held her in front of him, turning the girl into a human shield. Now, the whole situation was on the brink, where any mistake could cost her her life. However, instead of the expected panic or rage, he saw a calm, almost mocking smile on Xin Yun's face. This expression was both irritating and disturbing, as if the young man was not in a hopeless situation at all. Xin Yun's gaze clearly conveyed his attitude toward what was happening. The enemy who had come with the intention to kill was now hiding behind the back of a 10-year-old child. To the representative of the Tai clan, it looked like a blatant defeat, confirming that he was not facing a predator, but a frightened coward who had lost his confidence. The stranger sensed that the situation was slipping out of his control, so he increased the pressure. He made it clear that any attempt at resistance or provocation would immediately result in the girl's death. His fingers tightened, demonstrating his willingness to carry out his threat without hesitation. Xin Yun slowly complied with the demand. His sword fell to the ground with a dull thud, depriving him of his main weapon. He made no sudden movements or attempts to deceive, as if he had completely submitted to the conditions. Such obedience instantly lowered the stranger's guard. He interpreted it as a sign of fear or despair. Finally convinced of his own superiority, the situation, as he saw it, was completely under his control. The next moment, he sharply pushed Luo Wei toward Xin Yun, simultaneously preparing to deliver a fatal blow. In his calculations, everything looked perfect. Distract the target, take advantage of the moment of chaos, and finish the job with one precise movement. However, it was at this moment that the plan fell apart. Almost simultaneously with his attack, Xin Yun made his move. Even without a weapon, he acted faster than his opponent expected, and the blow that was supposed to be the final one suddenly encountered a counter-move that destroyed the entire trap. In the next moment, a powerful explosion shook the space. The shockwave tore through the air, throwing debris and dust in all directions, and the ground beneath their feet shook, as if unable to withstand the collision of forces. The stranger almost immediately realized the reason for what had happened. The young man had used a spirit stone, sacrificing a valuable resource for instant superiority. A dull crack sounded in his opponent's chest. His sternum was seriously damaged. Pain overwhelmed him, but even through it, he clung to the thought that the price of this attack was too high for Xin Yun, and that he was unlikely to survive such an exchange. At the same time, Kai Yan was in the thick of battle, shielding the residents from the advancing spirit beasts. His movements were sharp and heavy, but at the same time extremely precise, as if each strike had been calculated in advance. He did not expect that spirit beasts of the spirit cultivation level, under the influence of the monster wave, would display such destructive power. Their attacks were fierce and disorderly, and now it was clear why the ordinary guards were unable to withstand the onslaught. Before him was just a wild boar, but even this creature had become much more dangerous than usual, under the influence of the wave. For Kai Yan, such an opponent was not a serious threat. His body began to change. His muscles swelled, and his silhouette began to resemble a massive fighting bear. He grabbed the beast's horn and tore it out with monstrous strength, completely depriving the monster of the ability to resist. The blow was crushing and irreversible, instantly deciding the outcome of the battle. However, the battle did not end there. New monsters continued to appear from all sides, as if nature itself had gone mad. Their numbers were abnormal, and their behavior was too aggressive to be considered a mere coincidence. Gu Qingshan also sensed something was wrong. Over the years of service, he had seen many waves of monsters, but this one was particularly ferocious. The beast acted without fear or retreat, as if someone was directing or pushing them from outside. As the lord of the city and guardian of the castle, he never expected to find himself on the front lines of battle. The prolonged tension and continuous fighting exhausted him, and each new attack required more and more effort. At one point, Gu Qingshan noticed that even his sword was covered with cracks and nicks. It was then that Kai Yan appeared behind him in her altered form. It became clear almost immediately that the monsters had stopped their attack. The wave seemed to have come to an end. However, in the heat of battle, the lord of the city mistook him for another spirit beast for a moment, not immediately realizing that the danger was already receding. Kai Yan realized with obvious irritation that he had just been mistaken for a spirit beast. For Qingshan, this seemed particularly ridiculous. He was only at the earthly level of cultivation and should not have made such a gross mistake. However, before the thought could fully form, an unusually loud rumble tore through the space, as if the mountain itself had uttered a death rattle. Both instantly turned toward the source of the noise and saw the mountainside engulfed in flames. The fire rose higher and higher, consuming the forest and stone, and it was on that side that the village of Luozi was located, the place where Xin Yun was headed. At that moment, the truth became clear. They had been deliberately delayed here, using the wave of monsters and the rescued villagers as bait. The enemy had acted cold-bloodedly and calculatingly, drawing back their main forces and leaving Xin Yun with virtually no support. The thought that Xin Yun and poisonous Yang could be in a deadly trap made them act without delay. There was no time left to think. They had to rush to their aid immediately. Qingshan climbed onto the back of Kai Yang, who was still in his beast-like form. The huge body lunged forward, shaking the ground with heavy steps, and their speed became frighteningly fast. Along the way, Qingshan began to notice signs of a fierce battle. Broken stones, deep furrows in the ground, and traces of blood indicated that something extremely serious had recently taken place here. Soon, an even grimmer picture appeared before them. Numerous corpses of hammer dragons lay scattered about, as if mowed down by a sickle. Qingshan immediately realized that this was no accident. The characteristic wounds clearly pointed to poisonous Yang's technique. Only he was capable of piercing the strongest scales of these creatures with a single precise strike. Jia Yan, who had not yet regained his human form, noticed poisonous Yang nearby. The old man was lying under the carcass of a fallen dragon, and his condition clearly required assistance. It was necessary to quickly descend and pull him out from under the massive body. At the same time, somewhere nearby, the stranger was sure that his mission was complete. He considered the target eliminated and was about to return to report on the completion of the task. The idea of taking the trophies of the dead seemed quite natural and even pleasant to him. The spatial ring did not particularly interest him, but the object lying next to it caught his attention. This artifact radiated an unusual aura and was clearly a real treasure. The stranger's hand involuntarily reached for it, driven by greed and the certainty that no one could stop him now. However, he was unable to carry out his plan. In the next moment, the man felt as if the space in front of him had shrunk and reality had failed. He did not immediately understand what had happened and lost his bearings for a moment, as if the world around him had suddenly changed direction. In front of him stood Xin Yun, alive, unharmed, the very man he had already mentally buried after the explosion, which, in his opinion, left no chance of survival. The killer's mind refused to accept what he saw. Such an outcome did not fit with either experience or common sense. An ordinary cultivator of spiritual level could not survive such a thing. Neither the body nor the spiritual sea should have withstood that destructive force. His inner turmoil quickly turned into panic. His thoughts raced, trying to find a way out. In such a situation, he had only one possible course of action: to use what had always been his last resort. The man instinctively began to search for the necessary item, but at that moment, he realized that it was no longer there. Xinwen already had the item in his hand. The artifact that the enemy was looking for was in his possession, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This gesture completely destroyed what little confidence the assassin had left. It was clear that it was with this tool that the man had previously controlled the wave of monsters, directing their movements and intensifying the chaos. Control over the beast turned out to be a key element of the entire plan. The enemy tried to maintain an outward calm, relying on his own arrogance and confidence in the absolute obedience of spiritual beings. He was convinced that the mere fact of losing the item did not deprive him of his power over those he had already subjugated. However, there was no reaction. The space remained eerily silent. Not a single monster moved. Not a single creature responded to his will. This silence was a crushing blow. For the first time, the man truly realized that control had slipped from his hands. Xin Yun, who watched this without a hint of haste, looked as if everything that was happening was expected and completely under his control. It was at that moment, when the enemy tried to reassert his power, that the final shift in balance occurred. Xin Yun completely took control of the artifact, and with it, the forces that had previously obeyed his enemy. The fate of this clash was decided. He must have understood perfectly well how it would end. The outcome was obvious from the moment control of the artifact passed to Xin Yun. Any further resistance seemed like a pathetic attempt to delay the inevitable and only made the situation worse. This man dared to send a wave of monsters against defenseless civilians, turning the lives of others into bargaining chips for his own ends. Such behavior betrayed a complete lack of self-preservation instinct, as if he had consciously stepped over the line from which there was no turning back. Everything that was happening clearly indicated that he had chosen death for himself. In this madness, Xin Yun even allowed himself a cold sneer, mentally admitting that under different circumstances, he might still have considered the fate of his enemy if the latter had managed to fall low enough. Despite the approaching end, the killer continued to cling to illusions. He was convinced that he still had the situation under control and that victory was already in his hands. Curiosity drove him to understand who exactly he was dealing with. Who was this young man who had destroyed his carefully constructed plan? However, the true essence of what was happening was much simpler. Identity no longer mattered. The only thing that mattered was that the questioner had doomed himself to death. The irony was that retribution would come from the very creatures he considered his obedient tools. The monsters had already changed. Their eyes were filled with a greedy, predatory gleam, now directed not outward, but at their former master. The realization came too late. Pressed against the cold stone wall, he finally lost his former self-confidence. Fear exposed his true nature, and desperate attempts to beg for mercy became the last manifestation of his will. He realized that he had not understood who he was dealing with, and now he wanted only one thing: to stop the impending doom. But Xin Yun no longer saw any point in hesitating. In this story, a line had been crossed beyond which there was no mercy and no turning back. Everything had been decided, and at that very moment, he easily caught an arrow flying dangerously close. A note was attached to it. The content of the message made him think for a moment about the intentions of the Tai clan and how far their audacity extended. Almost immediately, another man appeared. His presence carried a different meaning. Not an attack, but an attempt to smooth things over. It became clear that money and someone else's order were behind this affair, and the goal turned out to be much more complicated than expected. Therefore, a representative was sent to indicate the position of the Tai clan and try to steer the conflict in a different direction. However, Shin Yun did not even bother to keep the note. To him, such gestures seemed like a pathetic attempt to cover up a failure with a cheap substitute. He had no interest in such negotiations, considering such an offer unworthy of even a moment's attention. A huge bird swooped down from the sky. Its shadow covered the scorched earth, and in the next moment, it picked up the very man who had tried to kill Shin Yun. It all happened too quickly for anyone to intervene. Almost immediately, another man appeared. His aura was calmer, his movements more restrained. There was no hostility in his behavior, only forced humility. He made it clear that what had happened was the result of his relative's stupidity and hurried to take him away, leaving behind a feeling of unfinished conflict. Meanwhile, Luo Wei was safely hidden. Water enveloped her body in a thin protective veil, extinguishing the flames and preventing the heat from reaching her. Amidst the fire and destruction, she looked surprisingly calm, as if everything that was happening could not touch her sleep. Shin Yun looked at the girl with a heavy feeling in his chest. He was well aware that it was his path that had dragged her into this nightmare. Even if she had been saved, the guilt for what she had gone through lay with him, and that feeling did not diminish. But as soon as he lingered on her a moment longer, a sharp pain pierced his head. His consciousness wavered for a moment, his thoughts scattered, and his vision darkened. The exhaustion that had built up from all the battles and tension of the last few hours finally caught up with him. Instinct took over. He lifted Lo Wei into his arms, holding her close, and forced himself to move. It was too dangerous here to let weakness take over. He knew that if he lost consciousness now, the consequences could be irreversible. Hearing footsteps approaching, he instantly tensed. His weapon was pointed in the direction of the sound, and his body prepared for another fight. In this place, he could no longer afford to be trusting. However, his fears were unfounded. The man who appeared turned out to be the lord of the city of Gu, who had come to his aid. Next to him was Kai Yan, who had not yet fully returned to human form. The realization that help had finally arrived was the last thing that kept Shin Yun conscious. In the next moment, his strength finally left him. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him was completely different. The smells of smoke and blood had disappeared, and there was no heat or the roar of destruction. He was surrounded by silence, filled with a strange, almost unreal calm. The first thing that caught his eye was the mountains floating in the air. They drifted slowly, as if defying the laws of the world, creating a feeling of a dream or an illusion too beautiful to be real. And beneath his feet was a water lily. The transparent surface of the water reflected the light and the sky, supporting his body as if it were the most natural state of affairs. Everything around him suggested that he had entered a new place, or perhaps a new stage in his destiny. After a while, his consciousness finally returned to him, and the scattered images dissipated. The floating mountains, water lilies, and strange calm disappeared, giving way to reality. He began to clearly understand that everything he had seen before was just a dream, born of exhaustion and mental strain. Lo Wei was next to him. Seeing her calm breathing and the absence of wounds, he felt a deep sense of relief. The realization that the girl was safe became the most important confirmation for him that everything that had happened was not in vain. He tried to sit up a little, but his body immediately responded with sharp pain. It seemed as if every bone ached, and his head was splitting, as if a storm was raging inside it. Even simple movements were difficult, and he was forced to lie back down. Luo Wei immediately noticed that he had woken up. She pressed herself tightly against him, unable to hide her joy, and her movements betrayed the relief that had built up over long hours of anxiety and waiting. The girl was very frightened by what had happened. All this time, she'd been afraid that he would never wake up, and those fears had not yet subsided. When she began to shake him, he felt a new flash of pain, so strong that his consciousness began to fade again. It took a great deal of effort to stop her, otherwise the pain would have completely drained him of his strength. Soon, Lo Wei helped him drink some medicine. Gradually, he began to understand how much she had worried about him. After he saved her, his condition turned out to be much more serious than he had thought. He had been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights, teetering on the brink. Despite this, he tried not to attach too much importance to what had happened. To him, it seemed like nothing more than a long dream and the consequences of a few wounds that would heal in time. Poisonous Yang, Qing Shan, and Kai Yan entered the room. Their appearance immediately filled the space with a familiar feeling of security. Kai Yan's relief was especially noticeable, as he was genuinely happy that Shin Yun had finally regained consciousness. Shin Yun himself felt a slight sense of guilt for making them all worry so much. Qing Shan, as before, was confident that everything would be fine with his master. His calmness seemed almost stubborn, as if he had never allowed for any other outcome from the very beginning. Kai Yan did not miss the opportunity to joke about the situation, noting that if Shin Yun had not regained consciousness, the poisonous Yang would probably already be seriously considering meeting him somewhere beyond this world. All these days, Yang had been talking incessantly, endlessly worrying and repeating the same thing, like an old woman who couldn't find peace because of her anxiety. Shin Yun noticed Yang's hands. Their condition betrayed a recent heavy battle. His movements were stiff, and his body felt a fatigue that was impossible to hide. Yang felt guilty about what had happened and believed that he had failed to fulfill his duty. However, Xin Yun made it clear that the risk was conscious and chosen by him, and therefore, no one should take responsibility for his decision. Qingshan looked at Luo Wei, reminding her of the price Xin Yun had paid to save her from danger. For him, it was not just an act, but almost a sacrifice bordering on death. Nevertheless, Xin Yun immediately cut off this tone, not understanding why an adult would pressure a child and burden her with a debt that could ruin her future. Xin Yun himself remembered only fragments of what happened after the rescue. He remembered meeting them halfway, but everything that happened after that seemed to be lost in a fog of pain and exhaustion. Only later did he learn that the wave of monsters had subsided and reinforcements from the city of Dark Water had arrived in time. His condition at the time was extremely serious, which is why the guards insisted that the group stay here temporarily. This place became a forced stop. Here he could regain his strength without risking his life on the road. The decision to move on was postponed until his body was in relatively good shape. Xin Yun himself felt that he was exhausted to the limit, so he agreed with the need for rest. The others accepted this decision without objection. When it finally became quieter around him, he noticed that Luo Wei had not yet left. The girl was clearly hesitating, as if she had been gathering her thoughts for a long time before deciding to speak. She felt awkward about distracting him again, but inside her was something that could not be left unsaid. Luo Wei expressed her deep gratitude for being saved. For her, it was not just an act of kindness. Xin Yun had literally snatched her from the jaws of death. That was why she had decided to tie her life to his, to serve him and repay this debt for the rest of her life. Xin Yun reacted gently and calmly, not allowing the situation to become difficult. He made it clear that such words were only a consequence of the horror she had experienced and the pressure of others, and not something she was actually obliged to do. But Luo Wei did not back down. This decision was not born out of fear or someone else's words, but from her own heart. She clearly understood that without him, she would not have survived the wave of monsters. If it weren't for his intervention, her life would have ended in fire and chaos. This realization was too strong to simply forget and move on as if nothing had happened. Xin Yun, on the other hand, considered his actions natural. For him, it was not a feat, but a choice he made without expecting reward or affection in return. He did not want Luo Wei to feel obligated or inadequate. However, the girl took it differently, as if he doubted her value and abilities. Luo Wei understood that she had nothing left, no home, no family, no place to return to. The thought that she might be unnecessary even to him frightened her more than the wave of monsters itself. She was faced with a choice that would determine her entire future, and she did not know what her next step would be. Xin Yun made it clear that her fears were unfounded. He did not consider her a burden and had no intention of leaving her alone. If Luo Wei really wanted to, she could stay with him and go to the imperial city together. For him, it was a natural decision, dictated by responsibility and an inner sense of rightness. Luo Wei agreed without the slightest hesitation. Hearing these words, she felt as if the world had regained its color. As long as she was allowed to be with him, she was ready to accept any future and make every effort not to be a hindrance. Xin Yun noticed her haste and was surprised at how she expressed her thoughts. In his perception, her words sounded too harsh and clumsy. Realizing this, Luo Wei immediately became embarrassed and quickly withdrew into herself, realizing that she had said too much without thinking about the consequences. However, her thoughts had already raced far ahead. She grasped the main point. Xin Yun did not want to see her as a servant, but allowed her to walk beside him. This gave rise to a completely different interpretation of his intentions in her imagination. She even entertained the thought that he might see her as more than just a companion, and this thought did not repel her, unless it was unpleasant to him himself. Giving into impulse, Luo Wei instinctively moved closer, as if preparing to express her feelings in the most direct and naive way possible. At that moment, there was no calculation in her actions, only pure, childlike sincerity and hope. Xin Yun's reaction was quite different. He laughed, even though it caused pain throughout his body. The laughter was warm and good-natured, but Luo Wei did not immediately understand its meaning. A look of sincere bewilderment appeared in her eyes. She really did not realize where she had made a mistake. Realizing the misunderstanding, Xin Yun made it clear that she had gone too far in her assumptions. Everything that had happened was just her imagination, born of excitement and gratitude. Realizing this, Luo Wei also laughed, feeling both relief and embarrassment at the same time. At that moment, Xin Yun paid attention to his own condition. He suddenly realized that the scarlet essence of the phoenix's blood, which had awakened earlier, had changed his body. Fire no longer harmed him, and his recovery after the explosion was frighteningly fast. Most likely, the reason for this was her reaction at the critical moment. It was the contact with the fiery element that triggered hidden mechanisms within his body, allowing the power of the phoenix's blood to manifest itself fully. The phoenix was, by its very nature, the embodiment of fire and rebirth. It did not perish in the flames, but on the contrary, found new life. Now, Xin Yun clearly felt that this ancient power was gradually becoming a part of him, opening the way to yet unknown possibilities. It was this flame that was most likely the key to awakening his hidden ability. The fire did not destroy him, but rather unlocked an ancient lock inside his body, allowing the power of the phoenix's blood to truly manifest itself for the first time. Until that moment, he had only known that the scarlet essence could be used to accelerate the extraction of power and sustain life. He could not have imagined that it held such a rare and profound property. This realization forced him to admit that luck was indeed on his side. Fortunately, and at the same time unfortunately, at his current level, he could not use even a 10,000th of this power. The potential was enormous, but access to it was closed. Probably, the answers and ways to unlock this ability could only be found in the Imperial City. Several days passed. During this time, the Scarlet Essence fully proved that it was worthy of being called a treasure, capable of transplanting the souls of heavenly emperors. In just a short time, his body had completely recovered. Moreover, he felt even better than before his injury. Energy overflowed within him, and his consciousness was clear and stable. Luo Wei remembered his request to recover in solitude. However, 2 days had passed, and he still had not shown up. This could not help but cause concern. While Poisonous Yang, Qing Shan, and Kai Yan were quietly spending time at the chessboard, the girl could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The lord of the city noticed her concern. It was clear that Xin Yun had secluded himself specifically to recover and did not want to be disturbed. In the opinion of the others, everything was going as it should. Despite this, Luo Wei had already made up her mind. He had been wounded saving her, and the thought of simply turning away from him seemed impossible to her. Even if her appearance would be unwelcome, she could no longer remain on the sidelines. Carefully opening the door, she stepped inside almost silently. Her intention was simple: to leave some food and leave without attracting attention. Each of her steps was measured, so as not to accidentally break the silence. Putting the food on the table, she couldn't help but glance briefly toward the bed. It was then that she realized Xin Yunya wasn't there. This realization instantly caused her alarm. The next moment, she felt a chill on her neck. The blade appeared suddenly, without the slightest sound. Only then did she realize how close she had come to danger. One more step, and it could have ended tragically. Realizing who was standing behind her, she hastily explained the reason for her visit. Xin Yun immediately put away his weapon. His gesture was calm and devoid of aggression. He made it clear that everything was fine now, and there was no longer any reason for concern. His touch on her head was warm and soothing, as if finally dispelling her fear. The 5 days that Master Yan had given him to recover were coming to an end. Further delay would only make the situation worse. Too much depended on time in the Imperial City, and the longer he stayed away, the more opportunities his opponents would have. It was clear that he could not put off his journey any longer. Jia Yan still had doubts about whether his condition had truly stabilized. Even Lord Gu of the city could not hide his surprise. Such serious injuries usually required a much longer recovery period. 2 days seemed too short a time to fully recover from what he had been through. However, Xin Yun really did look as if the danger was behind him. His life force was stable, and his aura was calm. He suggested that the poisonous Yan should not continue the journey with him, but return to Sifeng to recover. On the way, he had to deliver a message to Xiaohu. Nevertheless, the old man was still worried, especially about the possible consequences of the clash with the Tai clan. These fears were dispelled. The problem with the Tai clan no longer posed a threat. Anything that could have escalated into open hostility had already been nipped in the bud. Xin Yun also asked Gu Qingshan to look after Poisonous Yan and make sure he recovered his strength in peace. Luo Wei realized with undisguised excitement that their next destination would be the Imperial City. Moreover, the path led straight to the Lin Xiao family. To her, it seemed unattainable and almost legendary. However, deep down, she wondered why this path had been chosen instead of the Yunmen Martial Arts House, which officially ranked first in the hierarchy. The reason turned out to be much deeper than just formal rank. The Lin Xiao family was second only to Yun Meng in terms of influence, but remained the strongest in terms of spiritual development. It was here that cultivation was placed above origin and strength above titles. It came as a surprise to her that high rank did not necessarily mean superiority in true power. Jia Yan explained that the current rankings only reflected the political influence of the families. In the past, it was Lin Xiao who held the leading position, but over time, the balance of power had shifted. This was not due to a decline in power, but to a change in the structure of authority. The Yun Meng family rose to first place, thanks to its location in the heart of the Imperial City. Most of its students came from noble and extremely influential families. The 4 famous princes of Yun Meng were descendants of the largest families in the capital. Even when they caused serious problems, no one dared to interfere, neither the Yun Meng family itself nor other martial houses. This state of affairs seemed excessive and unfair. Kai Yan shared the same opinion. However, he reminded them that everything was changing for Xin Yun now. Having received the status of a core disciple, he had gained the right to enter the Ling Xiao Pavilion, a place most cultivators could only dream of. For ordinary disciples, entry there was forever closed. The Ling Xiao Pavilion was a forbidden area of the family, a repository of heritage accumulated over thousands of years. It contained ancient techniques, martial treatises, spiritual plants, and rare treasures passed down from generation to generation. Everything a cultivator could dream of was concentrated there. Kai Yan advised him to focus specifically on holy level skills. This suggestion piqued Luo Wei's interest, as the choice of such a direction seemed counterintuitive at first glance and clearly had deeper reasons. Cultivation skills were divided into 5 main levels: worldly, spiritual, holy, divine, and samsara. Each subsequent level not only strengthened the practitioner, but also radically changed the very nature of their power. Holy level skills were considered the ideal transitional stage. They were powerful enough to lay the foundation, without overwhelming a cultivator whose power had not yet reached its peak. That is why such techniques were best suited to Xin Yun's current state and allowed him to develop steadily and quickly. The main disciples of the Lin Xiao family were selected with exceptional rigor. The primary considerations were not status or origin, but innate talent and growth potential. The elders came to the unanimous conclusion that a holy level skill would be the best choice for him, allowing him to unlock his abilities without unnecessary risks and significantly increase his combat power in a short period of time. Kai Yan noted ironically that this was exactly what he had feared. The Lin Xiao family rarely made exceptions, and accepting Xin Yun immediately as a core disciple was an unprecedented event. Such a decision would inevitably cause discontent among many disciples and even elders. For some, it would be a convenient excuse to create intrigue or try to take advantage of the situation. He believed that simply joining the Lin Xiao family could prove to be a serious challenge for Xin Yun. However, Xin Yun remained calm and confidently made it clear that such difficulties would not be a problem for him. He intended to take care of everything himself. One thing was of fundamental importance to Xin Yun. He would not allow his actions to tarnish Master Yang Yang's name in any way. This was not just a promise, but a firm internal rule that he intended to adhere to at all costs. What exactly he planned to do remained unknown. He preferred to keep it a secret. Luo Wei, without hesitation, expressed her willingness to support him under any circumstances. For her, there was no doubt, whatever path he chose, she would walk it alongside him. Xin Yun, in turn, was confident that he would not betray her trust. Jia Yan wanted to return to the conversation about the Tai clan, but the topic was decisively postponed. Time was running out, the road ahead was long, and delays were unnecessary. In addition, Luo Wei was noticeably hungry, which finally put an end to the discussion. His attempt to speak was simply ignored. Not wanting to fall behind, Kai Yan spurred his horse and hurried after them. Despite his apparent haste, he kept a close eye on the road and his surroundings, knowing that a much more difficult stage lay ahead. Soon, the city of Chungyan spread out before them. High walls, bustling streets, and a dense flow of people made it clear that this place was an important hub on the way to the imperial city and the threshold of a new, much more dangerous chapter of their journey. Jia Yan drew Xin Yun's attention to the shimmering stones set on either side of the city entrance. Their surface shimmered with a soft light, creating a sense of ancient power. According to legend, these stones were made from special spiritual minerals and were once part of a powerful defensive formation capable of repelling even high-level spiritual beasts. However, times had changed. Now, only the outer shell remained of their former purpose. Their protective functions had long been lost, and the stone served only as a decorative reminder of the city's former greatness, a symbol of traditions that had lost their real power. Xin Yun pondered the reasons why he intended to stay in the imperial city. The first was deeply personal. He had to find out the true circumstances of the destruction of the Chu family 16 years ago, reconstruct the chain of events, and find traces of his parents, if they still existed. The second reason was no less important. He had to find a way to solve the problem of Lu Xiang and her ninth ice vein. No matter how he tried to justify himself, deep down, he knew that he had failed to protect her when it was most needed. This feeling of guilt remained a heavy burden. Even though he was aware of his own mistakes and omissions, Xin Yun had no intention of deviating from his chosen path. He would continue to follow his plan, step by step. Lu Wei, who was standing nearby, seemed to sense his depressed state. At that moment, their journey was interrupted. The city guards demanded that they stop. The guards ordered them to dismount and undergo a standard check. Their gazes were cold and piercing, without a hint of respect or leniency. For them, it was a routine procedure, but the atmosphere at the city entrance felt tense. Kai Yan complied without hesitation and presented his badge, indicating his affiliation with the Lin Xiao family. The guards exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with mockery and distrust. For them, such tokens had long since lost their value. These tokens were lost, sold, or forged on a daily basis, and anyone could obtain a similar one. They demanded additional confirmation, insisting on seeing all the student tokens. The absence of a second token from Kai Yang only heightened their suspicions. Then, Xin Yun calmly took out the token of the main student. Its appearance, the structure of its spiritual lines, and its aura left no doubt as to its authenticity. The guards immediately recognized the true value of this item and realized who they were dealing with. After that, all doubts disappeared. They were allowed to pass without further delay, and the guards hastily expressed their respect. Kai Yan, observing the sharp change in attitude, was extremely dissatisfied with such behavior, once again convinced that in the imperial city, it was not people who were valued, but symbols of power and status. Kai Yan continued to grumble, complaining that if he had not pawned his student token, the city guards would have behaved much more restrainedly. Xin Yun, not attaching any particular importance to this, calmly handed him the necessary amount so that he could buy back the token from the moneylender. For him, it was a trifle, but from the outside, his action looked surprisingly generous and truly magnanimous. Meanwhile, Luo Wei looked at the imperial city with sincere admiration. The wide streets were filled with people, and everywhere she could hear the voices of merchants, the clanging of metal, and the laughter of passers-by. The city lived its own rich life, and this made a strong impression on her. Jia, getting into the spirit of things, pointed to the tall, richly decorated buildings rising nearby. It was there that the most famous brothel in the imperial city was located, renowned not only for the most beautiful women, but also for its exquisite wine, which was appreciated even by noble families. He even had the idea of taking Xin Yun there one day, but the idea was immediately rejected. The main character made it clear without further ado that such proposals were completely to his liking. Lu Wei, noticing their strange behavior, became interested in what they were talking about and where they were going. She clearly did not want to be left out. Jia Yan tried to pretend that it was nothing important, but the girl instantly recognized his pretense and just smiled, realizing that he was clearly hiding something. Soon, a spacious circular structure appeared before them. It was the challenge arena, around which a crowd had already gathered. Judging by the noise and excited voices, another battle was about to take place inside. The challenge arena served as a special place for official duels. Here, the participants faced each other, and the outcome of the fight was considered final and beyond doubt. Every duel invariably attracted spectators. Regardless of the reason for the conflict, the outcome of the fight always became a subject of discussion and debate, and the winner received not only fame, but also the respect of those around him. All kinds of people flocked here. Some fought for honor or a woman, some because of old grudges, and for some, the arena was simply a way to make a name for themselves and prove their strength. Looking at the square in front of the arena, Luo Wei noticed a majestic fountain with a statue in the center and became interested in who exactly this stone figure was dedicated to. The statue depicted a man named Wu Jin, the strongest general of the Fengtan dynasty. It was he who built the challenge arena, turning it not only into a place for duels, but also into a symbol of military valor and the power of the empire. Lu Wei knew that Wu Jin was famous not only for his unmatched martial arts skills, but also for his rare physical attractiveness. Legends circulated about him, and many girls in the imperial city considered him their ideal man. Deep down, she even hoped to see him with her own eyes one day. However, Kai Yan quickly dampened her expectations. The general was almost always on the front lines, and his rare appearances in the capital were carefully guarded and inaccessible to ordinary people. Luo Wei did not worry about this. For her, Xin Yun remained the real hero. At that moment, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when she heard a rude demand to make way. She barely had time to turn around before she noticed a man on horseback practically flying toward her. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking, and it was no longer possible to avoid a collision. The girl lost her balance from the surprise and began to fall, but Xin Yun instantly appeared beside her and managed to catch her, preventing her from hitting the ground. Instead of realizing his own carelessness, the rider flew into a rage and hurled threats, clearly not hiding his contempt and aggression. Xin Yun, showing no fear, calmly pointed out the real reason for what had happened, making it clear that they were dealing with nothing more than an unskilled and overconfident man who was unable to control his mount. His words only angered the rider more, who immediately realized that the mockery was directed at him. In the next moment, sensing its owner's hostile intentions, the riding animal broke into a gallop and rushed forward, trying to attack Xin Yun. Xin Yun pushed Luo Wei aside without hesitation and stood directly in front of the animal. With one confident movement, he stopped it, completely depriving it of the opportunity to continue the attack. Having lost control, the rider fell to the ground, his face contorted with rage, and he immediately signaled to his men. Several subordinates instantly surrounded Xin Yun, intending to resolve the conflict by force. The horsemen's subordinates acted without the slightest hesitation. With a single gesture, they closed the circle, instantly cutting off Xin Yun and Luo Wei from the rest of the street. The space around them became dense and threatening, as if the crowd itself had turned into a cage. Noticing the commotion, Kai Yan dismounted and tried to push his way forward, wanting to understand who had caused the noise and where Xin Yun had disappeared to. However, a tight ring of onlookers and guards prevented him from getting close. The crowd reluctantly parted, enjoying the spectacle. Those around him whispered, not understanding what reckless daredevil had dared to insult Master Li. In the eyes of most, it could only be a simple country bumpkin who did not know the local customs and laws of the imperial city. Their words were tinged with anticipation. This insolent man clearly did not realize what trouble he had just brought upon himself. For those gathered, what was happening was a rare entertainment. Someone else's misfortune always looks particularly entertaining. One of the men loudly explained to everyone that they were looking at Li Chenxiao, the second young master of the Li family, one of the 5 greatest families in the imperial city. That name alone should have made anyone bow their head. In the eyes of the crowd, the situation was obvious. An unknown guy had frightened Li Chenxiao's riding animal, and now he was being insolent. In the imperial city, such behavior usually came at a very high price. Xin Yun, however, remained surprisingly calm. He saw before him neither a noble young master nor a representative of a great family, but only an irritated and smug man who had long been accustomed to impunity and needed a harsh lesson. Li Chenxiao just laughed when he heard this attitude. It became clear to him that this guy was really new to the capital and didn't understand where he was or who he was dealing with. He watched Xin Yun with cold interest, like a predator assessing its prey, and made it clear that there was only one hierarchy in this city, one where power and lineage decided everything. The threat was blunt. He could deal with this man right here in front of everyone, and no one would dare intervene. However, Shin Yun met this with indifferent defiance, clearly showing that he believed in neither fear nor absolute power, and was ready to test these words in practice. His opponent's self-confidence finally drove Li Chenxiao over the edge. The humiliation inflicted in front of the crowd was unacceptable to him. He used his fighting technique, intending to crush the insolent stranger and wipe out his existence with a single blow. Xin Wen easily dodged the attack. In the next moment, he grabbed Li Chenxiao's arm and responded with a swift and precise strike, putting just enough force into it as was necessary. Li Chenxiao's body flew backward and, after flying several meters, crashed heavily onto the stone pavement. A dense crowd of spectators instantly gathered around. Luo Wei watched what was happening with sincere admiration, not hiding her delight at what she saw. The humiliation proved unbearable for Li Chenxiao. Rage distorted his face, and he gave the order to destroy Xin Yun, caring neither about the consequences nor the location. Just as his subordinates began to draw their weapons, a new force intervened. A man appeared in the crowd, whose presence instantly cooled the atmosphere and made everyone freeze in place. It was Senior Ye, a representative of the Imperial City's order. His gaze was cold and stern, and his very appearance signaled that what was happening had gone beyond what was acceptable. He made it clear that such a commotion in the center of the capital could result in severe punishment, even involving the elders. Li Chenxiao's people hastily began to justify themselves, pointing out that it was Xin Yun who dared to attack first and strike a representative of the Li family, demanding immediate punishment for him. However, Elder Ye listened to their words without the slightest sympathy. It was obvious to him that the conflict affected the interests of the Lin Xiao family, and such provocations could not be ignored. The violation of order and the attempt to carry out reprisals on the streets of the capital were unforgivable. Luo Wei tried to indicate their affiliation with the Lin Xiao family, but her words were met with ridicule from those around her. Most decided that the girl was trying to hide behind a famous name to avoid responsibility. At that moment, Jia Yan finally managed to break through the crowd. His face showed obvious irritation, and with his appearance alone, he began to disperse the onlookers, demanding that they clear the way and stop the disorder. Senior Ye noticed Kai Yan and asked him how his journey to the Imperial City had gone. The answer was restrained, but clearly dissatisfied. As soon as he crossed the city gates, he immediately encountered the source of this disorder. His irritation turned into sharp dissatisfaction with what was happening. Such scenes in the capital were becoming too frequent and tiresome. Li Chenxiao hastened to absolve himself of responsibility and attempted to shift the blame onto Xin Yun, pointing to him as the instigator of the conflict. However, Kai Yan immediately cut off such talk, making it clear that such rudeness was unacceptable, especially when the speaker did not even realize who he was dealing with. After that, Kai Yan officially introduced Xin Yun as the new main disciple of the Lin Xiao family, leaving no room for ambiguous interpretations. These words instantly stirred the crowd. People began to whisper, recalling rumors that the Lin Xiao family had indeed accepted a new main disciple. Now it was obvious too that this was the very person before them. The realization that Li Chenxiao had insulted such an important figure caused excitement and hidden schadenfreude. Some even began to remark mockingly that the antics of the young master of the Li family had long been a familiar sight, and that such behavior would sooner or later lead to serious consequences. Kai Yan abruptly cut off such conversations, making it clear that he had heard perfectly well who was adding fuel to the fire. It was these people who had become the real provocateurs of the conflict, inflating it to dangerous proportions. He pointed out the obvious. If it weren't for the deliberate incitement, the situation would never have reached this point. Now, the only reasonable solution was to immediately stop the disorder and apologize. Realizing the change in the situation and his own disadvantageous position, Li Chenxiao hastened to express his respect to Xin Yun and apologized, presenting what had happened as an unfortunate misunderstanding. He tried to smooth things over by suggesting that the conflict be resolved peacefully and that his guilt be atoned for with a show of courtesy. However, Kai Yan did not prolong the situation, indicating that the matter could be considered closed. He and Xin Yun had more important things to do. The official registration was coming up. Xin Yun couldn't help but notice that Kai Yan seemed to be the real boss in this situation. Senior Ye, in turn, showed ostentatious friendliness towards Li Chenxiao, making it clear that for the sake of future peace, it was in the interests of both parties to maintain the appearance of good relations. After that, Kai Yan ordered the crowd to disperse, putting an end to the incident once and for all. Li Chenxiao finally made it clear that he was counting on leniency at their next meeting, after which he and his men hastily left the scene, not wanting to attract any more unnecessary attention. After the incident was over, Zhou Ye came forward and introduced himself as a disciple of Master Yang Yang. He noted that the road to the Imperial City was long and exhausting, and therefore offered his help, understanding the condition the new arrivals might be in. He then summoned his fighting spirit, intending to take them to their destination, and at the same time, show them the main areas of the Imperial City so that the new arrivals could better orient themselves in the capital. Luo Wei was visibly trembling, unable to hide her excitement at what was happening. Xin Yun calmly made it clear that there was nothing to fear, as what stood before them was only the fighting spirit of Zhou Ye, completely under the control of its master. In the next moment, they rose rapidly into the air, leaving behind the noisy streets and dense neighborhoods of the outer city, which quickly shrank and turned into a colorful pattern. From above, it became clear that the imperial city consisted of 3 distinct parts: the outer city, the inner city, and the imperial center. They had just been in the outer city, a place where merchants, artisans, and ordinary people of all walks of life lived. After they crossed the massive city gates, the inner city opened up before them, more orderly and austere, with a wide layout and imposing buildings. This was where the residences of the 5 great families who cultivated martial arts were located, as well as houses associated with imperial power. The rules in this area were much stricter than in the outer city. In the north, a majestic golden building stood out in particular, the Cloud Palace, towering above the other buildings. Luo Wei's gaze involuntarily lingered on the area ahead, where the Cloud Mountains began, a place shrouded in mist and saturated with spiritual energy, which immediately aroused a feeling of awe and curiosity in her. Soon, spacious martial arts areas appeared below them, intended for training and combat. The fighting spirit began to gradually subside in preparation for landing. However, even such a soft landing proved to be a real test for Luo Wei. Her inner fear made itself felt, and the landing seemed to her much more frightening than the flight itself. Kai Yan greeted everyone in the martial arts area, but almost immediately, he and Zhou Yi noticed the condition of Luo Wei and Xin Yun. After the rough landing, both of them were clearly not feeling well. Their breathing was uneven, and their legs still weren't fully responding, as if their bodies hadn't had time to get used to such a sudden movement. The Cloud Dynasty was renowned for its inexhaustible resources and outstanding talents. In such conditions, only the strongest survived, and therefore, competition here was truly fierce and ruthless, leaving no room for weakness or doubt. Quite a few cultivators had already gathered in the square. Among them, 3 people of the Earth Spirit level stood out. One had reached the 4th heaven, another was in the 5th, and the third was only in the 1st. But even he radiated the confidence characteristic of representatives of the higher spheres. In addition to them, there were other powerful figures: a man of the 3rd heaven, another of the 6th, a girl of the 2nd heaven, and a woman who had reached the 7th heaven of the Earth Spirit, whose presence was particularly noticeable and caused involuntary tension among those around her. Qianyue was also among this group. At one point, she turned around, as if sensing something familiar, and her gaze swept over the crowd. However, due to the dense crowd, she did not notice Xin Yun, who was hidden behind the backs of other cultivators, and the general hustle and bustle in the square. The man standing next to her noticed her movement and paid attention to it, but the girl immediately looked away, not attaching any importance to it. Suddenly, a noticeable commotion arose in the square. People began to exchange excited glances and part ways when Lin Xiao's flowers appeared in their field of vision. The crowd quickly lined up on both sides of the path, clearing the way. Many did not hide their admiration, acknowledging that the beauties of the Lin Xiao family were rightly considered some of the most outstanding women in the imperial city. Even the rare spiritual beast pulling their carriage only emphasized the high status of the arrivals. Luo Wei watched the scene with curiosity, not understanding who these women were. Kai Yan explained that they were the famous beauties of the Lin Xiao family, and Zhou Ye added that among the 5 great families, the 4th master Yun Meng and the Lin Xiao flowers had always been considered the most talked about figures. On the left side of the carriage was Hua Tianfen, the daughter of the master of the Lin Xiao family. Not only did she have a high position by birthright, but she was also the main disciple, which made her status in the family practically unquestionable. On the right side was Zhui Lin Fen, a rare talent who had begun her cultivation journey from childhood. She had recently been officially accepted into the Lin Xiao family, and now many attentive eyes were focused on her. Hua Tianfen was genuinely happy about Kai Yang's return. His presence gave her a sense of familiar order and confidence. Shui Linfen, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable. The intense stares of the students, filled with envy, curiosity, and hidden admiration, weighed on her more than she had expected. At that moment, her gaze accidentally caught on one young man in the crowd. He did not stand out with loud gestures or ostentatious confidence, but something in his calmness and composure unexpectedly attracted her attention. The feeling was strange and unfamiliar, as if a thin thread had invisibly pulled her toward him. Qianyue watched the proceedings from the sidelines and felt clearly irritated. In her eyes, these girls looked like nothing more than empty show-offs, hiding behind pretty faces and loud titles. The thought that they were called beauties only aroused her inner rejection and cold contempt. The man next to her, on the contrary, considered such words to be quite fair. However, comparing them to Qianyue, he was convinced that they did not stand up to any comparison. A desire arose in his mind to publicly humiliate these girls, taking advantage of the moment and the attention of the crowd. In the next moment, he quietly snapped his fingers, and the carriage suddenly shook violently, as if an invisible wave of force had hit it. Losing her balance, Hua Tianfen staggered and involuntarily pushed Zhui Linfen. She tried to hold on, but the movement was too sudden. Hua Tianfen instinctively reached out to catch her, but it all happened too quickly. The crowd reacted instantly. Concerned glances came from all sides, and the students' attention focused on Shui Linfen, checking to see if she was injured. As it turned out, Shui Linfen fell right into Xinyun's arms before either of them realized what was happening. She had no idea how it had happened and was disoriented for the first few seconds. However, as soon as she looked up and met his eyes, her heart suddenly began to beat faster, as if from an unexpected jolt that she could not explain. Hua Tianfen almost immediately realized that Shui Linfen was on the verge of an outburst of anger. Her restraint was only a thin veneer, behind which a wave of confusion and irritation was already rising. Many young men in the crowd looked at Xin Yun with envy. They wanted to be in his place, even if only for a moment. Some even felt the urge to hit him. That's how unfair his sudden luck seemed to them. Lu Wei, on the other hand, just looked at Xin Yun with concern and quietly asked if he was okay. Shui Linfen's face flushed. The blush was so obvious that it was impossible to hide, even with all her attempts to remain calm. Hua Tianfen hurried to make sure she was all right. Shui Linfen first tried to take the blame, but immediately refuted her own words. It was Hua Tianfen who insisted on this dress, too long and uncomfortable for such a place. It was the reason for the fall. Xin Yun apologized to the lady, but, maintaining his usual directness, he still asked how long she intended to continue sitting in his arms. Zhu Linfen blushed even more. Indignation flashed in her eyes, and for a moment, she had a sincere desire to slap him for his bold and unceremonious words. At that moment, a voice announced the arrival of the Lin Xiao family. Chen Xiao immediately leaned over to his brother and pointed at Xin Yun, noting with a cold smile that this was the bastard who was here. Jia Yan became alert. He instinctively sensed something was wrong and wondered what the Li family was planning. Before they could move, the man with scarlet hair stepped forward and, demonstratively stretching out his leg, blocked their path, as if he had been preparing for this confrontation in advance. Jia Yan gave him a cold look and asked directly what Li was planning to do this time. The man with fiery red hair coldly explained that the gates of Lin Xiao's mansion were not for outsiders. This place was closed to those who did not belong to the family or were not officially recognized by it. Jia Yan did not immediately understand the hidden meaning of these words and demanded clarification again. Then the man said with a contemptuous smile that he was only performing his duties as the gatekeeper of Lin Xiao's mansion and was not going to let any riffraff and unnecessary trash inside. These words finally drove Kai Yan out of his mind. He flew into a rage, not hiding his fury, and wondered how this man dared to speak like that. To call them trash meant either to have completely lost his mind or to consciously invite serious consequences. Chen Xiao and representatives of the Li family rushed to intervene, trying to smooth things over. They assured everyone that what had happened was just a misunderstanding and that no one had intended to block Elder Yang's passage. However, the red-haired man then turned his gaze to Xin Yun. His expression immediately changed. In his opinion, this man was the real problem and had no right to be here. Zhou Ye tried to stop him and demanded respect. He clearly introduced Xin Yun as the new core disciple named Chu Xin Yun, but Li Ershao didn't even listen to him, demonstratively ignoring the introduction. Li Ershao declared that they did not recognize Yang Yang's decision, who, in their opinion, had too arbitrarily and unceremoniously accepted this guy into the ranks of the main disciples. Kai Yan coldly replied that personal likes or dislikes did not give anyone the right to cause trouble right at the gate of the Lin Xiao family and disgrace its name. However, the red-haired man only bitterly remarked that many students who were preparing for the assessment had lost their places. He wondered what they had done to deserve such injustice when the main students could do whatever they wanted without thinking about the consequences. At that moment, he loudly declared that today they intended to demand justice for the disadvantaged students of the Lin Xiao family. His words were echoed by the rest of those present, and soon, a murmur of voices arose around him, in which the same demand was heard more and more often. Justice. Li Ershao coldly advised Xin Yun to show prudence and voluntarily hand over the token of the main disciple, considering it the only reasonable way out of the situation. Xin Yun, in turn, calmly asked what consequences awaited him if he refused. In response, the man made it clear that in that case, all responsibility for subsequent events would fall solely on Xin Yun himself, and warned that no one should blame him for his harsh methods later. Immediately after these words, Li Ershao threw a massive piece of furniture at Xin Yun without hesitation. However, Xin Yun did not lose his composure. A flash of cold light flashed in the air, and the furniture was cut in two by a precise sword strike. Without wasting a moment, Li Ershao rushed into the attack, unleashing a barrage of blows with his two swords. Xin Yun confidently blocked the first thrust, and a sharp clang of blades rang out in the air. The stream of attacks did not let up. Li Ershao clearly intended to take his opponent's life. However, in the next moment, the situation changed dramatically. Li Ershao received a crushing blow to the face and was thrown far back, hitting the ground with force. Jia Yan was stunned by what was happening. He couldn't understand how this man dared to attack the main disciple of the Lin Xiao family, let alone attempt to kill Chu Xinyun right at the gates of the mansion. At that moment, Elder Xiao arrived on the scene. His appearance instantly calmed the situation. The elder was interested in who dared to stage such a ridiculous and shameful spectacle at the entrance to the Lin Xiao family residence. Li Erxiao hastened to present his version of events, claiming that it was Kai Yan who had attacked him first for no reason. Elder Xiao frowned, unable to understand how the main disciple could have allowed himself to harm another disciple right on the family's property. Jia Yan calmly explained the situation, pointing out that he was acting on the direct orders of his teacher and was accompanying Chu Xinyun to the mansion. Li Erxiao tried to prevent this and was the first to resort to violence, which is why he bears sole responsibility for what happened. In the midst of the tense scene, a soft rumbling suddenly sounded. It was Xin Yun. After all the events, he was really hungry, and Luo Wei, standing nearby, seemed to him to be the last reminder of food. Elder Xiao, noticing this, coldly asked if he was the new core disciple that Yang Yan had spoken so highly of. The elder knew very well that Xin Yun's cultivation level was only the fourth heaven of the spirit gathering stage, and his fighting spirit was first class and considered low. From his point of view, such a person had no reason to become a core disciple. Based on this, Elder Xiao concluded that the rumors about this young man's outstanding abilities were most likely greatly exaggerated or completely untrue. The other disciples, hearing the discussion, also began to whisper among themselves. Learning that Xin Yun's fighting spirit was first class, they could not understand why he had been given such a high position. In their eyes, he looked like an ordinary upstart who was probably just trying his best to please Elder Yan and did not have any real potential. Zhou Ye clearly understood that Elder Xiao had long been in open opposition to his teacher. Realizing that the situation could get out of control, he decided to urgently seek support to try to stop the conflict from escalating. Xin Yun calmly stated that the rumors about him were not lies at all. He recalled that his sword had wounded Elder Gu of the Yunmeng martial house, and after that, 4 martial houses immediately demanded that he be handed over. He asked if Elder Xiao really had not heard anything about this. These words visibly puzzled the elder. Kai Yan, seizing the moment, pointed out that since Elder Xiao was now aware of the true state of affairs, there was no reason to continue blocking their path. However, Elder Xiao insisted on his position. He stated that regardless of the circumstances, the rules of the Lin Xiao family could not be broken. The others present supported his position, arguing that if Xin Yun wished to join the Lin Xiao family as a core disciple, he was required to take the official core disciple test, and there could be no exceptions to this rule. Jia Yan asked the elder with obvious irritation if he was joking. The test for core disciples was only held once a year, and was not scheduled to begin until next year. It was obvious that Elder Xiao was deliberately creating obstacles for Chu Xin Yun. Elder Xiao, maintaining a cold expression, made it clear that a compromise was possible. Instead of waiting for the annual selection, he suggested holding an additional test. All students who met the minimum requirements could participate. The essence of the test was to spend 7 full days in the misty forest and come out alive and sane. In his opinion, this approach was fair, as everyone would get another chance to prove their worth. He also made it clear that if Chu Xinyun decided to take the test, he would not stand in his way. However, the elder unambiguously hinted at the difference in strength levels, considering Xinyun's cultivation too low for such a dangerous test, and in fact, pushed him to refuse, covering it up with concern. Kai Yan, who was watching the proceedings closely, immediately sensed something was wrong. He clearly understood that such a trial could not be offered without hidden conditions. In his eyes, the misty forest was not a test, but a trap disguised as justice. The other disciples, upon hearing the conditions, began to openly mock him. In their view, a person with such a low level of cultivation and fighting spirit did not stand a chance. Many believed that Chu Xinyun was simply blinded by his own self-confidence and was seeking attention. In their eyes, he looked like a pathetic figure who risked not only losing face, but also his life. At that moment, the situation changed dramatically. Zhou Ye suddenly appeared at the gate and attracted everyone's attention by announcing the arrival of Elder Tai from the Temple of Fulfillment. His appearance came as a surprise to everyone present. With the arrival of Elder Tai, the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken. The pressure of his aura was like thunder rolling over the square. The disciples instantly fell silent, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the consequences of possible disobedience. Elder Tai expressed his clear dissatisfaction with what was happening. He considered the unrest at the gate of the Lin Xiao family's house to be a direct violation of the established order. He made it clear that such behavior could result in severe punishment and demanded that the gathering be stopped immediately. Elder Xiao tried to distance himself from responsibility by presenting the situation as a minor incident involving an outsider. In his opinion, the Temple of Execution's intervention in such matters was unnecessary. However, Elder Tai did not accept these explanations. It did not matter to him who the person was or who his patrons were. He was interested in only one question: the authenticity of the token. If the token really belonged to the Lin Xiao family, then the holder had the right to be there, and any further actions should be considered within the framework of the family's internal rules. In accordance with his duty, Elder Tai demanded to see the disciple's token. Chu Xinyun complied without hesitation, calmly displaying the token that was supposed to set everything right. Elder Xiao, unable to hide his irritation, attempted to take the token, but Xinyun did not allow this to happen. His movement was calm, but extremely precise, as if he had anticipated such an outcome in advance. This finally enraged the elder. In his eyes, it was unacceptable for someone to become a core disciple without passing the established test. And even more outrageous was the indifference of the enforcement department to such a precedent. The Lin Xiao family had always prided itself on strict adherence to the rules, and this was the reason for its many years of stability. However, even in the old records, it was mentioned that sometimes the order cracked under the pressure of circumstances, and each time, such cracks resulted in either the strengthening of the foundation or its final destruction. A condition was put forward. If the young man could prove that he was truly worthy of the main disciple's token, an exception would be made for him. But if not, all responsibility for the consequences would fall on him alone. Behind this formal justice lay a cold warning. Weakness would not be forgiven, and mistakes could not be undone. Shin Yun accepted this decision without the slightest hesitation. His consent was quick and calm, as if he had known from the beginning how things would turn out and had already made his choice long ago. He insisted that Elder Tai be an official witness to what was happening. For Shin Yun, this was of fundamental importance, not for the sake of protection, but so that any subsequent actions could not be concealed or distorted. In doing so, he made it clear that any attempts to violate the agreement would have consequences, and if someone's honesty turned out to be a fiction, the responsibility for it would go far beyond words and formalities. Li Ershao and Elder Xiao already considered the outcome a foregone conclusion. In their eyes, this young man had signed his own death warrant by agreeing to walk into a trap that they considered foolproof. For them, it was only a matter of time. After a tense confrontation, everyone dispersed, and the group was finally able to eat. Despite what he had been through, Shin Yun looked surprisingly calm, as if the whole conflict was not worth his attention. Jia Yan, on the other hand, was extremely concerned. He believed that Shin Yun had made a hasty decision. Elder Xiao and the Li brothers had long been known for their duplicity, and their insistence on conducting the test could not have been accidental. Behind the outward appearance of fairness, there was surely a calculated intent. However, Shin Yun made it clear that he was well aware of the underlying reasons for what was happening. This was precisely what baffled Kai Yan. He could not understand why, seeing the danger so clearly, Shin Yun had agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, it would be wiser to wait for the master's return and act with his support. Shin Yun made it clear that no one knew when Yang Yan would return. Time would not wait for him or anyone else. While he was undergoing the test, his opponents would be forced to remain silent and act within the rules, even if they were bursting with impatience inside. Then he turned to Kai Yan with a request. Hearing this, Kai Yan immediately became alert. Shin Yun's gaze had become too serious. It was not about the trial itself. What worried him most was Luo Wei's safety. Leaving her with the Lin Xiao family meant putting her in danger. There were too many eyes, too many hidden hands, and too few guarantees. So he asked Kai Yan to take the girl to a certain person from the Yun Meng family. The name was neatly written on a piece of paper, Yue Feng. Kai Yan agreed without hesitation, and finally asked Shin Yun to take care of himself. That same night, Shin Yun sat on the roof of a building. Under the cold sky, he played a quiet melody, simple, but strangely captivating, as if it were addressed not to the ears, but to the darkness itself. Soon, a man appeared behind him. He asked if Shin Yun had changed his mind. Shin Yun replied calmly that if they could protect one person instead of him, he was willing to consider the offer. The answer was evasive, but it clearly showed calculation. The day of the test arrived. The disciples and elders gathered in the Lin Xiao family square. To maintain the appearance of fairness and adherence to tradition, a test for the main disciple was officially announced. The place of the test was the misty forest. The condition was simple and cruel. Anyone who could survive in the forest for 7 days would be considered to have passed the test. Elder Xiao ordered the participants to go out into the square. A murmur immediately arose among the students. Everyone knew that the misty forest was considered the most dangerous place in the area. The taunts came one after another. Some doubted that Shin Yun would last even a day, while others confidently declared that he would not survive even an hour. For most, the test was over before it had even begun. At the entrance, each participant was given a bracelet. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the artifact activated, instantly transporting the person to the misty forest, to a random location, with no choice and no way back. The elder coldly reminded them of the rules. If a participant wanted to give up, all they had to do was activate the bracelet with their spiritual power. But if the bracelet was lost or destroyed, there would be no way back. Then they could only wait to be rescued after the trial was over. If, of course, they managed to survive. If anyone was afraid of death, it was better to refuse right now. There was no room for doubt or weakness in the misty forest. Shin Yun unhesitatingly snatched the bracelet from the elder's hands and put it on his wrist. His movements were calm, as if the decision had been made long before that moment. The trial began immediately. The participants had to enter the spiritual gate, behind which the misty forest awaited them, without rules, without mercy, and without guarantees. Just before the entrance, Li Ershao approached him. With a crooked smile, he remarked that the little girl named Luo Wei looked very cute. She had come to support Shin Yun, and it seemed that he didn't care at all that she might be bullied and pressured in the imperial city because of his actions. And if he died in the misty forest, who would take care of her then? Shin Yun replied calmly and emotionlessly that he had nothing to worry about. Li Ershao just smiled and added one last thing so that he wouldn't blame him later. After all, he had warned him. Luo Wei clenched her fist and looking straight at Shin Yun, quietly wished him luck. Without turning back, he stepped forward and disappeared behind the spiritual gate. Before him lay the misty forest, gray, viscous, and silent. Fog spread between the twisted trunks, hiding the depth of space and distorting distances. The number 1 flickered on the bracelet. 7 days in this place were neither a moment nor an eternity, just enough time for the weak to break and the strong to show their true colors. He took a few steps forward, peering intently into the surrounding space, and suddenly stopped. Shin Yun clearly sensed a foreign presence. Since he was already here, there was no point in hiding anymore. They were already waiting for him. Li Ershao watched from the fog, noting to himself that this guy was much smarter than expected. Such calm confidence seemed almost defiant, as if Shin Yun really considered himself above what was happening. For Li Ershao, such audacity was unforgivable. In his view, anyone who dared to act so arrogantly in front of him had only one outcome: death, quick or painful, but inevitable. Shin Yun, on the contrary, looked at the situation with cold interest, as if he wanted to see who would crack first. His calmness was frightening and cut deeper than any weapon. Li Ershao burst out with a contemptuous laugh, deciding that Shin Yun's time had come. A single gesture was enough for his men to spring into action and launch their attack. The body of one of the attackers changed dramatically. His muscles swelled, his bones stretched, and he turned into a huge, almost beast-like figure, intending to crush his opponent with a single blow and knock his head off. Deep down, he felt a special hatred for people like Shin Yun. In his eyes, a beautiful face and confident gaze did not give one the right to consider oneself superior or look down on others. Shin Yun calmly grabbed his arm. There was no panic or tension in this movement, only cold superiority, as if he were holding not a living person, but an irrational beast. The enraged man swung his arm, intending to turn him into a bloody mess. He could not accept being mocked at a moment when, in his opinion, his victim should already be on the verge of death. The opponent resorted to threats again, and, not wanting to waste time, concentrated his spiritual power in his palms. A stream of fiery energy flared up and rushed forward, seeking to sweep away everything in its path and crush Shin Yun along with his small head. Shin Yun immediately noticed this man's main problem. His movements were rough, lacking flexibility, and completely predictable. He had power, but he lacked control and calculation. He relied solely on pressure and intimidation. Without bothering with complex techniques, Shin Yun took a short step forward and struck his opponent on the forehead with one precise movement. There was no malice or tension in this gesture, only dry and cold superiority. The muscular body went limp and collapsed to the ground like a sack of sand. The opponent lost consciousness without even realizing what had happened. Shin Yun was momentarily surprised by his own strength, realizing that the blow had been stronger than he had expected. At that moment, something suddenly wrapped around his leg, pulling him down with unexpected force. A second opponent emerged from the fog. This man moved differently, confidently, and predatory, as if the force were truly an extension of his body. Vines, roots, and flexible shoots obeyed his will, turning into weapons capable of knocking people off their feet and breaking their balance. His technique was aimed not at instant killing, but at exhaustion and control. Shin Yun jerked sharply to the side, and his body lost its balance. The ground beneath his feet was slippery with moisture, and the fog made it difficult to determine the direction of the attack. He instantly drew his sword and cut through the vines, freeing his leg. However, the next wave of attacking shoots was already rushing towards him. Shin Yun pushed off the ground and activated his protective shield at the last moment, softening the blow against the tree trunk. It was now clear that the enemy was deliberately prolonging the fight, hoping to exhaust his strength. The forest cultivator, observing Shin Yun's movements, drew his own conclusions. This guy did not look like a person who had undergone long and systematic training. His energy was powerful, but its flow was different from the usual patterns, as if it obeyed different laws. As soon as Shin Yun cut through another bundle of vines, something suddenly jerked him upward. Fingers closed around his hair, and the force with which he was held made it clear that his opponent had finally decided to resort to more brutal methods. The vines closed around Shin Yun's body, quickly intertwining and tightening. They wrapped around his arms, chest, and legs, twisting layer after layer until he was completely immobilized, like an insect caught in a green cocoon. The forest cultivator examined his creation with satisfaction. A smug grin appeared on his face. He had finally managed to catch this cocky brat who had been evading traps for so long. Shin Yun remained calm inside the cocoon. He truly hated fools who mistakenly considered themselves clever and thought they were in control of the situation. But what annoyed him most was when someone messed up his hairstyle. The next moment, there was a dull thud. The vines trembled, weakened sharply, and then scattered to the sides. The forest cultivator didn't even understand what had happened before his body went limp and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Shin Yun had not yet caught his breath when the air in front of him distorted. Hidden weapons flew out of the fog, several thin darts emitting sharp flashes of spiritual energy. Explosions thundered one after another. Shin Yun managed to dodge, sliding between the flashes, but the weapons did not stop. The darts changed their trajectory mid-flight and rushed after him again, as if they had a will of their own. Shin Yun immediately understood what was happening. This opponent possessed a special tracking skill, a technique that allowed hidden weapons to memorize a target and pursue it until it was completely destroyed. A mocking voice came from the fog. It didn't matter how fast he ran, the darts would catch up with him anyway. Shin Yun, on the other hand, calmly looked around and asked himself another question. Where exactly was the one who considered himself a hunter hiding? The enemy suddenly sensed something was wrong. The connection with the weapon faltered. The next moment, he realized with surprise that the target had disappeared. It hadn't retreated or hidden in the fog. It had simply vanished. That was impossible. A warm breath touched the back of his neck. In fact, Shin Yun was already standing right behind him. With a slight smile on his face, He politely greeted the blonde boy before he could realize that the hunt had long since changed sides. The blonde man's guided weapon suddenly changed trajectory and pierced the body of its own master. His eyes widened in shock, then he collapsed to the ground. Another opponent had been eliminated. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out behind Shin Yun, pointing out his supposed weakness in close combat and suggesting that he hide instead of resisting. Shin Yun merely noted that such reasoning was not worth paying attention to. Almost simultaneously, the barrel of a firearm appeared at his head, cold and merciless. The man in the cloak assessed the situation with obvious contempt. It was inconceivable to him that several fighters had fallen at the hands of a third-level spirit cultivator. In his eyes, this meant only one thing: they were useless. However, he was not going to be careless in front of this opponent and was confident that the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. He sincerely believed that no matter how fast a sword was, it could never match the speed of a bullet. But before he could realize his advantage, Shin Yun sharply closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick. The weapon flew out of the enemy's hands. Shin Yun neutralized him without hesitation, believing that such things should not be in the hands of those who are incapable of handling them. Another enemy was defeated. Soon, a question about the progress of the operation was asked, and a confident answer followed. Everything was going strictly according to plan. The identity of the person under the cloak soon became clear. It was Elder Xiao. In Yang Yang's absence, the daily affairs fell on the shoulders of the other elders, and in his opinion, the situation was under complete control. However, even he could not shake his doubts. Shin Yun's cultivation level remained low, yet he had managed to predict the movement in advance, dodge, and deliver a precise strike. Elder Xiao began to wonder if this young man had used the very technique that was the subject of vague rumors. Within the Liu Yun dynasty, there were only a handful of people who knew about that very technique. It was never openly taught and was considered the knowledge of a select few. That was why the appearance of such understanding in such a young cultivator caused serious concern. The man in the cloak could not explain how this boy could have come into contact with such a secret. The thought that such a person would continue to live seemed unacceptable to him. However, Elder Xiao remained calm. In his understanding, the misty forest itself was a death sentence, and there was no need to intervene directly. Even if the boy escaped now, only death awaited him ahead. Meanwhile, Shin Yun found himself by a river, whose waters flowed slowly through the thick fog. Random teleportation had thrown him into one of the densest areas of the misty forest, where visibility was almost zero, and spiritual fluctuations were distorted by the environment itself. He couldn't help but wonder how his enemies had managed to find him so quickly. A simple coincidence seemed unlikely. The forest was huge, and the teleportation was random. This meant only one thing: he was being deliberately watched. The words of the last defeated enemy came to mind, confident that the trial was just beginning, and that the 7 days would be a living hell for him. Then, Shin Yun first entertained the idea that the bracelet given for the trial was not an ordinary means of evacuation at all. An alarming guess began to form in his mind. At the same time, Li Ershao furiously struck the trunk of the nearest tree. He did not expect the target to disappear so easily. Everything indicated that Shin Yun had noticed something was wrong, and somehow got rid of the source of surveillance, perhaps even the bracelet itself. However, this thought was immediately rejected. Losing the bracelet meant that it would be impossible to leave the misty forest after completing the test. It would be tantamount to voluntary suicide. Therefore, Shin Yun did not get rid of the bracelet, but found a way to hide his presence. The remaining students questioned whether to continue the pursuit. Li Ershao's answer was unequivocal. The search must continue. He was determined to find Shin Yun at all costs and see it through to the end, even if it meant combing through the entire forest. However, with each passing minute, their confidence began to waver. The misty forest was endless, full of dangers and hidden areas. Moreover, it had already become known that the 4 fighters who had been sent earlier had been killed. The thought that they would have to face this man face to face caused growing tension. The atmosphere of the forest gradually began to weigh on their minds. The fog thickened, sounds became distorted, and the feeling of being watched intensified. One of the men tried to interrupt the disturbing thoughts, but at that moment, a rock fell from above and crashed with a dull thud right in front of them, causing everyone to flinch and instinctively retreat. He instantly turned around, instinctively focusing his attention on the source of the sound. In the foggy forest, any movement could mean danger, and there were no accidents here. Even a falling rock could not be just a rock. None of them expected that here, in this part of the forest, they would encounter the very person they were looking for. His appearance was too sudden, as if he himself had allowed them to discover him. 2 students immediately succumbed to panic. Their bodies moved faster than their minds. They rushed to the sides and hid behind trees, pressing themselves against the trunks as if they could protect them from imminent death. In their hearts, they no longer counted on their own strength, only unconsciously clinging to the hope of higher powers. They tried to convince themselves that help was close, that Li Ershao's other men would appear at any moment, and then this enemy would be trapped. In their imagination, he was already a dead man, with nowhere to run and no hope of rescue. However, Shin Yun showed no intention of hiding. His calmness only intensified his opponent's fear. He saw no reason to retreat, and he certainly had no intention of running away from those who trembled before him. Several stones broke loose from his hand and crashed into the ground near the disciples' shelters, with a dull thud. The blows were precise and calculated, close enough to scare them, but not enough to kill them. It was a warning, not an attack. Fear finally broke their will. Realizing the difference in strength, they began to beg for mercy, promising to fulfill any demand. Shin Yun made this decision without hesitation. He did not need their lives, but only one small favor that they could do for him. Meanwhile, Li Ershao noticed with growing irritation that only some of the people he had sent out had returned. This immediately aroused suspicion. The rest seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The thought that Chu Xinyun alone could have eliminated them all began to creep into the minds of those around him. However, the red-haired man rejected this assumption. In his understanding, it was impossible. The main character was wounded, his cultivation level remained low, and such a mass murder could not have gone unnoticed. If people had really been killed, the forest would have been filled with screams and spiritual surges. Other disciples began to put forward theories that the missing people might have encountered other dangers in the foggy forest. Their reasoning was suddenly interrupted. Strange, muffled sounds came from the depths of the forest, as if something huge was moving through the fog. The ground beneath their feet began to shake, the vibration growing with each passing second, turning into a real earthquake that made many of them tremble. The two disciples whom Shin Yun had spared earlier ran out of the depths of the misty forest. Their faces were contorted with horror, their breathing was uneven, and their movements became erratic. They shouted that the sixth wave of beasts was approaching them, and that the horde was already too close. In a panic, they cursed Shin Yun, believing that he had deceived them. He had assured them that he would lure only a few spirit beasts, but instead, a whole pack was chasing them. If the beast caught up with them, they would not survive for more than a few breaths. Shin Yun, watching the events unfold from the sidelines, suddenly realized how easy it was to use the flute in his hands. Controlling the waves of monsters turned out to be much easier than he had expected. According to his calculations, no one was likely to disturb him for the next few days. The sun was already setting, painting the fog and treetops in pale orange hues. Shin Yun decided to draw water from the river before dark, so he wouldn't have to search for it in complete darkness. As he approached the shore, he suddenly sensed someone's presence. A woman's voice broke the silence. The girl apparently did not understand how she had ended up in this deserted and gloomy place. As soon as Shin Yun stepped on a dry branch, the crunch instantly gave him away. He was immediately discovered. Unexpectedly, he saw Qian Yue in front of him. She demanded that the stranger come out of hiding and threatened that she knew martial arts. And so they came face to face in this strange and completely unsuitable place for a meeting, in the middle of a foggy forest where every step could lead to death. Shin Yun couldn't understand what she was doing here. Qian Yue, pretending to be in control, declared that she had come to kill him. Her voice no longer had its former cold arrogance, only a strange mixture of determination and inner tension. She believed that it was better to do it late than never. For her, this meeting seemed like an opportunity to put an end to what had been going on between them since childhood. However, as soon as she took a step forward, she tripped over a stone and fell awkwardly to the ground. Shin Yun was about to leave after such a ridiculous performance, but she stopped him, begging him not to go. Apparently, the girl had seriously sprained her ankle. Shin Yun knelt down beside her and gently took her foot, quickly assessing the extent of the injury. His movements were confident and precise. With one sharp but measured movement, he reset the dislocated ankle, leaving no time for doubt or fear. Qian Yue clenched her teeth, the pain echoing throughout her body. Irritation flared up inside her. He could have been at least a little more careful, although her mind told her that there was no other way. Xin Yun paused for a moment. He understood that Jin Song Gu would not be able to follow him for long in the foggy forest, and the thought flashed through his mind that it was Jin Song Gu who had sent Chen Yue here. It seemed too persistent, too calculated. However, Chen Yue immediately made it clear with her expression and cold tone that he was wrong. She had come of her own accord, and it had nothing to do with anyone else's orders. Xin Yun only noted to himself that this made the reason for her appearance even stranger. She made no secret of the fact that she knew about Lin Xiao's family's ordeal. It was unthinkable for her to allow someone else to take his life before she herself had finished the job. In her eyes, it was a matter of principle, not logic. Xin Yun calmly reasoned that it would be much easier for her if someone else did it for her. But Chen Yue rejected the very possibility of such an outcome. In his mind, she seemed stubborn and foolish, like a child clinging to a meaningless idea, unwilling to see reality. Without further ado, he handed her the fried fish and made it clear that in this forest, survival was more important than ambition. Without food, shelter, or strength, she would not last long here, especially with an injured leg. Qian Yue initially turned away demonstratively, showing everyone that she could not be bribed with such trifles. However, when Xin Yun made it clear that he would simply get rid of the food if she refused, her resolve cracked. The next moment, the fish was already in her hands. After satisfying her hunger, she noted with unexpected surprise how delicious the seemingly simple food was. Xin Yun smiled to himself, not believing that he had managed to diffuse the tension and avoid problems with just a few fish. Qian Yu had told him not to get cocky and to shut up. Deep down, she suddenly thought about Lu Xiang. If she ate food like this every day and was close to him, then her life could be much happier than she used to think. For some reason, this thought left an unpleasant aftertaste. Only now did Qian Yue notice that behind Xin Yun's outward calmness, lay a heavy, gloomy shadow. His gaze was directed somewhere through the forest, as if his thoughts had long since left this place and gone where she could not follow them. Later, in the middle of the night, his sudden cry broke the silence. He jerked in his sleep, as if grasping for something slipping away, and desperately called out for Lu Xiang. There was too much pain in that cry to be dismissed as a mere nightmare. Waking up, he sat up abruptly and looked around. Qian Yue was still sleeping nearby, her breathing steady and her face calm, as if she had not been touched by the storm that had just raged in his mind. Not wanting to lie there any longer, Xin Yun headed for the river. The cold night air cleared his thoughts. Inside, he turned to Lu Xiang again and again, worrying if she was cold now, if she was safe. The thought that she might be nearby never left him for a moment. At that moment, he suddenly felt a woman's arms wrap around him. The warm touch contrasted sharply with the cold of the night. Qian Yue had come too close, and there was more to this gesture than simple concern. Xin Yun instantly pulled away, not understanding her intentions or the reason for her behavior. A sense of caution flared up in him, as if his instincts were warning him of a danger that could not be seen with the eyes. Qian Yue made it clear that her attitude towards him had changed. What had previously seemed like nothing more than hatred and a desire for revenge was now mixed with doubt, interest, and something far more complex and dangerous. She leaned closer, intending to touch his lips. The gesture seemed almost tender, but deep down there was tension, as if behind it lay a choice from which there was no turning back. Initially, she had been given the order to take Chu Xinyun's life and thus complete her revenge. Now the moment seemed perfect. He was vulnerable, alone, and not expecting a blow. And yet, Qian Yue felt that there was a gulf between them that made her unequal to him, as if she would always be one step behind. The image of a man in a cloak, who had once been ready to show her another path to revenge, came to her mind. He spoke of subtle, almost invisible parasites, thread-like worms known as spirit devourers. These creatures did not kill immediately, but slowly eroded the foundation of cultivation, leaving the victim alive to suffer much longer. The spirit eater was not created for quick death. It slowly destroyed the spiritual seed inside the victim's body, eating away at the very foundation of cultivation, like rot, taking root deep into the source of power. At first, the person began to lose control of their spiritual energy. Then, after a few days, their cultivation power completely disappeared, leaving behind only an empty shell. In this state, the victim became useless and doomed. The misty forest inevitably became their grave. The man coldly apologized for such a radical method, as if he were talking about nothing. He added that the medicine she had recently taken temporarily suppressed the parasite. Its actions would be stopped for exactly 3 days. No more, no less. That should be enough time. Then he said he would send her straight to the misty forest. Her task was crystal clear. Find Chu Xinyun as soon as possible and let the spirit devourer into his body. He did not explain how exactly this should be done. She already knew. Some things do not require words, especially when it comes to betrayal disguised as intimacy. The man noted with a smirk that he had not expected such a reaction from the Lin Xiao family. They had hired too many people for one seemingly insignificant person. Even Elder Gu had tried to eliminate him. This meant only one thing. Chu Xinyun was far more dangerous than he appeared at first glance. However, the man with purple hair dismissed these arguments with contempt. In his opinion, Chu Xinyun was just a petty villain who had simply gotten lucky. It would be foolish to overestimate him. One of the people standing nearby reminded him that he had an appointment with Miss Shui Qian. Wasn't he afraid that history would repeat itself and the two would end up together again? His companion only smiled coldly. He saw no point in worrying about such trifles. Thanks to the support of the Luo family, the Shui family had already firmly established itself in the imperial city. Feelings and past connections were meaningless in the face of profit and power. At that moment, a subordinate approached the two masters and respectfully reported that Miss Shui Qian had returned. His words hung in the air, like a harbinger of a new encounter that could change too much. The guy with purple hair immediately noticed her condition. His interest was focused not so much on the outcome of the case as on Qian Yue herself. For him, her safety remained the top priority. Otherwise, he would not have waited for her here, let alone accompanied her personally. Miss Shui Qian, as always, looked impeccable. There was no trace of doubt or hesitation in her appearance. Too many things indicated that she could not allow failure, especially in the case entrusted to her. Chen Yue made it clear that there was no reason to doubt the outcome. Some of those present assumed that she might not have the determination to see it through to the end, but these fears proved to be unfounded. The plan had been carried out, and now there was no need for concern. After that, it was decided to leave these places. The past few days had been difficult for her, leaving her tired and tense. And yet, one of the masters chose to stay, as if not wanting to miss a rare opportunity. He was too close to pass up the chance to see Chu Xinyun with his own eyes. Curiosity and hidden interest proved stronger than caution. The morning dawned unexpectedly quietly. Upon waking, Xinyun immediately sensed the absence of the familiar presence nearby. The space around him seemed unusually empty, as if something important had disappeared with the dawn. Nearby, he found a pink hair, the only trace left behind by Qian Yue. This small sign seemed strangely alien, and at the same time too personal, like a deliberate reminder. Outside, a strong wind raged, driving the fog between the trees. Xinyun sensed a foreign presence, and was no longer willing to tolerate secrecy. He made it clear that he knew about the observers, and demanded that they stop hiding. His opponents had already come out of hiding. Their bodies were wounded, their clothes torn, their movements hampered by pain. Despite this, their eyes still held stubbornness and a willingness to continue fighting, even though they knew the outcome was long since decided. Li Ershao could not accept what was happening. The thought that this hateful man had dared to deliberately provoke the beasts and turn the wave of chaos against them filled him with rage. In his eyes, such actions were the height of meanness, and Chu Xinyun himself was nothing more than a cunning and devious bastard who used dirty methods to survive. Xinyun, on the other hand, remained coldly calm. In his hand was the trial bracelet, silent proof of how much time he had already spent in the misty forest. The 5th day was coming to an end, and everything that had happened during that time only confirmed the difference between him and those who called themselves worthy disciples. He did not resort to meanness. He only used their greed, fear, and self-confidence. Those who still stood before him tried to justify their own intentions. In their minds, there was no longer any doubt. They shifted the responsibility for what was happening onto the victim. It was easier for them to believe that he had brought his own demise upon himself than to admit that they had become hunters who had turned into prey. Li Ershao no longer wanted to tolerate the situation or the very existence of Xinyun. The accumulated rage and humiliation finally drove out the last remnants of his sanity. At that moment, he was sure of only one thing. Today would be the last day of his enemy's life. Xinyun had also lost interest in the protracted game. The 5th day of the trial was coming to an end, and there was no point in wasting time chasing after those who had come to him. Everything had to end here and now. The attackers acted simultaneously, as if they had agreed beforehand. Blades, spears, and hidden weapons rained down on him from all sides. There was no hesitation in their movements, only a thirst for blood, and a desire to destroy the one they had already mentally sent to hell. At that moment, Xinyun employed a sword technique honed to frightening precision. The flying star strike was simple, almost careless, but it combined speed, accuracy, and an absolute understanding of combat. The space around them shook. An explosion of spiritual energy tore through the attackers' formation, sweeping them away like dry leaves. The blow was so swift that many did not even have time to realize what had happened. When the dust settled, Xinyun remained standing in the same place. Not a single scratch touched his body. His breathing was even, and his gaze was cold and detached, as if what had happened was not even worth his attention. Li Ershao, struggling to his feet, looked at the bodies scattered on the ground. Those who had been his men just a moment ago now lay lifeless, with no chance of survival. The scene was so surreal that his mind refused to accept it. Only one thought spun in his head. How could a person with such a level of cultivation possess such sword skills? It was beyond anything he knew or understood. Clearly, he was not facing an ordinary disciple or a simple opponent. The question of who Chu Xinyun really was became far more frightening than death itself. Xinyun no longer hid his intentions. There was no hesitation or doubt in his gaze, only cold determination. For him, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Li Ershao had to fall here, in the misty forest. He simply did not allow for any other option. Li Ershao reacted with contempt. To him, such confidence seemed nothing more than the empty bravado of a man backed into a corner. He believed that such threats could only exist in fantasy, but not in reality, where power and status always decided everything. In the next moment, he went on the attack, leaving no room for hesitation. A flurry of blades rained down on Xinyun like a metal storm. Each strike was aimed at depriving his opponent of the ability to dodge, cutting off his escape routes and tearing his body to pieces. In Li Ershao's eyes, the outcome was obvious. Even if his enemy had several lives, none of them could survive such an attack. The space around them was literally filled with blades, leaving no safe place. However, Xinyun acted differently. At the most critical moment, he used a shadow bomb, a technique designed not for power, but for deception and control of the battlefield. The explosion of dark energy tore through space, hiding everything in a chaotic cloud. When the wave dissipated, Xinyun's figure was no longer in the same place. It seemed as if he had either died or somehow managed to escape the deadly trap. Li Ershao couldn't believe his eyes. Such a disappearance contradicted his experience and understanding of combat. No one with such a level of cultivation should have survived such an attack, let alone disappeared without a trace. The truth turned out to be far more dangerous than he had imagined. Xinyun was already behind him, quiet, unnoticeable, like a shadow merging with the fog itself. Li Ershao's instincts kicked in. He managed to turn around at the last moment and raise his sword, blocking the blow. The clash of blades echoed with a dull ringing that shook the air. His fingers gripped the hilt so tightly that blood ran down his palms. Anger and rage overwhelmed his mind. Now it was obvious. This man had been hiding his true power all along, pretending to be weak and waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. Xinyun did not accept the image imposed on him. His condition and actions had nothing to do with arrogance, but that no longer mattered to Li Ershao. Rage completely overwhelmed his mind, turning the fight into an act of destruction rather than a duel. In his eyes, Xinyun was no longer a human being, but a target for which he must pay with blood. Realizing that the outcome could not be decided by conventional methods, Li Ershao took the extreme step of activating the blade unlocking technique. It was a technique that was only used when retreat was impossible, and the price of power no longer mattered. His body began to change. The flow of energy became unstable and aggressive, as if the seal inside him had been forcibly broken. Even Xinyun, who had seen a lot, was surprised. This was indeed a skill related to sealing the spirit, rare and dangerous, especially in unskilled hands. Without giving him a second to adapt, the enemy delivered a crushing blow. The space in front of him seemed to crumple, and all the accumulated force was directed at a single point. At that moment, Xin Yun was unable to mount a full defense. The difference in the energy released was too great. His body was thrown back, and he crashed into the stone wall with force. The blow shook the rock. Debris fell from it, and his breath was taken away for a moment, as if the earth itself was trying to crush him. Li Ershao was finally convinced that he was right. There was no doubt in his mind. He was worthy of the position of the main disciple of the Lin Xiao family, and everyone else was just a temporary obstacle on this path. Meanwhile, it became clear that the fight had long since ceased to be hidden. Over the past 5 days, the misty forest had been in turmoil due to the continuous influx of spirit beasts, and many had noticed the abnormally violent clash. The question of what was happening deep in the forest could no longer be ignored. Observers quickly recognized the figure with red hair. Li Ershao was too well known to go unrecognized, especially now that he was demonstrating power beyond the scope of a normal trial. He had no intention of stopping. Another crushing blow was prepared without hesitation, as a final sentence for anyone who dared to challenge him. Those watching were shocked. No one expected the conflict to go so far that Li Ershao would be forced to reveal his strongest skill. The trial had long since ceased to be a test. It had turned into a deadly battle. At that moment, Li Ershao's unleashed power reached its limit, matching the level usually reserved for elders. The pressure emanating from his strike was so dense that the space around him warped. For any cultivator at Xin Yun's level, such a blow would mean certain death, and most observers were already convinced that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Li Ershao had no doubt about the result. In his mind, his opponent was already dead, reduced to a broken body buried under rubble and remnants of energy. However, in the next moment, his confidence cracked. A faint but steady presence could still be felt amid the destruction. Xin Yun had indeed survived. Even he himself did not fully understand the reason for this. The destructive energy had not disappeared without a trace, but instead of tearing him apart from within, it seemed to have been absorbed and dispersed by something deeper than flesh and bone. The attack had caused damage, but it had not been fatal. For Li Ershao, this was beyond comprehension. His blade, reinforced by the spirit sealing technique, left no survivors. This turn of events contradicted all his experience and knowledge, and it was this that began to shake his inner balance. Xin Yun quickly realized the source of what was happening. Hidden deep within his opponent's spiritual sea was something alien, a demonic power, forcibly sealed and used as fuel. Such a path could grant temporary power, but it destroyed the foundation of cultivation. Such power was a deception, and its bearer was merely a vessel that would crack sooner or later. This realization left no room for retreat. Both understood that the battle must end here and now. The remnants of energy were gathered without hesitation, and their bodies rushed forward, ignoring pain and exhaustion. Their collision was instantaneous. Two forces, deprived of restraint, crashed into each other, causing an explosion of energy that swept through the forest, shaking the ground and tearing through the fog. At that moment, there were no techniques or levels, only will and the limits of their bodies. When everything subsided, Li Ershao found himself returned to his former appearance. The seal was destroyed, the demonic power dissipated, leaving behind a void. The realization of defeat did not come immediately, but it was absolute. What he had thought impossible had become reality. However, the victory was not unconditional. Xin Yun also coughed up blood. His body had reached its limit, and internal injuries began to manifest one after another, like a delayed backlash for the power he had used. The most dangerous thing was not his physical condition. His spiritual sea had suddenly spiraled out of control. Streams of energy began to collide, losing their harmony, and Xin Yun realized that the real test was not over yet. It was just beginning within himself. He tried to understand what exactly had gone wrong. The streams of energy inside his body were broken, unstable, and the sword in his hand could no longer hold its previous form, as if responding to the destruction of its master. Xin Yun discovered that he was no longer able to use the power of his soul. The connection to the spiritual sea was distorted, as if something had forcibly blocked the main channels. At that moment, he heard a loud, almost hysterical laugh that hurt his ears. Li Ershao clearly realized that his opponent's spirit pulse had been damaged. Such damage meant certain death in the misty forest. Without the ability to use the power of his soul, Xin Yun would not be able to survive here for a single day. To Li Ershao, it seemed like instant retribution. Since he himself could not become the main disciple, his opponent would not leave here alive either. Li Ershao continued to revel in what was happening, enjoying the feeling of ultimate victory. At the same time, Xin Yun covered his face with his hand, concentrating. The Lin Xiao family was the first step on his path in the imperial city. He had no right to lose here, let alone die. The test must be passed, and his return was inevitable. Li Ershao was convinced that resistance was futile. Without the strength of the soul, defeat was inevitable. He considered it karma for his audacity, for Xin Yun daring to stand in his way. Now all that remained was to wait for a slow death in the forest. His only regret was that he would not be able to finish off his opponent himself. But even so, Xin Yun's future in the imperial city was completely ruined. In his confidence, Li Ershao considered this the end of their confrontation. However, Xin Yun still remained calm. Despite the destroyed channels, He was well aware that there was at least one path that still remained open to him. Li Ershao did not take this seriously. The idea that a man in such a state was capable of murder seemed absurd to him. He only increased the pressure, sinking deeper and deeper into complacency. Xinwen took a step forward and raised his sword. The movement was sharp, filled with suppressed rage, as if he was going to end it all right, here and now. But at the last moment, he stopped. At that moment, it became clear that his opponent was deliberately provoking him, trying to draw out one last rash move. It was a trap, psychological, not physical. Li Ershao continued to humiliate him, trying to break his will once and for all. However, Xinwen no longer reacted to the insults. His gaze became cold and detached. There was no longer any doubt in it, only calculation. At the height of their confrontation, a third force intervened. Space distorted, and Xinwen instinctively tried to jump back, dodging the destructive wave that had struck suddenly and without warning. The people watching the fight could not understand what had happened. Their vision seemed to be cut off. At the epicenter of the collision, no figures or movements were visible, only a chaotic distortion of energy. What was happening looked extremely strange. It became clear that an outsider had intervened in the fight, using a technique that did not belong to either of the participants. The situation clearly indicated that Elder Tai had finally made his move. A commotion arose in the crowd. People shouted, not understanding the reasons for what had happened and why the intervention had occurred at this critical moment, when the outcome of the battle was almost decided. Xinwen clearly realized that a powerful spirit attack had just been used. Now was the worst possible time for a new enemy to appear. Another man appeared before him, clearly not hiding his hostile intentions, and believing that Xinwen had personally killed the eldest son of the Li family. It was the very man who had previously decided to stay on the sidelines. Xinwen glanced back and saw that Li Ershao was indeed dead. At the same time, he immediately understood that the true cause of death had nothing to do with him. The man who had intervened was only trying to shift the blame onto others. The new enemy, however, thought otherwise. In his view, it was his attack that caused Li Ershao's death, albeit unintentionally. For him, this meant that the responsibility lay with him, and Xinwen was just a convenient target for further action. Such logic seemed absurd, and Xinwen could not even find anything to counter it with. It was obvious that he was dealing with someone from the Yunmeng family. Without hesitation, he had invaded the Lin Xiao family's trial, demonstrating extreme self-confidence. The stranger only reacted mockingly to what was happening, deciding to set the record straight and explain the situation, since he had already been found guilty. He made it clear that the Yunmeng family had never taken other forces into consideration. He then introduced himself as the fourth master of Yunmeng, Zhao Wu, a man whose head Elder Gu had long wanted to get his hands on. It was for this very purpose that Zhao Wu had come here. A terrifyingly dense spiritual energy spread across the field. Waves of pressure and distorted power rolled in one after another, as if the environment itself rejected the presence of living beings, turning the testing ground into a zone of destruction. Jianwen made it clear that he was well aware of what had happened between Xinwen and Cui Qian. The technique she had used turned out to be far more dangerous than it might have seemed. The soul-devouring worm was an extremely rare and sinister creature, capable of slowly but surely eating away at the spiritual sea and destroying the foundation of cultivation. Obtaining such a creature was extremely difficult, even for a large family. An unexpected factor was that Li Ershao's blade enhanced the worm's effect, accelerating the destruction of spiritual power. Losing control of the spiritual sea meant only one thing. The end was near, and Xinwen's body could no longer resist this process for long. Jimon had originally hoped to enjoy the fight himself, but he understood that time was running out. He was not going to waste his strength, and even considered ending his opponent's suffering with a quick and final blow. At that moment, a strange phenomenon caught his attention. A round shape began to spin in the air, distorting the energy flows around it, as if gathering the remnants of spiritual power into a single point. At that moment, Xinwen gathered the last remnants of his will and strength, lunged forward, and plunged his sword directly into Zhao Wu's body, delivering a blow that defied all laws of common sense and cultivation. Only one thought flashed through Zhao Wu's mind. This was impossible. After everything he had been through, this young man should have had neither spiritual power nor physical ability to resist. However, immediately after the strike, Xinwen collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Zhao Wu realized how dangerously close he had been to death. The very fact that a mortally wounded opponent had managed to deliver such a blow seemed beyond human capability. It looked almost like the intervention of a cruel twist of fate. The one who already had one foot over the edge almost dragged him down with him. At that moment, Zhao Wu's attention was drawn to something even more absurd. His own mount was rapidly approaching him, adorned with a ridiculous bow that was completely out of place in the current situation. He tried to stop the beast, not fully understanding what was happening, but the animal crashed into him with frightening determination and threw him away, completely destroying what little control he had left over the situation. Meanwhile, Xinwen's consciousness was sinking into a cold void. It seemed to him that it was snowing again, that same hateful cold associated with loss, pain, and memories from which it was impossible to escape. His body was covered by a strange, translucent jellyfish made of spiritual energy, gently isolating him from the outside world. At that moment, Shui Lin appeared nearby, and her presence was the last thing he felt before his consciousness finally faded. Meanwhile, the main character's friends tried to tidy up Luo Wei and find her some suitable clothes. It was clear that the girl was constantly distracted and clearly worried about her brother Chu. The others tried to calm her down, assuring her that nothing would happen to him and that he would definitely return safe and sound. In the process, they suddenly realized that Chu Xinyun had only recently arrived in the Imperial City and had practically nothing. That's why they came up with the idea of buying him the necessary things. Some tried to do their best, while others wondered why they should bother trying so hard for him. Lu Wei felt awkward because she didn't have any money herself, but Xun Feng immediately took care of it. Luo Wei wondered why they needed to buy several sets of identical clothes. They explained to her that it was a precaution. If something didn't fit, or he didn't like it, there would always be a backup option. Chuan, in turn, was worried that there might not be enough space in the storage room for all of this. At the same time, Chen Xiao was watching them from afar, mentally assessing the situation and considering them vulnerable. He decided that now was the best moment to attack. However, suddenly someone's hand fell on his shoulder, and before he could turn around, he and his companions were brutally beaten, leaving them no chance to resist. After a long shopping trip, the group was very tired and decided to grab a bite to eat. Chen Xiao was immediately informed of the group's arrival at the restaurant, and he decided to play a small but malicious trick. On his instructions, the waiter discreetly added special seasonings to their dishes. Chuan was so exhausted from the day that he mentally vowed never to go shopping with them again. After the meal, everyone was so full that they jokingly decided to call this day a real feast of gluttony. As they were about to leave, they suddenly smelled a sharp and unpleasant odor coming from the men's restroom, where a line had formed. It turned out that it was the same man who had been following them and had previously tried to hit on Chu Xinyun. The group was puzzled as to why he was watching them so intently every day. The thought that he might attack Luo Wei irritated them, because she had long since become like a younger sister to them. They decided that he should be more careful and not cross the line, otherwise the consequences would be extremely unpleasant. However, no one expected that this man would soon have a heart attack. For a moment, it even seemed to everyone that they had gone too far. At that moment, the main character finally regained consciousness. He still did not understand where he was or what was happening when he suddenly heard a soft female voice next to him. Xu Lin was standing next to him. She calmly informed him that his injuries were extremely serious, and at one point, she really thought he would not survive. Xin Yun thanked the girl for saving his life, but soon learned that she had not acted on her own initiative. It was an order from her master. Zhu Lin added, without much emotion, that she herself had no intention of saving a man who had once taken advantage of her. Moreover, the mere memory of him filled her with disgust. Xin Yun did not seem to immediately understand that she was referring to him. The girl reminded him of the events in the square. In response, he calmly remarked that he was the victim then, not her. These words only angered Zhui Lin more. It seemed to her that he was implying that she had taken advantage of the situation. Realizing what this had led to, Xin Yun apologized. He asked for the name of her master. As it turned out, it was Elder Tai. He suspected that an outside force had interfered with the Lin Xiao family's trial and sent Zhui Lin to investigate what was going on. Xin Yun promised that one day he would repay her for saving his life, then said it was time for him to leave. The girl clearly did not expect such a decision. In response, he explained that he was still being hunted and did not want to drag her into dangerous trouble. Xu Lin said goodbye to him, but immediately had to stifle a laugh when she saw him awkwardly bump into something. In fact, she was on the verge of bursting out laughing. After calming down a little, the girl explained that, noticing a gap in the protective barrier, she had brought him here to heal his wounds. However, she herself did not expect this barrier to be a hidden trap. Xin Yun wondered why she hadn't mentioned it earlier and immediately began to look for a weak spot. Xu Lin pointed out that the gap was right under where she was sitting. Xin Yun suggested that she move, but the girl calmly replied that there was no need. He couldn't do anything here anyway. Xin Yun did not argue or try to prove anything. It was obvious to him that the true complexity of any barrier could only be understood when touched directly. He stepped closer, carefully studying the intertwining spiritual lines, as if looking not at a barrier, but at a living creature. Xue Lin, on the other hand, was certain that they were facing a 4-level protective barrier, one of those created for long-term isolation. She had already spent several hours here, expending a lot of spiritual energy, but the protection remained immovable and cold, yielding neither to brute force nor subtle influence. In her understanding, any further attempts would be a waste of energy, especially for someone in Xin Yun's condition. However, Xin Yun saw more. His gaze lingered not on the outer layer of the barrier, but on the faint and almost imperceptible fluctuations beneath it. He realized that this array was only a cover. Hidden inside were additional layers, the third, which masked the flows, and the sixth, which served as the true lock. This was why Shui Lin had been unable to find the key to destruction. The array deliberately misled, making one think that the entire structure was limited to 4 layers. Even if she had discovered the hidden nodes, the 6th level array would have required too much precision control and a deep understanding of formations that was far beyond her current capabilities. What happened next struck Zhui Lin to the core. Xin Yun acted quickly, but not hastily. His movements were precise and confident, as if he knew in advance where each node of the array was located. In less than a minute, the complex 6th level structure was scattered, as if it had never existed. The defense did not explode or crumble. It simply disappeared, silently and obediently. To Xue Lin, It looked as if he was not destroying someone else's formation, but returning home, opening a long familiar door. At that moment, the thought occurred to her for the first time that she was facing a person whose understanding of arrays was at a frighteningly high level. But as soon as the barrier disappeared, Shin Yun's body made itself known. His breathing became erratic, his face turned pale, and he coughed, spitting out blood. It was a sharp and disturbing sight, as if it were retribution for the miracle he had just performed. Xue Lin instantly became alert. She could clearly see that his condition was much worse than he had tried to show earlier. He no longer hid the truth. Inside his body was a spirit-devouring worm, a rare and extremely dangerous entity that destroyed the spiritual sea from within. His meridians were already damaged, and the flow of his soul power was disrupted. He could no longer rely on his cultivation, and understood that further use of spiritual energy could hasten his demise. Therefore, he was forced to entrust everything related to the completion of the array's destruction and further actions to Xue Lin. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Xue Lin cast aside her doubts and concentrated. Now that the hidden levels had been removed, the remaining structure became clear to her. She carefully finished what she had started, stabilizing the residual flows and preventing a possible rollback of the array. Despite her fatigue and inner tension, she managed to see the task through to the end. However, instead of the expected exit, the space around them suddenly distorted. The air became denser, the colors faded, and in the next moment, the surrounding world seemed to change. It was not ordinary teleportation. It felt more like diving deep into something hidden and long forgotten. Xue Lin did not immediately realize what had happened. The area around them looked different than before, and the spiritual energy felt more closed off and ancient. Shin Yun understood almost immediately. They were inside a sealed space, a separate dimension hidden in the heart of the massif. It was a place deliberately cut off from the outside world and protected from time. While Xue Lin was looking around, Shin Yun caught a strange sound. It was faint but distinct, not the sound of the wind or an echo. It was something mechanical, as if old structures were still moving after many years of neglect. And then, Xue Lin finally understood where they were. Before them lay the Lei Mansion, a legendary place that had disappeared without a trace many years ago. It was believed to have been destroyed or lost forever, but the reality turned out to be much more complicated. The mansion had not been destroyed, but hidden, isolated from the world, and preserved within this sealed space. The realization made her hold her breath. They were in a place that could change the fate of many people. The girl remembered the information she had once heard from her family and elders. This mansion belonged to the Lei family, one of the influential clans of the Yun dynasty. About 17 years ago, its head had been drawn into fierce political confrontations. His views did not coincide with the course of the radicals, who were rapidly gaining strength at that time. After a series of conflicts, he was forced to leave his post, and shortly thereafter, the Lei family disappeared from the political arena. Officially, it was referred to as a mysterious destruction, but too much about this story seemed unnatural. Once a powerful clan, whose name commanded respect, it was wiped from the face of history, as if it had never existed. This information instantly struck Shin Yun. The mention of events from 17 years ago made him tense up inside, and his heart tightened. He knew this date too well to take it as a mere coincidence. Fragmented memories of the past floated to the surface, hazy images, and a sense of loss that he still couldn't fully explain even to himself. Political purges, radicals, disappeared families. All of this suddenly came together in an alarming chain of events. However, his sudden movement hurt the girl, and she reacted immediately. He immediately realized his mistake, loosened his grip, and stepped back, feeling awkward and irritated with himself. In such a situation, even the slightest carelessness could lead to unnecessary tension, and now it was important for them to keep a clear head. Xue Lin watched him closely. She was alarmed by the sudden intensity with which he reacted to the mention of those events. It didn't look like ordinary curiosity. She began to suspect that this story had a much more personal meaning for him. However, he quickly hid his true emotions, leaving only a superficial explanation that sounded plausible enough not to continue questioning. She told him everything she knew. Apart from the Lei family, many influential figures of that time were either killed or disappeared without a trace. The archives were purged, witnesses eliminated, and the truth dissolved into fear and silence. The radicals took advantage of this chaos to finally consolidate their power. Over the years, they had become the dominant force of the Yun dynasty, subjugating most political and military structures. Even among the 5 great families, only a few had retained their independence. The rest had, in one way or another, become part of their camp. Shin Yun noted that he had not encountered this version of events before. For him, it was both alarming and confirming. If the information had been deliberately concealed, it meant that someone was still afraid that the truth would come out. Xue Lin, noticing his interest, suggested that if he wanted, she could make an inquiry through her channels and try to find out more, even if it involved a certain amount of risk. He sincerely appreciated her willingness to help. In such circumstances, even a hint of support carried weight. She, on the other hand, saw it as a debt that would one day be repaid, even if not right away. A tacit understanding arose between them, fragile but significant. However, they couldn't linger on the conversation for long. The sealed space remained a trap, and the longer they stayed inside, the higher the probability of new threats. Xue Lin was about to move on when she noticed that Shin Yun was heading deeper into the mansion, as if something was drawing him there. She did not immediately understand his intentions and felt uneasy. The mansion looked abandoned and unstable. The ceilings were covered with cracks, the walls with traces of destruction, and the air was saturated with stale spiritual energy. To her, this place seemed dangerous and devoid of any meaning for further exploration. But Shin Yun moved confidently, as if he was guided not by appearances, but by something else. He could feel it clearly. Deep inside the mansion, a voice could be heard, not a sound in the usual sense, but an echo of consciousness, saturated with pain, resentment, and unspent rage. This voice seemed to cry out from the past, clinging to every particle of spiritual energy around it. It was faint, but persistent, and Shin Yun understood that if they ignored it now, the truth hidden in this place might be lost forever. Shu Lin shuddered involuntarily when the thought of the ghost of the Lei mansion popped into her head. Such places often become havens for embittered spirits, especially if the owners died unjustly and with strong emotions. Such entities dislike the living and are capable of distorting perception, instilling fear and hopelessness. She tried to convince herself that it was all just a figment of her imagination, caused by stress and fatigue. However, noticing that Shin Yun continued to move forward, she felt a sharp pang of anxiety and hurried after him, not wanting to remain alone among the ruins. Shin Yun carefully examined the mansion, studying every detail: cracks in the walls, traces of ancient structures, remnants of spiritual energy. His movements were calm and focused, as if he were not just exploring the ruins, but looking for confirmation of his guesses. Shui Lin stayed close, hardly falling behind, constantly looking around. He noticed that she was following him too closely and assumed it was because of the cold or fear, but the girl immediately pulled away sharply, as if unwilling to admit her own insecurity. Zhu Lin's irritation grew. She didn't understand why he was acting as if they had time to search and speculate. The situation was dangerous. Their strength was limited, and they still hadn't found a way out of the trap. From her point of view, staying here was reckless. However, Shin Yun felt something else. A vague but persistent feeling that the mansion itself was trying to guide him, pointing to something hidden. He was becoming more and more convinced that the source of the strange presence could be the key to their salvation. It wasn't just curiosity or risk for risk's sake. Rather, it was an intuitive understanding that this was where the way out of their predicament lay. Shu Lin, however, saw it differently, considering such behavior a desperate attempt to cling to the slightest hope, even if it was illusory. Nevertheless, she did not back down and continued to follow him. At that moment, the space in front of them changed. The wall, which had previously seemed solid and lifeless, began to slowly part, revealing a hidden passage. The stone slab shifted aside with a dull thud, opening a path that would have been impossible to guess without careful examination. This was silent confirmation that Shin Yun was going in the right direction. As soon as the passage was fully open, a wave of heat washed over them. The air inside was thick and heavy, saturated with fiery spiritual energy. The temperature rose sharply, forcing their breathing to become deeper and slower. Even the walls of the corridor radiated heat, as if a source had been hidden inside, accumulating power for a long time. Shu Lin felt a familiar, unsettling pressure, the kind that arises near powerful spiritual entities or unstable sources of energy. She surmised that the mysterious force rumored to exist inside might be something capable of devouring spiritual beasts and destroying their cores. Despite the danger, she was ready to go on, realizing that it was too late to retreat. Shin Yun stayed close to her, aware that a serious threat might await them ahead, even though he was temporarily unable to use his spiritual power. Aware of the risk, Shui Lin summoned her spirit jellyfish. The translucent creatures floated gently nearby, radiating a cool, soothing energy and forming a protective barrier. This was her way of compensating for Shin Yun's weakness and ensuring at least some safety for them. She made it clear that in this situation, it was better to rely on caution rather than reckless bravery. Shin Yun watched this with quiet admiration. In his eyes, she truly looked like a messenger from heaven, calm, decisive, and ready to act, even when the circumstances were against her. He understood perfectly well that without her help, he would have been on the verge of death long ago. He was sincerely grateful to her. This gratitude was reflected in his attitude, which slightly embarrassed Jui Lin, although she tried to hide it with her usual restraint. At the end of the corridor, an exit awaited them. The space beyond it was spacious and isolated from the rest of the mansion. It was an ancient cultivation room, well protected and better preserved than the other rooms. In the very center stood a huge cauldron, massive, covered with ancient patterns and seals. It emanated a dense spiritual aura, intertwining heat, pressure, and a sense of something deeply hidden, as if inside this cauldron lay a power capable of changing the fate of anyone who dared to touch it. Looking more closely, they finally understood what they were dealing with. In the center of the cultivation room was not just a source of heat, but a real beast fire, a rare and extremely dangerous phenomenon. Its flame was not ordinary. It seemed to have a will of its own, slowly swaying as if breathing. Even from a distance, one could feel the wild, primitive power emanating from it. Zhu Lin immediately realized the unusual nature of what she saw and tried to compare it with her knowledge. By all appearances, what they were seeing was not ordinary fire, but a type of spiritual flame. Shin Yun quickly understood more. This fire was the source of the mysterious voice and power that had been devouring spiritual beasts in the area for many years, leaving only devastated cores behind. Unlike spiritual liquid or spiritual stones, spiritual fire was incredibly rare. It was born only in extreme conditions, either in absolute cold or in scorching heat. Such fire not only possessed its own will, but also surpassed most spiritual resources in power and value. This particular fire had attracted spiritual beasts for many years, luring them with its aura, devouring their spiritual cores, and accumulating pure spirit essence. Over time, it ceased to be just fire and evolved into beast fire, a form with instincts and the beginnings of intelligence. Too much of what was happening seemed deliberate. Something like this could not have happened by accident. Everything pointed to someone deliberately turning this mansion into a breeding ground for beast fire, using it as both a home and a furnace for refinement. Such a person must have possessed vast knowledge and resources. And the more Xin Yun thought about it, the clearer it became that this unknown person was directly connected to the events of 17 years ago. Realizing this, Shui Lin felt a sharp rush of anxiety. She began to look around, as if expecting that they were already being watched. Now, they were on the territory of a man who did not hesitate to sacrifice spiritual beasts for his own power. They could be discovered at any moment. She wanted to leave immediately, while there was still a chance. However, Xin Yun remained remarkably calm and made it clear that unnecessary noise could be dangerous. The beast fire was dormant, but it could be awakened by the slightest disturbance of energy. Deep down, he understood that such an encounter was a rare opportunity, and perhaps fate itself had brought him here. Xin Yun clearly understood the value of the beast fire for himself. With its help, he could destroy the spirit-devouring worm that was destroying his spiritual sea from within. Moreover, the beast fire could interact with the essence of phoenix blood, cleansing the damaged spiritual veins and initiating a process of true restoration that was inaccessible to ordinary methods. But the possibilities did not end there. If he managed to use the beast fire, he would be able to awaken the hidden potential of the phoenix blood essence and gain the ability to control fire on a whole new level. It was a chance, not just to survive, but to radically change his destiny. For this risk, he was willing to go all the way. The beast fire had to be his. At the very moment when this decision finally took shape in his mind, the beast fire reacted. The flames flickered sharply, and the pressure in the room instantly increased. It was obvious. The fire had awakened. Its aura became aggressive, and the fluctuations in energy resembled the awakening of a wild beast disturbed in its sleep. Xin Yun behaved unexpectedly calmly. He did not make any sudden movements, and did not even try to attack. His attitude seemed almost carefree, as if he had really ended up here by accident and had no malicious intentions. He made it clear that he was not a threat and had no intention of invading his territory. However, even he knew that this explanation sounded weak and was unlikely to fool a creature of this level. And indeed, the beastly fire was not going to let him go just like that. The flames rose higher, filling the space with hostile will. It was a silent but unambiguous warning. Whoever entered here must either submit or be burned to ashes. From the way the beastly fire reacted to his presence, Xin Yun immediately understood that this fire had an extremely nasty and aggressive temper. There was not a hint of calm or curiosity in its fluctuations, only pure hostility. It was not a soulless resource, but a creature accustomed to devouring and destroying anything that dared to approach it. Zhilin noticed how the beastly fire suddenly lunged forward, stretching out its tongues of flame as if trying to grab Xin Yun and drag him into the very heart of the heat. At that moment, her heart sank with anxiety. The attack looked deadly, and she was sure he would not have time to react. However, the beast fire missed. Xin Yun managed to dodge at the last moment, avoiding direct contact with the flames. The stream of heat passed by, striking the floor and walls, leaving behind traces of melted stone. Almost immediately after that, Xin Yun tried to counterattack, putting the last of his strength into a sharp forward movement. But the difference in level was too great. The beast fire responded instantly. A powerful wave of flame hit him in the chest and threw him straight back against the wall. Shuilin immediately rushed to him, supporting him, and asked with obvious irritation if he was out of his mind. In his condition, he shouldn't even be trying to fight. For her, the outcome was obvious. He would lose if he continued in the same vein. Leaning against the wall, Xinyuan calmly replied that he had no other choice. If he didn't get the beast fire, he wouldn't just lose, he would die. His body was already at its limit, and the spirit-devouring worm was slowly but surely destroying him from within. He had to pass this test at any cost. Zhuilin couldn't understand why he was so desperately clinging to this path, because there seemed to be safer and more reasonable options. Then, Xin Yun explained that he had almost no time left. He couldn't afford to move slowly. He asked himself, if he remained weak now, would he be able to stand up to enemies of the heavenly spirit level in 3 years? And even more so, those who had reached the level of martial arts emperor? The answer was obvious. Besides, there was another reason he couldn't forget. It was her, the one who was waiting for him. He had already failed to protect her once, and he couldn't make her wait any longer, couldn't allow himself to be powerless again. Shu Lin listened to him, and gritting her teeth, called him a fool. In her opinion, he was taking on too much by himself. Fighting alone was the hardest path. He had to learn to rely on others, not carry everything on his own shoulders. However, despite her words, she did not back down. Instead, Shui Lin asked what exactly she needed to do. Xin Yun pointed to the stone column under the beast's fire and explained that she needed to distract its shell, even if only for a moment. She asked how much time he would need. His answer was short and confident. A moment would be enough to capture the fire associated with the column. Shui Lin took a deep breath, gathering her strength, and prepared to attack. She made it clear that she would do everything possible to give him that chance. Now, It all depended on whether he could take advantage of that moment. It was her turn to act. Shuilin cast aside her doubts and took a step forward, allowing her fighting instinct to take over. A whip appeared in her hand, a flexible living weapon that seemed to be an extension of her own body. In the next moment, it cut through the air with a sharp whistle and crashed down with force toward the beastly fire. The blows followed one after another, fast and accurate, as if she were dancing amid the heat. Shuilin asked with a smirk if he liked such attention. Judging by his reaction, the fire was clearly affected. The flames flared brighter, becoming restless and aggressive. She promised that this was only the beginning and that she would show him her love in full. She continued to tease him, as if playing with a wild beast. Shuilin asked if he was angry. If so, let him try to catch her. There was no fear in her voice, only cold confidence and mockery. The beastly fire rushed forward, but each time it ended up in emptiness. He did not understand the main thing, what it means to be out of reach. The length and flexibility of her whip allowed her to attack from a safe distance, striking again and again, while the fire itself could not even get close to her. Without stopping her attacks, Shuilin glanced at Xin Yun and asked loudly how he was doing. Focused and pale, he replied briefly that he needed a little more time. He asked her to lead the beast fire as far away from the column as possible. Zhuglin nodded, understanding the seriousness of the moment. She promised to do her best and intensified her attack, drawing the beast fire further and further away, forcing it to focus entirely on her and forget about everything else. This was exactly what Xin Yun had been waiting for. It was the perfect moment, a rare chance that might never happen again. He took a step forward, feeling his remaining strength and will to live merge together. At the last moment, the beast fire sensed something was wrong and turned back sharply. Xin Yun met his gaze and calmly asked if he had finally understood what was happening. There was not a trace of fear in his voice. It was too late to resist. The moment Xin Yun began the absorption process, the beast fire was drawn into a vortex created by his technique and the essence of phoenix blood. The flames burned fiercely, but gradually lost control, submitting to an alien will. At that moment, Xin Yun clearly realized an ancient truth. All rivers eventually flow into the sea, and all living things eventually return to their source. The beast fire, born of accumulated power, had finally found someone who could become its new beginning. In the next moment, the space seemed to explode from within. A powerful surge of spiritual power, like a shockwave, swept through the room. The air trembled, the walls vibrated, and the flames that had been raging around the column just a moment ago suddenly contracted and disappeared, as if they had been completely drawn into Xin Yun. Shuilin stared at what was happening in a daze, not believing her eyes. Absorbing the beast's fire was not just reckless, it was pure madness. Even the elders would not dare to do such a thing. This guy was really crazy, or someone much more dangerous than she thought. The shockwave threw her back. Her body became light, as if weightless, and her consciousness sank into darkness. When she came to, a strange image flashed before her eyes. A man with fiery wings behind his back, standing in the middle of a burning sky. She opened her eyes wide, breathing heavily. Her heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. The thought that she might have died made her cry out. Only Xin Yun's calm voice convinced her that she was still alive and that what she had seen was just an illusion. Looking around, Shuilin realized with confusion that they were in a strange, unreal space. A soft reddish light flickered around them, and the air was warm and thick, as if filled with fiery energy. Xin Yun explained that this was the inner space of his spiritual fire. She had been burned by the beast's flames, and he had brought her here to speed up her healing. Time passed faster here than outside, but the outside world was not slowed down. He casually advised her to watch how she sat. Only then did Huilin notice that her clothes were burned and had slipped down in places. She instantly covered herself, blushing, and suspected the worst. The thought that he might have done something to her while she was unconscious made her tense up. Xin Yun reacted irritably to her suspicions, not understanding who she thought he was. Zhuilin, not backing down, mentally called him a scoundrel, a pervert, and a bastard, but immediately reminded herself that they were friends and that she should trust him. However, a disturbing thought flashed through her mind. If they weren't friends, would he have done the same? Xin Yun immediately began to deny it, claiming that he wasn't such a lecherous person and that her imagination was running wild. It was at this awkward moment that he made a fatal mistake. His hand accidentally slipped and touched her breast. Time seemed to stand still. Xin Yun froze for a moment, not understanding what had happened. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Last time, it wasn't like that at all. The size was different. Was it an illusion? But he didn't have time to think it through. Zhuilin immediately exploded with rage and began to beat him, accusing him of being an idiot who was still judging her after everything that had happened, as if he had taken advantage of her. Meanwhile, the time allotted for the test was inexorably coming to an end. The minutes dragged on painfully, but the gates of the misty forest remained closed. None of the participants had returned. Anxious whispers began to spread through the crowd. The silence had gone on too long. More and more people were inclined to the grim thought that perhaps no one had survived inside. Luo Wei struggled to control herself. The thought that her brother Chu might not return seemed unbearable to her. Her heart ached with fear, and her gaze was fixed on the closed gates. Despite his outward calm, Kai Yan was also tense. He was sure that it was not over yet, and that help would be sent as soon as the trial was officially over. Elder Xiao, on the contrary, had already made up his mind, considering what was happening to be a sad but logical outcome. Elder Tai, who was watching from the sidelines, noted that the trial was not yet completely over. He emphasized that hasty conclusions were inappropriate at this point, and that Elder Xiao should be patient. The Misty Forest was originally conceived as an extremely cruel place, and the arrogance of the young disciples could play a cruel joke on them. At the same time, he made it clear that those who failed should be prepared for the consequences and changes in their fate. The countdown was on. Luo Wei nervously clenched her hands, barely breathing. Fear and hope fought inside her. She desperately wanted to believe that Xin Yun would still show up, that he couldn't just disappear in this cursed forest. And then something happened that no one expected. The spiritual gate slowly began to open. The crowd came alive, the tension instantly reaching its peak. Almost everyone was sure that Li Ershao would be the first to appear. The outcome seemed too obvious. Elder Xiao was also convinced that it would be his figure that would now appear from the fog. However, the reality turned out to be completely different. Chu Xinyun emerged from the gate. His appearance was unexpected and stunning. He looked exhausted but confident, as if all this hell was just another step on his path. He himself thought for a moment that perhaps he had lingered a little too long. The moment he appeared, the air seemed to explode. Noise, shouts, and a sharp movement of energy swept across the square. Shizhou, Luo Wei, Shunfeng, and Yichuan could not contain their joy. Their relieved and sincere reactions burst out too loudly, causing those around them to turn around. These cries of joy even frightened part of the crowd. So unexpected was the return of a man whom many had already mentally buried. The other elders also came forward, unable to hide their amazement. None of them could understand how this young man had managed to return alive when the misty forest had spared no one else. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of doubt, interest, and hidden anxiety. Elder Xiao was truly perplexed. In his mind, this outcome was impossible. He was sure that this boy should not have survived. And now, what was happening completely shattered his expectations and calculations. He tried to make sense of what he had seen, and wondered how Chu Xinyun could possibly be standing there alive. Xinyun himself reacted calmly and restrainedly, as if what was happening was nothing out of the ordinary. There was a slight irony in his gaze, as if he truly regretted having to disappoint those who had bet on his death too soon. Elder Xiao demanded an explanation, not hiding his irritation and distrust. He was most concerned about what exactly this young man meant, and how he managed to get out of the misty forest alive. The answer was unexpected and unpleasant. The reason for his return was the trial bracelet prepared by the elder himself. Xin Yun threw the bracelet back without hesitation, as if returning evidence. Elder Xiao stared at the artifact, unable to comprehend how it could have worked contrary to his calculations. After that, Xin Yun calmly addressed the assembled elders, introduced himself, and reminded them that he had fulfilled all the conditions of the test. He had returned from the misty forest within the set time, as promised. Now that he had completed the test, he asked a logical question about his status and his right to become the main disciple of the Lin Xiao family. His behavior remained restrained and confident, without the slightest trace of fear or flattery. Elder Tai carefully assessed the situation and noted that the test itself was extremely unfair to Xin Yun from the outset. Despite this, he managed to survive and return, which in itself was proof of his strength and potential. In Elder Tai's opinion, this was enough to recognize him as qualified. However, Elder Xiao insisted on a pause, stating that he still had an important question. This question concerned the fate of Li Ershao. Elder Xiao was clearly interested in what had happened in the camp and why he had not returned. His gaze was accusatory, even though he did not say anything directly. Xin Yun understood that any explanation he gave would hardly be accepted. Even denial would seem futile in the face of a preconceived decision. Elder Xiao's eyes flashed with rage. For him, Li Ershao was the most worthy candidate for the position of the sect's main disciple, and now that disciple was dead. In his mind, everything that was happening boiled down to one conclusion. Chu Xinyun had destroyed his beloved disciple, and thus crossed the line. The elder was no longer willing to tolerate what was happening, and decided to resort to force. The attack came suddenly, but Xinyun managed to stop it. He made it clear that he doubted the true motives of Elder Xiao. Was he really concerned about the death of Li Erxiao, or was he simply using the incident as a convenient excuse to get rid of Xinyun? This question exposed hidden hostility and true intentions. Elder Tai immediately intervened. His authority did not allow the Lin Xiao family's trial to turn into an arena of personal vendetta. He demanded an immediate end to the conflict, not understanding why Elder Xiao had gone so far and openly violated the order. However, Elder Xiao had no intention of backing down. He pointed out a fact that, in his opinion, required no explanation. 20 people had entered the misty forest, but only one had come out. In his eyes, this meant that Xin Yun had killed the other participants. He considered a person capable of such an act to be deadly dangerous and unworthy of mercy. Xin Yun harshly pointed out the hypocrisy of what was happening. The one who shouted loudest about justice was himself its chief violator. It was Elder Xiao who had tried to eliminate the disciple during the trial, using secret agreements and other people's hands. Li Ershao and the other participants were merely victims of his will, pawns in a premeditated game. Elder Xiao couldn't believe what he was hearing. However, Xin Yun added that the participants themselves had spoken openly about the reward for his murder, a promise to make them the main disciples. Moreover, Elder Xiao had secretly conspired with the Yun Meng family and sent people into the misty forest with the sole purpose of eliminating Xin Yun. These words finally turned the accuser into the accused and hung in the air like a heavy, dangerous revelation. After a short pause, Xin Yun added another important circumstance. According to him, Li Ershao, Elder Xiao's favorite disciple, did not actually die at his hands, but fell from an attack by the master of the Yun Meng family. This statement immediately provoked a violent reaction. Elder Xiao considered such words to be complete nonsense. The trials of the Lin Xiao family were an internal matter for the sect, and the intervention of the Yun Meng family in them seemed impossible and absurd. Elder Xiao hastened to declare that he had no personal animosity towards Xin Yun. According to his logic, he had neither reason nor benefit to abuse his position for the sake of killing one disciple. However, Xin Yun pointed to another side of the story. Elder Gu of the Yun Meng family had promised a generous reward for his death, and it was for this benefit that Elder Xiao had carefully planned the whole thing, expecting that he would not return from the misty forest. Therefore, his return seemed to Elder Xiao like the appearance of a ghost that had disrupted all his calculations. Unable to contain his emotions, Elder Xiao grabbed Xin Yun by his clothes, accusing him of slander and attempting to tarnish his name. However, Xin Yun coldly noted that after the conspiracy failed, the elder tried to eliminate him openly, using revenge for his dead disciple as a cover. This only confirmed that the true motives had long gone beyond justice and duty to the Lin Xiao family. At this critical moment, Shui Lin stepped forward. She declared that Xin Yun's words were true and that she was prepared to confirm this. After getting the order to look into what happened in the misty forest, she found the personal mark of the fourth master of the Yun Meng family at the battle site. It would have been impossible for something like that to show up in the testing area without direct permission from one of the senior elders. This was serious proof of outside interference. After these words, Elder Xiao's face changed dramatically. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, he tried to escape. However, Elder Tai immediately ordered Elder Qing to stop him and bring him back. The attempt to flee only reinforced the suspicions and effectively became a silent admission of guilt. As soon as the tension subsided, Xin Yun's friends ran up to him and hugged him tightly. They were all genuinely worried about him and did not believe until the very last moment that he would return alive. His appearance was a real relief and a cause for joy for them. Xin Yun looked around in surprise, not understanding why these particular people had gathered here. As it turned out, Zhou Yi had brought them. Kai Yan explained that they all considered themselves friends of Xin Yun and could not leave him alone in such a situation. At that moment, someone even praised Kai Yan himself, which came as a surprise to him. Xin Yun barely had time to understand who exactly was congratulating him. He wasn't even familiar with some of these people. Nevertheless, he was surrounded by joyful faces, amazed at how much support he had managed to earn in the Lin Xiao family in such a short time. The enthusiastic students decided to celebrate his return and began tossing him up in the air, despite his attempts to break free and regain solid ground under his feet. However, not everyone was happy with this outcome. For some, the defeat was too bitter. They could not accept that they had lost to a man they considered weak and unworthy, and this defeat deeply wounded their pride. Chen Xiao knelt before Master Hua, begging for revenge for his brother. He claimed that Chu Xinyun had destroyed Li Ershao and the other participants in the trial using despicable methods, and then deceived the elders with fine words to take the place of the main disciple. He also pointed out that Jia Yan and Zhou Ye had become too attached to Xin Yun. Now, there was virtually no one left in the Lin Xiao family who could restrain him. This guy had already begun to look down on those around him, and his influence would only grow in the future. For some senior disciples, this turn of events seemed absurd. They did not believe that anyone could rise so high in just one leap. They had no intention of respecting the new main disciple. On the contrary, the idea that this upstart needed to be taught a harsh lesson as soon as possible was becoming increasingly clear in their minds. The southern suburbs of Cloud City were located high above the main buildings. The road there was long and exhausting, and when they finally reached the top, they could feel the air becoming colder and thinner. From here, there was a wide view of the city below, but with it came a feeling of alienation. This place was clearly far from the hustle and bustle of life. Qizhou could hardly believe that they had actually climbed so high. Luo Wei was really tired, but Xin Yun didn't understand the reason for her exhaustion, because he had carried her the whole way. However, when their eyes fell on the dilapidated building ahead, their fatigue faded into the background. Before them stood a dilapidated structure that looked more like an abandoned shed than a place to live. At that moment, everyone had the same question. Had they gotten the wrong address? Chuan tried to cheer up Xin Yun, trying to show that appearances weren't that important, but Shun Feng couldn't hide his confusion. In his mind, the home of the Lin Xiao family's main disciple should have been a spacious mansion in the imperial city with warm halls and protective walls. Instead, they were standing on a windswept mountain in front of a dilapidated building. It looked as if they had simply been deceived. Luo Wei unfolded the map and pointed to the notes explaining the situation. They were indeed late in choosing a place to live. All the suitable houses were already taken. This place turned out to be the only one available. The wind here was so strong that it chilled them to the bone, and even warm clothes did not save them from the cold. It seemed that the mountain itself did not welcome its new owners. A sharp gust of wind snatched the map from Luo Wei's hands and carried it down the slope. At that moment, Xin Yun sneezed, and a bright flame burst out with his breath. The fire flared up instantly, illuminating the surroundings and striking the old building directly. Everyone froze, unable to believe their eyes. They had just witnessed a man sneeze fire and set his future home on fire. The flames quickly engulfed the dry beams and rotten roof, turning the building into a burning pile of wood. Shin Yun watched what was happening without much regret. In his mind, it even seemed like a fortunate outcome. The old house was unfit for living in anyway. Now, nothing stood in the way of building something new, right on this spot. Lu Wei, observing his expression, decided that he was angry, although in reality, his gaze revealed cold determination. It was obvious that the climate on the mountain was extremely harsh. Constant wind, cold, and lack of vegetation made this place almost uninhabitable. Shin Yun thought that there must be a spiritual vein under the mountain, but it was blocked, which is why the area looked deserted and dead. Shun Feng suggested that if they could restore access to the spiritual vein, this place could bring huge profits. However, first they had to find a way to get to it. The mountain was huge, and exploring its depths would take a long time. However, the absence of buildings and people played into their hands. This place was ideal for a large-scale reconstruction. In Shin Yun's imagination, an entire palace complex was already taking shape, which was to tower over Cloud City. He had already come up with a name for this place, the House of Yun Chu. However, reality quickly reminded him of itself. Everything he tried to create in the first few minutes crumbled and collapsed, as if the mountain itself was resisting change. The stones did not hold, the structures fell apart, and the foundation cracked. The failure visibly upset Shin Yun. At the same time, Luo Wei was already dreaming of a spacious room. Shun Feng cautiously asked if he could stay here to live. Qizhou also did not want to leave, and Yi Chuan expressed his willingness to help with the construction. Despite the harsh conditions and devastation, people gradually gathered around Shin Yun, ready to share this place with him and turn it into a real home. Qizhou asked him not to be sad. In fact, they just wanted to surprise him. Shun Feng explained that they had prepared in advance and had already purchased all the necessary household items. Moreover, among the purchases were even children's things. At first, Shin Yun did not understand why they were needed, and this caused him sincere bewilderment. Qizhou immediately became embarrassed, blushed, and hastened to explain that it was all done just in case. At that moment, Shin Yun couldn't help but think about how much it meant to have people around who were willing to care for him without asking for anything in return. Looking up at the sky, he noticed a bird belonging to the Lin Xiao family circling above the mountain, then gently landing right on his hand. It was a special spiritual messenger used to convey important information between disciples and elders. A message was attached to the bird's paw. From its contents, it followed that, with the official receipt from Yun Chu's house, he was allowed to enter the Lin Pavilion to choose a treasure. This meant not only formal recognition of his status, but also the first real step towards strengthening his position within the Lin Xiao family. After that, Shin Yun returned to where Zhou Ye was waiting for him. Zhou Ye asked about his impressions of the new house. Shin Yun noted that for a number of reasons, the building would have to be completely rebuilt. The day had been too busy, and fatigue was setting in, despite his outward calm. Shin Yun then asked if Elder Feng Yan had been there. Zhou Yi said that he was on a mission and had been away for some time. This surprised him a little. It was clear that Shin Yun had been hoping to discuss something important with him. In response, Shin Yun showed the invitation he had received from the Ling Pavilion and made it clear that he intended to go there to choose a treasure. Zhou Ye immediately expressed his willingness to accompany him, understanding the significance of this event. As soon as they appeared on the way to the pavilion, the surrounding students immediately stepped aside, clearing the way. There was a muffled whisper in the air. Eyes followed Shin Yun. Some looked with curiosity, some with caution, and some with outright envy. His name had already begun to spread among the inner circles of the Lin Xiao family, and now every step he took attracted more and more attention. Zhou Yi advised him to ignore the idle glances and empty gossip of the surrounding disciples, considering them nothing more than noisy background noise. At that moment, another disciple appeared and informed Senior Ye that the master was looking for him. It was then that his gaze fell on the new main disciple, Yun Chu, and a clear interest flashed in his eyes. This person turned out to be Pu Chen. Zhou Yi explained that he was currently accompanying Shin Yun to the Ling Pavilion, where he was to choose the treasure that belonged to the main disciple. Pu Chen gave his name and mentioned that he was also a core disciple of the Lin Xiao family. Shin Yun expressed his respect to his senior, and Pu Chen, in turn, made it clear that he was ready to help if necessary. His attitude seemed sincere and without ostentatious arrogance. Zhou Ye asked why the master was looking for him, but Pu Chen could not give a precise answer. Then Zhou Ye suggested postponing the conversation until the next day and going to the pavilion together. Hearing that Shin Yun was already on his way there, Pu Chen offered to personally escort him, considering it a convenient opportunity. He saw it as a good opportunity to establish a relationship with the new main disciple and strengthen future ties. Zhou Ye just laughed, agreeing with this approach, and then they said goodbye for a short while. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples continued to whisper among themselves. Pu Chen couldn't help but notice how unusual this young man was. Such a high talent at such an early age. He was also surprised that Yang Yan had shown such obvious interest in him. All of this indicated that Xin Yun might have a very promising future ahead of him in the imperial city. Xin Yun took these words with slight embarrassment, but also with a clear understanding of reality. Lin Xiao's mansion was a place where truly dangerous and powerful people hid, like tigers and dragons lurking in the shadows. In such an environment, all he could do was try his best to keep up. Pu Chen laughed, noting his restraint and modesty, which was rare in such a situation. However, Pu Chen's expression soon became a little more serious. He looked back and wondered if Xin Yun really believed that passing the test alone would be enough to finally establish himself as the main disciple. Xin Yun remembered the elders' words that after passing the test, they would not stand in his way. Pu Chen confirmed that such decisions came from the elders, but added that the final outcome did not depend solely on them. Whether the other main disciples agreed to accept him would also play a significant role. The main character made it clear that if the senior disciple really intended to test him, he should take one important point into account. Xin Yun was not going to give it his all. He clearly stated that such a confrontation would be nothing more than a game. These words sounded so calm that Pu Chen couldn't help but laugh, taking such confidence as outright mockery. To Pu Chen, it seemed like a ridiculous joke. In his understanding, a person who had just passed the test had no right to talk about restraint. He decided to set his own rules. If Xin Yun could withstand 3 of his attacks, he would let him go without further humiliation. Otherwise, he would have to accept becoming the object of public ridicule. Xin Yun did not argue with the conditions, and calmly made it clear that Pu Chen was free to do as he saw fit. However, he put forward a counter condition. If he managed to end the fight before 3 blows were struck, the senior student would personally escort him to the Lin Xiao pavilion, fulfilling this role without objection. This demand seemed particularly humiliating. Such a statement finally hurt Pu Chen's pride. His eyes flashed with irritation, and he agreed without hesitation. His body instantly strengthened with spiritual energy, his muscles tensed, and then a swift blow filled with pure power followed. Xin Yun smoothly stepped back, as if gliding through the air, and avoided the blow without any visible effort. He even allowed himself to praise the attack as worthy, which hurt his opponent even more. Pu Chen admitted that he was just lucky, but he was sure that the next blow would be decisive. In the next moment, Pu Chen accelerated sharply, fully unleashing his speed-enhancing technique. His figure seemed to disappear from view, then instantly appeared right in front of Xin Yun, leaving no room for maneuver. The blow was devastating, powerful, straightforward, and designed to break his opponent with a single move. There was not a shadow of doubt in this blow. However, at that very moment, Pu Chen realized that he had missed. Xin Yun was already behind him, and his presence felt too close. It was clear that even such a blow was not enough. Pu Chen spun around sharply, intending to deliver another deadly blow, but stopped at that moment. The tip of Xin Yun's sword was already at his throat. The distance was minimal, and any movement could end tragically. Victory was achieved without unnecessary action. This was formally considered the 3rd attack, albeit in the opposite direction. The outcome of the confrontation became obvious to both, and there was no longer any doubt about the winner. Xin Yun, with mocking calm, made it clear that the terms of the deal were now in effect and that Pu Chen was obliged to fulfill his promise. Pu Chen was overcome with rage and humiliation, not immediately realizing how he had allowed such a turn of events and what had just happened. Enraged to the limit, Pu Chen activated an enhancement known as the Dragon's Roar. His body was filled with a crude, overwhelming force, and the next blow came down with such power that he missed and crashed into the wall. The stone couldn't withstand the blow, leaving a deep, ugly dent on its surface, as if it had been struck by a real monster. Pu Chen couldn't understand who this man thought he was. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that someone dared not only to defeat him, but also to put him in such a position. Rage mixed with humiliation, and at that moment, he was sure of only one thing. If this insolent man did not die now, sooner or later, he would have to hope for luck in hell. Xin Yun calmly brushed the dust off his clothes, as if everything that had happened was nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding. He made it clear that he was willing to turn a blind eye to the deception, but insults were another matter entirely, one that could not be crossed without consequences. It was obvious that now the lesson would be much more vivid. As soon as Pu Chen tried to look back, the distance between them disappeared. Xin Yun was right in front of him, so close that he didn't even have time to react. The movement was quick, precise, and without unnecessary gestures. The swing followed instantly. Pu Chen desperately tried to respond with a blow, but realized too late that his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. The next moment, he was already flying backward, and the blade of the sword stopped dangerously close to his face, sticking into the stone. This distance made it clear. One more wrong move, and it would all be over. Xin Yun calmly asked what decision he had come to. The choice was obvious. Either he would fulfill his promise, or the humiliation would continue in a much harsher form. Pu Chen did not hesitate, and instantly agreed. He understood everything at once, without unnecessary words, showing a rare quick-wittedness. The news spread with frightening speed. Senior student Pu Chen had been defeated by a new main student named Yun Chu. To those around them, it sounded like a ridiculous joke, but what was happening before their eyes left no room for doubt. In broad daylight, Under the gaze of countless people, a scene was unfolding that would be remembered for a long time to come. Pu Chen carried Xin Yun on his back, while Xin Yun read calmly, as if he were not in front of a crowd, but in a secluded pavilion. When the disciples were finally convinced that it was indeed Pu Chen, shock appeared on their faces. Such disgrace was difficult to imagine, even in the most daring rumors. Some couldn't help but ask if it was too hard for him. Xin Yun coldly made it clear that public humiliation seemed to affect its bearer too much. It would be wiser to speed up, otherwise it would attract even more attention. Hate boiled in Pu Chen's head, and he repeated to himself that this disgrace would not go unanswered. The other students only added fuel to the fire, urging him to walk faster, for which Xin Yun expressed his gratitude with visible satisfaction. The pavilion they were looking for was right in front of them, and then the main character noticed that someone was already standing in front of the pavilion. There was a man who thought that Chu Xin Yun was just a newcomer, but he had already insulted his senior before joining the family, and today he had publicly insulted the main disciple. This guy is so young, yet already so arrogant. If they don't get rid of him, he will only bring misfortune to the Lin Xiao family. Xin Yun said that in order to stop him, this senior must approach them. The other disciples asked the senior Chen if everything was okay with him. Pu Chen said that there was no need to play with this bastard. There was no need to give him a chance to fight back. Everyone asked Master Hua to teach him a lesson. This guy really humiliated the people of the Lin Xiao family. Therefore, Master Hua could only listen to the public. He also had to kill the main character, who was the cause of all the misfortune. The man used an array of feathers from the fallen world. He even said that each feather was a blade. He would make his opponent bleed and squeal like a piglet, and if he wanted to use force, he should prepare for his own death. Xin Yunyu didn't really like these words about having to prepare for death. In any case, he wanted to try and evaluate this ferocious array. After that, he rushed straight into the array, which made Master Hua call him a complete idiot. He used a hurricane of feathers to attack. He found it funny that this guy decided to break through the array of feathers of the fallen world. There must be a limit to arrogance and recklessness. The disciples shouted that Master Hua was simply incredible. Pu Chen Li watched maliciously, thinking that this bastard was overconfident, but now it was too late for him to regret it. Master Hua mentioned that the 8 core disciples of the Lin Xiao family had been strictly selected and trained. They would not allow such trash to become one of them. Suddenly, he saw the main character lying among the feathers, who asked who he was talking about. Master Hua immediately ran away as soon as he saw him. Xin Yun guessed that the downside of this whirlwind was that after the attack, it would attack everyone indiscriminately, and if he immobilized this person, he wouldn't even be able to use the whirlwind. After these words, Master Hua fell. He did not understand why this man was standing unharmed if he had fallen into the array of feathers of the fallen world. Xin Yun explained that as soon as he entered the array, he created a wind film on the surface of his body. Therefore, the feathers did not harm him. The man asked if the wind film was not an advanced technique of the saint level. Xin Yun replied that if he was interested, he could even teach him. These words made his opponents even more furious, not understanding who this guy thought he was to teach him. After that, he used his weapon and threw the feathers directly at his opponent, wishing him to go to hell. However, Xin Yun managed to dodge the attack. Master Hua couldn't understand how this bastard dared to insult him in public. He believed that he would definitely not be able to dodge an attack from such a close distance. Xin Yun seemed to go mad, saying that if the bastard wanted to die so badly, he was even willing to grant his wish. The main character immediately pounced on his opponent and suddenly heard a plea for mercy. Master Hua came to his senses, realizing that he was still alive, although it seemed that he had already breathed his last. As it turned out, Master Hua's father had arrived, unable to understand how his child had dared to get into a fight without assessing the strength of his opponent. The other students did not understand why the master had come here. They assumed that someone had brought him, since he had arrived so quietly. It seemed that Zhou Yi had done so. The man noted that his child was older and had dared to behave so inappropriately, so it would be better for him to apologize immediately. Xin Yun greeted the master and asked him to calm down. They were just sparring with the older Hua. These words were enough for the man to send his child back home. Disciplinary punishment would await him at home. Master Hua had to humbly accept this decision. The other students whispered among themselves, wondering if the senior Hua would now be punished. Pu Chen couldn't believe that even the senior Hua had been defeated. Zhou Ye came down the stairs to Xin Yun, asking if he was okay. Xin Yun did not expect Master Ye to return so soon. Zhou Ye said that no one had actually called him. Pu Chen had deceived him. This man just wanted to deal with Xin Yun. Zhou Ye noticed the students standing and watching their conversation. Xin Yun told him to just ignore them. He was curious as to why the master had come here. Zhou Ye said that he had mentioned this kid, and now he was curious, so he came. Now no one would add fuel to the fire, and he could finally choose his treasure. There was an old man who asked if he was a new student. Obviously, he had come to choose a treasure. Xin Yun replied that he was indeed a new student. The old man asked him to wait a moment. Xin Yun noticed that the pavilion was in a space of spiritual power. It was indeed a good defense against break-ins. The Lin Xiao family was very cautious. Then he noticed something strange about the old man. As soon as Xin Yun looked into his eyes, he noticed the heavenly eye. The old man immediately took notice and was even surprised that he knew about the heavenly eye at such a young age. Xin Yun immediately covered his mouth, realizing that he had given himself away. The old man mentioned that few people knew about the heavenly eye, but this guy recognized it immediately, so he became curious about what he knew about the heavenly sect, or was he somehow connected to the heavenly sect? Xin Yun began to play dumb, saying that he didn't understand what he was talking about. The old man replied that it would be better for him not to know anything about this sect. They would kill him if he did anything. There was no need to worry about the old man, and I didn't want to complicate his life. He even advised me not to break the taboo of the imperial city. In fact, he was even surprised because no one had recognized the heavenly eye before Xin Yun. Xin Yun replied that he had just heard the name, so he blurted it out. He thanked the old man for the reminder. In any case, the old man asked him to give him a letter to enter the Ling Xiao Pavilion. Xin Yun thought about the taboo he couldn't break in the imperial city, about the disappeared mansion of Lei and the Chu family 17 years ago, and then there was the heavenly sect. Was there any connection between all of this? It was all confusing. It would be better for him to find the right weapon first. But after looking through some weapons, he realized that he couldn't find anything suitable for himself. It was disappointing, but suddenly, he noticed a light and realized that it was dark steel filled with spirit. As soon as he reached for the dark steel, a woman's hand suddenly fell on his. They wanted to take the steel at the same time. He immediately noticed the girl standing right next to him, not understanding who she was. The girl replied that it was her spirit-filled dark steel. Xin Yun apologized, but he was the first to touch it. She pulled the dark steel toward her, not understanding if he was going to take something from her. Xin Yun pulled the steel toward him, saying that he needed it too. This made her even angrier, saying that maybe he would be sensible after all. Then she stepped on his foot with her heel, and he cried out in pain. The girl hit him with her knee and elbow, saying that no one dared to take what she wanted. Xin Yun pushed her, then apologized. She began to fall, realizing that his movements were quick. The main character caught her immediately, and she began to understand that she didn't even have time to react. Xin Yun noticed that her cultivation spirit was incompatible with the spirit of dark steel. If she used this steel, she would harm herself. Didn't she know that? The girl blushed and even wondered if it was true. She immediately moved away from him, pressing herself against the wall, not understanding how he dared to test her. The guy suggested that instead of fighting for the dark steel, she could choose another treasure for herself. The girl told him not to tell her what to do. She would take what she wanted. Since she was so insistent, he had only one option left. Xin Yun immediately ran away from her with the dark steel. She was angry that he had decided to mock her. She wouldn't even let him escape. She even said that she had set up a barrier before coming here. Therefore, he clearly would not be able to escape from here. And with the help of her threads, she was able to catch him. Xin Yun just didn't understand why she wouldn't let him go. She didn't need the dark steel. The girl replied that his judgment was correct. She didn't need this stupid piece of iron. She noticed that this guy was very talented for a beginner. That's why she wanted to cause him trouble. Xin Yun just smiled, because she thought that such thin threads could restrain him. The girl jumped off, saying that he was arrogant, so she decided to test whether his body or her threads would be stronger. All she had to do was pull a little, and he wouldn't even have time to realize what was happening before his head was on the floor. Suddenly, he pushed her away to dodge, shouting for her to be careful. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that he was holding back the furniture that had fallen right on his body, which was captured by the threads. His body was bleeding, and she didn't understand why this guy saved her. Xin Yun asked if he needed a reason to save someone. The girl replied that she had tried to kill him. After all, she was his enemy. Xin Yun suggested that Miss Tianfen become friends. Tianfen apologized to him. She had misjudged him. The young man indicated that he understood. Xin Yun asked if he could now take the steel. Tianfen smiled and replied that the steel now belonged to him. Martial arts area. Tianfen and Linfen were very influential among the disciples. If he wanted to establish himself as a core disciple, he needed to have a good relationship with them. It would be wonderful if Xin Yun could help them resolve the crisis. In that case, all 8 main disciples would recognize him, not counting the 2 outside the sect. He needs to be prepared to solve Miss Qin Yu's problems. The disciples who were in the square immediately noticed someone riding up. Xu Lin parked her motorcycle right in front of the main character. She apologized to him for keeping him waiting. She poked him on the nose, not understanding what he was thinking about, because he looked so serious. He immediately noticed Miss Lin Feng. She didn't expect him to decide to go to the spiritual warrior's pavilion. He even asked her to drive him there. Xu Lin immediately covered her chest, not understanding what he was staring at. Xin Yun tried to stop her, saying that he would explain everything. He tried to stop her, saying that he would explain everything. In fact, he didn't understand why she wanted to beat him up. Sometimes she wore a bra, sometimes she didn't. Xu Lin thought about how she should have admitted that she wasn't wearing a bra that day. She grabbed him. Xin Yun asked if it depended on her mood. Xu Lin noticed that he was in a good mood today. Then she sat him on the motorcycle, and they drove away. The other students noticed Lin Fen. She was cool after all, but they were also curious about the guy who was with her. Someone recognized Yun Chu. He was the guy who had caused a sensation in the Lin Xiao family. Some of the students even envied him. Finally, they arrived at their destination. It was the most powerful blacksmith in the imperial city. Better yet, in the whole country. The best blacksmiths worked here. Here, he would be able to make the best custom equipment. In fact, the main character felt so sick from the trip that he almost threw up. Xu Lin hoped that he would not stain her vehicle. But then, the guy noticed that all the shops were closed. He did not understand what had happened to them. The girl replied that these were the shops of the Qin family. The Qin family once monopolized the trade in medium and high-end materials, but for some reason, they fell into decline. He should have known the main student with the surname Qin. Because of this, she went to her homeland and has not returned yet. Xin Yun realized that he had to get to the Qin family as soon as possible. It was reported that Lady Lin Fen had returned. The maids gathered around her, saying that the master had lost weight and had no appetite for several days. Shui Lin replied that he deserved it. Who said she had to get engaged to Chu Feng from the Yun Meng family? She immediately turned back as soon as she realized she had said too much. The maids noticed the main character because he had come with the lady. They even thought he was her boyfriend. Shui Lin was confused, not understanding what they were talking about. Zhuo Lin realized that she hadn't told him that the Ling Ming Pavilion was her home. Xin Yun guessed. Few people in the imperial city had such a motorcycle. The old man immediately hugged her, upset that she had forgotten about her grandfather. He even said that he would no longer force her to get married. Zhui Lin told him to just shut up and not say that anymore. She pushed him right up against the wall, saying that he had what he had, so he should behave himself. Zhu Lin introduced Lord Ling Ming of the pavilion. He was her grandfather, Yue Dengkang. Zhu Lin introduced her friend Yun Chu. The girl mentioned that when she was on a mission in the Misty Forest, this guy had helped her a lot. The lord of the pavilion thanked the main character. He even gave him a VIP card as a reward. Xin Yun replied that it was Miss Ling Feng who saved him. He was just repaying his debt. Yue Dengkun immediately asked if there was something between them, since she saved him and he repaid her. Zhu Lin shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. The lord of the pavilion told her to calm down, but it seemed he didn't really believe her. Shui Lin hesitated, saying that she had brought this young man here to ask for help. Yue Dengkun inquired what the matter was. The young woman asked if the old man could do something for this young man on her behalf. The man replied that he was the best blacksmith in the Yun dynasty. Even the emperor himself had invited him on numerous occasions. Shulin asked her beloved grandfather for help. Yue Dengkun barely held back his tears when he saw her start acting like a spoiled child. Xin Yun replied that there was no need to worry. All he needed was blacksmithing equipment. He showed a list of the materials he needed. He wondered if they were available in the Ling Ming pavilion. The lord of the pavilion asked if he was sure he didn't need his help. Xin Yun replied that he could manage on his own. The maids talked about how Yue Dengkun was the best blacksmith in the Yun dynasty, and this guy just refused help. Let him try to break that blacksmithing equipment. Such a fool is not worthy of being Lin Feng's boyfriend. Shui Lin asked irritably, is he mocking us? She'd gone to great lengths to get her grandfather to say yes, and now he had simply refused his help. Xin Yun replied that the young lady had misunderstood him. He just wanted to reforge his spirit sword, and it would be strange to entrust this to other people. Yue Dengkun told the two of them to leave immediately. They had to behave properly. He also pointed out that this guy was still too young and inexperienced to forge anything. He even said outright that his item could go to heaven. Xin Yun asked what he meant. Yue Dengkun realized that this kid didn't even know that yin and yang repel each other. Almost every disciple knows this, but he, being a core disciple, had never even heard of it. Heavenly Yang Stone and Blue Jade. Yin are very good for forging material, but their properties are incompatible. Xin Yun replied that there was no need to worry about it because he knew how to solve it. Yue Dengkun began to get angry and asked his granddaughter if she had heard this. This kid just said that he knew how to combine yin and yang. Was he a superhuman who had 3 balls instead of 2? Zhulin tried to calm her grandfather down, saying that perhaps he knew a rare forging technique. However, he thought it was nonsense. After all, he was a 5th-rank blacksmith and knew all the forging techniques in the world. In the smithy, on the table lay a heavenly yang stone, an elderberry root, a green yin stone, and a heavenly lily. In the misty forest, the main character's ball had suffered some damage, so it needed to be repaired. With the help of spirit-filled dark steel, he could repair and improve it. But suddenly, he noticed something. Xinwen immediately looked back, not understanding who was there. There was a mirror there, and he saw his reflection. It seemed like he had just imagined it. In any case, he had to hurry. He can create the effect of a beast's fire. Shuilin asked her grandfather what he was doing. Yue Dengkun asked her to be quiet. The girl asked if he was afraid that this guy would break his equipment. Yue Dengkun asked if he looked like the type of person who would worry. He was just curious about what the guy was doing there. Shuilin replied that it seemed her grandfather was just worried about him. The old man replied that he didn't even know him, so why should he worry? Shuilin didn't seem to believe this excuse. The heavenly yang stone and the blue yin jade repel each other, and this can cause an explosion if handled incorrectly. The boy is not experienced enough, so he could be in danger. Zhu Lin believed that he could handle it. The lord of the pavilion was even surprised that she was so confident in him. After that, she recounted what had happened in the forest. Yue Denken was surprised as soon as he heard all this. Zhu Lin noticed that if he said everything was fine, then everything was under control, so he could be trusted. The old man thought she seemed a little out of sorts. Zhu Lin was even a little embarrassed when she said that it was just our impression. The old man wondered what had changed. Then he guessed that she had fallen in love with that boy. Now it was clear why she was wearing makeup today. She wasn't usually like that. Shui Lin began to scold him, saying that it was a lie and a provocation. The old man had watched her grow up, so he knew what was on her mind. She had started to pay attention to her appearance, and had even asked her grandfather to help him. That brat charmed such a woman. It's been a long time coming. After that, she hit him and yelled at him to shut up.